Chapter 299. Association. Upon emerging from the cliff's coffin, Bai Yi did not glance back. His detachment was not born of indifference. Rather, he understood that finding the 7 treasures sooner would increase the likelihood of reunion. Despite the protective curse placed upon Xiao Ning, she remained unresponsive, still ensconced in slumber. Fortunately, her pulse remained steady, and though her breaths were faint, she yet clung to life. Tang San was somewhat reassured. Although he lacked comprehension of the intricacies of curses, he placed his trust in Su Yu's capabilities, believing that each of his actions was rooted in reason. "We must return to the capital," Bai Yi declared. As Su Yu posited, if Lingxi indeed flourishes in the parched earth, our path leads towards the desert. Furthermore, our only lead regarding the Qinling is you, Tang San. Bai Yi's words startled Tang San, who pointed to himself in disbelief. "You mean me? Have you forgotten?" Xiao Ning mentioned that before his demise, her father entrusted her with 2 directives, one of which was to locate the individual bearing the tiger talisman mark. Xiao Tian Yi was exceptional among the tomb raiders, and before his death, aside from the treachery he faced, he also sought the man marked with the tiger talisman. Bai Yi continued, "The tiger talisman upon you is from the Qin dynasty. Thus I have reason to suspect that Xiao Tian Yi was in pursuit of Qinling, and he possessed knowledge regarding it, specifically about the man bearing the tiger talisman. How can you be certain that my tiger talisman mark is indeed from the Qin dynasty?" Tang San questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. "Is it not too coincidental?" "You are unaware," Bai Yi replied confidently, "that the shape of the tiger talisman varies across different dynasties. The Qin and Han talismans are distinct in form." Bai Yi elaborated, "The tiger talisman, as a military symbol, was originally conceived by Jiang Ziya to ensure that commands relayed by the sovereign for troop mobilization were executed without error. This necessitated a token of authenticity. Jiang Ziya deemed the tiger the king of beasts, a creature that prevails in the struggles of the wild. Thus he sculpted this military token in the form of a tiger, hence its name. Besides the tiger talisman, there are also eagle and dragon talismans, though they are seldom employed. Following the unification under Qin Shi Huang, the tiger talismans were designed to be compact and easily concealable. The inscriptions on the Qin dynasty talismans were etched on both sides, identical on either flank, allowing for reading without the need for alignment. The Han talismans, however, differ. Their inscriptions are carved along the spine of the tiger, and only upon alignment can one discern the complete inscription. Bai Yi ceased his discourse, fixing his gaze upon Tang San, who nodded in realization. "I understand now. The inscriptions on my tiger talisman are located on the sides, permitting reading without alignment. Thus, you were already aware that my talisman belongs to the Qin dynasty." "Indeed," Bai Yi affirmed. "But what does this knowledge avail us?" "I remained perplexed until the emergence of the 7-patterned lock ignited a bold notion within me. The individual Xiao Tian Yi sought, marked with the tiger talisman, is not you. Then who could it be?" Tang San's inquiry gave rise to a daring conjecture. "Could it possibly be the man who shares my blood?" That box. Tang San hesitated, unwilling to pursue the thought further. "Indeed, I have contemplated that the chest may contain items once used at the birth of a child, even stained with maternal blood." Judging by the fabric's age, Bai Yi stared intently into Tang San Cheng's eyes and remarked, "It aligns closely with your time of birth. The chest must have been unearthed by Xiao Tian Yi during his excavation, and during that event, he undoubtedly encountered the individual marked with the tiger talisman. Otherwise, how could he have known of the mark's existence?" Alas, Xiao Tian Yi has passed, leaving many matters unverified. In this vast sea of humanity, we have merely crossed paths with his daughter. Yet, had we encountered Xiao Tian Yi himself, everything would have unfolded differently. Let us not dwell on it any longer." Tang San Cheng interjected, shaking his head. "It only serves to confuse me further. Consider this," Bai Yi continued. "Why were you able to unlock the 7 Wonders lock? What is the significance of the nursery rhyme that surfaced in your mind? Surely you find it perplexing as well," Bai Yi queried. "Why was it only you who could recall the rhyme upon seeing the lock, and from it, discover the key to open it? Is there such coincidence in this world?" Suddenly, Qi Xia halted, acknowledging, "Indeed, many coincidences exist. After all, there is no story without some semblance of chance. This instance was an accident," Bai Yi posited. "For as the shaman Yu Fu suggested, it is highly probable that she was betrayed by a colleague leading to her demise. A twist of fate occurring beneath Zhang Jiao's tomb. However, one matter cannot be mere happenstance. During our journey to the ancient Kunlun, who was it that guided Wang Shen there? Tang San Cheng could no longer evade the inquiry. He was after me, I am certain. Yet why pursue you? We cannot fathom his intentions. We only know that prior to our entry into the ancient Kunlun, someone had ventured there before us, meeting with Di Jun and relaying messages from outside. Reflect on our disarray within the Kunlun. While that individual traversed with ease, he is certainly no ordinary person. Bai Yi remarked, it seems this person holds a significant interest in you. What is the nature of your relationship? As Bai Yi's analysis deepened, he found himself nearing the truth, his demeanor inadvertently growing more confrontational. Under the pressure of his intensity, Tang San Cheng erupted, do not question me. If I knew, would I be here engaging in riddles with you? He does not reveal himself. What can I do? Moreover, I am more anxious and tense than you. Realizing his outburst, Bai Yi quickly softened his tone. I apologize. I have harbored these thoughts for far too long and became overly agitated. It is of no consequence. Tang San Cheng replied curtly, after all, we are in this together. Xia interjected, at the very least. There is one useful insight. The mark on you may relate to the Qin emperor. However, there are few clues regarding the Qin tomb. Bai Yi, what are your plans? My intention is to first seek the Lingxi fruit in the desert, Bai Yi articulated, and then to concentrate our efforts on locating the luminous pearl. Even if we do not find the Qin tomb, Tang San Cheng, you may choose your treasure site, and one by one, we shall test our fortunes. We must find it. A surge of audacity welled within Tang San Cheng, who nodded resolutely. Indeed, determined in their resolve, the trio led Xiao Ning back to the capital. Bai Yi harbored concerns about Lei Zi and Xiao Shan carrying such a substantial number of precious artifacts, apprehensive that it might attract unwanted attention and lead to complications. His heart was filled with anxiety, but fortunately, their journey back was relatively smooth. Although passers-by occasionally expressed curiosity about the unconscious Xiao Ning, it was still far preferable to the situation involving Wang Shun and Wang Wei. Moreover, the trio's demeanor inclined towards that of benevolent individuals, thus arousing no ill suspicions from those they encountered. Upon returning to the courtyard, Bai Yi promptly made a call to Lei Zi, who was temporarily residing with Xiao Shan. Upon hearing Bai Yi's voice, Lei Zi was elated, exclaiming, my goodness, you're finally back. Chapter 300. The Golden Eagle Order. Lei Zi had not stumbled into any major troubles regarding other matters. Rather, he had grossly underestimated Xiao Shan's capabilities. In just a few short days, Xiao Shan had put him through considerable distress, leaving his complexion noticeably worse. As he ushered Xiao Shan into the courtyard, he roughly pushed him beside Tang San Cheng, saying, my goodness, I'm returning this rascal to you. He has nearly dismantled my home. Do you know what he has done to my alarm clock? It's in shambles. He even dared to use my shampoo to wash my bed linens. Just contemplating it was enough to induce a headache. Tang San Cheng expressed deep sympathy for Lei Zi, saying, you've had a tough time. How is Xiao Ning faring? Not having seen Xiao Ning, Lei Zi inquired, where is she? Tang San Cheng sighed. She remains in a deep coma. It's a long story, but there is finally a glimmer of hope. I will explain everything shortly. Have you handed over the items to Master Hong? Bai Yi asked. Master Hong is indeed meticulous. Upon seeing my unfamiliar face, he subjected me to numerous tests before allowing me entry. Had I not been aware of the nature of the artifacts from previous encounters, I doubt I would have gained access at all, Lei Zi recalled, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Master Hong is exceedingly cautious in his dealings. Can one afford to be careless in this line of work? Capture can mean the end of one's life. The risks are hardly less than those of tomb raiding. Bai Yi remarked, observing Lei Zi's nonchalant demeanor since entering, though he noticed a slight furrow in his brow, suggesting he bore some burdensome thoughts. Feel free to share whatever is troubling you. Finally, Lei Zi spoke. Actually, that Zhu San, he isn't called Zhu San. Bai Yi waved his hand dismissively. All right. I understand. In truth, you aren't named Lei Zi either. That's a moniker adopted by tomb raiders. What prompted you to choose such a name? I want to pry into your real name, but I know you all are no ordinary individuals. With a single needle, you can transform our Lei Zi into a Herculean figure. I have yet to hear of such acupuncture techniques employed by a divine healer. I shall venture a bold guess. You have sealed your powers using a special method, have you not? You've already deduced it? Lei Zi appeared somewhat disheartened. You've put me in a quandary for so many days. So, the legends are indeed true. You belong to a sect that conceals its identity to evade pursuers? Bai Yi had long suspected that Lei Zi and Zhu San were inextricably linked to the Unloading Ridge warriors. Upon learning that Shun Pengxing claimed to be one of them, Lei Zi felt a surge of agitation, for he understood that no true unloading ridge warrior would recklessly reveal their identity and invite danger upon themselves. Thus, he dismissed Shun Pengxing's claims as mere bravado. As events unfolded, it became evident that the man was indeed a braggart, while the enigmatic Zhu Sen demonstrated the true traits of an unloading ridge warrior, stealthily erasing his tracks and exhibiting an indifference towards the treasures within the box. As for Lei Zi, he was more avaricious than Zhu San, having exploited his knowledge to pilfer artifacts, which resulted in his expulsion by their master. Rubbing his head, Lei Zi reflected, "At that time, I was merely a youth. Zhu San was several years my senior. In comparison, I was but a wayward disciple, lacking my master's favor. We possessed immense strength, yet we were instructed to conceal it. Consequently, our master would seal our acupoints to lock away our vital energy. On that day, Zhu San had merely unsealed my acupoints, but later, as I guided him, he sealed mine once more for safety. Are there other unloading ridge warriors?" Bai Yi inquired. "Indeed," Lei Zi replied. "Zhu San and I were raised under our master's tutelage. To my knowledge, the master would once a year visit a secret location, which I had long surmised to be a gathering of other unloading ridge warriors. Unfortunately, we lack the qualifications to partake. The Golden Eagle Order remains effective to this day," he continued. "Although it consists of only a small faction of Mongolians, they relentlessly pursue us, each possessing formidable martial skills, making them difficult adversaries. Once ensnared by them, our fate would be sealed." "What of Ma Yuani?" Bai Yi asked. "Perhaps he is one of the unloading ridge warriors among the Yellow Turban Army," Lei Zi conjectured. "The Mercury Pond, the Phantom Tomb, the Marsh Gas, the Fire Oil, and that sealed tomb. These might all be his creations." Zhu Sen had suspected as much, hadn't he? "Indeed," Zhu Sen affirmed. "Ma Yuani was exceptionally talented among us, but alas, his potential was overshadowed by Zhang Jiao's suspicions. Our master once mentioned this. Ma Yuani ultimately took his own life." Having revealed all, Lei Zi looked at the others, saying, "I have laid bare all my secrets. Rest assured, we are not descendants of the Golden Eagle Order, and with the 7 evils present, I doubt they could rival their prowess," Bai Yi remarked with a smile. "Thus, it would be wise to cultivate a favorable relationship with the 7 evils." "That is indeed my intention," Lei Zi replied, spitting in disdain. "Damn it, after all these years, they still cling to the past. I must say, the Mongolians are astute, that Bait and Bai Yi possess remarkable skills and unwavering loyalty to their clan. I once suspected they were not only guardians of the Golden Family, but also enforcers of the Golden Eagle Order. You could not imagine the worry I felt back then." It seems that within the Han woman's tomb, there was more to Lei Zi's tale. However, after hearing Lei Zi's account, Bai Yi too recognized that Bait and Bai Yi's prowess was indeed extraordinary. In this era, individuals with such skills were no ordinary folk, yet since that time, they had not reached out to him, and even if they had crossed paths, he had not revealed his true nature. What was there to fear? "You are unaware that 30 years prior, the descendants of the Golden Eagle Command orchestrated a massacre that still haunts us to this day," Lei Zi remarked. "They will not easily relent. Henceforth, if matters concerning the Mongolian people arise, I shall maintain my distance. It is better to be overly cautious than to risk everything. I contend that we need not fear, for let us not forget that we were the ones who uncovered the sacred tiger bug for them, a revered creature in Mongolian lore." Tang San, in his naivete, interjected, "They should be grateful to us, not seek harm against us." Upon hearing Tang San refer to us, Lei Zi playfully shoved him, saying, "You little rascal, I never would have guessed you had such loyalty in a critical moment. Very well, I shall consider limiting my jests at your expense in the future. By the way, how is Xiao Ning faring?" Despite Lei Zi revealing his innermost thoughts, the matter concerning the 3 of them would have to remain unspoken for now. With a sense of determination, Bai Yi expressed his regret to Lei Zi, stating, "In Xiangxi, we sought the aid of a shaman, and now we require 2 specific items." "What 2? Lei Zi inquired. "The night pearl and the lingxi fruit," Bai Yi replied. Observing Lei Zi standing there in shock, he reiterated, "What? The night pearl and the lingxi fruit? Good heavens!" Bai Yi enunciated each word deliberately. "You heard me correctly, the night pearl and the lingxi fruit." Chapter 301. Sea of Death. It was the first time Lei Zi had heard of the lingxi fruit, rumored to exist in desert regions. He had something to contribute. As it happens, there is a remarkable place, the ancient kingdom of Lulan. I am aware of this location. But the ruins of the ancient kingdom of Lulan have long been discovered, and archaeologists have already explored it. It has since become a tourist destination, Bai Yi noted. That sounds like a dead end, he added. I beg to differ. What has been unearthed is merely the tip of the iceberg. Lazy lowered his voice. When I was a child, I spent time there. My master once spoke of clues regarding the ancient kingdom of Lulan. The true remnants of the kingdom lie beneath the earth, while what has been found is inconsequential. The exiled Ridge sect had once withdrawn from the Central Plains to reside at the borders. Thus, it was not impossible for such information about Lulan to have been passed down. Bai Yi contemplated. Do you truly possess clues? Bai Yi asked, intrigued. Indeed, Lazy affirmed. However, the ancient kingdom of Lulan is situated within the Sea of Death. Bai Yi understood that this referred to the Taklamakan Desert, a name coined by the Swedish explorer Sven Hedin, not derived from Uyghur language. Taklamakan, in Persian, signifies a place where even leafless shrubs cannot thrive. In arid regions, due to natural selection, trees have diminutive leaves or may lack them entirely. The phrase even leafless shrubs cannot thrive pertains to the particularly dry climate. In this region, the average annual precipitation is a mere 25 to 50 millimeters, with some areas receiving as little as 10 millimeters, rendering it a desolate zone. A veritable forbidden territory for life. It was this Swedish man who first proposed the notion of the Dead Sea. In 1895, he led an expedition equipped with 8 camels, 2 dogs, 3 sheep, 1 rooster, and 10 hens, along with provisions sufficient for 3 to 4 months, a complete set of fur coats, winter attire, and enough armaments to outfit a guard unit, including 3 long guns and 6 handguns, alongside an array of scientific instruments, from thermometers to altimeters, into the Taklamakan Desert. However, within mere days, they exhausted their entire supply of drinking water. This expedition team, in a desperate bid for survival, resorted to consuming human urine, camel water, sheep's blood, and anything else that contained moisture. Although they ultimately discovered a waterhole and were saved, they suffered the loss of all their camels, and the camel drivers perished as well. They abandoned the majority of their supplies, losing 2 cameras and 800 negatives. What are you thinking about, the Dead Sea? Lazy waved his hand in front of Bai Yi. Are you afraid? Afraid? Bai Yi shook his head. I am merely contemplating the paramount importance of water in the desert, how to carry an ample supply, and how to locate water sources. Learning from the experiences of those who came before us. Who are those predecessors? Lazy asked, momentarily taken aback. Has anyone ever ventured into the desert? Discussing that Swedish man is futile, Bai Yi remarked. You spent some time there, did you not? Yes, about a month in total, Lazy admitted. We resided in a residential area, a considerable distance from the desert. Nevertheless, I am quite familiar with some of their customs. Tang San Cheng finally grasped the situation. After all this time, it turns out you are merely an amateur as well? Lazy chuckled softly. It's understandable that those who dig for treasures would avoid the desert. Here, the landscape is lush and green, yet a turn away reveals a world of yellow sands. The most perilous aspect is losing one's bearings, lacking water, compounded by sandstorms. Our master never allowed us to enter, keeping us in check. Otherwise, Zhu San and I would have succumbed to the desert's embrace long ago, likely becoming 2 lifeless corpses in some forgotten corner. Bai Yi closed his eyes. It would be best to have someone guide us in. Someone, Lazy continued. When I lived there, I heard tales of individuals cloaked in black who could lead people across the desert. I even encountered a few, though most were mere boys of 15 or 16. Their authenticity, however, remains uncertain. Let us set that aside for now. What did your master say about the clues concerning the ancient kingdom of Lulan? Bai Yi inquired. The kingdom of Lulan lies buried beneath the sands, Lazy replied. My master once mentioned that if one were to find the mythical bow of the underworld, they could uncover the hidden kingdom of Lulan. Bow of the underworld? What is that? Bai Yi asked, hands on hips, finding it as dubious as the legendary Lingxi fruit. Very well, Lazy, prepare for our journey. We cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Xiaoning, that girl. Lazy's eyes glistened with unshed tears. All right, I will get ready. Xiaoshan, I will return what I owe you. By the way, Bai Yi, Master Hong asked you to contact him upon your return. It appears that the matter of the Mingqi has come to fruition. The bounty this time is quite substantial, and I suspect Lord Hong must be rather astonished. After bidding farewell to Lazy, Bai Yi promptly made his way to Lord Hong's residence. Since his retreat from the public eye, Lord Hong has been leading a life of seclusion, with his interactions with the outside world limited to a few established channels, and that door seldom opens. Bai Yi can be regarded as Lord Hong's most intimate guest, a relationship that borders on a profound friendship, perhaps due to the age difference, despite Bai Yi's youthful appearance. Resembling one in his 30s, he is, in reality, over 80 years of age. When Bai Yi knocked on the door, he followed his own rhythm, allowing Lord Hong to discern that it was indeed Bai Yi at the threshold, prompting him to open the door with greater haste than usual. Upon seeing Bai Yi, Lord Hong remarked casually, "Back already?" "Yes," Bai Yi responded as he stepped into the courtyard, where an ancient tome lay open on the table. The old man often spent his idle hours basking in the sun and perusing ancient texts, leading a rather leisurely existence. "Last time's harvest was quite fruitful," Lord Hong noted. "I had the gold and silver ingots remelted before selling them. It is much safer that way." The other Mingqi were sold directly. Gold and silver have become one of the circulating currencies. The sudden influx of such precious metals into the market would surely raise suspicions, especially with the inscriptions of heaven, earth, and humanity upon them. Truly, Lord Hong handled the situation with remarkable prudence and experience, as Bai Yi complimented him on his meticulousness. "I summoned you here for the gathering order," Lord Hong continued, and Bai Yi was taken aback. "Are you referring to the legendary gathering order?" "Indeed," Lord Hong confirmed. "There is a faction currently recruiting individuals to embark on a quest for the Qin tomb, and this news has spread throughout the underground world. I had intended to inform you sooner, but you have been elusive of late. What do we know about this faction?" Bai Yi inquired, astonished. "I am unsure. I made inquiries, yet no one seems to know their origins. However, they possess considerable financial might and are exceedingly selective in their choice of collaborators, leading many to return disappointed," Lord Hong explained. "Such collaborations have been rare for many years. This time, they are not constrained by sect or region, and I cannot shake the feeling that an unusual atmosphere surrounds this occurrence. How curious that it should arise at this particular moment," Bai Yi mused. "I must travel to the desert soon. This development seems somewhat ill-timed, and I shall refrain from partaking in this commotion. What a pity. I had thought they would undoubtedly choose you." Hearing Lord Hong's words, Bai Yi felt a twinge of curiosity regarding that group. Though he was mindful of the risks associated with curiosity, particularly given the secrets he and Tang San Cheng bore, especially the tiger talisman mark on Tang San Cheng, he forcefully suppressed his intrigue and inquired, "Lord Hong, regarding the matter of the Mingqi, there remains only a batch of gold and silver. Grant me a little time." Lord Hong replied, suddenly exhaling a deep sigh. "Alas, I am of an advanced age. Otherwise, this would be a rare opportunity." The conversation circled back to the previous topic, and Bai Yi asked, "What must be done to locate them?" "What? Are you intrigued again?" Lord Hong retorted as he turned and entered the house. "In the realm of the martial world, if there exists a sage known as Bai Xiaosheng, then there is also a figure in the underworld of treasure hunting known as Bai Yi. He possesses a profound understanding of the various factions within this domain and can connect with them all. The summons for gatherings are issued by him. Yet not just any faction can solicit his assistance. They must possess sufficient persuasive power. 2 years ago, Bai Yi had the opportunity to meet Bai Yi, who, at the age of 80 this year, is a veritable repository of knowledge, akin to a living dictionary. When Hong Yi reemerged, he held a piece of paper in hand, a communique sent by Bai Yi containing contact information for this group of individuals, valid for 3 months. "I shall keep this for now," he mused. Bai Yi and Hong Yi engaged in some casual chatter before Bai Yi prepared to depart. "Hong Yi, I trust you to handle the remaining matters. I shall take my leave." "Very well," Hong Yi replied, watching Bai Yi exit before returning to his seat, leisurely perusing an ancient tome. Once outside Hong Ye's residence, Bai Yi noted the addresses and phone numbers on the paper, but suddenly his expression shifted. He tore the paper into shreds, crumpled it into a ball, and ignited it with a lighter, watching as it turned to ash. With a sigh, he resolved to leave this matter unmentioned upon his return, focusing solely on the tasks at hand concerning the Sea of Death. Tang San Cheng stood vigil by Xiao Ning's bedside, gently wiping her face with a towel. Upon seeing Bai Yi return, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Xiao Ning has always cherished her beauty. We cannot take her with us. We must ensure she is well cared for. Do you recall the elder sister who used to cook for us?" Bai Yi responded, "I intend to ask her to look after Xiao Ning until we return." "What do you think? Will we truly return?" Tang San Cheng's heart was heavy with anxiety after overhearing the conversation between Lei Zi and Bai Yi during the day. The uncertainty of their survival in the desert loomed over him. I do not know, Bai Yi replied coldly. Tang San Cheng, how many times have you miraculously escaped from peril? I cannot recall, Tang San Cheng replied, putting away the towel and pondering earnestly. The first time I escaped was after meeting you, and since then, there have been many instances where I narrowly evaded death. Bai Yi patted his shoulder. Having survived so many close calls, why not trust in your luck once more? Do not dwell on the negatives. If we do not return alive, Xiao Ning will accompany us in death. Just keep that in mind. Taking a deep breath, Tang San Cheng clenched his fists. Bai Yi continued. You will look after Xiao Ning while I prepare with Qi Xia. You need not concern yourself further. The preparations required were more intricate than usual. In addition to standard gear, 2 essential items were a compass and a map marker, indispensable tools to prevent getting lost in the desert. The temperature fluctuations between day and night in the desert were extreme, necessitating more adequate clothing, particularly masks to shield against sand entering the mouth and nose. As for food supplies, they would address that upon reaching their destination. The following morning, Xiao Ning was taken away, and Tang San Cheng wore a look of melancholy loss. Having always been carefree, he finally understood the pang of losing something dear. Little Shan maintained an innocent demeanor, believing in his heart that sister Xiao Ning was merely asleep. Where are we going to play this time? He inquired. Xiao Shan spoke of amusement, and Bai Yi once contemplated not bringing Xiao Shan along. For the unpredictable Xiao Shan could easily transform into a ticking time bomb in the desert. Yet, his capabilities might also serve to rescue everyone. Initially, Bai Yi intended to drive there. However, his vehicle was ill-suited for traversing the sandy expanse. Ultimately, he relinquished the idea of self-driving and opted for the most traditional mode of transport, the train. After several transfers, gazing upon the undulating hills flanking the tracks, they looked further ahead where the desert appeared akin to a golden sea, tantalizingly out of reach. With over an hour still to their destination, as the train progressed, sporadic buildings gradually came into view, and the absence of pedestrians evoked a profound sense of desolation in each heart. Whether it was a psychological effect or not, the sight of the yellow sands seemed to constrict their throats, intensifying their thirst. Lazy possessed some knowledge on how to effectively hydrate in such an environment, a testament to his prior residence there. Do not wait until you feel thirsty to drink, Lazy advised. Sip slowly and do not wait for your body to remind you. By then, it may be too late, and dehydration can set in quickly, especially upon entering the desert. You must drink at regular intervals, at least every half hour, and in set amounts. Alcohol is strictly forbidden in the desert, as it depletes the body's water reserves. Heeding Lazy's counsel, they began to acclimatize to a disciplined drinking routine. Bai Yi remained vigilant regarding their water supply, his anxiety surrounding their hydration evident. To his surprise, upon their arrival in the desert, they were greeted by a sudden rainstorm. Although they had reached the desert, the area they arrived at was a settlement. Albeit dilapidated, it offered ample provisions. Lazy had already prepared Bai Yi for the inflated prices here, which could be several times higher than those outside. Bai Yi gazed toward the desert, noting the swift arrival and equally rapid cessation of the rain. Once it ceased, the sunlit side of the dunes shimmered with golden grains, while the shadowed side, dampened by the rain, displayed a spectrum of contrasting hues, rendering the scene all the more magnificent. In Chapter 303, Black, it was indeed surprising that even those who had lived there for years had likely not witnessed rain in many seasons. Lazy surveyed the scattered crowd, remarking on their markedly different demeanor today. Are they welcoming us? Bai Yi murmured. Come, I will show you to your lodging, Lazy said, tossing his belongings over his shoulder. Let us see if those fellows in black cloaks are still about. The accommodation Lazy referred to was a remarkably rudimentary inn, the conditions barely worth mentioning, and the prices shockingly exorbitant. The proprietress was an authentic beauty of a minority ethnicity, somewhat aged yet possessing an alluring charm, her eyes captivating. Upon entering, Lazy found himself ensnared by her gaze. It is often said that women from minority groups are spirited, and this assertion held true. The proprietress approached Lazy, her demeanor enchanting. Are you here to stay, my friend? The Mandarin spoken here is not particularly fluent, tinged with a nasal tone, which adds a distinctive charm to the innkeeper. We need accommodation for 2 rooms. What delicacies do you have? Asked Lazy. Delicacies abound, but it depends on whether you're willing to show some financial appreciation with your fingers, the innkeeper replied with a playful tone. Lazy scoffed. Just make the arrangements. Your hospitality is guaranteed. As he spoke, he brazenly brushed against the innkeeper's chest, which surprisingly elicited a pleased gaze from her rather than disdain. This left Tang San Cheng utterly astounded, inwardly condemning Bai Yi as a rogue. The 2 rooms they received were likely the most rudimentary accommodations one could find. After a brief tidying up, they ventured out for a meal, where the culinary delights bordering the desert brought both pain and joy. The lamb and beef were exceptionally tender, and although the innkeeper had prepared some milk wine, they heeded Bai Yi's warning and kept their distance from it. The innkeeper, noticing their reluctance, appeared somewhat vexed. "You come here and refuse to drink? We are not like the locals," she remarked. Bai Yi interjected, "By the way, isn't the Lulan ruins nearby?" "Indeed. It's south quite close," the innkeeper replied, twisting her head. "No, we shall not go," Bai Yi stated. The innkeeper, studying Bai Yi's fair complexion, smiled. "Then where do you intend to go?" "We have no specific destination. We merely wish to delve into the heart of the desert," Bai Yi explained. "Do you know of anyone who could guide us?" The innkeeper's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, the earlier flirtation vanishing in an instant as she scrutinized the group. "A guide? Or perhaps individuals cloaked in black?" Bai Yi, unabashed, clarified. "You mean they truly exist?" The innkeeper fixed her gaze on him. "How do you know? Are they real?" Bai Yi, perceiving the innkeeper's tone, concluded that Bai Yi's claims held truth. Indeed, such individuals existed, earning their living as guides here. "They do exist," the innkeeper confirmed, extending her hand, "but there's a service fee." Bai Yi produced a bill and placed it in her palm, to which she seized his hand playfully. "Very well, enjoy your meal. I shall seek one for you." "Hey," Bai Yi called out, and the innkeeper turned back just as she was about to leave. Bai Yi's voice grew serious. "Make sure you don't just bring anyone to fill the role." The innkeeper left with a semblance of a smile, while Bai Yi turned to see Tang San Cheng regarding him with disdain. "What's the matter?" he asked. Tang San Cheng shook his head. "Nothing. Just a reminder that the customs here differ from ours. The women are quite affectionate, understand?" Bai Yi spat on the ground. "Furthermore, you have Xiao Ning. While I remain single, if only the heavens would bless me with a beauty. This place is abundant in sand and beautiful women, but you should perhaps exercise some restraint," Tang San Cheng advised. "We are here on serious business, not for leisure." I know. Rest assured," Bai Yi replied. "Those cloaked figures are not just anyone. Their cloaks bear a golden crescent symbol, which I remember vividly. If she brings someone randomly, I will ensure she faces the consequences." "A golden crescent symbol?" Bai Yi pondered. "It appears these individuals belong to a certain organization." "Risey, why do I feel like there's more to this than meets the eye? It's merely guiding the tourists." "Isn't it? You're overthinking," Risey remarked. "Regardless of their organization, as long as they can lead us into the desert and safely bring us out, that is sufficient." Tang San harbored concerns, having eaten little, while Qijie quietly served him dishes in silence. Xiao Shan, however, was enjoying his meal, and suddenly pointed outside, exclaiming, "Who is that dark-skinned person?" Everyone looked up to see the proprietress escorting a youth clad in a black cloak. Prominently displayed on the back of the cloak was a golden crescent moon. The boy, as Risey had described, appeared to be around 15 or 16. Slender and ill-fitted in such a large cloak, he did not seem to belong to a minority, but rather resembled a Han child, with delicate features and fair skin. His voice was neither warm nor cold. "Are you planning to enter the desert?" "Yes," Bai Yi assessed him from head to toe. "Do you have confidence in bringing us out?" Even before entering, he was already contemplating the exit, prompting Bai Yi to chuckle at himself for feeling apprehensive despite not having moved an inch. The boy, however, exhibited a certain defiance. "I can." There was a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. "Why should we trust you?" Bai Yi inquired. Suddenly, the boy turned and walked outside in silence, leaving everyone bewildered. It was the proprietress who suggested they follow him outside. The boy fixed his gaze intently on the desert, the rain having just cleared, and the heat was palpable. His eyes were focused, seemingly locked onto something, when he abruptly turned. "A sandstorm is approaching." A sandstorm? This sandstorm was akin to a tornado in the desert. And as doubt lingered among them, a cloud of yellow sand rose in the distance. The sound of the wind howling began to fill the air, and deep within the desert, a rumbling akin to thunder resonated. Xiao Shan pointed upward, exclaiming, "Look, what a massive whirlwind." Bai Yi understood that the eye of the tornado was still a distance away, but judging by the commotion it stirred, the winds were fierce, and those caught in it would suffer greatly. What could the boy have perceived to predict the arrival of the tornado? The proprietress placed a hand over her chest, expressing concern. Who knows where it will sweep? There is no danger here, the boy in the black cloak stated, and turned to re-enter the shop. His eyes were as dark as his cloak, and Bai Yi sensed an undercurrent of melancholy within him. If one were to assign an emotional tone to this youth, it would undoubtedly be sorrowful. The boy abruptly glanced back. Now do you believe? Chapter 304. The camel. After uttering this, the boy returned to the shop alone, his silhouette appearing somewhat desolate. The proprietress gently placed a hand on Rize's shoulder, caressing him softly. Feeling vexed, Rize brushed her hand away and pursued the boy. Hey, wait. I have no intention of leaving, the boy replied coldly without looking back, taking a seat with an air of arrogance. Rize thought to himself, well, this little fellow is quite full of himself. What is your name? Rize asked, sitting before the youth. What is the price? I only accept gold, the boy replied, lifting his head with unwavering resolve. That is our rule. You all. Bai Yi, just entering, overheard the boy's words and immediately interjected. Are you the one leading us in? Are there others involved? The youth fell momentarily silent, then bit his lip and said, You need not concern yourselves with this. 3 bars of gold. Tang San and Qi Jia exchanged glances. Gold had not been scarce before. In fact, it had been abundant, yet all had been surrendered to Lord Hong by Lazy. In this desolate place, where could they possibly procure gold? Lazy raised 2 fingers. 2 bars. No negotiation. Seeing Lazy's nonchalance, Tang San grew anxious and rushed over to tug at Lazy's sleeve. Hey, where are we supposed to find the gold? Don't fret, Tang San, Lazy replied dismissively. Rolling his eyes, Tang San quickly grasped the implication. Ah, so you dare to line your own pockets? Don't speak so harshly. Can't you see I'm engaged in a discussion? Lazy said, turning to the youth. What do you think? 2 bars of gold is quite a sum. Shall we strike a deal? The youth responded, one is a deposit, and the other half will be paid upon completion. Lazy glanced at Bai Yi, who nodded in agreement. Just as Lazy was about to hand a bar to the youth, Tang San intercepted him, flipping the gold bar over and exclaiming, What is this? Lazy snatched it back. What do you take me for? This is my own reserve. Tang San, you scoundrel. My apologies, I was mistaken. Tang San, suspecting Lazy had pocketed the gold from the last encounter with the yellow turbans, felt quite petty. I was wrong, truly wrong. How rude of me. Lazy, visibly hurt, defended himself. I have spent time here and know the local customs. This was prepared for you as a surprise. How dare you doubt me? While I may be a bit of a smooth talker, I would never betray Bai Yi's trust. I truly misjudged you. Tang San chuckled sheepishly. I apologize. Get lost, will you? Lazy spat on the ground, still irate. All right, let us not quarrel, Bai Yi interjected. Since we depart tomorrow, we should gather some supplies today and rest well. He turned to the youth. What is your name? Ocean, the youth replied. Everyone calls me Xiao Hai. Very well, Xiao Hai. Where do you reside, and at what time shall we meet tomorrow? Bai Yi inquired. I will come at 8. You need not worry about where I stay, the youth replied. Prepare your own camels. I shall take my leave. Excuse me, are you in need of camels? A savvy landlady appeared beside Lazy like a specter. Would you like some assistance? Lazy shot her a glance. Certainly not for free. You are quite shrewd. But this time I know where to find them, so your help is unnecessary. He playfully patted the landlady's lovely face. Now let us go find some camels. As the landlady watched them depart, an inexplicable expression crossed her face. Alas, once they enter, they may never return. If we can earn a little more, let us do so. Lazy led by E and their companions to find Captain Luo. In this place, anything is possible, yet Captain Luo remains a steadfast presence. They rely on this desert for their survival. Camels are the saviors of the arid expanse, the vessels of the sands, capable of enduring hunger and thirst, going 4 to 5 days without food or water. Their furry ears shield them from the biting winds and sands, while their double eyelids and long, thick eyelashes protect their eyes from debris. Their nostrils can close at will. The caravan in this town is located at the northernmost point. As Lazy and his group walked over, the loose-knit residents eyed the newcomers with curiosity, then lowered their heads to continue their tasks. Lazy remarked, This place hasn't changed much. There are just a few more people. Perhaps due to the ruins of the ancient Lulan kingdom, this area has become a vital thoroughfare. Bai Yi replied, Things are different now. There is a focus on tourism. Times inevitably change, often without notice. The town is not large, with few shops. Most are modest stalls lining the roadside, selling local delicacies. As they strolled, enticing aromas wafted through the air, emanating from a unique type of bread. freshly baked and irresistibly fragrant. Tang San Cheng could hardly suppress his salivation. Upon arrival, the delightful scent of food was swiftly replaced by the distinct odor of animals. Lazy sniffed the air and remarked, "I can already smell them." This was a place dedicated to renting camels. Several camels leisurely ambled about the yard. As Lazy entered, he affectionately patted the belly of one camel. These creatures are gentle by nature, remaining calm and composed in the presence of strangers. To Lazy's surprise, the owner was a genuine Han Chinese, who promptly welcomed the guests. "Are you here to rent camels?" "Indeed," Lazy replied. He understood that renting a camel was akin to purchasing one, as it required a hefty deposit. Failure to return the animal would result in a deduction from their funds. In this desert, camels, much like people, can encounter misfortune. Countless camels have been lost to the shifting sands. There are two types of camels, the single-humped and the double-humped. The former is taller and capable of walking and running in the desert, suitable for transporting goods and carrying riders. The latter has shorter limbs, better suited for traversing gravel and snow. The camels here are all single-humped. Lazy inspected the camel's feet, avoiding those that had been injured during previous rentals. The owner recognized Lazy's expertise by the deftness of his actions. Lazy selected 5 single-humped camels and purchased a pack saddle to carry supplies on their backs. He paid promptly, though Tang San Cheng was internally apprehensive, grateful that their previous venture had been fruitful, as expenses here seemed to have doubled. On the return journey, they stocked up on provisions and water. Among the 5, 3 carried firearms. Previously, at the ancient Kunlun site, their weapons had fallen into the water, but fortunately, they had been repaired. Aware of the dangers of the desert, Bai Yi had brought extra ammunition and ensured sufficient throwing knives were on hand. As they led the camels back, the owner's wife cast a disgruntled look at Lazy, grumbling about how he had disrupted her opportunity to profit. Lazy playfully flicked her cheek and said, "Madam, one must not be overly greedy in life." Looking around, Lazy found it peculiar that, in November, the most comfortable time of the year here, there were so few guests. He pondered this anomaly. For those familiar with the area knew that October and November represented the golden period of the desert, with the climate being rather pleasant. It seemed that, at this moment, wealthy tourists were indeed scarce. The proprietress, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "Only people like you, who are fearless, would venture to see Lulan, and even dare to delve deep into the desert." Chapter 305. The moon suddenly. Lazy grasped the proprietress's hand, saying, "My dear lady, sometimes too much chatter can be quite off-putting. However, I must implore you to return safely. Men as intriguing as you are becoming increasingly rare." The proprietress giggled in response. "How morbidly amusing." Lazy pinched her lightly. "What do you know?" The proprietress flinched slightly. "What do I know?" Abruptly, Lazy reached to lift her skirt. She was adorned in traditional Uyghur attire, vibrant in color. The Uyghurs, known for their love of flowers, wore embroidered hats, garments, shoes, and sashes, all richly decorated. The skirt of the proprietress was no exception, adorned with flowers in a kaleidoscope of colors that dazzled the eye. Yet, Lazy's keen vision was exceptional. He seized her skirt, asking, "What is this?" Upon closer inspection, Tang San Cheng noticed a symbol hidden within the floral patterns of her skirt, a golden crescent moon. It matched perfectly with the emblem on the youth's cloak he had seen earlier. Lazy firmly grasped the proprietress's wrist, demanding, "What organization do you belong to?" The proprietress winced in pain, her brows furrowing. "What organization? We revere the moon. Is it wrong to embroider a moon on our garments?" At that moment, Lazy found himself at a loss for words. The Uyghurs practiced Islam, with their worship of the moon being a notable characteristic, especially in desert regions. The month of Ramadan in Islam commences with the sighting of the new moon and concludes with the subsequent sighting, with numerous chapters in the Quran bearing the name of the moon. Releasing her wrist, Lazy gently blew on it. "My apologies." The proprietress huffed, twisting away as she departed. "Your payment for the meal must be settled immediately, and it will be doubled as compensation for your offense." This woman truly knew how to conduct business. Lazy spat onto the ground in resignation, relieved that they would soon be leaving. Tang San Cheng, somewhat gleeful, remarked, "See? What was that saying? Better to offend a petty person than a woman." "Get lost," Lazy retorted, pointing at Tang San Cheng, his annoyance still simmering. "For the next 24 hours, do not speak to me." Tang San Cheng, feeling guilty, sulked to the side, contemplating their imminent journey into the desert. Uncertainty gnawed at him. And he worried about Xiao Ning's solitary situation in the capital, a myriad of emotions swirling within him, intensifying his discomfort. Xia offered him water. Drink. Don't overthink it. Rest well. Bai Yi appeared notably relaxed. The following morning, everyone loaded their belongings onto the camel, awaiting the arrival of the youth named Luanhai, who arrived punctually, accompanied by a camel adorned with a peculiar ear piercing featuring a silver ring. Was this a unique insignia? Let us depart, Luanhai remarked, casting a glance at the equipment of the 5 companions. The boy named Dahai led the camel eastward, while Bai Yi checked the time. It was precisely 8:05 in the morning. Initially, they traveled along a dirt path, the camel being led by a person. But as they ventured deeper into the desert, Dahai took the lead and mounted the camel. Lazy, having prior experience with camels, gently tapped the creature's rear, prompting it to kneel obediently, allowing him to leap onto its back. Xiaoshan, unexpectedly agile, sprang onto the camel's back with a deft jump. Dahai turned his head to glance at him, his mouth slightly agape. On the surface, Xiaoshan and Dahai appeared to be of similar age. Yet they were two extremes, one shrouded in melancholy as if raised in tears, the other radiating sunshine like a wildflower in an open field. Xiaoshan was indeed the latter, and one could hardly argue against that. Bai Yi rode his camel alongside Dahai, stating, "Dahai, we seek a particular plant. Take a look." He presented a meticulously drawn depiction of the lingxi fruit, inspired by a scroll made of sheepskin that he had copied before their departure. Dahai glanced at it, suddenly taken aback. "You are searching for this? Have you seen it?" Bai Yi's heart raced with excitement. He had not anticipated finding a lead so promptly upon entering. The lingxi fruit bore a resemblance to the moon, its leaves shaped like crescent moons, and the entire plant appeared akin to a budding flower, adorned with fine, tiny spines. "I have only seen it once," Dahai replied. "During a sandstorm, I encountered it while seeking shelter. It was my first sighting of such a plant in the desert." "That's wonderful." Tang San Cheng, with his keen hearing, caught Dahai's words. Urging his camel to quicken its pace, he inquired, "Where did this sandstorm occur? Let us there." Dahai's response cast a shadow over their spirits. "It is quite distant, nearly crossing half the desert. Moreover, a sandstorm can whisk away many things. That plant may have long since vanished." "Damn it!" Tang San Cheng clenched his fists, fearing the anguish of missed opportunities, the hope that lies just within reach, only to slip away, transforming joy into desolation. Bai Yi pondered that if even Dahai had only encountered this plant once, it indicated its rarity on the desert surface. The witchcraft lore had mentioned that 7 entities thrived in the shadowy depths. The lingxi fruit belonged to the earth, yet due to the sandstorm, it had fortuitously revealed itself in the desert. How long would it take to reach that place under normal circumstances? Bai Yi suddenly inquired. 2 days and a night, Dahai responded. "Assuming all goes well, let us be on our way." Bai Yi spoke without hesitation, declaring that they had already grasped the lead and had no reason not to pursue it. Camels in the desert hold an advantage akin to that of a galloping steed on the grasslands. In the sandy terrain, they possess undeniable superiority. Lazy had a discerning eye. These 5 camels were remarkably agile, and as for the one belonging to Dahai, its hind legs appeared exceptionally strong. Xia remarked that its hooves were more robust than those of their own camels. Could it be a steed of unparalleled lineage among camels? Tang San suggested. Just as Lei Zi was about to counter, he recalled the 24-hour time limit he had mentioned earlier, promptly sealing his lips. Bai Yi became acutely aware of a grave issue: water. He had long harbored concerns regarding their water supply. Due to their regimented drinking schedule, the water was steadily depleting. If they were to traverse the vast expanse of the desert back and forth, they would surely run out of water midway. The paramount challenge thus became the quest for a water source within the desert. After 3 hours of traversing without incident, indeed, the journey had been so smooth it was almost unsettling, Lei Zi lifted his gaze. November brought with it a midday sun in the desert that was blinding. Suddenly, the sun seemed to vanish, and it was then that Lei Zi spotted her. Suspended in midair, she stood before a well. Chapter 306. The Maiden. It's a mirage. Xia exclaimed, noticing Lei Zi's fixation. He too gazed upward, and soon everyone beheld the ethereal sight. Amidst the mist, a young Uyghur girl stood before the well, her hair cascading down as if freshly washed. She was delicately drying her damp locks with her hands. Her visage resembled a full moon, radiating a gentle glow. Her eyes were exquisite, clear as a tranquil lake, embodying purity and beauty in a captivating tableau. There exists greenery even in the desert, Bai Yi remarked. If we could locate that place, we could replenish our supplies. How splendid. She is truly beautiful. His voice bore an unprecedented softness, and he gazed at the girl in the mirage with a rapture the others had never witnessed. A radiant expression illuminated his face as he reached out toward the apparition in midair. Just at that moment, the mirage dissipated, leaving Bai Yi's hand suspended in the air. And he lamented, "What a pity. Mirages often manifest at sea. In the desert, they arise from the refraction of light traveling through layers of air with varying densities." Dahai's expression remained impassive, likely a result of prolonged exposure to the desert, having encountered countless mirages before, rendering him accustomed to such illusions. Yet, when he gazed at the girl, a similar brilliance graced his countenance as it had with Bai Yi. Why was that? Bai Yi entertained a bold thought. The girl's location was indeed within the desert, and Dahai seemed to be familiar with it, perhaps even acquainted with the maiden. Observing her attire, it was clear she was dressed in the traditional garb of the local Uyghur people. The environment surrounding her suggested the presence of an oasis with a well, and the structures behind her did not resemble the quaint town they had departed from. Prior to their journey, Bai Yi had consulted relevant materials and learned of such small oases existing within the desert, their architecture akin to that seen in mirages. "What are you pondering?" Xia inquired. "Your expressions, both you and Bai Yi, seem quite extraordinary." "What do you mean?" Bai Yi turned to glance back at Bai Yi, who remained perched upon the camel, his eyes seemingly vacant. With his head tilted, he wore an expression of deep contemplation, punctuated by an absurd grin that bordered on foolishness, nearly drooling in his oblivion. "Am I like him?" Bai Yi was taken aback that Xia would utter such a dry jest. He appeared utterly daft, indeed. Xiao suddenly leapt onto Bai Yi's back, startling him to the brink of tumbling off. "What are you doing, Xiao? Waking you up? You were just dozing off. Weren't you?" Xiao chuckled, and as Bai Yi perceived the curious gazes of the others, realization dawned upon him. He grasped his head in embarrassment, murmuring apologies. Bai Yi found it difficult to articulate his current emotional state. He understood that this journey was no mere leisure trip, and flirting with the proprietress was but a trivial endeavor to appease his boredom. Yet, that fleeting glance had nearly frozen the blood within his veins. Her mesmerizing eyes seemed to possess an ethereal ability to ensnare his very soul. Such poignant sentiments were typically articulated by Bai Yi, but now he comprehended this feeling entirely. It was not mere infatuation, it was love at first sight. Blast it! Such occurrences exist? Bai Yi spat into the sand, dismissing the illusion as mere mirage, pondering where in this vast expanse she might be lurking. "What is the matter?" Xiao inquired innocently, oblivious to the complexities of romantic entanglements. Bai Yi shoved him playfully. "Let us head back. We need to continue our journey." Dahai scrutinized Bai Yi's face with a chilling gaze, as cold as a dagger poised to pierce his heart. For a fleeting moment, Bai Yi felt a palpable intent to kill. What secrets did this youth harbor? Despite his tender years, he possessed an uncanny knowledge of the desert. Yet he remained an enigma, shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Suddenly, Dahai halted, declaring, "Ahead lies an area frequented by scorpions. Tread carefully." The notorious venomous scorpions of the desert were well known, and the atmosphere grew tense. After advancing approximately 10 meters, an astonishing sight unfolded. A legion of poisonous scorpions crawled languidly through the sand, densely clustered, as if to proclaim this territory as their own. Although their pincers appeared diminutive, one must not underestimate these creatures. Their size belied their potency, as they thrived without the need for formidable claws. They dominated this stretch of desert, and to traverse it, they must be circumvented, be it camel or man. None could afford to provoke them. Bai Yi furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling the tiger beetle shell. During their time on Changbai Mountain, the tiger beetle shell had commanded the scorpions within the tomb. Just as Bai Yi prepared to signal Tang San to reveal the shell, Dahai produced a short flute. Though calling it a flute was somewhat misleading, it was a rather rudimentary instrument crafted from a piece of wood. He dismounted the camel and positioned the instrument beneath his nose, not his lips. A deep, resonant sound emanated from the crude device, echoing as though it had traversed the ages. Upon hearing this note, the scorpions parted, creating a pathway for them. "Incredible!" Bai Yi exclaimed, overwhelmed with awe. But there was no time for wonder as Bai Yi urged everyone to swiftly cross through the scorpion-infested terrain. As time passed, Bai Yi inquired of Dahai, "What is that?" Dahai replied, You need not concern yourself with the details. Simply know that I can command them. Dahai seemed to be sulking as he continued. Ahead lies the bulrush, where we can discover a water source. We shall pause there for a while and gather some water for our needs. The bulrush, a plant known to the youth, grows densely with robust fibrous roots measuring 23 millimeters in diameter, penetrating the earth to depths of 80 to 150 centimeters, and spreading out 160 to 200 centimeters, adorned with white hair like mycorrhizae. It thrives in saline alkaline sandy soils, where groundwater is typically found around 2 meters below the surface. Indeed, this young man possessed remarkable skills. The camels halted before the bulrush, as it was their favored sustenance, and they too required nourishment. The group began to excavate for water, and everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Suddenly, Tang San's ears perked up. He sensed the subtle movement of sand and heard faint sounds. Bai Yi and Tang San grew uneasy. Something feels amiss, Tang San remarked. A sandstorm is approaching. Dahai glanced at Tang San and acknowledged. It appears you have noticed as well. Chapter 307. Oasis. Tang San had never encountered a sandstorm before. In fact, aside from Dahai, no one had. The tempest arrived swiftly, causing the camels to kneel, and the group sought refuge behind them. There was nothing to cling to, and mere seconds later, a fierce wind erupted, enveloping the world in chaos, sand swirling, rendering everyone invisible to one another as the realm descended into confusion. Bai Yi struggled to open his eyes, gripping tightly to the camel's leg, closing his eyes firmly, and faintly hearing Tang San's voice. What is it? The tone of surprise startled Bai Yi, and he felt an urge to act, but the force of the wind and sand rendered him numb, his vision blurred, and his face stung painfully. By the time Bai Yi became alert, it was too late. A sudden numbness seized his neck, and he succumbed to unconsciousness amidst the storm. As Bai Yi regained a flicker of awareness, he found his body warm, as if a gentle breeze was blowing over his head. He opened his eyes to behold a woman of striking beauty, her healthy complexion radiant, with bright eyes and long braids cascading down. Her gaze was fixed upon him, and Bai Yi was taken aback. How had he transitioned from a world of swirling sand to this ethereal realm? Who are you? Where's this place? He asked, scanning his surroundings. He realized he was in a structure resembling a dome-shaped tent, lying upon a soft mattress placed directly on the ground, covered with furs of an unfamiliar animal. His mind raced with memories flashing before him as he turned to the window, glimpsing a well. Where am I? He wondered, questioning whether he had entered a mirage. Bai Yi swiftly pinched his thigh, the pain stirring him from his stupor. The sequence of events unfolded as follows. First, he had witnessed a mirage in the desert, followed by a sandstorm, and then, amidst the chaos, he had heard the voice of Tang San Cheng before losing consciousness. Now, he found himself in the very oasis he had glimpsed within that mirage. Bai Yi rose to his feet with a sudden movement, startling the woman nearby, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Where are my companions? He demanded. The woman seemed unable to comprehend Mandarin, her lips forming a lengthy string of incomprehensible words. Panic surged within him. Were there truly no Mandarin speakers here? And what of the sea? Where had the guide gone? Bai Yi rushed towards the exit, only to be met by two blades, their hilts precisely poised at his throat. The sharpness of the blades compelled him to take a step back, bewildered by the situation. The woman approached, gesturing emphatically. Bai Yi understood her signals. She was imploring him not to leave the confines of the shelter. In a final, striking gesture, she mimicked a throat-slitting motion, a grim reminder that compliance was paramount, lest he face dire consequences. Unfamiliar with the circumstances outside, Bai Yi pondered the two guards by the door. He was confident he could handle them. However, the uncertainty of the situation weighed heavily on him. What had transpired during the sandstorm that led everyone here? Were his companions safe? His hand instinctively moved to his waist, only to discover the absence of his throwing knives and firearm. This was dire. Losing his weapons only escalated the peril he faced. He closed his eyes, relieved that he was merely under soft confinement. Had they intended to kill him, the moment had presented itself perfectly. Their restraint, however, hinted at a glimmer of hope. The woman approached Bai Yi once more, this time offering food, an array of vibrant, colorful dishes. Bai Yi gasped in astonishment. Do you have rice here? He inquired. It must be exceedingly rare in this land, and yet the host had chosen to offer it to him. Bai Yi licked his lips, but the pressing need for water eclipsed his desire for food. His lips were cracked, a briny taste swirling in his mouth. Blood. Noticing his actions, The woman swiftly procured water for him. Bai Yi initially yearned to gulp it down, but recalling Lei Zi's admonitions, he restrained himself, sipping cautiously. Perhaps it was the water's effect, but he felt himself gradually relax. Now that he was here, it was essential to ascertain the situation. Just as Bai Yi attempted to regain his composure, a cacophony erupted outside. Seizing the moment, he crept closer to the door, remembering the two guards wielding crescent blades. He crouched low, peering up from the ground. He first caught sight of a pair of shoes, filthy and worn, followed by familiar trousers. As the shoes approached, they were accompanied by individuals clad in riding boots. Bai Yi sprang to his feet just in time to come face to face with the newly arrived Tang San Cheng and Xiao Shan, who had been thrust into the room. Tang San's appearance was exceedingly haggard, his eyes of vivid crimson, and his complexion had taken on a pallid hue. Xiao Shan appeared somewhat better, yet still quite disheveled. Bound by circumstances, he was now fraught with anxiety. Upon seeing Bai Yi, Tang San muttered, "This is truly bizarre." Suddenly, they were shoved from behind and fully entered the room. Bai Yi inquired, "Where are Qi Xie and Lei Zi?" "I do not know," replied Tang San. "When I regained consciousness, I was with Xiao Shan. I did not see Qi Xie and Lei Zi. I suspect they are also here. We have been captured." This notion resonated with Bai Yi as they had indeed been ambushed. The assailants were formidable, capable of navigating the sandstorm with ease and exhibiting a disconcerting calm. "I believe I heard you call out. What did you perceive at that moment?" Bai Yi asked. Tang San explained, "At that time, I was solely focused on safeguarding myself. I merely noticed a peculiar sound. The frequency of the sand shifting was unusual. Someone emerged from beneath the sand, though initially, I was unaware it was a person. Of course, I realized before losing consciousness." There was a hint of lament in Tang San's voice. Bai Yi understood the turmoil within him, trapped in this unknown place. Uncertain of their fate, how could they possibly seek out Ling Xigua? "Did you observe anything peculiar upon your entrance?" Bai Yi questioned. "Were there many armed individuals outside?" "Not particularly, perhaps around 20, Tang San replied, casting a glance at the woman who had been by Bai Yi's side. "It is rather strange here. There are few men and a plethora of women. Women's garments are scattered everywhere, and it is women who toil and issue commands. Have we perhaps stumbled into a matriarchy? Did you not notice this place is reminiscent of one depicted in a mirage?" Bai Yi anticipated that Tang San's keen observation would lead him to this realization. Indeed, Tang San was momentarily taken aback, his mouth forming an O of astonishment. "Really? I distinctly remember the locations of the well, the trees, and the houses. There can be no mistake," Bai Yi asserted. "If we could encounter the lady who appeared in the mirage, it would be conclusive." A sudden silence enveloped the trio. The perpetually anxious Xiao Shan clutched his head in despair. Bai Yi abruptly turned to the woman, saying, "Stop feigning ignorance. Who are you watching over us?" Chapter 308. A cohort, a flicker of panic crossed the woman's face. Bai Yi pointed at her hands. "Your hands do not seem to be those of someone accustomed to hard labor. They are delicate and soft. You must hold a relatively high position here. Stop pretending you do not understand Mandarin. You were quite attentive when we spoke. When we mentioned the lady from the mirage, your expression was one of surprise. If you truly did not comprehend, what was there to be surprised about?" It appeared Bai Yi had been observing the woman's reactions closely, caught off guard by his insights. The woman looked disgruntled. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, declaring, "You are quite astute. I have informed the leader that if you are not eliminated, she will surely regret it." Her Mandarin was fluent, yet her tone was as frigid as the blade that had earlier rested against her neck, starkly contrasting with the tenderness that had graced her eyes moments before. Bai Yi, feeling a sense of helplessness, rose to his feet. "You have taken everything we possess. If you intend to kill us, you may do so at any moment. Yet, why confine us here? That is the leader's intent. If it were up to me, you would have long since lost your lives. If every individual harbors duality, this is indeed a chilling revelation." In scarcely a few minutes, this woman had transformed into a harbinger of death. Bai Yi remarked, "It appears my words hold truth. We are indeed ensconced within an oasis amidst a mirage. But what of our two companions?" The woman offered no response. "Since you have unveiled my ruse, I see no reason to linger. As for your companions, pray for them." Her words sent a chill coursing through Tang San Cheng's veins. Their implication was far from reassuring. Tang San Cheng shook his head. "It makes no sense to spare the lives of the three of us while condemning Qi Xie and Lei Zi. There is no rhyme or reason to this." Bai Yi let out a muffled groan. You are overlooking one individual. Who? Tang San Cheng inquired, and as he slapped himself, his already cracked lips began to bleed. Wiping his hand across his mouth, he realized, I understand now. It is that boy, the one from the sea, right? Bai Yi nodded. However, he is surely unharmed. Why do you say that? Tang San Cheng asked, bewildered. Bai Yi explained, you must have seen the two men guarding the entrance when you arrived. They were clad in black, wearing cloaks, adorned with the same golden crescent emblem. The woman bore none of these marks. Only the men did. What does this signify? Xiao Shan lamented, they are in cahoots. Indeed, Lei Zi's intuition was sharp. He sensed something amiss with the proprietress, yet he had been deftly misled. The boy and the proprietress were evidently luring them into a trap. The proprietress had directed certain patrons towards the cloaked youth, leading them here for an undisclosed purpose. Bai Yi asserted, this is a scheme. From the very beginning, we have been led by the nose. Tang San Cheng was reluctant to accept the notion of the boy's complicity. Despite his gloomy demeanor, he did not appear malevolent. As the saying goes, one's appearance reflects the heart, and Tang San Cheng believed the boy did not possess the visage of a villain. I cannot ascertain whether he is acting of his own volition or under duress. My primary concern lies with Qi Xie and Lei Zi. Bai Yi added, especially Lei Zi. What do you mean? Tang San Cheng quickly grasped the implication. Qi Xie is formidable. That is not the issue. Even if Qi Xie is skilled, like us, he would be equally concerned for our safety. Even if an opportunity to escape presented itself, he would not act recklessly. However, Lei Zi is different. Bai Yi's expression turned grave. Do you remember the girl in the mirage? Lei Zi was clearly enamored by her. If the vision within the mirage was authentic, then that girl must also be real. It is unlikely, thought Tang San Cheng, albeit lacking in conviction. At that moment, Lei Zi's expression upon seeing the ethereal maiden was foreboding. Should such a vision manifest in reality, what chaos would ensue? If it were you or I would wager there would be no issue. Yet for Lei Zi, I harbor no certainty. Bai Yi remarked, now that he is nowhere to be found. Who knows what transpired? The atmosphere here is fraught with uncertainty, and trust is a rare commodity. A sudden silence enveloped the trio, as Tang San Cheng anxiously gazed outside. What of Qi Xie? Surely, he has not met with misfortune? Let us wait and see. We have no authority to speak now. We must simply observe the unfolding events. Bai Yi replied, I have faith in Qi Xie. Bai Yi's intuition proved correct. As dusk approached, Qi Xie entered, bearing injuries. A deep mark encircled his neck, engorged and crimson. Tang San Cheng rushed to his side, exclaiming, what has transpired? This injury was not incurred after their arrival, but during the sandstorm. Tang San Cheng, possessing remarkable hearing, recalled that Qi Xie had been nearest to him when the incident occurred. With his formidable skills, Qi Xie had fought back valiantly. However, he had underestimated the force of the sand. Typically as light as a feather, Qi Xie found himself ensnared within the grains, akin to a trapped beast, his strength rendered useless. In contrast, their assailants moved with ease through the sand, adept at wielding whips. The mark upon Qi Xie's neck was a testament to their cruelty, as he had only narrowly escaped death by severing the whip with sheer force. Yet still fell captive to this place. Qi Xie refrained from elaborating, vaguely stating he sustained injuries during the confrontation. Bai Yi furrowed his brow. Indeed, the treacherous sand was a significant challenge. Those unaccustomed to such terrain, even martial masters, would find themselves hindered. Traversing sand is far more arduous than solid ground. These men resemble bandits, Qi Xie declared. Our captors are men, lacking formal martial training, yet they are remarkably agile, skilled at navigating the desert and proficient with their whips, precisely where we are most vulnerable. Without firearms or throwing knives, our predicament grows increasingly dire. Bai Yi remarked. Now we are left with only Lei Zi. As darkness enveloped the sky, Lei Zi had yet to return. The night descended like a darkened lid, and dread settled in their hearts. Tang San Cheng felt hunger gnawing at him, a primal instinct that could not be quelled, even in dire circumstances. No provisions had been brought forth. The meal intended for Bai Yi was shared among them, but insufficient for several grown men. They were abandoned in their plight. Having never encountered such desperation, Tang San Cheng suddenly realized that being trapped beneath a waterfall was preferable to their current plight. A turning point came 10 minutes later when the door swung open. It was the woman from earlier, flanked by 6 guards clad in black, their faces obscured by cloaks, and the glint of their curved blades shimmered ominously even in the night. Gentlemen, please, the the woman intoned with a hint of mockery, as if she regarded them merely as playthings, little mice to be toyed with. Chapter 309. The Master. The desert at night is remarkably cool, with temperature fluctuations exceeding 30 degrees between day and night. The four individuals, already beset by hunger, now found themselves suffering from both hunger and cold. Their belongings mysteriously vanished. There was no situation more dire than this. The structures here, all pristine white, were exquisitely constructed. Trembling, the four entered the most grand chamber, which must surely be the residence of the so-called leader. The interior was adorned in opulence, as the Uyghur people prized floral beauty, and an abundance of blossoms flourished here. A truly astonishing sight amidst the desert. Yet, what could these people not accomplish? The carpets laid upon the ground were extraordinarily lavish. Upon entering, the quartet was greeted by the rich aroma of wine, a potent scent of grape wine that was not their greatest surprise. What astonished them most was that Lei Zi had evidently been treated as an esteemed guest. Clad in traditional Uyghur attire, he appeared somewhat comical. Fortunately, he bore no beard. Otherwise, he would have resembled a quintessential Uyghur man. Though Bai Yi and the others found the sight rather awkward, Lei Zi seemed thoroughly pleased. Seated beside a small square table laden with an array of fruits and delicacies. Yet, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the presence of a certain individual beside him. Her. Tang San Cheng had recognized her. The girl possessed strikingly beautiful features. Her hair braided and dressed in vibrant attire. Yet, Tang San Cheng could effortlessly identify her, for her eyes were as captivating as a mirage, even surpassing that allure. Lei Zi had indeed been bewitched. Upon noticing their arrival, Lei Zi finally stood, rushing to greet them. In that moment, Bai Yi felt an overwhelming irony in their encounter. Managing a rueful smile, although slightly uneasy, Tang San Cheng inquired, "Are you all right?" "All right." Lei Zi, seemingly entranced, vigorously pinched his own face. "Of course. I have matters to attend to. It's truly unbelievable, do you know? I am getting married." "Married? Was this the place to discuss marriage?" Tang San Cheng opened his mouth, but uttered no words. He glanced at the girl, then at the sea, where the ocean stood expressionless behind her, appearing somewhat indifferent. Disappointment washed over Tang San Cheng. Indeed, they were all in cahoots. Aside from the entourage that had escorted them in, they had yet to encounter the so-called master. Who are you marrying? In truth, they all knew already. Lei Zi had collided with his dream girl, and the relationship was progressing at a remarkable pace. In just half a day, he was to be wed. Her, Lei Zi exclaimed excitedly, urging the girl to rise as he introduced her to his companions. "This is Ru Xian. Do you know what that means?" In their language, it signifies brightness and vivacity. "Ru Xian, this is Bai Yi, this is Tang San Cheng. This is Qi Xie, and the youngest among them is Xiao Shan. They are all my friends." The atmosphere was peculiar. Marriage should be a joyous occasion. Yet apart from Lei Zi, everyone felt an oppressive weight upon their hearts, suffocating and disconcerting. The situation was undeniably strange. Bai Yi suddenly turned his head and gazed at the sea, his eyes fixed intently on Lei Zi and Ru Xian, a complexity of emotions swirling within him. At that moment, Bai Yi certainly would not be foolish enough to inquire why he had chosen to betray them, for their relationship had always been one of opposition. Lei Zi sensed no warmth from his companions. "What's wrong? Aren't you happy for me?" "Congratulations," Tang San Cheng managed to utter, but Bai Yi merely smiled coldly. "I am more eager to meet the master. Is it me you wish to see?" A voice emerged from behind the curtain, and as it spoke, a woman in her mid-30s stepped forward. She was strikingly beautiful, captivating even Qi Xie, who found it difficult to divert his gaze. Unlike Ru Xian, who possessed an innocent and ethereal charm, this woman exuded a mature allure, her face shimmering with an enchanting glow. She held a bouquet of desert roses, flowers known for their vibrant splendor, befitting her elegant demeanor. These desert roses, native to arid regions, bloomed year-round, each blossom resembling a small trumpet, radiant and resplendent. The woman called out, "Chief, they have arrived. You may leave now. Do not disturb the guests." Her Mandarin was fluent and soft, reminiscent of the voices of women from the south of the Yangtze River. If one were to hear her voice without seeing her, one might readily assume she was a beautiful Han woman. Notably, upon her emergence, Xiao Hai lowered his head even more, his eyes fixated on the ground. Even closing them slightly, his eyelashes trembling gently. The chief cast a glance at Xiao Hai, her eyes sparkling with an unusual light, and suddenly presented the flowers to Ru Xian, Congratulations, Ruxian. Thank you, Chief. Ruxian's smile was innocent, and she appeared genuinely delighted at the prospect of marrying Lei Zi. Was she perhaps moved by his instant charm? Setting aside other considerations, Lei Zi was not unattractive. Though not particularly tall, his life experiences lent him a certain gravitas, marking him as a mature man. His features were acceptable, albeit appearing somewhat older in the presence of Ruxian. The chief maintained a smile, yet Tang San Cheng felt a shiver run down his spine. Not from her undeniable feminine allure, but from the realization that her smile seemed merely a twitch of her lips, her eyes devoid of warmth, resembling someone who could not quite manage to smile authentically. Furthermore, her gaze was hollow. In a person's visage, the eyes convey much, and a woman's eyes, in particular, reflect her innermost emotions. Although the chief's eyes were large, they were deeply set, suggesting a strong defensive disposition. Such individuals often seek to hide their eyes, unwilling for others to perceive their true selves, frequently adopting a hostile demeanor. It was as if they yearned to conceal their souls, wishing to shield their hearts from exposure, often resulting in a solitary existence. Moreover, her pupils were notably large. Individuals with such expansive pupils often possess rich emotions, act on impulse without meticulous planning, and retreat at the first sign of adversity, lacking both perseverance and patience. This suggests that the woman before him harbors many thoughts and is exceedingly emotional. Suddenly aware of Tang San Cheng's gaze, she swiftly moved to stand before him, her eyes mere inches from his. "What are you staring at?" Startled by the murderous aura radiating from her, Tang San Cheng instinctively took a step back. "I was admiring your eyes. They are quite beautiful, Chief. What is your name?" A veil of dust seemed to cloud the woman's eyes as she murmured, "So all men are the same, truly the same." Chapter 310, A Change of Countenance. The chief's voice was laced with fury. Tang San Cheng was baffled as to why his simple inquiry had incited such wrath. Did women not appreciate compliments? When he praised Xiao Ning's beauty, she had always smiled. Perhaps sensing her own lapse in composure, the chief abruptly suppressed her anger. "I am called Rina." True to her name, although he was unaware of its meaning in Uyghur, the surface interpretation in Chinese aptly reflected her character. Rina was no longer young. As she approached, Tang San Cheng discerned fine lines at the corners of her eyes. Returning to her original position, Rina addressed Ruxian, "Take good care of your husband. We shall hold your wedding in 2 days." "Indeed, Chief," Ruxian replied, her face radiating a compliant glow, the beautiful and innocent girl showing no inclination to defy her leader. "Now, greet your friends." Rina clapped her hands, and immediately, a procession of Uyghur women entered, bearing trays laden with an array of delicacies, including exquisite wine. "Enjoy your meal." With that, Rina vanished behind the curtains. And without her presence, Bai Yi and the others felt a significant ease. The woman who had escorted them now led others outside, standing guard at the door, leaving only them, Ruxian, and Dahai in the room. Dahai showed no intention of departing, standing silently like a black pillar. Tang San Cheng glanced at him. "You rascal." Dahai's lips moved slightly, yet he uttered not a word. Lei Zi's eyes were fixated on Ruxian, utterly captivated, his spirit seemingly entranced. Bai Yi's premonitions came to fruition. Lei Zi had become infatuated, making any discussion of escape utterly impractical. Were they to abandon Lei Zi? Faced with a table of exquisite food, Bai Yi found his appetite waning, in stark contrast to Tang San Cheng, who, with unrestrained enthusiasm, indulged in the meal. Savoring every bite, Tang San Cheng's thoughts were straightforward. While there was still ample food, he would fill his stomach and prepare for their departure. Encouraged by Tang San Cheng's demeanor, everyone ate with ease, silence enveloping them. Suddenly, Lei Zi emerged from his reverie, looking at his companions. "What is wrong with you? Where did you go this afternoon?" Bai Yi inquired. "When I awoke, I found myself beside the well outside. I did not see any of you." Suddenly, Lei Zi came to a halt and, with a hint of embarrassment, remarked, "Ruxian is fetching water. Can you fathom the sensation I experienced upon witnessing her? The sheer astonishment and delight of encountering an ethereal figure, once thought to be untouchable, manifest before me is beyond the capacity of any language to articulate." In that moment, Lei Zi was engulfed in such a state, despite the agony coursing through his body, as though his facial skin had been mercilessly torn apart. Yet, he managed to force a smile, exclaiming, "So she truly exists." Oblivious to the gravity of his situation, Lazy stood flanked by two men clad in black, each wielding slender whips, resembling a lamb ensnared by wolves. He gazed at Xian, who was busy at the well, lost in a stupor as the men in black confiscated his weapons. Just as they prepared to drag him away, a voice broke the tension. "You seem quite fond of her." It was Rina speaking, with Dahai standing beside her, appearing particularly diminutive as he leaned obediently next to her. Upon hearing Rina's words, he quivered slightly. Lazy, feeling feeble, managed to croak a response. "Yes. Very well, she is yours." Rina's statement left Lazy in a state of disbelief, as if he were dreaming. She glanced at Dahai before calmly declaring, "From this moment on, she belongs to you. Are you suggesting she should marry me?" This revelation felt like a large pie falling from the sky, leaving Lazy bewildered. Xian stood by the well, momentarily startled before regaining her composure, bowing her head slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Subsequently, Lazy was taken to a different location where he enjoyed a refreshing bath and donned clean clothes. He spent the entire afternoon with Xian, who obediently adhered to the leader's wishes, creating an atmosphere akin to paradise. The only thought that crossed Lazy's mind was the phrase heaven on earth. "It seems you've completely forgotten where we are," Tang San Cheng remarked, a hint of irritation in his voice. "This is a classic case of prioritizing romance over friendship." He continued, "While we endure hardships, you are living a life of luxury." Lazy was momentarily at a loss for words, lowering his head and muttering, "Damn it. I've only ever wanted to live like this. What do you expect me to do?" This was indeed astonishing. No wonder he appeared so entranced. The first love is always the most beautiful, akin to the enigmatic allure of Jiu Gugu in Tang San Cheng's heart, forever shrouded in a delicate beauty that is hard to resist. At that moment, Xian rose to fetch some fruit, prompting Tang San Cheng to quietly inquire, "Do you not wish to leave?" Lazy was taken aback, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Seizing the opportunity while Xian was absent, he confessed, "I want to wait until after the wedding to leave with her." "Impossible." Bai Yi exchanged a glance with Xia. It seemed that Lazy had yet to grasp the gravity of his predicament. With the five of them lacking any weapons, even if they managed to escape, they had no water or food. How could they traverse the desert? This place is evidently a den of bandits, characterized by their aggressive nature and strict organization. Most notably, it is led by a female bandit chief. For reasons unknown, she has entrusted Xian to Lazy, leaving us to ponder the safety of our situation. The unfolding events remain shrouded in uncertainty. Xian has returned, while Dahai stands aloof in the background, seemingly detached from the unfolding drama. Throughout the ordeal, Xian has not cast a single glance in his direction, which strikes both the youth and the maiden as peculiar, even if they are unfamiliar with one another. Such deliberate avoidance seems unwarranted. Bai Yi lifted his cup, sipping thoughtfully. After their meal, Bai Yi found himself in a state of disquiet, contemplating their next course of action. He had never felt so lost and disoriented before. Jia, rising to his feet, leaned in to whisper in Bai Yi's ear, suggesting they first ascertain their surroundings. If they were to flee, they must at least know the way out. Fortunately, Jia remained by his side, and that thought provided some solace. When they approached the house earlier, Bai Yi had noted the limited number of structures in the vicinity, 7 in total, excluding his own blind spots. These buildings radiated from their central location, surrounded by a few trees, rare greenery amidst the desert, and a vital well, which stood as the most significant feature here. One particularly small house piqued Bai Yi's interest. It appeared unremarkable, yet was guarded, hinting at the presence of something extraordinary within. As night descended, enveloping the area in darkness, Bai Yi exchanged glances with Jia, who understood the unspoken message. Nightfall provided an excellent cover, and with Jia's agility, he could vanish momentarily without detection, perhaps uncovering crucial information about their surroundings and potential escape routes. It was time to retreat. Naturally, Lazy was to remain behind. Tang San turned back, casting a glare at him, while Lazy's expression reflected a complex mix of emotions, immersed in a state of comfort, yet not oblivious to the underlying conflicts within his heart. As they followed the woman, who appeared to be the second in command, Jia lingered at the rear. However, they found themselves flanked by 2 others, effectively trapping them in the middle. Jia remarked, "Excuse me, I need to step away for a moment." The woman halted, signaling the 2 men in black to follow her. Bai Yi stifled a chuckle. This would certainly work to their advantage. Qijie would undoubtedly accomplish his task without alerting anyone. As he calmly trailed behind the woman, he suddenly inquired, "What is your name?" The woman paused, momentarily taken aback, yet she replied, "Gu Lixian." After speaking, Gu Lixian left the two men in black behind and turned to depart. In a place where feminine dominance prevailed, Bai Yi mused, "These men in black are quite capable. Why do they submit to these women? Is it a matter of tradition?" Approximately 2 minutes later, Qijie returned, his demeanor composed. After entering, he nonchalantly took a sip of water. The group gathered around him, eager to learn what he had discovered. Under the pretense of seeking relief, Qijie was led to the restroom. Upon arrival, he felt a surge of relief that this was a concrete structure, separated by a wall, while two men in black stood guard outside. Seizing the opportunity, Qijie swiftly scaled the wall and darted away like a flash of lightning. Ultimately, he made some discoveries within a small, dark room. The window of this room, which had been tightly sealed, had a section that had been pried open from within. Peering through the narrow gap, Qijie was taken aback by the scene before him. Inside the dim room, more than 10 men were confined, their appearances marked by exhaustion. Some bore visible scars on their faces, evidence of having been whipped. They huddled together, weak and listless, while 2 of them appeared to be suffering from an illness, their complexions a sickly yellow. Qijie initially intended to call them over for inquiries, but feared detection and thus retreated quickly, exiting the restroom while feigning the completion of his business. All those men were Han Chinese. "I have a strong sense that the female leader seems to have a particular focus on Han men," Qijie remarked. "What is our situation that we are allowed to reside here?" Tang San Cheng expressed his confusion. Moreover, she even bestowed such a beautiful girl upon Lazy. It remained a mystery, an enigma. What could possibly be going through the mind of that female leader? That night, a palpable tension hung over everyone, and Qijie's revelations only deepened their sense of foreboding. As dawn broke, Bai Yi sat up to discover the black-clad guards at the door dozing. He cracked the door open slightly and was unexpectedly greeted by the sight of the sea. Standing behind Rina, he lowered his head, silent and meek, resembling a docile lamb. Suddenly, Rina turned, her teeth clenched, and raised her hand, striking the sea's face with a series of resounding slaps that echoed through the stillness of the morning. Bai Yi felt as though each blow landed upon his own face. Observing the sea, he noted that he merely closed his eyes, seemingly numbed by the assault. Before long, one side of his face began to swell. As Rina continued to rain down slaps, she muttered fierce curses in her native tongue, although Bai Yi caught snippets. He could not comprehend their meaning. In her frenzy, Rina appeared almost deranged, losing all semblance of reason. Bai Yi feared that if she persisted, the sea would bleed from the blows. Just then, Rina took a deep breath and finally ceased her assault, her piercing gaze returning to its former state. Without sparing a glance at the sea, she turned away, her expression one of disgust. Sighing, Bai Yi prepared to return when he suddenly noticed a shadow. Akin to a fawn, emerging, it was Ruxian. She placed something into the sea's hand and cast a tender glance at Lazy before vanishing swiftly. The sea gazed at the object in his hand, a smile of pure happiness illuminating his face. What was this peculiar situation? 2 individuals who were supposed to have no connection the following day suddenly found themselves entwined in such a moment. What games were these 3 playing? A hand reached out and quickly pulled Bai Yi back, revealing that the guards outside had awakened. With remarkable swiftness, Qijie seized Bai Yi, averting potential trouble. Bai Yi recounted the chilling scene he had witnessed, leaving everyone feeling uneasy. Xiao Shan scratched his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "That woman is terrifying. Could she possibly be a killer?" Observing Xiao Shan, Qijie suddenly interjected, "We seem to have overlooked something that only Xiao Shan can accomplish." Tang San acknowledged this with a sound of realization. Indeed, Xiao Shan possesses the ability to contract his body at will. He cautiously glanced outside the door. "You intend for Xiao Shan to infiltrate that dark room to gather information and uncover the truth here?" "Precisely, but we must wait until nightfall." Xiao Shan's agility rivals that of Qijie, yet he is the only one capable of entering through the window. Bai Yi inhaled deeply. "Let us hope no complications arise during the day." Fortunately, the day passed without significant incident, as the locals busied themselves with wedding preparations. According to the traditional customs of the Uyghur people, it was imperative to visit the bride's family before the wedding, bringing gifts and dowries. However, given the peculiar circumstances surrounding Lei Zi and Ru Xian, they bypassed this step and proceeded directly to the banquet arrangements. Lei Zi appeared somewhat freer than the others. Yet shadows of black-clad figures lingered closely around him. Observing the elated Lei Zi, Bai Yi found himself at a loss for words. The interaction he had witnessed between Dahai and Ru Xian left him with a profound sense that there was an extraordinary bond between the two young souls. Yet, why would Ru Xian consent to marry Lei Zi while feigning indifference towards Dahai? Clearly, there were intricate matters at play. Nearby, the anguished cries of sheep echoed as they noticed a live sheep bound near a well, surrounded by a pile of various offerings including rice, oil, carrots, tea, and candies. Was this a genuine ritual? Tang San expressed concern. Is Lei Zi going to be all right? Dressed in the same traditional Uyghur attire from the previous day, Lei Zi appeared considerably more composed than before as he swayed over, suddenly letting out a deep sigh. Why the long face? Aren't we about to celebrate a wedding? In light of such circumstances, Bai Yi found himself at a complete loss for words, feeling utterly passive. Chapter 312. Infiltration. Lei Zi, visibly agitated, removed his hat and ran his fingers through his hair. I can't shake the feeling that Ru Xian is acting strangely. What do you mean? Bai Yi's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to inquire further. I sensed that when the leader was around, she was exceptionally gentle and attentive towards me. Yet, once we are alone, she transforms entirely, becoming cold and distant. It's as if she is a different person. Lei Zi expressed his worries. Why could this be? Damn it, are all women just enigmas? I can no longer decipher her. Perhaps it is not solely your unreciprocated feelings that are to blame. An epiphany struck Bai Yi. Ru Xian might be the key to this puzzle. Shall we take a gamble? Lei Zi, do you wish to remain here with Ru Xian forever? Bai Yi gently remarked. Have you not realized? This place is a den of demons. Before Bai Yi could finish, he now appeared, followed closely by Dahai, whose face showed marked improvement, though clear fingerprints still lingered. The pivotal point remained uncertain. Was it Ru Xian or Dahai? Bai Yi was lost in contemplation. The daytime clamor and bustle bore no relation to him. His gaze remained fixed upon Ru Xian and Dahai. These two appeared as cold and unyielding as ice. Yet in moments of solitude, their eyes would occasionally meet, almost igniting sparks. Reflecting on the mirage, Bai Yi recalled Dahai's expression when looking at Lei Zi. Their relationship was glaringly evident. Ru Xian turned and entered the largest house from the previous day, and Bai Yi followed suit. Just as he reached the doorway, someone stopped him, inquiring, What do you want? I need to find someone, Bai Yi replied, gesturing towards Ru Xian. She is about to marry my friend, and I wish to speak with her. Ru Xian turned back. Let him in. Bai Yi successfully breached the threshold and surveyed his surroundings, lowering his voice to ask, Is the leader here? No, Ru Xian replied with an unwavering expression, as if she had anticipated Bai Yi's visit. There was a maturity about her that belied her youthful appearance of 17 or 18. Her cunning was profound. I know you witnessed the events of this morning. Do not underestimate me. I have never underestimated you, Bai Yi countered sharply. It is merely Lei Zi who has misjudged you. He is utterly enchanted and lost, unaware that this place is a den of murderers, where the leader's word is law. You are merely a pawn in their game, and when you cease to amuse them, you will suffer the same fate as the men in the dark room, tortured and ultimately perishing here. Am I wrong? Ru Xian glanced nervously outside. You are quite bold. How could you? I do not underestimate you, and you should not underestimate us either, Bai Yi interjected. If you truly intend to marry Lei Zi, you will be the one regretting it. Help us escape, and I shall take Lei Zi with me. You need not force yourself into this. How does that sound? Ru Xian appeared tense, licking her lips incessantly within the span of a minute, her expression oscillating between excitement and anxiety. Bai Yi awaited her response, pondering whether the latent energy within this young girl could aid their cause. Listen, we need weapons, provisions, and water. Where are the items that were taken from us? Bai Yi asserted, his presence formidable. Suddenly, Ru Xian exclaimed, Do not speak recklessly. I have no intention of changing my mind to marry you. Bai Yi realized something. Ru Xian, consider this. I am far superior to Lei Zi. Rena narrowed her eyes. Ru Xian, what are you doing? Such a clever girl. Quick to respond. Bai Yi glanced at her and smiled. Nothing, merely congratulating Miss Ru Xian on her impending marriage tomorrow. Is that so? Rena's face bore a playful smile. What are your plans afterward? Bai Yi internally scoffed. Did they even possess plans of their own at this juncture? Nevertheless, he replied, Naturally, we intend to return home. Once Lei Zi's wedding concludes, we hope Ru Xian will join us in leaving. Rena said nothing further. She leaned closer to Ru Xian. Do you wish to leave this place as well? Bai Yi felt a pang of anxiety for Ru Xian. How would she respond to such a question? If it were him, what would he say? Observing the demeanor of Rina, it appears she regards everyone here as her own possession. Ru Xian harbors a deep apprehension towards her. Chief, I shall heed your words. Ru Xian's response brought evident satisfaction to Rina, who caressed Ru Xian's jawline, saying, From childhood until now, you have always been obedient to me. Should you choose to disobey Bai Yi, unable to bear the tension any longer, interjected, Chief, I shall take my leave. As Bai Yi stepped outside, he glanced upward. Guards still patrolled the vicinity, rendering this place a seemingly liberated prison. When night descended, Bai Yi and the others would again be compelled to retreat indoors. Little Shan unexpectedly melted into the shadows, his figure merging into a tight ball, concealed within a corner. Unnoticed by passers-by, Bai Yi secretly wiped the sweat from his brow, hastily entering and shutting the door behind him, hoping Little Shan would remain undiscovered. Little Shan rolled on the ground, initially cautious, but gradually increased his pace as he neared the darkened room. A narrow gap remained in the window. He extended his fingers, clutching the small opening, and with a forceful tug, the gap widened slightly. Once more, he curled into a ball and sprang forth, leaping inside. Bai Yi paced anxiously within the room, preoccupied with the preparations for the wedding the following day. The chaotic events of today had relaxed their vigilance somewhat. Due to his physical condition, Little Shan was adept at concealing himself and should not have been detected. He returned in the dead of night through the back window, bouncing in like a sphere, then unfurling his body. His forehead glistened with sweat, and upon entry, he cried out for water. Did anyone notice you? Tang San inquired with concern, given the cramped quarters. Barely, Little Shan replied, panting heavily. On my way back, I nearly collided with a patrolling guard. Fortunately, I curled up and hid in the shadows, and they didn't see me. The guards in black had indeed grown more lax today, upon entering. They hadn't even noticed the absence of one among them. Bai Yi asked, What did you learn? All those people are Han, just like us. They originally sought to venture into the desert for exploration, but were led here instead. Little Shan seemed to struggle to articulate further. They mentioned that the woman is quite mad. On the 20th of every month, she selects one among them to kill. Chapter 313. Torturous Death. A woman who appears alluringly enchanting harbors a peculiar proclivity. While others observe Buddhist practices on the 1st and 15th days of the month, she, on the contrary, has chosen a particular day each month for murder. The 20th of each month is no ordinary date. Bai Yi pressed Little Shan for any additional information. Little Shan recounted that the individuals had been here for several months. During this time, one person witnessed 3 others executed on the 20th, a brutal affair. Death, whether a swift release or a tormenting existence that feels worse than death, represents 2 extremes. However, Rina's method of killing would undoubtedly render her victims in a state of agonized despair, wishing for nothing more than immediate death. Murder possesses an element of ritual, indeed. Helena commands the assembly of a pyre, at the center of which stands a copper pole, to which the intended victim is bound. As the flames are ignited, the copper rod gradually heats, the temperature rising inexorably. The unfortunate soul, tethered to this infernal device, must endure not only the oppressive heat of the air, but also the searing agony beneath. Should they initially withstand the torment, once the skin begins to peel away, the agony will elicit the most harrowing wails imaginable. To presume that death could come easily in such a manner is to gravely underestimate the female leader. As the bound individual reaches a state of unbearable suffering, she issues a command that allows them to escape that torment. With their back charred like coal, they lie on the ground in excruciating pain as she approaches with a knife, intent on severing their lips. Xiao shivered at the very thought. Merely hearing of it sent chills down his spine, and articulating it made him feel nauseated. Why would she mutilate the victim in such a way? Bai Yi pondered. Perhaps those driven to madness by murder possess particular habits, an obsession with specific weapons, methods, or times and places. Why did Helena choose such a brutal means of execution? Moreover, the act of severing the lips seemed to be her peculiar signature. When a person is deprived of their lips, cloaked in darkness, they become akin to a monstrous entity. The captive men, witnessing this horror, trembled in terror. Although the victim had endured unspeakable torture and lost one of their features, they still clung to life, their breath ragged, fingers twitching, blood gushing forth, a vivid crimson staining the sand beneath them. Helena, wielding her curved blade, approached the victim slowly, her eyes now a fierce crimson. The knife pressed against the man's throat, and in that moment, he found an unsettling calm. If he possessed any strength left, he would likely have laughed in relief. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Helna's blade glided slowly downward from the throat to the heart, a cold smile gracing her lips as she continued her descent until it reached the most vital area. With a swift motion, the knife fell. Blood erupted, splattering onto Helna's colorful skirt, adding an eerie vibrancy to her attire. A grotesque sound escaped the man's throat, an ultimate indignity before death. Helna tilted her head back slightly, seemingly reveling in the moment. As she witnessed the man nearing his final breath, she finally brought the blade down decisively, severing his head from his body, thus concluding the gruesome spectacle. Tang San Cheng gasped in horror, exclaiming, while Bai Yi observed the beads of sweat dotting his forehead, "What ails you?" I felt as though I witnessed Helna's act of murder firsthand. It was utterly terrifying. Tang San was perplexed by his own state of mind. Perhaps it was his overly vivid imagination that led him to prepare in such a manner. In truth, Xiao Shan had only recently emerged from Changbai Mountain, and his ability to articulate was still rather rudimentary, lacking in adjectives. Yet, he found himself gradually delving deeper into Xiao Shan's words, until vivid images formed in his mind, complete with the acrid scent of burnt flesh and the metallic tang of blood that swirled beneath his nose. Shaking his head, Tang San endeavored to shake off the startling scene. What was wrong with Rina? She seemed to be in a rather unstable state of mind. Even if one were to commit murder, such methods were unconscionable. What struck Bai Yi as odd was how a woman like her could command the loyalty of those whip-wielding men. Surely she possessed some extraordinary qualities. In contrast, Bai Yi pondered this notion. Women are often perceived as embodiments of fragility, yet in this context, Rina reigned supreme, her authority unquestionable. We truly must depart. Bai Yi remarked, that fellow lazy appears utterly bewitched. This woman is toying with us. When her amusement wanes, we will end up like those others, trapped in a life devoid of sunlight, awaiting the arrival of the 20th. The torment of such a fate would surely break the spirit of any man. Bai Yi exhaled. I hope Ruxian does not disappoint me. At that moment, a gentle tapping echoed from the rear window. The window was exceedingly narrow, apart from Xiao Shan. They had no hope of escaping through it, a detail likely accounted for in advance. Bai Yi opened the window a crack, and a slip of paper was tossed inside before the cinders swiftly departed. Bai Yi could only discern the shadow cast on the ground, unable to identify the visitor. Unfolding the note, he read, "Tomorrow night at midnight, I will take you away. Adapt as needed. Ru Xian." What is this? Tang San squeezed in to take a look, his excitement palpable. She truly intends to help us escape. But what about Lazy? If she leaves, he will undoubtedly follow. That is not a concern. However, Bai Yi remained uneasy. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. What is troubling you? Is this not a fortuitous turn of events? Moreover, you were the one who sought her out. Tang San, having been rattled moments prior, was genuinely fearful. Bai Yi clutched the note tightly. I do not know. It simply feels wrong. Let us not dwell on this. As the note suggests, we must adapt. However, without arms and provisions, we cannot escape, said Qi Xie, furrowing his brow. We shall see what tomorrow brings. I hope the astute and composed Ru Xian has a sound plan. That night, rest eluded them. The chill of the evening and the weight of the following day's uncertainties kept them awake. Upon waking, they found themselves with dark circles under their eyes. Even Xiao Shan, usually loquacious, bore a countenance clouded with worry. The perils of the world had just begun to reveal themselves to this young lad. The journey ahead was still long. The wedding loomed imminent. Lazy donned a groom's attire, standing before the structure with a complex expression. Tang San thought that Lazy had never appeared as foolish as he did now. Always sharp and shrewd, it was perplexing to see him so bewildered. Surely, he was not feigning ignorance? As Tang San pondered the fluctuating thoughts regarding Lazy, Ru Xian emerged, radiantly beautiful today, adorned in exquisite attire. Her flawless visage appeared even more luminous. When Lazy gazed upon Ru Xian, his expression was marked by complexity. For the past 2 nights, he had not mingled with them, residing instead in the tallest edifice with his future bride. What transpired within those walls remained unknown to Tang San and the others. Yet he sensed a shift in Lazy, whose blind elation had begun to wane. Chapter 314. Escape please, come inside and take a seat. Hina's arrival was unexpected, having materialized behind them without notice. Today, she eschewed the traditional attire of her ethnicity, opting instead for a simple, elegant white dress. The age of Hina remained an enigma. Though she appeared to be in her early 30s, Bai Yi felt she possessed the wisdom of many lifetimes. Akin to a cunning old fox, observing her hands, which were remarkably delicate and well-maintained. Bai Yi was struck by the knowledge that these hands could wield a curved dagger to extinguish life without a flicker of hesitation, treating men's lives as mere playthings. What manner of woman was she truly? Having spoken, Hina gracefully entered. Tang San watched her retreating figure, a sudden discomfort washing over him, as haunting images flooded his mind. Let's discuss this inside, Bai Yi suggested, eager to ascertain whether Ru Xian had indeed authored the note from the previous day. Today, the hall was adorned with meticulous decorations. Desert roses brightened the space. Though lacking the festive couplets typical of Han culture, colorful ribbons added a cheerful ambience. Yet, Ru Xian was nowhere to be found. Bai Yi inquired of Lei Zi, "Where is your bride? Could she be too shy to make an appearance today?" "Not at all," Lei Zi replied. "According to tradition, the bride is not to show herself until after dusk. She briefly appeared earlier and was reprimanded. Now she is with the leader. When evening falls, she will surely come forth." As Lei Zi spoke, he furtively glanced around, displaying a hint of unease. "You, the groom," Bai Yi chided, patting Lei Zi's shoulder. "Since we've entered, you've merely stood here. Are you not going to invite us to sit?" Lei Zi quickly gestured for everyone to take a seat. A few women were tidying up, making conversation difficult, and an awkward silence enveloped the room. Tang San sighed, reflecting on how those who moments ago had been so freely expressive were now rendered mute, as if a profound chasm had suddenly appeared between them. Silence lingered until the afternoon, as individuals meandered around them, the words they longed to express trapped within their hearts. Bai Yi yearned to inquire if Lei Zi was aware of the midnight departure, yet this singular matter remained unaddressed until dusk settled, and everyone gathered together. Just before the wedding commenced, Bai Yi finally managed to catch Lei Zi's attention to pose the question. However, before Lei Zi could respond, he was called away. As the night deepened, Bai Yi's composure began to unravel, acutely aware that the ceremony was imminent and time slipped away. The wedding was grand in its execution, yet the atmosphere felt oddly subdued, permeated by an inexplicable heaviness. Before the edifice, a fire purportedly meant to exorcise evil spirits was ignited, its flames flickering in the chilly air with a palpable sense of desolation. Ru Xian, adorned with a red scarf, approached the bonfire. As Rina extended a fire tongue into the blaze, retrieving embers to circle thrice around Ru Xian's head. Following this ritual, Ru Xian circled the fire herself. A long woolen rug led from the earthen mound into the abode, symbolizing respect and welcome for the bride among the Uyghur people. As the bride entered the house, Bai Yi felt a sensation akin to something lodged in his throat, a peculiar reaction born from overwhelming anxiety. The ceremony concluded, and Lei Zi was inside, welcoming his bride, fulfilling his desires. A man encountering love at first sight, and so swiftly attaining his wish, seemed to Bai Yi a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Now it was time for Bai Yi and his companions to express their disdain. Rina approached, informing them that the feast was prepared inside, inviting them to indulge. In addition to the banquet within, several tables were arranged outside, where everyone gathered, the atmosphere finally growing vibrant with laughter and merriment. The revelry outside escalated, while within, the banquet remained as customary, with Rina seated in the place of honor, surrounded by guests. Lei Zi and his bride occupied seats on either side of her, while Ru Xian's scarf remained in place. Rina raised her glass, proclaiming a toast. "Let us the newlyweds with a lifetime of happiness." As the glasses clinked together, Bai Yi suddenly noticed Ru Xian gesturing towards him. While he pondered this, Rina's voice rang out. "What? Are you unwilling to the newlyweds?" With no time to contemplate further, Bai Yi downed the drink in one gulp. Rina appeared satisfied, her lips parting slightly. "They say Han people cannot hold their liquor, but you seem remarkably adept." As her voice trailed off, her eyes rolled back, and she slumped down. Bai Yi froze, realization dawning upon him. This was no ordinary drink. Ru Xian remarked, "I anticipated the seating arrangement would unfold this way. I slipped something into her cup, and the others outside should be in a similar state." Ru Xian lifted her veil, and for a fleeting moment, Bai Yi doubted whether the person beneath it was indeed Ru Xian. Now it was confirmed he had overthought it. Rising, Bai Yi glanced outside, and was met with the sight of many sprawled haphazardly. Xian hastily urged Lei Zi to rise. Hurry, now is the moment. Our firearms, said Xia. Xian nodded. I know where your belongings and guns are. Follow me swiftly. Under the guidance of Xian, the group ascended to the second floor, where, as expected, their luggage and firearms awaited them. Each person retrieved their belongings, and Lei Zi, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Xian, are you truly willing to leave with us? Let us hurry. Xian refrained from giving a direct answer, urging everyone to set off promptly. The effects of the tranquilizer would only last half an hour. Time was of the essence, as the consequences of delay were unknown. Half an hour had already passed amidst the chaos, and with 10 minutes gone by, the urgency to depart became palpable. Bai Yi swiftly led the group downstairs, relieved to find the others still unconscious. Xian took the lead, guiding them past the water well and into the desolate expanse of the desert. From this moment on, we must proceed eastward, directly east, she instructed. In a frenzy, they dashed through the desert. Xian, having grown up in such an environment, moved swiftly. Except for Tang San Cheng, the others kept pace well. Observing that Tang San Cheng was struggling, Xia hoisted him onto his shoulder while Xiao Shan carried Tang San Cheng's belongings. The six of them raced across the desert under the night sky, and in retrospect, the absurdity of their situation would evoke laughter. They were unaware of how long they had been running. Bai Yi's Swiss watch had long been confiscated. Tang San Cheng, gazing at the moon, remarked, It is now 3 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 315. Imprisonment after 4 hours of relentless running without a single pause. Xia's neck was drenched in sweat, yet no pursuers were in sight. They had escaped. Tang San Cheng requested Xia to set him down, expressing a hint of regret. It is a pity we could not rescue those trapped in that dark room. At least we managed to save ourselves, Bai Yi replied coldly. Lei Zi, closing his eyes, murmured, I cannot bear it any longer. Let us rest for a moment. We should be safe now. Throughout these 4 hours, they had not taken a sip of water. Clutching their water bottles, they had long forgotten the rule of sipping small amounts at regular intervals, now drinking greedily. Once finished, they exchanged glances, recognizing their disheveled appearances, and erupted into laughter. Lei Zi approached Xian, his feelings for her deepening. She had saved them and was willing to leave with him. Xian, once we are outside, I promise to treat you well, to make you the happiest woman in the world. Xian paused, her face warming slightly, her lips trembling as she softly uttered 3 words. I'm sorry. What did you say? Lei Zi asked, taken aback. Xian lifted her gaze, tears streaming down her face. I said I'm sorry, Lei Zi, I'm sorry. Lei Zi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he turned to look at the others. Tang San Cheng had already slumped, while Bai Yi barely held on. The pressing issue was the water. I'm sorry. Xian continued to murmur, her remorse apparent. Yet, 2 streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks. Xia, too, succumbed. And as Bai Yi lost consciousness, a singular thought crossed his mind. They had become mere lab rats in that woman's cage. As everyone opened their eyes once more, a wave of despair enveloped them. The well loomed hazily before them, mocking their navet. Did they truly believe they could escape? The sunlight was particularly blinding today, and as Bai Yi attempted to shield his eyes, a shadow fell over him, blocking the harsh rays. It was Helena, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips. The man who fancies himself clever often meets the most brutal fate. Bai Yi realized he could not reach out, his hands bound tightly by ropes. He sighed. The one who delivered that note surely wasn't Xian. No, you have once again overestimated your own insight. It was indeed she, Helena retorted. But you must understand, every individual harbors weaknesses. Once you seize upon those vulnerabilities, you shall gain the upper hand. That wisdom must have been imparted to you by another, Bai Yi observed, noticing a slight tremor in Helena's form. Intentionally provoking her, he added, you are not inherently clever. You merely benefited from someone else's tutelage. What is there to be proud of? Tang San, lying nearby, felt a pang of anxiety. He was unable to move. All of them tightly bound. Bai Yi, are you truly poking the tiger? Do you not fear her wrath? Helena's face twitched, yet she quickly broke into laughter. Do you think that by angering me, I would grant you a swift demise? You are mistaken. I shall ensure your suffering surpasses that of those who came before you. Lock them up, commanded a figure in black as Lei Zi was seized, shouting, Where is Xian? Bring her out. Where is she? You will see her soon enough. Why the impatience? Helena sneered. She has betrayed you, yet you still concern yourself with her. How foolish. Mind your own business. I've long found you insufferable, Lei Zi spat back. Did you threaten Ruxian? You wretched hag. If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, one day I shall twist your head off. Helena paid no heed to his tirade, turning away. Bai Yi cautioned, Lei Zi, conserve your strength. This woman is unlike anyone you have encountered before. Conventional methods will avail you nothing. Move. The black-clad figures pushed them forward, and this time they were not afforded the same leniency as before. A room, prepared specifically for them, awaited, an ominous black chamber previously encountered by Qi Xie and Xiao Shan. Upon being thrust into the room, one of the figures in black remarked, You should thank the leader to make space for you. She dealt with 5 individuals, an unprecedented act. This revelation caused Tang San to clench his fists tightly. 5 lives extinguished. Lei Zi surveyed the remaining captives, their eyes ablaze with anger. He spat on the ground. No need to gawk. Our fates are all the same. It's merely a matter of timing. Seeing Lei Zi's fierce demeanor, the others fell silent. Bai Yi addressed one among them. Might I trouble you to untie our ropes? Those wretched souls, how could they simply depart, leaving the ropes unloosed? The man rose, somewhat feebly. His hands had become as withered as dry twigs, and he was the quietest among them. Bai Yi gazed at his face and suddenly exclaimed, You are not. Upon hearing Bai Yi's voice, the man scrutinized Bai Yi's face and was taken aback. Why is it you? No wonder your voice sounded familiar just now. At that moment, Tang San Cheng also recognized the unkempt man. Aren't you Professor Shi? He was the historian Shi Wenba, who insisted that there was a Yu dynasty prior to the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties. The situation was indeed unexpected, though this encounter was rather unfortunate. Alas, why does every meeting with you lead to such misfortune? Sighed Shi Wenba as he untied Bai Yi's ropes. Lei Zi remarked irritably, This time, you were the one who entered first. Shi Wenba plopped down onto the ground and looked at Xiao Shan. Last time, he suddenly jumped in through the window. Could he possibly be the one rumored to possess the ability of shrinking bones? He did not recognize Xiao Shan, which was understandable, as Xiao Shan had only appeared later in Changbai Mountain. Bai Yi nodded. That's about right. One could say it is a gift. Xiao Shan pointed at Shi Wenba and said, He is the one who informed me of those matters. So, you are acquainted? Professor Shi, how did you end up here? Qi Xie inquired. Previously, Professor Shi had been an erudite intellectual. While not particularly striking in appearance, he certainly possessed the unique aura of a scholar. Now, he looked disheveled and ragged like a beggar, living in fear and suffering from hunger and cold. It was hard to imagine any other historian enduring such a fate. I came to search for the ancient kingdom of Lulan. Professor Shi closed his eyes. Chapter 316. Torment. True to his calling, Professor Shi's every appearance was linked to history. Bai Yi sat beside him. The ruins of the ancient kingdom of Lulan have already been discovered. Do you think? I have reviewed numerous historical texts, and it is quite possible that the ancient kingdom of Lulan lies buried deep underground, Shi Wenba replied. What has been uncovered thus far is merely the tip of the iceberg. That is why I came here. Reflecting on the previous occasion when Shi Wenba returned without finding any clues regarding the Yu dynasty, Bai Yi found it rather amusing that he now found himself trapped in this den of horrors. It seemed that this historian was perhaps the most unfortunate in history. Bai Yi sighed. Professor, this place is perilous. Shi Wenba's face bore a grimace of distress. I know, many have perished. Whenever new individuals arrive, those who came before are executed. I have already shared the details of their demise with that young brother. Tang San Cheng cast a glance at Shi Wenba. His hands trembled slightly. Had he not witnessed the horrifying scene with his own eyes, he likely would not have been so frightened. You possess such remarkable skills. Surely you can help us escape? Shi Wenba looked at Bai Yi and his companions as though they were his saviors. You can, right? As he gazed into Shi Wenba's pleading eyes, Bai Yi could only manage a bitter smile. We escaped once, yet were captured again. I have yet to devise a strategy to contend with them. For now, we can only take one step at a time. Shi Wenba rested his head against the wall, his countenance ashen. Suddenly, one of the remaining individuals quivered and spoke. There are 3 days left. It's the 20th. The mention of the 20th, a sinister date, cast a chill throughout the room. It is on this day that Rena will strike. One among us shall meet a gruesome fate. Who knows who Rena will choose? And by what criteria? In essence, we all face the specter of death. When Lei Zi entered, an eerie silence enveloped the room. He uttered not a word. At that moment, the door swung open again, revealing Ruxian, who entered slowly and sat on the ground without a word. Ignoring the probing gaze Lazy directed her way. She merely hugged her knees, her head bowed in silence. Lazy's eyes reddened as he looked at Xian, and he suddenly spoke through gritted teeth. Is it for him? The others looked at Lazy in confusion, pondering the mystery of what had transpired during his 2 nights with Xian. Xian lifted her head, her eyes devoid of emotion. You already know. What more is there to inquire? Lazy managed a wry smile. I knew it. There's no such thing as a free lunch. But next time you decide to act, could you at least give a warning? Provide some hope before plunging us into despair? Xian, you are too ruthless. Xian offered a bitter smile. I grew up here. I know her methods. From the moment I became aware, I understood the necessity of complying with her will. For we cannot fathom the means by which she would choose to eliminate us. She possesses no semblance of compassion. If I wish to survive, I must obey her. You must understand, I am not fundamentally different from you. Or rather, the essence of those here is akin to yours. Do you think they revel in their perceived advantage? Before her, we are all merely slaves. She is just a woman. Tang San Cheng had barely finished speaking when he noticed Xian's expression darken. Yet she is no ordinary woman. Should conflict arise here, none can rival her. She is a wolf in the desert, her blade the swiftest. Before you even realize, it is already poised at your throat. My father was killed by her. The last statement left everyone in shock as Xian continued. My father was the leader of this oasis, yet one day, she murdered him and took his place. How do you know all this? Bai Yi asked, taken aback. Could Xian's sudden confinement be yet another of Rina's schemes? What portion of her words is truth? And what is deception? This woman has never intended to deceive me. She seeks to reveal her torment, to inform me. I yearn for vengeance. I've long desired it. But first, I must survive. Otherwise, I shall never have the opportunity. Xian gritted her teeth and lamented, but I lack her knife skills. I possess nothing. I cannot avenge this grievance. She keeps me by her side as if mocking me, as if mocking my father. Suddenly, Shi Wenbo interjected. This relationship bears some resemblance to that of Wu Zetian and Shangwan Wan'er. Truly a historian, he never strays far from his field. Nevertheless, Shi Wenbo's observation held merit. It indeed echoed the past. Shangwan Wan'er's grandfather, Shangwan Yi, had offended Wu Zetian during her reign as empress, leading to his demise and the disgrace of the entire Shangwan clan. In a public display, Shangwan Wan'er challenged Wu Zetian, vowing to seek vengeance. Rather than executing her, Wu Zetian instead consigned Shangwan Wan'er and her mother to the Yeding Palace. As she matured, Shangwan Wan'er, brimming with talent, was discovered by Wu Zetian through her works and subsequently appointed as one of her female officials. The relationship between Shangwan Wan'er and Wu Zetian was intricate, marked by both enmity and a degree of mutual dependence, much akin to the dynamic between Xian and Rina today. Lazy scoffed coldly, prompting Xian to inquire. She compelled me to marry you. I had no choice. Do you understand her motives? Is it merely to toy with us? Lazy, vexed, retorted, no. It is not to toy with you. It is to torment Songhai. At the mention of the sea, Xian's eyes sparkled like precious gems. I knew she had seen through it, she remarked. Bai Yi's intuition was correct. A sentiment existed between Xian and Songhai. Presently, it seemed that due to Rina's influence, they dared not reveal their feelings. Yet, Rina still sensed the fragrance of love lingering between them. But why would she wish to torment Songhai? I do not know. That remains a mystery, Xian replied. Perhaps only Gu Lixian is privy to this matter. Gu Lixian, the woman Bai Yi had first noticed, appeared to be Rina's capable assistant. Xian continued, the two were once sisters. That is the only thing I know. Please, do not inquire further. Songhai is still in her grasp, and I dread to think of what she might do to him. Falling into silence, Xian's demeanor grew somber. Bai Yi too closed his eyes. Initially, he believed that either Xian or Songhai would be pivotal in aiding their escape, but now it seemed both were powerless. Where lay the opportunity? With his eyes shut, Bai Yi pondered Xian's words, slowly grasping the essence of their predicament. Chapter 317. A turning point. The dynamics within this oasis were undeniably intricate. According to Xian, the original oasis was far from the nightmarish realm it had become. The transformation commenced with Rina's murder of Xian's father. The fear surrounding Rina stemmed from her swift blade. Thus, the loyalty people professed was not born of genuine affection, but rather of terror towards her erratic behavior. A smile crept onto Bai Yi's face. Every heart conceals a demon. Those long suppressed undoubtedly harbor a rebellious spirit within. Yes, this realization marked the true opportunity. Bai Yi approached Ru Xian's side and declared, "If all you say is true, I can offer my assistance." Ru Xian opened her eyes, gazing at him in disbelief. "You?" She gently shook her head. "You have seen it for yourself. You are no match for her. We are currently unable to defeat her solely due to the strength of her followers. If she were to stand alone, I do not believe her blade could outpace ours." Bai Yi possesses great confidence. With the formidable alliance of himself, Qi Xie, along with Xiao Shan and Lei Zi, for robust men. And with the reluctant addition of Tang San Cheng, could 5 strong men truly be bested by a single woman? Ru Xian's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, stirring something within Bai Yi. It appears that what Ru Xian spoke was indeed truthful. During his studies abroad, Bai Yi had encountered various courses on psychology, learning that one's mental state often manifests physically. Subtle details can reveal the inner workings of a person's heart. The brilliance in Ru Xian's gaze instilled belief in Bai Yi. Tang San Cheng, slow to comprehend, took a considerable time to grasp the situation. The manipulation of human emotion was foreign to him. He inquired, "Are you suggesting we isolate her?" "Indeed," Bai Yi affirmed. "Only by isolating her do we stand a chance. The people of this oasis do not genuinely admire or remain loyal to her. Ru Xian, please share more about the circumstances here with us." He knew that the arrival of Ru Xian, sent by Hina, was intended as a mockery, for she had used Ru Xian to manipulate them. However, every situation possesses dual aspects, and Bai Yi chuckled softly. It was too early to discuss victory or defeat. After listening to Ru Xian describe the current state of the oasis, Bai Yi began to formulate a strategy. He realized that Hina held no affection for her own kin. She placed herself above all, dictating the fates of others, leaving them with anger they dared not voice. There was already an undercurrent of discontent. What was needed now was to ignite this spark into a full blaze. Yet, one individual eluded by Yi understanding, Gu Lixian. From Ru Xian's descriptions, he could not ascertain what kind of person Gu Lixian was, or how to provoke Hina. What did she despise most? Bai Yi asked. Knowing Ru Xian had grown up beside Hina and must possess insight. She harbors a disdain for Han people, particularly Han men. Ru Xian mused with her eyes closed. That is her greatest aversion. I have not discovered anything else. Could it be that Hina is a racist? No, for she has not hesitated to bring Han women here. There must be some underlying issue. What could it be? Currently imprisoned, they must escape to execute their plans. Otherwise, they would merely await their demise. The only imminent opportunity for escape lies on the 20th. Beyond that date, unless Hina conjures another scheme, someone will be selected for execution on that day. Suddenly, Bai Yi declared, to cause one's downfall, one must first drive them to madness. Sleep now. His sudden calmness left the others bewildered. Tang San Cheng queried, "Have you conceived a plan? Please share it with us." Bai Yi shook his head. "It cannot be termed a plan. We can only assess the situation on the 20th. As I have stated, we must proceed step by step." Shi Wenbo lamented with a woeful expression, "Had I known, I would not have strayed from the group. Truly, I am more prone to hindrance than to success." Just a moment ago, Bai Yi found it peculiar that Shi Wenbo, a renowned historian in the country, ventured out without anyone following him. It turned out he acted independently, bringing trouble upon himself. Misfortune was indeed self-inflicted. Bai Yi chose to disregard him, seeking a moment of tranquility. Qi Xie and Xiao Shan, devoid of any concern, remained unfazed, while Tang San Cheng and Lei Zi wore expressions of distress. They exchanged glances, and in resignation, Tang San Cheng slammed his head against the wall. Xiao Ning, during these 3 days, had not devised any new methods to torment them, thus opportunities for escape had not arisen. As the 20th approached, anxiety gripped everyone, with some individuals retreating into corners, too frightened to even eat the meals provided. The most unbearable aspect was their inability to relieve themselves. Relying solely on a single bucket within, emptied once a day, the stench unbearable. They could only attempt to hold it in, and within mere 3 days, 5 individuals bore the signs of discomfort. The most tormented among them was Ru Xian. Although she had come to mock Bai Yi and the others, it was also a punishment for her. Being confined with these men was the greatest humiliation. Ru Xian oscillated between pain and hatred, and over 2 days, her once delicate features had grown gaunt. Lei Zi, who had initially disregarded her, began to feel a twinge of sympathy and engaged her in conversation. "When did you find out?" Ru Xian inquired. Lazy replied, "We slept in the same room for 2 nights, and during the latter half of those nights, you called out a name in Uyghur. I could understand it. I had spent some time here before. You called out for Dahai." Tang San Cheng's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. "You? How could that be possible?" Annoyed, Lazy clarified, "We were in the same room, but slept separately. That was the arrangement of that woman. Hina, I only just realized she did this so that Dahai would see." Ru Xian murmured, "No wonder she knew. It seems I have that habit." "Indeed," Lazy remarked, "it appears you were unaware of it." "I'm sorry," Ru Xian confessed. "From the beginning, I only thought of preserving myself." Lazy go, "But I had to ignore your feelings because I've fallen for Dahai. We share mutual affection. If you can call me brother, then I shall regard you as a sister from now on," Lazy responded, his expression somewhat unnatural. Tang San Cheng found his words tinged with melancholy and sighed inwardly. Previously, he had not understood Bai Yi and Fuyu, but now, with Xiao Ning, he grasped a bit more. Lazy's unusual behavior for Ru Xian indicated the depth of his entanglement. Although he forced himself to utter such words, they brought him no comfort. "Rest assured, as long as I am here, I will ensure you and Dahai are together." "What was it called again?" "Damn, I can't remember," Lazy muttered. "Facilitating someone's happiness," Chi Xie replied blandly. Bai Yi, who had been keeping his eyes shut, suddenly opened them. "Ru Xian, why is Dahai Han Chinese? Among these captives, all are Han, yet Dahai alone is Han Chinese. Why is that?" On the 318th occasion, when Bai Yi first beheld the vast expanse of the sea, he felt as though he were a child of the Han people. Since his arrival, a question had lingered within him. Why was the sea the only child resembling a Han among the inhabitants of the oasis? Was this the reason for Rina's mistreatment? Rina harbored a disdain for the Han, particularly the men of that lineage. Ru Xian was momentarily taken aback, responding, "I, too, am uncertain about the sea." She only knew that the sea's arrival had been somewhat peculiar. When had he first appeared in the oasis? After a brief pause, she continued, "The sea was brought in by Rina when he was already 8 years old, the same age as I. Rina merely stated that he was an orphan, which evoked pity. Thus she took him in. No one dared to inquire about the sea's origins, yet Rina treated him poorly, often resorting to violence. There was a particular incident when Ru Xian was 12. As both she and the sea matured, Rina no longer permitted them to spend time together freely. On occasions when she spotted them in each other's company, she would erupt in fury. Ru Xian, though fearful of Rina, was still young and thus would sneak away to find the sea in the dead of night. On one such occasion, as they had arranged to meet in the darkness, Ru Xian halted abruptly upon reaching the C's room, for she heard Rina's voice. To Ru Xian, Rina was a figure of peculiar significance. She loathed her, yet was also filled with curiosity. Rina had once been the finest assassin in the oasis, and Ru Xian had idolized her before she committed the unthinkable act of murdering her own father. That night had transformed Ru Xian's admiration into something more complex. Now, as she pondered Rina's unexpected presence in the sea's vicinity, anxiety gripped her. What torment might the sea be subjected to? Ru Xian clasped her hands together, holding her breath as she listened intently to the commotion within. Aware of the peril her actions entailed, the young girl was nonetheless consumed with concern for the sea. Disregarding the risks. "Why have you wronged me?" Rina's voice, markedly different from its usual commanding tone, was laced with sorrow. "Have you forgotten what you said?" Within, the sea remained silent, perhaps too afraid to utter a sound, deepening Ru Xian's dread. Her palms grew clammy as she wondered what transgression could have incited Rina's wrath. A sharp crack echoed, causing Ru Xian's shoulders to tremble. It had begun. She had witnessed such beatings countless times before. Yet the sound always sent a chill through her heart. "Why do you not speak?" Rina seemed increasingly displeased with the C's submissiveness, the sharp sounds intensifying. At last, the sea spoke, uttering just 3 words, "I am sorry." The phrase ignited Rina's fury. The subsequent crack was markedly different from the last, prompting Ru Xian to cover her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Had she not done so, she would have cried out in horror. The sound was all too familiar, the crack of a whip against flesh. It was astonishing how a leather whip could produce such a sound upon contact with skin. Ru Xian closed her eyes, hearing the sea's low cry of pain. "It hurts." The sea seldom cries out in pain, yet today it did, marking the first and final time Ru Xian heard its lament. Unbeknownst to him, while he endured suffering that night, Ru Xian stood outside, drenched in sweat, sharing in the torment. Suddenly, the sound of Rina's weeping pierced the air, Xian had never witnessed or heard Rina cry before. She removed her hand from her mouth and approached, peering through the window's crack. Rina was cradling the sea in her arms, weeping. She was a beauty. Yet in her sorrow, all allure vanished. Tears mingled with snot cascaded down, soaking both her and the sea, and she made no attempt to wipe them away. Her features contorted in anguish, as if she were releasing a lifetime's worth of tears in that moment. Are you saying she was holding the sea and crying? Bai Yi found it hard to believe. I am not mistaken, Xian insisted. The following day, Rina resumed her usual domineering demeanor. He could not ascertain whether she had cried again. Perhaps she had, but he neither saw nor heard it. That night remained etched in his memory. The atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Is Rina's knife technique truly as formidable as you claim? Bai Yi suddenly broached the topic, recognizing the significance of Xian's earlier account. Yes, before her, the most skilled swordsman in the oasis was my father, Xian began, but faltered. To have slain the most formidable swordsman implied Rina's prowess surpassed that. Bai Yi reminded himself that against such an opponent, one must act swiftly, decisively, and accurately. Any hesitation would invite a counterattack, swiftly altering the situation. The more Xian spoke, the more confidence Bai Yi felt. Xie had remained silent, conserving his energy during the 3 days confined in the dark room, where food and water were evidently scarce. Physical strength was paramount. Tang San Cheng and Xiao Shan were already clamoring from hunger, and Xian had to remind them that the more they complained, the quicker their energy would deplete. This admonition subdued the two. The 20th arrived inexorably, and everyone gazed at the door. When it opened once more, it would herald a death. Lips pressed tightly, they concentrated all their strength into silence. Eyes fixed on the door, Bai Yi exchanged a glance with Xie, who declared, I am ready. Bai Yi leaned close to Xie's ear and whispered a few words. Xie nodded in understanding. I know, we'll act as the situation dictates. Irritated by their hushed conversation, Lazy interjected, what are you two discussing? You ought to let us in on it. Are we merely to wait to be let out like lambs to the slaughter? Just then, the door swung open, sunlight streaming through. Tang San Cheng shielded his eyes, and Xiao Shan suddenly grasped the hem of Tang San Cheng's garment, saying, Brother, don't be afraid. We are here. Tang San's heart began to race. Perhaps sensing the unusual tension in the air, Xiao Shan's gaze dimmed, and then Rina entered, clad once more in the white attire she wore at Xian's wedding. The red floral embroidery on her dress resembled blood surging from within her, creating a grotesque appearance. She raised her hand, extending her finger to point at each individual present. Today marks the day of departure. Some, overwhelmed by fear, had closed their eyes tightly. Shi Wenbo leaned closer to Bai Yi, his trembling body causing discomfort. Calm yourself. How can one remain composed when death is imminent? Shi Wenbo retorted, still possessing the strength to speak despite his predicament. After surveying the room, Rina suddenly pointed in a specific direction. Today, it is you. Chapter 319. Execution. The finger of Rina landed upon Tang San, leaving him momentarily dazed, unsure of how to respond. Beside him, Xiao Shan anxiously gripped his clothing, his eyes pleading for reassurance. Lei Zi, in a fit of impulsiveness, sprang to his feet. You wretched woman, if you have a grievance, direct it towards me. Do not harm my brother. You? Rina scoffed disdainfully. I have no interest in you today. If I wished for death, I could wait until next month. Today, I merely wish to witness his disappearance before my eyes. She cast a scrutinizing glance at Xian, who cowered in the corner. Xian, are you faring well? The mockery in her tone brought forth the tumult of past grievances within Xian, summoning an unexpected courage. She stood abruptly, pointing at Rina. Do you truly not know whether I am well or not? Since the day you murdered my father, you should have understood what my life has become. Why must you feign concern here? Rina turned away. Take him outside. The nearby Xie clenched his fists tightly, and it was Tang San who was chosen. Bai Yi grasped Xie's hand, whispering, Stay calm. This woman is deliberately provoking us. The time is not yet ripe. According to tradition, on the 20th day, all prisoners were to be brought forth to witness the execution of the selected individual. Shi Wenbo, with reddened eyes, realized this was the 3rd time he had witnessed a death before him that day. Leaning against the wall for support, he struggled to remain upright. He was merely a historian, a scholar at heart, yet the bloodshed surrounding him was becoming increasingly unbearable. Tang San was escorted out by 2 cloaked figures, tightly restrained. and weakened from hunger, he found himself unable to resist. A pyre had already been erected, with a copper pillar standing ominously at its center. Memories of a previous encounter flooded Tang San's mind, rendering him momentarily blank. Xia, witnessing Tang San's pitiful state, grew restless. Had Bai Yi not restrained him, he would have rushed forward in defiance. Bai Yi was consumed by a sense of urgency as he surveyed his surroundings. He beheld the vast sea, his black cloak obscuring much of his face, likely concealing marks of distress. At least he had made his appearance. Bai Yi glanced at the men clad in black, counting approximately 20 of them. Nearby, the onlookers consisted primarily of women and children, their expressions revealing a reluctance to witness this grim spectacle. Where, indeed, was the opportune moment? He closed his eyes, nearly able to hear the rapid rhythm of his own heartbeat. Placing his hand over his chest, he pressed firmly in an effort to compose himself. In this tense interlude, Tang San had already been hoisted up, his body bound. He lifted his gaze, and at that moment, the sun shone directly overhead. Looking down, he saw Bai Yi deep in thought, while Xia, with clenched fists, gazed at him with palpable concern. The urgency in Xia's eyes was unmistakable. Tang San had witnessed this anxious demeanor countless times before. Xia, you must remain calm, he urged. Will we survive this ordeal? Rena's eyes appeared shrouded in a haze, rendering her more ominous. Noting that everyone had gathered, she gestured emphatically. Ignite. A black-clad man approached with a torch. And perhaps due to nerves, though they had engaged in such acts before, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Rena's emotions flared, and seizing the whip from Gu Lixian's hand, she struck without hesitation. Just as the whip was about to descend upon the back of the black-clad man, Bai Yi shouted, "Stop!" His voice momentarily stunned everyone, including Rena, who widened her eyes, the whip suspended in midair. Without allowing her a moment to process, Bai Yi continued, "Rena, you are the mistress of this oasis. Yet what have you done? The one you intend to whip is your own kin. I can understand your hatred for the Han people and your desire for vengeance. But why must you also harm your own kind?" Rena arched an eyebrow. "Kin? They are merely my slaves." "Excellent. I was waiting for you to say that." Bai Yi retorted with a cold smirk. "Did you all hear that? You place your trust in her, yet she regards you as mere chattel. When there are no Han left for her to torment or slay, will she treat the people of this oasis any differently?" Suddenly, Rena grasped Bai Yi's intent, her demeanor shifting to one of calm. "Do you truly believe they will heed your words?" Her icy gaze swept across the crowd, who averted their eyes, even Gu Lixian. Rena abruptly seized Gu Lixian by her collar. "What about you? Do you think the same?" "And no, leader," Gu Lixian replied meekly, yet Bai Yi noticed her trembling fists, betraying her inner turmoil. Was she on the brink of an eruption? A thought struck Bai Yi, and he pressed on. "She does think that way. Will you dare to voice it? You are the despot here, unable to see beyond your own desires. Everyone else is merely your subordinate. You may consider yourself their master, but you cannot dictate their fates." The whip cracked against Bai Yi's skin, igniting a fiery sting, yet he did not flinch. "Strike me," he challenged. "Even your kin have endured your blows, let alone we Han people. Go on, let everyone witness your brutality and your lack of compassion." Hetna, driven to madness, raised the whip and relentlessly lashed it against Bai Yi. He shut his eyes, gritting his teeth as he bore the torment. Suddenly, Xia pushed Bai Yi aside, taking the whip's strike upon himself. His eyes turned a furious crimson. "Do not harm my friend. He is my comrade, and I will not allow you to hurt him." Gilixian's vision blurred as she inhaled deeply, discarding the knife in her hand. "Watch out, Xia!" Tang San shouted. The crescent-shaped blade flew forth with remarkable speed. Not towards Xia, but instead striking Hetna's right arm. Blood gushed forth. Hetna appeared almost devoid of humanity, yet blood flowed from her wound. She yanked the knife from her arm, glaring viciously at Gilixian. "You!" Gilixian took a step back, sensing Hetna's murderous intent. Bai Yi surveyed the stunned expressions of those around him. They were clearly taken aback by the abrupt turn of events. He raised his arm and proclaimed, "Kill her, and you shall be free. Everyone shall be liberated." Chapter 320. White bones. Such absurdity unfolded just a moment ago. Bai Yi lay like a fish upon the chopping block, awaiting slaughter. Yet now he emerged as the leader of the uprising, rallying even those from the opposing Oasis clan. A sinister smile crept upon Gilixian's face. "Indeed, if we slay her, we shall be free. We have endured enough, have we not?" As her words echoed, the cloaked figures advanced, surrounding Hetna. Gylikshan declared, "She may be the swiftest of blades, but her arm is now injured. We need fear her no longer." She picked up the whip from the ground, cracking it twice in the air with a triumphant grin. "Hetna, today is your end." The whip soared forth, and Bai Yi suddenly noticed a mocking smile on Hetna's face. She extended her left hand, grasping the whip firmly. Gylikshan gasped in astonishment at the sheer force. Hetna yanked the whip, pulling both Gylikshan and the whip towards her. From her waist, she drew a dagger, pressing it against Gylikshan's throat, where a pulse throbbed ominously. A gentle press would unleash a torrent of blood. "You underestimate me," Hetna hissed menacingly. "Do you think I killed the former leader by mere chance? It was because I wielded my left hand." Suddenly silenced, Hetna turned to see Ru Xian's tear-streaked face. "You killed my father with your left hand. Allow me to end you with mine." Ru Xian's left hand clutched a small knife, which she plunged deep into Hetna's back, leaving only the hilt visible. Blood stained Ru Xian's hand, and Hetna chuckled softly. "This is much better." The ocean suddenly approached, each step heavy with gravity. Rina turned her head, gazing at the ocean. Her eyes misted over. The ocean removed the hood of his cloak, revealing his handsome visage, though still possessing a youthful innocence, marked by bruises. Rina chuckled softly. "You bear an uncanny resemblance to him. I simply cannot help it." "I am aware. Thus I have been enduring," the ocean replied. Rina lifted her gaze. Bai Yi recognized that the dagger had struck her at her core, and her time was fleeting. Rina looked at the ocean. "Take me there." Ru Xian stood awkwardly, observing the ocean, who merely regarded her with gentle eyes before suddenly lifting Rina into his arms in a horizontal embrace. An unfamiliar sensation stirred within Bai Yi. In that moment, the ocean and Rina seemed to communicate silently, intuitively understanding each other's thoughts. The cloaked figures, awakened from their stupor, felt a wave of relief wash over them as they shed their dark cloaks and discarded their blades upon the ground. They then leaped together, rejoicing. Xia hastily approached to free Tang San, while Shi Wenbao murmured, "What on earth has transpired? What has happened?" Everyone followed behind the ocean, and Ru Xian said, "This is her room. I have never entered before." Gu Lixian added, "To be precise, no one has ever entered except her." This room was likely experiencing an influx of visitors for the first time. The ocean positioned Rina against the bedside. Unable to recline due to the dagger lodged in her back, he abruptly lifted the blanket, revealing something that startled everyone. A skeleton. A man's remains. Xia remarked. The size of the joints suggests a rather robust physique. Rina gazed at the remains, a bitter smile forming. It has finally come to an end. "Ocean, you must long to kill me, right? You and Ru Xian might be the most fitting candidates." Tears suddenly welled in Gu Lixian's eyes as she frantically leaned over the bed. "So, you hid him here. So, you concealed him here. What is this performance?" Lazy inquired of Ru Xian. "What is happening?" Ru Xian shook her head. "I do not know either." The ocean suddenly rested his head against Rina's bosom. "Since childhood, I have yearned to do this, but I knew you disapproved. This is the first and the last." The ocean's hand found its way to Rina's back. With a resolute bite of his lip, he withdrew the dagger. A torrent of blood gushed forth, and Rina's eyes widened in shock, her lips curling into a smile. Her head tilted, resting upon the ocean's. He cast the dagger aside, cradling her head and helping her onto the bed beside the skeleton. His expression, one of having accomplished a monumental task. Gu Lixian, witnessing this scene, rose to her feet. No wonder you knew all along, didn't you? Is that why it has come to this?" She seemed to address the deceased Rina. Bai Yi stepped forward. "What exactly is going on?" "Gu Lixian, I know you possess some knowledge, do you not? We have been innocently drawn into this. We must seek clarity. I apologize. I need a moment to collect myself." "Please, leave for now," Gu Lixian replied. "You are free now. Those outside will not trouble you." Bai Yi found himself at a loss for words. Observing the state of Gu Lixian, he realized that there was little to be gleaned from her at present. With a sense of resignation, he turned away and stepped outside, where a different scene unfolded. The figures clad in black had shed their cloaks, revealing themselves to be merely ordinary Uyghur men, all wearing smiles. Lazy remarked, "It is truly astonishing how a person can suddenly adopt a different visage." Xiao Shan still felt a twinge of fear, reflecting, "We actually survived." Tang San appeared somewhat drained. Recalling the discomfort of being bound moments ago, "I nearly believed my life was forfeit." "You have always been fortunate. Even when we desire your demise, you elude it." Lazy spat on the ground. Yet I must admit, I was rather tense just now. Bai Yi bore the marks of the ordeal. The whip's force had been formidable. And now, under the sun's glare, the pain intensified. Tang San gazed at him with concern, recalling how Bai Yi had deliberately refrained from evading in order to provoke Rina. Alas, we currently lack any medicine. Guli Xian emerged. We have some. Follow me. Her demeanor had cooled, as Ru Xian and Dahai remained inside. The group accompanied Guli Xian to her residence, where she retrieved a vial of powder from a chest. In this place, injuries are common, so we keep remedies on hand. This powder is derived from a unique plant found in our oasis, effective for treating whip wounds. It works best if applied before your injuries close. Chapter 321. Past events. Bai Yi accepted the vial, noting it was entirely unmarked, suggesting it was a concoction of her own making. Tang San took it and carefully sprinkled the powder onto Bai Yi's wounds. As the powder made contact, Bai Yi felt a refreshing coolness followed by a sharp sting, akin to being pricked by a needle. However, the previous searing sensation diminished significantly thereafter. Thank you, Bai Yi said, but what do you intend to do with the captives? Guli Xian replied, now that matters have reached this point, they must be released. However, we are situated in the heart of the desert, making departure arduous. I propose we allow them to stay and recuperate for a while before we send someone to escort them out. Yet, we wish for the events that transpired here to remain undisclosed. It is likely they would prefer not to revisit those memories, Lazy observed. Surviving to leave is a blessing, though they will probably carry psychological scars. Very well, Lazy, Bai Yi responded. This is acceptable. However, Guli Xian, what of that skeleton we encountered? Guli Xian poured several cups of water, her simple action instantly quenching the group's thirst. As they drank, she sighed at their disheveled appearance. Over the years, at least 20 or 30 individuals have perished here, all Han men, each meeting their end on the 20th of the month, resembling that skeleton. The chosen men must adhere to specific criteria. Tang San was taken aback. So, does that mean I resemble that man? Indeed, Guli Xian affirmed. This was the sole criterion she employed in her selection. After all these years, how could I not be aware? That skeleton was Dahai's father? Bai Yi suddenly interjected. And Dahai is, in fact, Rina's biological son, correct? The conclusion is rather astonishing, yet Guli Xian did not deny it. Indeed. No one understands this matter better than I do. That man arrived at the oasis by chance, and at that time, Reina was still a young girl. They fell in love at first sight. I was Reina's closest friend, and he treated me like a sister. Those were truly beautiful days. And none of us foresaw the events that would unfold later. Your Mandarin was taught by him, wasn't it? Bai Yi inquired. Everyone in the oasis speaks Mandarin quite well. She replied. Yes, Guli Xian affirmed. He was a wonderful person, and so everyone adored him. It was widely believed that he and Reina would become the happiest couple. Initially, no one thought a Wei Han could marry here, but as time passed, he integrated seamlessly with the people, becoming one of us. Everyone accepted his relationship with Reina. He went away for a while, claiming he needed to discuss their marriage with his family, promising to return soon. However, he never came back. Bai Yi remarked. Such occurrences have been common throughout history. No, he did return, Guli Xian clarified. Reina went to find him because her belly was growing day by day. I truly did not anticipate that they had secretly conceived a child, and only then did they panic. In our doctrine, having a child before marriage is intolerable. She confided in me alone and then set out to find that man. At that time, her pregnancy was not yet apparent. She was gone for over a year, and we had no idea where she had gone, even believing she was living happily with him and had grown accustomed to life outside. Guli Xian closed her eyes, as if transported back to that day, the day she unexpectedly returned with that man. Everyone was elated for them. She brought him into the house, and after one night, he vanished. When we questioned Reina, she merely stated he had left, and when we probed further, she explained that he had a wife and children outside, and his return was only to collect some belongings. He would not return. Years passed, and she suddenly killed the chief, becoming the new leader of the oasis. And then she returned with a child, Dahai. Guli Xian reflected, I should have foreseen this. Perhaps I was reluctant to admit it. Yet the people were nearing their breaking point. Murder, the manipulation of lives. The tribesfolk were not like this before, but she had become utterly consumed by her madness. As Bai Yi listened to Guli Xian's account, he suddenly remarked, You must have harbored feelings for that man too, didn't you? Guli Xian was taken aback, a young man. Unlike anyone we had ever encountered, suddenly appeared here. He was humorous, knowledgeable, and strikingly handsome. To claim I was unaffected would be disingenuous. Bai Yi admired her candor. You must now be grateful that it wasn't you who ended Reina's life. Yes. Guli Xian shot Bai Yi a glare. How do you seem to know her innermost thoughts? Lazy then murmured, be cautious. She might be falling for you. Bai Yi felt a chill run down his spine. No matter how enchanting the woman appeared, his interest had been utterly extinguished. In future reflections on this place, he would only recall the pain. He touched his chest and thought of Shi Wenba. Gilixian, I apologize, but I must seek out a friend. I bid you farewell. By the way, could you return our luggage and camels? Of course. I will arrange for them to be delivered to you. And please, continue to stay in your original accommodation. I will ensure you are taken care of, Gilixian replied. I hope you will no longer feel fear. Things are truly different now. The others could not find the words and merely nodded before heading to find Shi Wenba. Shi Wenba, along with those recently released, sat quietly in a shaded area, hesitant to stray far even in their newfound freedom. Upon seeing Bai Yi and the others approach, he stood. Are you all right? Lazy spat on the ground, though nothing came out, and after a moment's pause, he pointed at Bai Yi. How can we be all right? Just look at him. Bai Yi interjected, Professor Shi. Do you still intend to search for the ruins of the Lulan Kingdom? Of course, Shi Wenba responded, though his confidence waned. But look at me. How can I go like this? We are in the desert, with nothing around. I fear I might perish after only a few steps. Precisely. We are in need of a consultant, Bai Yi suggested. We are headed to that place as well. Why not join us? With a sigh, Shi Wenba conceded. It seems we have no choice. By the way, being here now, we will not encounter any further issues, will we? The others perked up their ears. And Bai Yi assured them, there will be no more trouble. They have promised to send you out of the desert. But there is one condition. You must not speak of your experiences here once you leave. One of them remarked, even if we wished to speak, we could not. Our arrival was shrouded in mystery. We could never have found our way here ourselves. Even telling the police would be futile. Chapter 322. Cremation indeed. Although we now inhabit a world governed by law, this oasis lies deep within the desert, making it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to enter, let alone to seek retribution. Moreover, with the death of Reina, the architect of their misfortunes, the others are bound to reform, heralding a new chapter for this place. Shi Wenba was elated to hear that Bai Yi would accompany him on the search, and he continued, I suspect that beneath this desert lies more than just the ruins of the Lulan Kingdom. Before he could finish his thought, Dahu and Ruxian finally emerged from the house. Tang San Cheng felt a pang of sorrow for Dao. What a pity, such a child raised in such circumstances. I wonder how he will navigate his life from here on. The memories of his past will forever be etched in his mind. Lazy cast a sideways glance at Tang San Cheng. Since when did you speak so poetically? This isn't like you. Besides, isn't there a ray of sunshine beside him? Little Mountain foolishly remarked, I don't see any sunshine next to him. Dear Little Mountain. Bai Yi said, Lazy is referring to Sister Ruxian. It seems our Lazy has finally extricated himself from unrequited love. This is indeed a good thing. I am aware that there are countless beautiful grasses in the world, and as the saying goes, a forced melon is never sweet. One should not assume that only Tang San understands bitterness. I, Lazy, am not lacking in this regard either. Although Lazy uttered these words, a fleeting shadow of disappointment flickered in his eyes. To truly let go of feelings once invested is not as simple as mere words can convey. Bai Yi refrained from exposing him. It was a rare wisdom he possessed. Ruxian approached with Dahai, her face radiant with a smile, while Dahai's pallid countenance bore a hint of blush. This was likely their first time holding hands under the sun. Ruxian remarked, thanks to you all. This is finally over. However, Tang San pondered the fact that, after all, Reina was Dahai's mother, and now it was Ruxian who had dealt the fatal blow. Did Dahai truly not harbor any resentment? Observing Dahai's expression, one could see relief and ease. It seemed that with Reina's demise, everyone had been liberated from the abyss. In truth, Reina was somewhat pitiful. She merely vented her hatred in the most extreme manner, liberating herself through death. Yet in doing so, she condemned so many innocent lives. By the way, where are the bodies of the deceased Han people? Bai Yi inquired. They have all been buried in a deep pit behind the house. To prevent contamination of the water, it has been constructed with stones and covered with oilcloth. Ruxian replied, her demeanor hesitant. You should refrain from witnessing it. Tang San shook his head repeatedly. I have no desire to see it. If water quality is a concern, then it would be better to incinerate them. Bai Yi remarked, the underground water in the oasis is invaluable. Oilcloth and stones cannot prevent the seepage of bodily fluids into the earth. It is merely a matter of time. Just then, Guli Xian emerged. Having overheard Bai Yi's words and found them quite reasonable, she promptly organized for the bodies buried underground to be dealt with. Dahai, now more vocal than before, approached Guli Xian and asked, Annie, how should we handle her body? Let us cremate them together, Guli Xian replied, referring to Rina and the skeletal remains. A trace of sadness crossed her face. Rina became this way for him. In death, let them be united forever. Dahai expressed his gratitude. Thank you. It is good that you do not harbor hatred towards me, Guli Xian said. In truth, I too was uncertain whether my actions were right or wrong. You are not wrong, Dahai reassured her. I have always harbored such thoughts. This is the only way everyone can be liberated. Bai Yi regarded this youth with newfound respect. By the way, how do you possess such knowledge of the desert? You can sense the coming of sandstorms. Even the desert's venomous scorpions. She taught me, Dahai replied. Moreover, it is tradition. In the past, youths were trained to understand the desert, enabling them to navigate between the oasis and the outside world. Initially, they would guide others for a modest fee, procuring supplies from beyond, but later, Bai Yi understood the implications. Due to Rina, those who were once mere guides had transformed into harbingers of doom, fundamentally altered. You have roamed the desert for years and have only encountered the lingxi fruit once. Have you heard of something called the netherbow? Bai Yi inquired. Netherbow? The ocean seemed to be lost in thought, uncertain in its demeanor. It was Ru Xian who spoke up, inquiring, how do you know of the infernal bow? It is a sacred relic from our teachings, though we are uncertain of its appearance. Guli Xian added, indeed, the Quran has mentioned the infernal bow. However, its true nature and form remain unknown to us. We only know it appears amidst sandstorms, and if fortune favors us when the desert winds surge, we might catch a glimpse of it. Had they just missed an opportunity? Upon hearing Guli Xian's words, Bai Yi felt increasingly apprehensive. Dahai then asked, is the item you seek, known as the lingxi fruit, connected to the infernal bow? The answer remained elusive. It was merely speculation at this point. There might be a connection, or perhaps they existed independently. Bai Yi expressed his gratitude. Regardless, thank you for the information. We shall depart tomorrow. Would it be possible for you to prepare some provisions and water for us? We are willing to pay. Pay. Guli Xian chuckled suddenly. Your belongings are still in our possession. What will you use to pay? Bai Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, someone approached with their luggage. Guli Xian smiled. Now you have the means to pay. We have not tampered with your belongings. Just let us know what you need. After all, this is a transaction, and we do not offer our services for free. The people here must survive. Water, provisions, and our camels, Bai Yi replied. Name your price. He had glanced inside the bag earlier and noted that nothing was missing. The money remained untouched, and his 3 guns along with his belt of flying daggers were intact, which eased his mind considerably. Rest assured, the camels have been well cared for. To us, the inhabitants of the desert, camels are akin to our kin. We would never harm them. They are in excellent condition and will be returned to you all tomorrow, Guli Xian assured them. Tonight, you can sleep soundly. Let us hope so, Bai Yi replied with a wry smile. He had never anticipated such predicaments at the onset of their journey through the desert. The whereabouts of the lingxi fruit remained an enigma. The group continued to reside in the same quarters where they had been detained, now joined by Lei Zi and Shi Wenba. Outside, flames roared towards the heavens, presumably consuming the remains of bodies, the noxious scent permeating the air. They secured the door tightly, and Bai Yi turned to Shi Wenba, asking, Professor Shi, what did you mean when you suggested that there might be more buried beneath the ground than just the ancient kingdom of Lulan? Chapter 323. The Tsilu script. What I previously mentioned was but half of my thoughts. I did come to search for the kingdom of Lulan, as I suspect what has been discovered is merely the tip of the iceberg. However, there lies another possibility, that a realm equally as mysterious as Lulan may be concealed within the sands. With that, Shi Wenba produced a wooden piece from his clothing, sighing deeply. You have no idea the effort I expended to keep this from being confiscated. Tang San Cheng remarked. This is not merely a wooden piece. It appears to be a wooden tablet. What writing is inscribed upon it? It is Tsilu script. Shi Wenba remarked. This is a script that has long since vanished. The Kharosthi script originated in ancient Gandhara and later became prevalent across vast regions of Central Asia. It served as a significant lingua franca for trade along the Silk Road and as a medium for Buddhist texts. In the late Eastern Han Dynasty, with the gradual disintegration of the Kushan Empire, refugees migrated into the Darim Basin, and the Kharosthi script began to disseminate in regions such as Khotan and Shanshan. By the mid-4th century, following the downfall of the Kushan Empire, the Kharosthi script also faded into oblivion. By the late 18th century, it had become an indecipherable dead language until 1837, when the British scholar Prinsep unveiled its mysteries. However, the conundrum lies in the fact that by the 3rd century, the Kharosthi script had vanished from its Indian origins. Why, then, was it discovered near the Silk Road? Tang San Cheng exerted considerable effort to digest Shi Wenba's words when Bai Yi interjected, "According to your account, the presence of Kharosthi near the Silk Road is not surprising, as it had indeed once made its way to the Darim Basin." No, Shi Wenba replied, visibly anxious. He felt he had not articulated his thoughts clearly. It is true it once traversed here, but by the 4th century, the Kharosthi script had disappeared. The customs and traditions inscribed on this wooden tablet do not align with those of any nation that has been authenticated from that era. Therefore, I believe it either belongs to the long-lost Lulan kingdom or to an unknown nation that employed the Kharosthi script, concealed within this desert. Oh, that is rather intriguing, Bai Yi remarked. No wonder, Professor, she is so agitated. It seems there is already evidence. But do try to maintain your composure next time. Impulsiveness can be a devil. Shi Wenba sheepishly scratched his head. Actually, I have consulted some sources. This artifact either pertains to the Lulan kingdom or to a realm known as the Kingdom of Jinjue, which some scholars also refer to as the City of Naya. The Kingdom of Jinjue? Lazy raised an eyebrow. What evidence do we have this time? The French explorer Gu not once endeavored to locate an ancient western kingdom named Jinjue at the terminus of the Naya River, but he found nothing. A foreigner named Stein, upon discovering the Naya ruins, surmised that these remnants were indeed the vestiges of the Jinjue kingdom that Gu not had sought in vain. He documented and published the ancient manuscripts he had acquired, and the Chinese bamboo slips were soon observed by eminent sinologists. With their profound knowledge, the scholars quickly discerned that one of the slips bore the inscription from the 5th year of the Taishu era, corresponding to the year 269 AD. During the reign of Emperor Wu of the Western Jin dynasty, the contents of this slip bore some resemblance to what he had uncovered, thus leading to my conjecture. The Kingdom of Jinjue? Bai Yi shook his head. I am not well versed in the 36 nations of the western regions and have never heard of it. Much like Lulan, this kingdom is situated at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains, adjacent to the Taklamakan Desert, and is likewise classified among the 36 nations of the western regions. According to the Book of Han, Treatise on the Western Regions, the Kingdom of Jinjue is located at the southern edge of the Taklamakan Desert, under the jurisdiction of the Western Protectorate established by the Han Dynasty. The king had generals, colonels, and postmasters under his command. Although Jinjue was a small kingdom, its strategic position along the Silk Road rendered it immensely significant. Historical texts describe the environment of Jinjue as marshy and humid, difficult to traverse, with dense reeds providing no passage. From the sparse words, it is evident that the ancient kingdom of Jinjue was once a flourishing oasis. However, after the 3rd century AD, this kingdom abruptly vanished. Moreover, in the historical records of the Han Dynasty, the description of Jinjue is succinct. Comprising only a little over 100 characters, the king resided in Jinjue City, which was located 820 li from Chang'an, with a populace of 480 households and 360 individuals, among whom merely 500 were capable of combat. The kingdom had established positions for a Jinjue commander and 2 generals, as well as a chief translator. It lay 723 li north of the Western Protectorate and was a 4-day journey south to the Ronlu Kingdom, characterized by rugged terrain. The western route extended 460 li to me. Historian Shi Wenba remarked on the diminutive nature of this kingdom, with a mere 480 households and a total population of 360, of which only 500 were soldiers. Despite its small size, one cannot deny its past existence, as it once thrived along the southern Silk Road, renowned for its prosperity. During that era, the city of Naya, known as Nirong, was the most prosperous urban center of Jinjue. Regrettably, this affluent kingdom vanished for reasons unknown, leading to desolation. As noted by Xuanzang when he passed through Naya several centuries later, what lies beneath our feet now? Why did it disappear without a trace? Tang San Cheng pondered. It is indeed remarkable. The likelihood of the latter is greater. Yet what is the significance of the mythical bow? Why did Lazy's master assert that finding the mythical bow would lead to the discovery of the ancient Lulan kingdom? It is also possible that Lazy's master conflated Lulan with Jingjua, given the numerous similarities between the two realms, and the general familiarity with Lulan compared to the obscurity of Jingjua. Bai Yi interjected, however, I trust that the skills of the shelling warriors are not based on hearsay. Initially, Lazy felt a twinge of discomfort at the preceding remark, but Bai Yi's subsequent words effortlessly alleviated his unease. The truth shall reveal itself when we venture out tomorrow. We have prepared thoroughly this time, and may we encounter no further risks. Bai Yi sat up, his injuries preventing him from finding solace in sleep, as the night air seeped into his wounds, inducing an uncomfortable itch. Suddenly, Lazy remarked, by the way, I can't help but feel that Gully Xian holds a special regard for you. I noticed her excitement when you were being struck. Could it be that she harbors feelings for you? Bai Yi shook his head. Perhaps you are overthinking it. Or are you still pining for a beautiful Uyghur? Why not speak with Gully Xian and inquire if there are any eligible maidens still awaiting marriage? Lazy, taken aback, promptly turned over and pulled the blanket over himself. Let us just sleep. Laughter erupted among the group, but Tang San Cheng's spirits quickly dwindled. The quest for the Lingxi fruit appeared increasingly hopeless. He lay down, back to back with Lazy, while Qi Xie stated, since the sea has witnessed it, it must indeed exist. As long as it remains, we have hope. Let us not dwell too much on it. Indeed, Tang San responded with a weary acknowledgement as fatigue finally overtook him. Chapter 324, Lost. The homemade herbal remedies on the oasis proved remarkably effective. When Bai Yi arose, the irritating and painful sensations had completely vanished. Upon examining his wounds, he observed they were beginning to heal. He moved his hand with ease, finding no significant discomfort. Outside, the sounds of lively chatter filled the air, and he roused the others to assess the situation. It turned out that arrangements had been made on the oasis to escort the imprisoned Han people to safety. The urgency was palpable among the crowd. Having been missing for so long, their families must have been frantic with worry. Noticing that Bai Yi and his companions intended to stay a while longer, one kind-hearted individual advised, you should leave as well. Be cautious lest they change their minds. Bai Yi smiled gently. We too shall depart, albeit on a different path. Travel safely. Take care of yourselves, the individual replied, bowing his head as he hurried to rejoin the larger group. Dahai and Ru Xian approached. Dahai carried provisions, while Ru Xian held a water jug filled to the brim. Her face flushed with enthusiasm. This water is guaranteed to be safe. I can have a sip first, she declared. Lazy snatched the water jug from her grasp, saying, all right then, I trust you. Ru Xian regarded Lazy with a complex expression, taking a moment before saying, be careful on your journey. Indeed, Lazy feigned nonchalance. You two enjoy yourselves as well. It's not every day the rain clears. Now, let us not dwell on idle chatter. Where is the camel? Gilixian led the camel out, and Tang San suddenly inquired of Dahai. By the way, Dahai, I've always been curious. Your camel appears quite different from ours. Your camels are domesticated, while mine is wild. It was trained and gifted to me, possessing greater stamina and adaptability than yours, Dahai explained. When mentioning Reina, there was a hint of discomfort in his tone, as if unsure how to address her. Yet, Reina's gesture of gifting such a camel to Dahai hinted at her underlying affection for her son, despite the complexities of their past, a love entwined with resentment. Human emotions are indeed unpredictable. How intriguing, Tang San remarked, scratching his head. This is the first time I've heard of training wild camels. Very well, we should set off now. The 7 fiends had already secured their luggage on the camel's back. With the addition of Shi Wenbo, who had entered without a camel, they decided to share one. As Shi Wenbo mounted the camel, he nearly shed tears of joy, feeling fortunate indeed. As they departed the oasis, they beheld its splendor for the first time amidst the stark, arid desert. In this desolate landscape, they discovered a vibrant oasis, teeming with lush grasses and shaded trees, an embodiment of nature's wonders. Observing the group's awe, Shi Wenbo could not resist showcasing his knowledge. In truth, it is not uncommon to find oases in deserts. This one lies adjacent to the Kunlun Mountains, where snow melts in the summer, cascading down the slopes to form rivers. As these river waters traverse the desert, they seep into the sands, becoming underground reservoirs. Combined with infiltrating rainwater, they create oases in the low-lying areas. Although he appeared somewhat ostentatious, he was nonetheless engaged in providing answers and explanations, and Lazy still showed him some respect. Look, a scholar is indeed a scholar, possessing knowledge that surpasses ours. However, where exactly are we headed, be it towards the Dark Bow or the Ancient Kingdom? According to what the sea had once spoken of regarding the direction of the Lingxi fruit, we should proceed eastward. Bai Yi produced a compass to confirm. Let us first embark eastward. Sure, Wenbao remarked. I have always harbored some doubts. What exactly is your purpose? Exploration, Bai Yi succinctly replied, then chose to remain silent on the topic. Sure, Wenbao, feeling somewhat disheartened, continued to follow the group as they advanced eastward. The party fell into a silence. They understood that speaking would deplete their bodily moisture. Each person held their water flask, occasionally sipping a small amount, careful not to overindulge. This deliberate motion rendered the act of drinking a pleasurable experience, allowing them to savor the sensation of water cascading down their throats. After approximately an hour of travel, Bai Yi squeezed his legs against the camel's belly, bringing their progress to a halt. Something is amiss. What is it? Although Tang San Cheng found the aimless journey somewhat tedious, he had not perceived anything unusual. Yet, observing Bai Yi's furrowed brow, he knew that Bai Yi's attention to detail was as precise as a needle's eye. If he sensed something was wrong, it likely indicated an anomaly. Bai Yi pointed ahead. Look at that. On the plant he indicated, some flowers still lingered, but most had nearly withered away. Xiao said, that is a red willow, a common plant in the desert. We saw several on our way here. What about this one? This particular specimen differed in shape. Bai Yi's expression darkened. From a distance, it formed an arch-like silhouette, which is why I took special note of it. We had just passed by them, yet now they reappear before us. Tang San Cheng interjected. Is it possible that it's merely a similar shape? We have been moving straight ahead without any turns. It is impossible to be lost. At the mention of being lost, the group's demeanor shifted. Except for Xiao Shan, who was unaware of the perils of losing one's way in the desert, the rest felt a twinge of unease. Bai Yi retrieved his compass, suddenly pressing his lips together in concern. He displayed the compass to everyone, and their composure faltered as the needle swung erratically, as if possessed, rendering the instrument ineffective. Bai Yi then checked his watch, noting that the hands had ceased to move. I refuse to believe this nonsense, Lazy exclaimed. As Tang San Cheng stated, we have been moving in a straight line. Damn it. Without even a single turn, how could we be lost? No, we must try again. While Lazy pondered, Xiao had already torn a strip of cloth from his garment, leaping down from the camel to tie it to the red willow's trunk. Whether we are truly lost will become evident when we retrace our steps. A consensus emerged among the group as they cast a glance back at the red willow tied with a cloth. That garment had been worn by 7 evils, and the patterns upon it were indelibly etched in their memories. Having resumed their journey on camels, approximately 20 minutes later, Tang San was the first to halt. Bewildered, what on earth was happening? Before them stood the very red willow they had just seen, swaying in the breeze as if to welcome their return. Chapter 325. The shifting sands. Tang San's expression darkened. Could it be that there existed a phantom wall in the desert? Previously, the phantom wall had merely been a situation where the 8 trigrams formation ensnared them. Yet this time, Tang San felt a different sensation. What was amiss? Lazy was correct. Ever since they had chosen a direction, they had been traveling in a straight line to avoid deviation. How had they ended up circling back? Tang San, have you made any discoveries? Bai Yi, equally ensnared in confusion, placed his hopes upon Tang San. Please hold on a moment. Tang San's ears twitched as he suddenly dismounted from his camel, kneeling in the sand with his ears pressed to the ground, listening intently. From beneath, a rumbling sound emerged. As he placed his hand in the sand and focused his gaze, he immediately sensed a difference. The surface of the sand appeared motionless, yet it was subtly shifting in a gentle flow, curving beneath. The source of the rumbling sound remained a mystery. Rising to his feet, Tang San unraveled the secret of the sand. Bai Yi remarked, no wonder we returned here despite our straight path. We were utterly unaware that the shifting sands had altered our route. We have been guided by this sand all along. Strangely, how could such a phenomenon exist here? Is a dust devil about to form? Lazy, having spoken, felt a chill of apprehension. Prior to entering the desert, he had witnessed the ferocity of dust devils. If humans or animals found themselves at the center, the consequences would be dire. The rumbling sound below was peculiar, its origin unknown. As Tang San spoke, the weather abruptly grew overcast, dark clouds looming ominously overhead. Xiaoshan commented, "It appears somewhat ominous." A wind began to stir, the air suddenly turning cool. Tang San's countenance darkened. "It seems we must leave this place immediately." Lazy spat on the ground in frustration. "Easier said than done. We have traversed this area countless times, and not once have we ventured beyond this boundary. Damn it, could a dust devil truly be approaching?" Time was of the essence. Lazy shut his eyes, having heard a sound akin to distant thunder, resonating in response to the rumbling below. "Let us see if we can evade it." Bai Yi leapt down, shouldering his pack. "Everyone, quickly gather your belongings and cluster together." The camels had gathered together, their instincts often surpassing those of humans. 6 individuals huddled closely, lying behind the camels, silently praying as the wind grew fiercer, whipping up sand that lashed against them. Initially, it was just a few specks, but soon the sand swirled violently, striking them mercilessly, leaving them feeling as though they were being pounded by a hammer. They grasped each other tighter, their bodies involuntarily reacting to the storm. The sound of thunder morphed in the chaos of wind and sand, a cacophony of curses amidst the tempest, and indeed, it felt like a whirlwind. When Tang San Cheng was lifted off the ground, a fleeting thrill surged through him, but it lasted merely 2 seconds before dread settled in regarding his fate. His face trembled, his body caught in the whirlwind, yet his mind remained lucid, fixated on holding tightly to Xiaoshan and Qixia. The backpack strapped to him was being pulled away, threatening to break free at any moment. In the midst of this turmoil, he heard Shuangbo's scream just before being flung away, feeling a numbing sensation at the back of his head. Tang San Cheng closed his eyes, succumbing to the darkness. Water. Cool water streamed into his throat, a refreshing sensation that astonished him as he awoke to such a feeling. He felt discomfort in his mouth, quickly rising to retch to the side, tasting sand in his mouth, throat, and even stomach. He coughed violently, the unique metallic taste and gritty texture of the sand unsettling him. After a prolonged bout of dry heaving, he finally gathered himself enough to see that it was Xiaoshan who was feeding him water. But where were the others? Tang San Cheng asked urgently. Xiaoshan appeared equally listless, weakly nodding with his chin. Turning around, Tang San Cheng observed the others scattered about, their whereabouts uncertain. "Where are we?" He lifted his head. "Are we beneath the desert?" "It seems so." Bai Yi was drinking water, his injuries still not fully healed, now compounded by the circumstances. His hands trembled as he fought against the pain. "I have often wondered what lies beneath the sand. It turns out there are stones and soil, and even moisture." The light illuminating the area emanated from a flashlight placed on the ground by Qixia. Fortunately, their belongings remained intact, though the straps had nearly all been torn apart and were now clutched in their arms. "What are the camels?" Tang San Cheng glanced around. "Where are our camels?" "I don't know. I don't know where they were swept away by the storm," Qixia replied, his usual resilience replaced by visible weakness as he leaned against a rock, one hand supporting himself. Tang San Cheng's concern deepened, though he felt utterly drained. He crawled over to Qixia. "Are you injured?" "It's nothing," Qixia murmured. "Just a minor wound, nothing to fret over. I still have medicine in my pack, and I've already applied it." Tang San Cheng brushed Qixia's hand aside, revealing that the skin on Qixia's hand was nearly gone, a bloody mess adorned with a sprinkle of medicinal powder. The sight of it nearly brought Tang San Cheng to tears. "How could this happen? It's all my fault." On one side, Wenbo remarked, "If it weren't for my need to hold on, Qixia would not have been injured. A minor wound is certainly preferable to the loss of lives." Qixia replied calmly. The scream just now had indeed belonged to Wenbo, being merely a scholar. He had never encountered such a scene before. As the wind surged, he was lifted off the ground, and his grip instantly loosened. Qixia, being a person of considerable skill and a kind heart, naturally sought to assist him. The metal hook from Wenbo's luggage cruelly scraped away the flesh from Qixia's hand, causing tears to well up in his eyes. Yet he steadfastly refused to let go, ultimately saving Wenbo. Otherwise, he would have been swept away like the camels, lost to the tempest. In any case, we are fortunate to be alive. Lazy, with a weak voice, said, "I have never felt so close to death as I do today. Mother, I still do not wish to die." Tang San Cheng rested his head on Qixia's lap, stating, "This wind is truly malevolent. It is a blessing we survived. There is still hope." Chapter 326. The shirt. This is the advantage of Tang San Cheng. No matter the circumstances, he always maintains an optimistic outlook. Indeed, with a few affirmations in one's heart, Perhaps circumstances will genuinely improve. Bai Yi unexpectedly smiled. It is fortunate to have someone as simple-minded as you around. Your ears are quite perceptive. We made some preparations in advance, and they bore fruit. Let us rest for a moment before seeking a way out. This place won't collapse, will it? What sort of place is this? It is dark and filled with mud and stones. Lazy, supporting his waist, stood up and said, I don't know how we got in, and getting out seems troublesome. Let us accept our fate, Bai Yi replied, now more open-minded. They say that surviving great calamities brings subsequent blessings. Since we were unscathed by the storm, I believe we shall encounter a fortuitous event. I see you have been influenced by Tang San Cheng, Lazy chuckled. Now everyone has resigned themselves to fate. Good, I shall not waste more words. It is paramount to survive. Without life, no amount of wealth is of any use, and I have yet to marry. Tang San Cheng tore off his shirt to bandage Qi Xie's hand. Once the bandaging was complete, Qi Xie rose to search for firewood, uncertain if any existed beneath the desert. After a diligent search, he found a few pieces, which he managed to ignite, placing their provisions over the flame to roast. Bai Yi could not help but admire Qi Xie. He truly embodied the spirit of a resilient man, and Tang San Cheng was indeed fortunate. Gathered together, they replenished their energy with a bit of water, gradually regaining some spirit. Moments ago, they felt as if every bone were fractured, utterly devoid of strength. Lazy, now balling his fists, finally sensed a semblance of vitality returning. Bai Yi checked his gun and ammunition, relieved that the tempest had not caused a misfire. At this juncture, they began to scrutinize their surroundings. The soil was sparse, mostly consisting of bedrock, a point that benefited from Professor Shi Wenba's extensive knowledge. He approached the bedrock, stating, only complete rocks beneath the weathering layer can be termed bedrock. Those exposed at the surface are referred to as outcrops. We are indeed within the bedrock layer. Without a doubt, it is quite strange how we ended up being swept underground. That is a question for the Tempest. Risey spoke with a hint of annoyance. Professor Shi, aren't you a historian? How come you are so well-versed in geography as well? We have spent years traversing various terrains, often finding ourselves lodging in desolate wilderness. So it is impossible for us to be unfamiliar with geography. Shi Wenba sighed. The bedrock is remarkably hard and buried deep underground. Finally, he arrived at the crux of the matter, and a wave of dismay washed over the group. Suddenly, Xiaoshan interjected, what is that? He pointed towards a small hole in the bedrock ahead. The group looked on, but all they saw was an impenetrable darkness. Tang San Cheng remarked, Xiaoshan, are you mistaken? No. I distinctly saw a shadow flicker just now, Xiaoshan insisted. It was quicker than I was. A chill ran through everyone. They were indeed underground. Risey, undeterred, declared, I'll go take a look. Xiaoshan, if you are deceiving us, I shall make you pay. Xiaoshan retorted defiantly, do as you wish. With that, Risey brandished his flashlight and approached the cave. As the beam illuminated the interior, he exclaimed in shock, causing the flashlight to tumble to the ground. Bai Yi and Qi Xie rushed over, asking what happened. Risey patted his chest. Damn it, there is indeed something here. See for yourselves. Bai Yi retrieved the flashlight and directed it inside, bursting into laughter. It's merely an old piece of clothing. Look how frightened you were. When did you become so timid? Suddenly, Bai Yi turned back to Shi Wenba, who had muttered, indeed, how could there be clothing here? Aren't we underground? The presence of such an item implies that someone, like us, must have once visited this place. Shi Wenba stepped closer, peering into the light. This is foreign clothing. Indeed, though the shirt was filthy, its style and fabric were unmistakably not of domestic origin. It hung precariously from an outcropping of stone, swaying gently. Bai Yi, emboldened, reached into the cave, and a gust of wind brushed against his hand, chilling the wound he bore. It was the wind that had stirred the shirt, causing Xiaoshan to mistakenly believe someone was inside. Professor Shi, I recall you mentioning that a foreign expedition was once organized to seek the fabled Jingzhue kingdom, correct? Bai Yi inquired. This is precisely what I find astonishing. However, a single shirt does not suffice as evidence. From what I understand, the expedition was quite extensive. If they had indeed been here, they would have left behind a plethora of traces. Shi Wenba was now significantly excited. If we could prove that an expedition had visited this location, then he faltered, overwhelmed by the weight of the moment, knowing that the evidence was still insufficient to draw any conclusions. Meanwhile, Tang San Cheng scanned the surroundings, searching for the elusive linksy fruit. The flora here was exceedingly sparse. Apart from a few green shoots emerging from the crevices of stone, there was nothing else. Tang San Cheng could not conceal his disappointment, and Bai Yi reassured him. There is no need to rush. We have only just begun. The entrance to the cave was small, barely large enough for Xiaoshan to squeeze through. Bai Yi instructed, Xiaoshan, crawl inside and see if there is anything else. Remember, if you sense anything amiss, come out immediately. Safety comes first, understood? Bai Yi believed that such warnings were likely futile against Xiaoshan, so he resorted to mentioning Tang San Cheng again. Otherwise, you shall not see your brother San Cheng. Xiaoshan shivered at the thought. For him, the prospect of not seeing Tang San Cheng was indeed grave. He unusually nodded solemnly. I understand. Shrinking his body, Xiaoshan nimbly slipped through a small opening. Once inside, he extended his hand to retrieve the flashlight from Bai Yi. Sure, Wenbo remarked with a sigh, truly remarkable. At such a tender age, he has mastered the art of contortion. Remarkable it may be, yet one cannot disclose that Xiaoshan's extraordinary abilities stem from his innate nature. After a considerable while of navigating within, Xiaoshan emerged at the entrance, first handing out a shirt and then placing an object into Bai Yi's hand, a lighter. He then retracted himself through the opening in the same manner. Inside lay a multitude of items, haphazardly strewn about, as though someone had previously lingered there. Xiaoshan stated, It seems I have never seen this particular item before. The lighter, which Bai Yi had encountered abroad, was turned upside down for inspection. Its base bore the distinctive emblem of the brand, eternally etched there alongside a serial number. Bai Yi exclaimed, This is quite a renowned lighter indeed. What? Tang San Cheng blurted, bewildered. Bai Yi, amused yet patient, explained, This is in English. It is a famous lighter from abroad, dating back to 1932. Given its style, it is indeed an early model, indicating that someone has used it. That seems unlikely, Lazy interjected. How could a lighter like this possibly remain unblemished? That is the essence of its design, Bai Yi elucidated. The surface is treated with an ancient silver or bronze coating, then polished to achieve a vintage effect, and finally coated with a transparent protective lacquer. Over time, the surface will shine brighter due to this protection. Bai Yi, do you reckon you can deduce its year of manufacture? Sure, Wenbo inquired anxiously. Indeed, this brand of lighter is equipped with an anti-theft code that varies by era, which allows me to make an educated guess, Bai Yi responded. This likely dates back to the early 1930s. Could it possibly be related to what Professor Scher mentioned regarding Stein? Lazy queried. Sure, Wenbo shook his head. If this lighter was produced in the 1930s, it would have no connection to Stein, who is known as the greatest thief of Dunhuang. His plundering activities commenced in 1900. Stein devoted the prime of his life to archaeological explorations in the heart of Asia, with the support of the British and Indian governments. He undertook 3 expeditions to Central Asia, the first from 1900 to 1901, primarily excavating ancient sites in the Hetian region and Naya. The second expedition took place between 1900 and 1908. In addition to revisiting the sites of Hotan and Naya, the ancient Lulan ruins were excavated, and the team ventured deeply into the Heshi corridor. Along the Great Wall near Dunhuang, a significant number of Han bamboo slips were unearthed. The expedition also visited the Mogao caves, capturing images of the cave murals, and took advantage of the ignorance of Wang Daoists to deceitfully acquire 24 boxes of Dunhuang manuscripts, 5 boxes of silk paintings, and textiles from the Cave of Scriptures. Upon hearing this, Lei Zi was incensed. What audacity this old Russian has! How dare he take our treasures? If it weren't for his early arrival, I would have surely wrung his neck. Stein harbored a particular fascination for artifacts from Central Asia. He subsequently embarked on a 3rd expedition, revisiting Hotan, Naya, and the Lulan ruins, and returned to Dunhuang, where he obtained over 500 Dunhuang manuscripts from Wang Daoist. He also excavated sites in places such as Haichengzi and Turpan. In 1930, he planned a 4th expedition to Central Asia, but was denied permission by the Nanjing government. The few artifacts he obtained thereafter remain unaccounted for. Sure, Wenbo remarked. This fellow has caused quite a commotion here. The circumstances of the time were peculiar, and it is lamentable that those artifacts were taken away. Bai Yi commented. It is impossible that Stein could have done this, even less so for the French explorer Guénot. Indeed, the timeline does not align at all, Sure, Wenbo replied. Tang San Cheng felt they were overcomplicating matters. In my view, there are 2 possibilities. 1. Stein may have entered without official approval. The other, a foreign expedition could have come through in the 1930s, unrelated to Stein. You are overthinking this. Bai Yi fixed his gaze intently on Tang San Cheng, causing him to feel uneasy. What's wrong? No, it seems you've been possessed today, Bai Yi laughed heartily. Your analysis is quite astute. We have indeed overcomplicated things, initially trying to connect everything. Yet it is entirely possible there is no relation at all, merely a foreign exploration team having passed through. Xiaoshan, what else is inside? A great many things, Xiaoshan replied. The items remain, though perhaps the people have vanished. A hush fell over the group for a few seconds before Lei Zi spoke up. Xiaoshan's communication skills are lacking. It would be best if we could just go in and take a look. But can this cave be expanded? If Xiaoning were here, we wouldn't need to worry about this issue, Lei Zi said. What is there to fear? We have gunpowder, and we can always use a little less. Expanding it under the safest conditions. I'll leave it to you. Bai Yi recognized that, at this moment, everyone's strength had not fully returned. So it was best to let Lei Zi give it a try, primarily because Lei Zi had consistently proven trustworthy with explosives. Lei Zi prepared the gunpowder dosage and currently held a lighter from a foreign brand. Let me give it a try. Will it still work? Bai Yi tossed the lighter into his hands, and Lei Zi, holding it awkwardly, remarked, How do you use this thing? I can't figure it out. Foreign gadgets are so complicated. What is so complicated about it? Let me try, though I may not be able to ignite it. Bai Yi instructed Lei Zi to step aside while he proceeded to ignite the explosives. To his surprise, the powder indeed caught fire. After lighting it, Bai Yi shielded his head and hurried back. The explosion was relatively minor, producing a soft bang and a modest amount of force. Upon inspection, the mouth of the cave was indeed scattered with debris, and the group began to clear away the stones, effectively doubling the size of the entrance, allowing the towering Qi Xie to move freely in and out. As they ventured into the cave, they gained a clearer understanding of the environment, finally grasping the essence of what the small mountain had conveyed. The belongings remained, yet the individuals had vanished. Inside, they discovered 2 tents, a pile of ashes in the center, and some scattered garments amidst the dust. Most notably, a backpack was found leaning against one of the tents. The scene suggested that this group had paused for a rest, only for something unforeseen to transpire, leading to their sudden disappearance, leaving behind their possessions. Bai Yi remarked, drying clothes, starting a fire, and cooking food. He kicked at something with his foot, a can of luncheon meat. It was evident that these individuals were foreigners, as Bai Yi had encountered and tasted similar cans abroad. The texture was unpalatable, resembling spoiled meat, though convenient for transport. Ultimately, Bai Yi's gaze settled on the backpack, which he retrieved with ease. It was a specially designed bag capable of holding a substantial amount, far superior to their own gear despite being a product from the 1930s. Upon rummaging through its contents, he found personal clothing and at the very bottom, a diary. Sure, Wenbao remarked, their essay diary. This is splendid. We'll learn about these individuals' origins. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that the diary was written in English, leaving Sure Wenbao momentarily dumbfounded. My English is not proficient. What shall I do now? He lamented. Lei Zi scoffed. We never relied on you for that. Bai Yi has conducted business abroad and possesses excellent English. Professor Sure, you need not worry about that. Sure Wenbao chuckled awkwardly, then inquired, Bai Yi, what does it say? Chapter 328. The diary. This diary belonged to an expedition team from Britain. Though they referred to themselves as explorers, they were essentially colleagues of ours. From the narrative provided, it was clear that they were originally preparatory members of Stein's 4th expedition, which was thwarted by the Nanjing government's refusal to grant permission. Stein, having aged, abandoned this venture after being denied, yet this group chose to embark on their own clandestine expedition. Bai Yi glanced at Tang San Cheng. You were correct in your assumptions regarding this matter. Tang San Cheng broke into a jubilant dance, while Qi Xie ignored him, prompting, what else is there? They arrived in 1936, and I shall not delve into the minutiae of their journey. Suffice it to say, it can be summarized in 4 words, secretive and stealthy. The crux of the matter lies here. They became trapped. Bai Yi continued, our situation mirrors theirs. The diary lists their names, 6 individuals in total. 6 individuals? Lei Zi counted their group, exclaiming, damn, isn't that just like us? Indeed, 6 individuals were ensnared, yet initially, they perceived no issues. Their arrival here differed from ours. We were caught in a whirlwind, whereas they followed a lead, ultimately arriving at this location. How should we interpret this English term? Bai Yi found himself lost in thought. And surprisingly, no one dared to interrupt him, fearing they might disturb his contemplation. His eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint as he pondered the notion of a non-existent bow and arrow. Could it be the mythical underworld Bao? Lazy, quick to react, squeezed himself beside Bai Yi, merely joining in the ruckus. Upon glancing at the diary filled with cryptic characters, he tapped his forehead and urged, "You carry on." The handwriting in the latter part of the diary became noticeably chaotic, indicating it had been hastily recorded. Comparing the earlier entries, one could observe that the initial letters were meticulously penned, yet the final pages reflected a sense of urgency. With one sheet even torn through by the pressure of the pen, Bai Yi remarked, "The diary mentions a total of 6 members in the expedition team. Yet only one backpack remains here, which is rather peculiar. It's possible that the owner of this backpack intentionally left it behind," Qisha suggested. He merely wished to convey some information. Indeed, the circumstances at that time seemed unusual. He may have sensed impending danger, prompting him to leave behind this record. Bai Yi continued, "After they discovered the non-existent bow and arrow, the diary abruptly ends, and those individuals vanished from this place." Lazy had already concluded that what these people witnessed was indeed the underworld bow. They must have encountered something extraordinary, drawn in, only to be lured away by the bow to an alternate realm, likely meeting with misfortune. Then, if we remain here, might we also witness what they beheld? Tang San Cheng's thoughts were typically straightforward, yet today his words proved prophetic. Bai Yi nodded, acknowledging the possibility, "We shall stay here for the time being." No one opposed, and they resumed their search for other clues. Inside the tent, they discovered several unopened cans, unfortunately all expired and unfit for consumption. However, Lazy devised a clever plan to empty the contents and utilize the cans to heat food. After tidying up the 2 tents, they found ample space for 6 individuals, allowing them to finally secure a peaceful night's rest. The group expressed their excitement over the remnants left behind, seemingly forgetting about the elusive bow and arrow. Bai Yi was aware that they were intentionally downplaying it. The expedition team had mysteriously disappeared because of it. What a coincidence that they were also a party of 6. Was it merely chance? In this subterranean realm devoid of day and night, fatigue set in, and as weariness enveloped them, they divided into 2 tents to rest. None bothered to zip up the tent flaps. Xiao fell asleep the quickest, emitting soft snores in his slumber. Lazy, feeling a twinge of envy, remarked, "What a carefree child, so enviable." Tang San Cheng murmured an acknowledgement, turned over, and succumbed to deep sleep. Lazy, helpless, also closed his eyes. Perhaps exhaustion was the culprit. For the very person who had just been commenting on other swift slumber soon joined the realm of dreams. The small cave fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by the rhythmic sounds of their snores. When the gust of wind swept through, Tang San felt an icy chill enveloping his entire being. The sound of the wind howled insistently in his ears, demanding his attention. He shuddered involuntarily, instantly opening his eyes. The tent swayed precariously, and he found it peculiar. Wasn't this place underground? Where could such a fierce wind be originating from? Crawling towards the entrance, the scene outside left him utterly astonished. "Come quickly and see," Tang San exclaimed, his voice exaggerated enough to rouse everyone from their slumber. Little Mountain was still yawning, while Lazy appeared as though he were on the brink of death. Upon peering outside, he too was left speechless. Bai Yi from the adjacent tent remarked, "Could this be the nether bow?" The wind, seemingly emerging from nowhere, stirred the sand particles, which then adhered to the wall, forming the unmistakable shape of a colossal bow that spanned the entire surface. It was astonishing. "Incredible," Shi Wenba declared. "This wind is truly bizarre." Tang San noticed the subtle shift in the wind's direction and proclaimed, "The wind is about to cease." Indeed, scarcely 3 seconds after his words, the fierce wind abruptly halted, causing the sand on the wall to cascade down in a clamor, the bow constructed from the sand disintegrating in an instant. The entire event unfolded in merely 2 minutes. Had it not been for Tang San's keen ears that roused him from the cacophony, they would have missed this extraordinary occurrence, leaving everyone with a sense of trepidation. "The nether bow, this must be what Master spoke of," Lazy said, brimming with excitement. "I knew Master would not deceive me." Shi Wenba added, "There is a bow, but no arrows. Since ancient times, bows and arrows have been inseparable." Bai Yi approached the wall, which was, in fact, a massive bedrock formation, running his hand over its uneven surface, dotted with pits. "What a coincidence that the sand would adhere here," he mused. "Could it be mere chance?" "San, investigate where the wind is emanating from," Qi Xia suddenly instructed Tang San. I've already observed that this space appears enclosed, making it impossible for such a strong wind to exist unless there is a more open area nearby connected to it. Under certain wind directions, it would flow into this space. Tang San led Xia 3 meters from the tent. I followed the sound, and the wind is coming from here. Chapter 329. The hook. There lay a stone block the size of 2 footballs. Xia moved it aside, revealing a hole behind it. You were right. It's coming from here. Wait. Wenba suddenly exclaimed, rushing over to squat beside the stone block, studying it intently. There are inscriptions in Qilu script on this. Look. Compare it with the one on my wooden carving. To prove his point, Wenba rummaged through his belongings, only to find his hands grasping at emptiness. Huh. He stood up excitedly, feeling all over his body, but his expression soon turned despondent. Oh no, it must have fallen out during the windstorm. Observing his vexation, Bai Yi remarked, it matters not. I have seen that wood carving. Though I cannot comprehend it fully, I remember the shape of the characters, which should correspond to those inscribed on this stone, what you refer to as Karo H script. With Bai Yi's support, Wenba felt a sense of relief. Tang San Cheng added, this stone is here. Once it is moved, the direction of the wind will change, and will the wall still form a bow? Even if it were blown against the wall, it would be rather fortuitous for it to align perfectly as a bow. This stone is rather peculiar. Xia commented. It seems intentionally placed here. Look at the ground. There was a deep groove on the ground, perfectly fitting the stone. Xia asserted, this is a designated fixed position. Artificially arranged. Artificial? The situation suddenly became more complex. Bai Yi asked Wenba, Professor Shi, can you decipher the characters? What do they mean? Let me give it a try, Wenba replied, lacking absolute confidence. I have not studied Karo H for long. I can manage the simpler phrases, but the complex content is somewhat beyond me. Nonetheless, it was better than complete ignorance. Wenba, who seemed to have slight nearsightedness, leaned closely to the stone, and as he touched it, his face contorted in disbelief, slapping his forehead. No way. This scholar is really keeping us in suspense. Lazy nudged him. Come on. Professor Shi, you're about to drive us mad. Just tell us, will you? There are only 3 characters. Jingjue Kingdom. Upon saying this, Wenba pinched himself. I truly did not misread. I am well acquainted with these 3 characters. Tang San Cheng chuckled. Lazy, it seems your master was mistaken. He said that finding the Ming Bao would lead us to the ancient Lulan Kingdom, but what we have discovered is Jingjue Kingdom. Lazy's face flushed. Well, even the best can slip up. Besides, Lulan and Jingjue are not that different, are they? But how did they enter? Bai Yi pondered aloud. This small hole shows no signs of damage from the outside. Where did the 6 members of the expedition vanish to? This realization struck everyone, and Bai Yi remarked, it appears there is more to this mystery. They searched tirelessly around the small hole, but found nothing. They could have used explosives to destroy the hole. Yet no one entertained such a notion. Its existence seemed to hold significance and mystery, and it would be a shame to destroy it. Bai Yi recalled Wenba's words about the inseparability of bows and arrows. The wall displayed only a bow, but where was the arrow? Standing by the small hole. Bai Yi gazed at the stone wall and wondered if there truly was no arrow. As his gaze wandered, he noticed a distinct long scratch on the wall, a deep mark that was invisible from the front but became clear when viewed from the side due to the angle of the light. What is this? Following Bai Yi's line of sight, everyone beheld that unusual scratch. Holding a flashlight, Xia approached the enigmatic crevice, inserting his hand deeply within. His little finger disappeared entirely into its smooth depths. This surface bore no traces of natural formation, exhibiting an uncanny smoothness, almost ethereal. There seemed to be an air of mystery surrounding this discovery, leaving everyone in a state of perplexity as they meandered about. Xiaoshan lay against the rock face, appearing utterly bored, his small head pressed against the stone while his hands fidgeted aimlessly. Suddenly, he thrust his hands into the scratch, gripping something within. With a yelp, he exclaimed, "That hurts." Pulling his hand back, Xiaoshan revealed several bloody scratches across his fingers. Lazy rushed over to console him, while Xia and Bai Yi exchanged glances before both reached in to explore the crevice. Upon touching the center of the scratch, they encountered 2 hooks, precisely where Xiaoshan had earlier made contact. Bai Yi murmured, "What could these 2 hooks signify? Their arrangement is too perfect to be mere coincidence." Lazy remarked, "I can't shake the feeling that this rock is quite peculiar. These hooks are even more bizarre. How could such intricate designs exist within natural bedrock?" Despite their best efforts, None could decipher the reason behind this anomaly. Xiao Shan, feeling somewhat aggrieved, added, "The hooks are movable, my finger got caught on them, and they shifted when I did." An epiphany struck Bai Yi, and he shivered at the implication. "In that case," he said, glancing at Qixia, "illuminate the area for me." Qixia complied, shining the flashlight as Bai Yi's hand delved into the crevice. Indeed, the hooks were capable of movement. A chuckle escaped Bai Yi as he began to piece together the puzzle, continuing his exploration until he discovered 2 slots. He deftly maneuvered the stone hooks into place, securing them. Suddenly, a deep rumbling resonated from behind the rock face. Something is happening. The thunderous noise emanated from within the bedrock. Bai Yi quickly retreated several steps, but the transformation did not manifest on the rock itself. After the rumbling subsided, a space emerged beside the bedrock. Lazy shook his head. After so long in the field, encountering such an elaborate mechanism was unprecedented. As the space opened, a rush of hot air escaped, not swamp gas, but rather a result of prolonged confinement leading to elevated temperatures. The influx of fresh air allowed the heated vapor to escape. Lazy appeared disheartened. "We aren't as clever as those foreigners. It's infuriating. They possess extensive resources, and it must be acknowledged that their knowledge surpasses ours. It's only reasonable they would uncover the mechanisms." Bai Yi peered into the dark void, unable to discern its depths. The thought that the 6 who ventured inside had not returned for their tents and backpacks instilled a sense of foreboding within him. Tang San Cheng remarked, "Considering this scratch alongside the bow, doesn't it suggest a union of bow and arrow?" "Indeed, that is quite accurate," Wenbo sighed. "I've always said, a bow and arrow are inseparable." "No need to dwell on that," Lazy interjected. "What shall we do now? Shall we venture inside?" He picked his nose, feeling uneasy. Chapter 330, The Rattlesnake. Wenbo then remarked, "Some unofficial histories mention that the kingdom of Jingjue was primarily inhabited by the people of the Ghost Cave tribe, originally situated downstream of the Zidu River. It is said that the tribe is adept at excavating caves in the desert, making it easy for outsiders to fall into their traps. You could have mentioned that sooner." Lazy spat on the ground. Bai Yi chuckled, "It's not too late to say it now. We haven't even entered yet. Besides, whether or not this is the true ancient city of Jingjue remains to be seen. So, if anyone wishes to withdraw, now is still the time." Tang San Cheng remarked, "We haven't yet located the lingxi fruit. What if it is inside? I would regret it for a lifetime. I'm determined to go in." "It depends on you all now." Lingxi fruit? This was the first time Wenbo had heard of such a name. "So, you came here in search of that?" "Professor Shi, have you heard of it?" Tang San Cheng casually inquired, not expecting a response. "I remember the wooden carving I previously brought. It was part of a set, and I only took one piece. The inscriptions mention this fruit. If the carving is related to this place, then the lingxi fruit you speak of might very well be inside." Wenbo, being a scholar, emphasized the importance of evidence and quickly added, "Of course, this is merely conjecture. If anything were to happen after you heed my words and enter, I would not bear the responsibility." Lazy, who had always been irritated by the pedantic scholar, had not been cordial during the journey. At this moment, he derided, "Sounds like you plan to stay here alone?" Wenbo was taken aback. "Of course not. If you all leave, what would I remain here for?" The others chuckled quietly, realizing that Wenbo was truly oblivious as he earnestly replied, missing the sarcasm in Lazy's words. It was as if Lazy had thrown a heavy punch into a cotton ball, lacking any impact. He opened his mouth in exasperation and shook his head. "I must admit, you've got me there." With that settled, they prepared to enter. Each person returned to gather their belongings and proceeded toward the entrance. Upon entering, a cold breeze greeted them. Bai Yi cautioned, "Everyone be careful. There's an opening here that seems connected to the place we just saw. Let us get the rope out." Those behind peered in and indeed found an opening just a few steps in, leading into an abyss where the bottom was not visible. Bai Yi declared, "I'll go first. You all be cautious." "You should be careful," Tang San Cheng retorted defiantly. "There are many of us. The situation below is unclear." When did Tang San Cheng become so mature? Bai Yi chuckled softly. "I have a gun and a flying knife. I consider my agility and combat skills decent. So you need not worry. If anything unexpected occurs, I'll fire a warning shot." Qixia held onto the rope as Bai Yi donned a headlamp and descended along the rope. The light became their only marker of his whereabouts. Descending further into the darkness, Lazy spat, "It looks quite deep." At that moment, a gunshot echoed from below, and they exchanged glances. fear etching Tang San Cheng's face. What if Bai Yi is in danger? Qixie tugged at the rope. Sensing its weight still intact, it should be fine. In truth, he harbored his own doubts. Observing the remaining few individuals, he felt a sense of unease. There was no need to mention lazy. While Tang San Cheng and Shi Wenbo were both as helpless as a fledgling chick, and Xiaoshan was not the sharpest tool in the shed. Noticing Qixie's discomfort, Lazy declared, "I'll go down second, you take care of them." Tang San Cheng and Xiaoshan lowered Lazy into the depths. Halfway down, Tang San Cheng heard Lazy's voice. "What is this thing?" The tone did not seem overly alarming, allowing Tang San Cheng to relax. It was likely nothing serious, as Lazy's speech appeared quite normal. However, events soon revealed that a small complication had indeed arisen below, though not life-threatening. Once everyone descended, they learned that Bai Yi had merely encountered an exceptionally large rattlesnake, which had suddenly lunged at him, forcing him to fire his weapon. This rattlesnake bore a potent venom. A single bite could spell doom. "Did I scare you all?" Bai Yi chuckled. "It's all my fault for suggesting a warning shot, making you think it was something grand. Isn't that a significant matter?" Lazy wiped his mouth. "The venom is indeed formidable. I reckon we should tread carefully. There may be more lurking about." It truly was a case of good luck turning sour. Tang San Cheng heard a hissing sound in his ears, his body tingling, and goosebumps erupted on his arms. There may indeed be more. Bai Yi's expression tightened, and the group directed their flashlights outward. Surrounding them were countless rattlesnakes, slithering across the sandy terrain, converging upon the group. "There is an abundance of sand here. Markedly different from where we just were," Bai Yi remarked. "Damn it, now is not the time for that." Lazy spat on the ground. "With so many rattlesnakes around, Tang San Cheng, get ready to fire." Tang San Cheng had already drawn his weapon, his finger poised on the trigger, albeit with dubious marksmanship. He had no choice but to press on. Seeing his predicament, Qixie took the gun from him. "Illuminate for me." Bai Yi appeared quite confident. "Shine the light into their eyes as you shoot, and conserve ammunition. Let's aim for precision. How about a little contest among the three of us?" This strategy was not without merit. These rattlesnakes had lived underground for years and would undoubtedly be ill-prepared for bright light. Bai Yi had already noted that upon encountering strong illumination, their speed diminished, making it the opportune moment for a well-aimed shot. The rattlesnake earned its name for its tail, which ends in a series of keratin rings, remnants from multiple molts. When threatened or agitated, they rapidly shake their tails, producing a loud sound that deters foes or sends them fleeing. "Today, you have indeed met your match." Bai Yi was the first to fire. With each shot, a snake's body slumped to the ground. Lazy muttered, "Damn it, he really is hitting every mark. Now I feel the pressure." Upon glancing back, Lazy observed the commotion on Qixie's side and felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Qixie's marksmanship far surpassed Lazy's expectations. While he was aware that Qixie was a martial arts master, he had never heard of his shooting prowess being so remarkably precise. Lazy spat on the ground, muttering, "You have forced my hand." Chapter 331. The snake charmer Lazy, ignited by a competitive spirit, desired to measure his skills against Bai Yi and Qixie. He fired a shot, instantly eliminating one serpent. Just as he basked in his moment of triumph, a snake lunged at him with startling speed. The rustling sound was clear to Tang San Cheng, who, without knowing where he found the courage, kicked the snake aside. With a resounding bang, Lazy's bullet struck the snake's head, leaving it a bloody mess. "Thanks," Lazy said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had been careless, too focused on Bai Yi and Qixie to safeguard his own position. Fortunately, Tang San Cheng possessed exceptional hearing, and he had narrowly escaped disaster. This was the second time Tang San Cheng had rescued him. As the gunfire finally ceased, the sight of the snakes sprawled lifelessly on the ground filled the air with a heavy stench of blood. Lazy spat again, bemused by the sheer number of snakes, noting their organized approach as if they were executing a coordinated ambush. Bai Yi, who had been on the verge of laughter, suddenly grew serious and asked Tang San Cheng, "Before I fired my weapon, did you hear any other sounds?" "Other sounds?" Tang San Cheng hesitated, recalling there was a brief sound, akin to a high-pitched flute. But it was fleeting. "I only heard it once, then nothing more." "What about before we noticed the snakes encircling us?" Bai Yi pressed on. "I was too panicked to pay attention," Tang San Cheng admitted, perplexed. "Is something wrong?" Bai Yi scoffed coldly. "It appears the emergence of these snakes is not a mere coincidence." "No, Bai Yi, if you have something to say, please be direct," Shi Wenbo still shaken and trembling, interjected, "Is this place haunted? You, a history professor, believe in ghosts?" Lazy laughed heartily. "That's the best joke I've heard all year." "No, Professor sure is not mistaken. There are indeed spirits," Bai Yi interjected abruptly. Lazy's jaw dropped in disbelief, while Tang San Cheng inhaled sharply. "Bai Yi, do you also subscribe to such superstitions?" "There are spirits. Someone is orchestrating this," Bai Yi explained. "The appearance of these serpents is peculiar, and coupled with the sound resembling a flute, I suspect someone is controlling them. In the western regions, there are snake charmers. Have you heard of them? In fact, in certain countries like Sri Lanka and India, such practitioners still exist." Sure Wenbo felt revitalized. "I am aware that in the western regions, there exists a secret technique for training snakes, once deemed a form of sorcery. Many snake trainers have lived alongside serpents since childhood. These venomous creatures not only refrain from biting them, but also heed their commands. They excel in both training snakes and neutralizing their venom. In ancient times, they earned their livelihood through snake performances and treating snake bites. However, I suspect the underlying mechanism is not sorcery, but rather the use of certain substances to manipulate the snake's nervous systems, eliciting responses to specific sounds. Alas, my theories remain unprovable." Tang San Cheng's eyes widened. "I heard it again. That sound reminiscent of a short flute." Everyone stood back to back, shining their flashlights in all directions. Bai Yi exhaled. Now, an increasing number of snakes approached, and unlike before, these were cobras. "Damn it, it's a mountain marker," said Lazy. This term was an old nickname for cobras, derived from the beautiful black and white patterns resembling spectacles that appear when their necks expand. The venom of such snakes is particularly potent. A single bite can lead to death within 2 hours. Bai Yi declared, "This is dire. Lazy, it's time to employ your specialty." The bullets were running low, and the number of snakes had increased even further. Lazy paused, quickly grasping the situation, and immediately produced his prized gunpowder. "Cover me," he urged. Before he could finish, the snakes began to move. Upon seeing this, Lazy's hands trembled. "Damn, why are they advancing so swiftly?" Xie surveyed the surroundings. The person must be nearby. Seeing us prepare gunpowder, they've unleashed the snakes. To capture the thief, we must first seize the leader. Tang San Cheng, it's up to you. With no time to waste. Tang San Cheng prepared himself, whispering, "All right, but everyone must hold their breath for 5 seconds. 5 seconds will suffice. Also extinguish your lights." "Extinguish?" Lazy noticed the snakes closing in and steeled himself. "Just 5 seconds. Otherwise, we all perish." Suddenly, the beams of several flashlights extinguished, and everyone pinched their noses, tightly closing their mouths. Tang San Cheng felt a surge of anxiety. At this critical juncture, the pressure rested squarely on his shoulders. He closed his eyes, hearing countless sounds as if they were converging at his ears, conversing with him, amidst which he discerned a distinct panting. Tang San Cheng merely pointed in a direction, and Xie leapt into the darkness, relying on his instinct. The others switched on their flashlights, observing the snakes standing still, appearing somewhat bewildered. It seemed Xie had succeeded. Bai Yi remarked, "These snakes are behaving as if in hibernation. Let us proceed and investigate." Tang San Cheng said, "I just heard Xie's voice. He seems rather at ease." Before they could move, Xie emerged, dragging someone along, grasping something else in his hand. As he drew closer, it became apparent that dragging was a misnomer, for Xie had twisted the person's arm in a manner that was excruciatingly painful. The individual wore loose clothing, and Tang San Cheng was taken aback. "Is this a girl?" The girl possessed short hair and donned garments typically associated with boys. Her skin was remarkably pale, devoid of any color, resembling a visage coated in white lime. Strikingly, her eyes were a deep, dark hue, while her lips appeared parched. Her limbs were painfully thin, and after being subdued by Xie, she gazed at him with large, fearful eyes, exuding an aura of innocence. "Who are you?" Bai Yi did not spare her despite her seemingly fragile demeanor. It was a deadly situation, akin to murder, brutal and bloodthirsty. Xie opened his palm. This must be it. Chapter 332. The enigmatic city. In Xie's palm lay a diminutive object resembling a flute, albeit with only a single small hole. This was likely the instrument she used to control the cobra. Xiaoshan, filled with curiosity, abruptly seized it from Xie's grasp and brought it to his lips, preparing to blow into it. The girl's eyes widened in alarm, and she emitted a piercing scream. "Give it back." Bai Yi swiftly snatched it from Xiaoshan's hands. This object should not be handled carelessly. It could provoke the snake to attack us. Xiao, chastised by Bai Yi, felt a sense of grievance, his head drooping in silence. The girl, relieved to have the item returned, remained mute in response to Bai Yi's inquiries. Tang San Cheng observed her peculiar demeanor and remarked, could she be mute? Her earlier cry was quite strange. Indeed, upon witnessing Xiaoshan's theft of the flute, her expression was one of utter horror, yet she seemed unable to vocalize her fear, as though her vocal cords were damaged. Although they had captured her, extracting further information proved impossible. Suddenly, Shi Wenbo retrieved paper and a pen from his bag and began to sketch. Intrigued, Tang San Cheng leaned in to observe. Professor Shi was drawing a wall, upon which he depicted a bow, then presented it to the girl. Look, is this not the entrance that leads directly to your location? The girl grew increasingly terrified, trembling uncontrollably. Lazy found such scenarios particularly vexing, unable to move or strike, and compounded by her silence. Heavens, what are we to do? Shi Wenbo slapped his forehead and drew several symbols on the paper, showcasing them to the girl. This time, she appeared to comprehend, nodding weakly. Ecstatic, Shi Wenbo continued to draw, illustrating crumbling walls, scattered sand, and a few figures, each with pronounced noses. What do you see now? Suddenly, the girl radiated joy. Her gaze towards Shi Wenbo transformed, her eyes brimming with enthusiasm. She gesticulated animatedly, producing a string of sounds, though the rest of the group remained perplexed. Shi Wenbo's excitement soared, and his pen flew across the paper with unrelenting fervor. Observing their visual dialogue, Xia remarked, it appears that only Shi Wenbo can communicate with her. I sense her aggression is minimal. When I approached, she was genuinely frightened. She merely commands and controls the snakes, and is otherwise quite harmless. A young girl manifesting in this subterranean realm, and yet she is unable to speak. Tang San suddenly came to a realization. Could it be that she has been living underground all this time, devoid of any human interaction, leading her to lose the ability to speak? Xiaoshan looked at the girl, a wave of sympathy welling up within him. How pitiable she is. Seven Evil gently patted Xiaoshan's head, remaining silent, while Bai Yi remarked, we cannot ascertain her condition just yet. I advise against succumbing to excessive sympathy until we fully comprehend the situation. Is it cold? Tang San and Xiaoshan exchanged glances, both feeling a shared sentiment. Shi Wenbo had been communicating with the girl for a considerable time, gradually bringing a smile to his face. He drew a large smiley face on paper for her to see, and upon viewing it, the girl appeared momentarily stunned, her eyes turning red before she suddenly erupted into laughter. Although her laughter was silent, her expression transformed drastically from before. Shi Wenbo affectionately patted her head. Thank you. This unfamiliar display of affection left the girl in a daze, her hands clasped before her chest, exuding a pitiful demeanor. What is going on? You've been drawing and gesturing for quite a while. Have you figured anything out? Bai Yi inquired. This is definitely the kingdom of Jingjue, without a doubt. I asked her if the sand had buried the entire city, and she confirmed it, recounting how one day sand fell from the sky, toppling all the houses. And when the people awoke, the entire city was underground. Shi Wenbo continued. Here lies a question, if the whole city was buried. Yet I illustrated many people lying on the ground. She shook her head in denial. Does this imply that while the city faced disaster, its inhabitants did not perish? Such a thing is indeed remarkable. Bai Yi stated, it is too early to draw conclusions, Professor Shi. What else is there? However, the disaster did not claim these lives. Yet ultimately, a cataclysm ensued that rendered this place a desolate city. She gestured, covering the figures one by one, perhaps indicating that gradually, the people vanished. Shi Wenbo, being a scholar who values rigor, emphasized, this is merely my hypothesis. After all, she cannot speak, and I may have misunderstood. It's all right, Professor Shi, please continue. Bai Yi listened intently, as if he had grasped a thread of insight, yet it still felt just out of reach, tantalizingly close to connecting all the dots. Shi Wenbo nodded. She covered the people one by one, but left one person uncovered. I pondered whether this suggests that amidst that calamity, one person survived, becoming a survivor. Subsequently, I used drawings to inquire about the whereabouts of these people, and she pointed to herself, implying that she is a descendant of those individuals. The symbols I initially drew, you recognized as Qilu script. Earlier, when we were above, the inscription on that stone read Jingjue Kingdom. I noted it down to ask her, confirming if this is indeed the kingdom of Jingjue, to which she affirmed, "This is the very site of the kingdom's ruins." "Is that all?" Bai Yi asked. "Very well, let's summarize. The kingdom of Jingjue vanished suddenly during the Tang dynasty, correct, Professor Shi?" Shi Wenbo nodded, affirming the assertion that this could be discerned from the records of the western regions in the Great Tang. It states that upon entering the sandy expanse of eastern Sichuan, one travels over 200 miles to reach the city of Nirong, which sprawls approximately 3 to 4 miles, situated amidst a vast marshland. The terrain is hot and humid, rendering it difficult to traverse. The reeds grow wild and dense, leaving no viable routes except for the path leading to the city. Thus, all who come and go must pass through this city, which serves as a defensive frontier for the eastern territories, as posited by Kuzadana. This implies that when Xuanzang returned from his pilgrimage, the city of Nirong had transformed significantly. The kingdom of Jingjue had vanished. Although there may be some discrepancies in the timeline, it was mentioned in the Book of Han, yet it had already disappeared in the Tang dynasty's record of the western regions. Its disappearance likely occurred between the Han and Tang dynasties, perhaps. In chapter 333, titled The Lineage, the disappearance of the kingdom of Jingjue, as described by the girl, was attributed to a natural disaster, a deluge of sandstorms, possibly accompanied by intense tectonic activity that could have caused the entire city to be buried underground. However, by some divine fortune, the city remained remarkably intact. Just as everyone rejoiced in their survival, another calamity struck, shrouding the circumstances in mystery. For reasons unknown, individuals began to perish one after another. Yet a group managed to endure, of which this girl is a descendant. Bai Yi, contemplating this, suddenly realized, "Professor Shi, could you kindly inquire about one more matter?" Shi Wenbo nodded. "Certainly. What would you like to ask? Do all survivors possess the ability to train snakes?" Bai Yi inquired. The group was perplexed and turned their gaze to Shi Wenbo, who was diligently sketching on paper. He drew a snake, then illustrated a person standing beside it, followed by several figures lying on the ground. After much contemplation regarding the meanings of life and death within the text, he finally resolved the matter, inscribing it on the paper and presenting it to the girl. This time, communication flowed more smoothly, as Shi Wenbo had grasped the nuances from their previous interactions. When Shi Wenbo glanced at Bai Yi again, there was a spark of astonishment in his eyes. "How did you know?" "It was a guess," Bai Yi replied. "All humans are fundamentally the same. There must be a reason why only a select few survived. This girl can train snakes. And it seems that only the snake trainers from Jingjue remained alive. But why? Could it be that those who trained snakes consumed something to protect themselves from venom? We might even speculate that a plague claimed the lives of their kin, yet the snake trainers survived due to some medicinal remedy they ingested." Lazy suddenly chimed in. "That sounds far-fetched, but it does seem plausible. Ask her if the snake trainers consumed anything," suggested Tang San Cheng. "Good idea," added Xiao Shan. Lazy chuckled. "What a brilliant notion. Anyone could have thought of that. Professor Shi, we must trouble you once more. After all, you have become quite familiar with her." Shi Wenbo appeared utterly unperturbed by the hassle. He was filled with excitement at having discovered this place and immediately turned to engage with the girl. Suddenly, she took the pen from Shi Wenbo's hand and began to draw on the paper. Judging by her grip, it was evident she had never held a pen before. Perhaps she had merely absorbed Shi Wenbo's drawing technique and wished to try it herself. To everyone's astonishment, the girl displayed remarkable talent. Within moments, she had sketched something quite impressive. Tang San Cheng tilted his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "How can it resemble that so closely?" Bai Yi also noticed, "It's a lingxi fruit." Tang San Cheng was nearly leaping with joy. "Indeed, it is the lingxi fruit." "Allow me," Bai Yi said as he took the paper and pen. He had firmly memorized the appearance of the lingxi fruit, having previously sketched it for Dahai, and now effortlessly reproduced it, asking, "Is this it?" The girl nodded, and Tang San Cheng clenched his fists in excitement. "Excellent." Shi Wenbo continued to converse with the girl, as Bai Yi leaned closer to Tang San Cheng, remarking, "It seems the girl has placed a great deal of trust in Shi Wenbo. I wonder if we can persuade her to lead us inside to find the lingxi fruit." "Let us hope so," Tang San Cheng replied, his voice trembling with anticipation. Lazy playfully slapped him on the back, exclaiming, "Come on, what are you so worried about? Stop shaking. If you are not concerned, why are your hands trembling?" Tang San Cheng retorted, casting a glance at Lazy, who felt a bit embarrassed at being called out. "Do you think you are the only one worried about Xiaoning? She is willing to take us in, But there is one condition, Wenba said excitedly. She wants her flute. Very well, Bai Yi mused, his eyes darting thoughtfully. But will she guarantee that she won't attack us? It should be noted that a previous expedition team that ventured here met with unforeseen misfortune. Do not worry, Wenba reassured. She stated that only ill-intentioned outsiders are dealt with. Dealt with? It was unclear how they managed such dealings with outsiders. Presently, it seemed there was no alternative but to accompany her inside. Upon returning the flute to her, she gently raised it to her lips and blew softly. The cobras that lingered nearby suddenly veered away, slithering off in various directions, vanishing from sight. Remarkable, Tang San Cheng exclaimed. To control venomous snakes with sound is truly extraordinary. The art of snake charming has a long history. It is said that snake charmers have lived alongside snakes since childhood. To better understand the creature's nature, they would sometimes allow snakes to bite them, yet as antidote practitioners, they would not be in mortal peril. Wenba remarked. There are indeed certain matters here that elude clear explanation. The ancients left behind many enigmatic remnants, much like the sorcery of Xianxi. Lazy furrowed his brow, realizing that Professor Shi had begun his discourse once more. At that moment, Bai Yi recalled that he had a pack of candy in his bag. The sugar could swiftly replenish energy. An idea sparked in his mind as he retrieved a piece and placed it in the girl's hand. Although she was diminutive, she appeared to be around 13 or 14 years of age. Clearly, she had never encountered candy in such packaging. Hesitation clouded her expression as she shrank back, reluctant to accept it. Bai Yi, undeterred, unwrapped the piece and placed it in his own mouth. After a prolonged pause, the girl finally took the candy, unwrapped it, and placed it in her mouth. As the sweet treat touched her tongue, a radiant expression of delight illuminated her face, almost prompting her to dance with joy. It was evident that she yearned to express her exhilaration, yet could only emit nonsensical sounds of awe. At that moment, her innocent nature shone through. Such is the enchanting allure of confectionery. Seeing her delight, Bai Yi produced another handful and placed it in her palm. As she beheld the vibrant assortment of candies, a smile blossomed across her face, revealing that her wariness towards the group had notably diminished. Bai Yi chastised himself for employing such tactics to win the girl's favor. Yet he recognized that securing her support was essential to navigate the impending dangers. Who would have thought you possessed such a knack for charming little girls? Lazy mused, scratching his nose. Truth be told, this girl is rather pitiable. At such a tender age, she resides in this desolate place and has learned to kill. Children her age are usually in school. As they continued their journey, they finally caught a glimpse of a square enclosure, the main gate still standing tall. While most of the surrounding structures lay in ruins, with only fragments of walls remaining, solitary and forlorn. The shape of the walls suggested a square formation. Had it been daylight, the site would have exuded an ancient solemnity, the dilapidated remnants of the city devoid of life. In bright light, it would appear starkly desolate and tragic, but shrouded in darkness, it took on an inexplicable eeriness. Chapter 334. The Plague as they traversed the crumbling edifices. A heavy sense of foreboding lingered in their hearts. Tang San Cheng remarked, to have caused an entire city to collapse beneath the earth, and for the layout to remain consistent with its original design, save for the ruins, is indeed a testament to the formidable forces of nature. Bai Yi pondered aloud. I wonder what ultimately led to the disappearance of the ancient inhabitants. It is highly probable that it was a plague, he suggested. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Wenba replied. Plagues have been documented in ancient China for centuries, with the earliest records dating back to the pre-Qin era, extending into the Qing dynasty, each instance resulting in significant devastation. As for the world, there are countless recorded catastrophic plagues. Wenba continued. The most notorious of these is the devastating plague of Athens, a disease that nearly obliterated the city over 2,400 years ago. For over a year, the citizens of Athens have endured a living nightmare. As robust and healthy young individuals would suddenly succumb to high fevers, their throats and tongues becoming engorged and exuding an abominable stench. The unfortunate victims would sneeze, their voices hoarse, and their chests would ache from violent coughing. A physician discovered that fire could serve as a means of prevention, thereby saving Athens. And what of the Tang dynasty? Lazy asked with an unusual seriousness. Surely, plagues would also have beset them. Black Death, bubonic plague, smallpox, influenza, all capable of precipitating swift demise. Wenba remarked. From the little girl's earlier description, I cannot ascertain which affliction it was. It is truly unfortunate that she cannot speak. Now, we can only follow her to see where she leads us, and whether anyone can reconstruct the scene from that time. At this point, everyone realized they had ventured quite far. The little girl showed no intention of stopping. Bai Yi gently patted her shoulder and gestured ahead, inquiring how much longer they would need to walk. The expression on his face, coupled with his gestures, seemed to convey his question, and the little girl appeared to comprehend, chattering animatedly while gesturing, as if to say they were almost there. Indeed, they were nearing their destination, though it was not a house, but rather a vast cavern, with descending steps at its edge. The little girl was the first to descend, turning back to beckon the others to follow. Tang San Cheng hesitated momentarily, for the depths appeared pitch black, obscuring any discernible details. Surely there are no traps down there? He pondered. Who knows? Lazy spat. We've come this far. Besides, you can't catch a wolf without risking the lamb. Let us proceed, Bai Yi concurred. Thus, they all followed the girl downwards. Sure, Wenba speculated. Could they be the legendary Ghost Hole people? He had previously mentioned the Ghost Hole tribe in relation to Jingzhou Kingdom, which was indeed a multi-ethnic realm, predominantly inhabited by the Ghost Hole people, alongside other ethnic groups. Very little was recorded about the Ghost Hole tribe, save for the fact that the last queen of Jingzhou Kingdom was one of them, with no accounts of their customs or way of life. Just because there's a hole, does that mean she belongs to the Ghost Hole tribe? Lazy countered. Is there a connection simply because of the name? Sure, Wenba also found this line of reasoning rather tenuous. There is indeed little logic to it. I merely spoke offhandedly. The truth will only reveal itself once we descend. Suddenly, a light appeared below. The little girl, upon seeing it, became animated, abruptly turning to block the way for the others with outstretched arms. Bai Yi was perplexed by her actions, having led them here only to prevent their passage. The girl waved her hands, pointing downwards and then to herself. Sure, Wenba comprehended her intent. She meant to descend first and then guide them, seemingly to consult someone. How troublesome, Lazy expressed his irritation. This is their territory. We are not intruders, but guests, Bai Yi reminded him. Let us not forget, we need their assistance to find the linksy fruit. I was about to ask, why are you all in search of this linksy fruit? Sure, Wenba inquired. For use as a medicinal catalyst, Tang San Cheng replied succinctly. In truth, Sure, Wenba remarked that regarding the plague, modern medicine considers traditional Chinese medicine to be the most effective treatment. The ancient methods primarily relied on herbal remedies. Viewed in this context, Bai Yi's conjecture about the plague may indeed hold merit. The serpent trainer's consumption of the linksy fruit was originally intended for training snakes. Yet it is entirely plausible that this fruit served as a miraculous remedy, facilitating their survival during the plague. Such reasoning is sound. Lazy regarded Professor Sure with newfound respect, realizing why he held the title of professor. Sure, Wenba, flattered by Lazy's praise, felt somewhat embarrassed, stating that it was merely a logical contemplation. At that moment, a little girl suddenly emerged, waving to everyone, with a shadow lingering behind her. Bai Yi cautioned, advising to remain vigilant against potential deceit. As he approached the little girl, he noticed a figure lurking behind her, which raised his suspicions. His hand instinctively moved towards his weapon when a voice rang out. Are you intruders? The Mandarin was impeccable, and Bai Yi was filled with delight. You speak Chinese? The shadow grew luminous, revealing a woman holding a lamp, illuminating her face. She bore a striking resemblance to the little girl, unmistakably a sister. Bai Yi assured her. We mean no harm. We stumbled in here by accident. The little girl suddenly turned, gazing pitifully at the woman, her eyes brimming with pleading. The woman gently patted the girl's head, saying, It is always easier to gain a child's trust. You merely offered her a few candies. Bai Yi felt a twinge of guilt, momentarily at a loss for words, when Sure Wenba inquired, How is it that you speak Chinese? Tang San Cheng suddenly heard a rustling noise and tugged at Bai Yi. Bai Yi, something feels amiss. They directed their flashlights around, and the sight before them sent chills down their spines. Countless snakes slithered along the earthen walls, flicking their tongues menacingly, poised to strike. Not this again, Lazy exclaimed in frustration. Once I get out of here, I will catch 1,000 snakes to feast on. I cannot let this indignity stand. Do not move. The woman cautioned, her voice as cold as if it emanated from the depths of hell. My sister's skills in snake training are but a fraction of mine. You must have already experienced that. Even Tang San Cheng had only just noticed the proximity of the snakes, while Bai Yi understood that he could not underestimate the woman's abilities. Frowning, He stated, "We do not wish for conflict. Our sole purpose here is the Lingxi fruit, which we need to save lives. Beyond that, we seek no involvement. If you are open to a trade, what do you desire? Money? Gold bars?" The woman suddenly let out a chilling laugh. "Do you think we would need such things? Then what do you require?" Tang San Cheng asked urgently. For the Lingxi fruit lay tantalizingly close, yet utterly out of reach, a source of true anguish. "We wish to return to the surface, to live like ordinary people." The woman replied, seeming to realize she had divulged too much. "Why should I trust you? Those who come here always harbor ill intentions. We too harbor ulterior motives. Our sole desire is for the Lingxi fruit." Bai Yi remarked, "You have not denied the presence of Lingxi fruit here since a moment ago, which indicates its existence within your domain." With this sudden and incisive declaration, Tang San grasped Xiao Tian's hand, both of them enveloped in palpable tension. The woman had not anticipated that Bai Yi would discern their secret. Meanwhile, the little girl tugged at the woman's garment, once again exhibiting a pleading demeanor. The woman sighed. "It seems you have managed to amuse my sister quite well. You may enter, but..." She abruptly produced several pills. "Before you descend, each of you must swallow one. Fear not. As long as you harbor no ill intentions, I shall provide the antidote upon your exit. If your hearts are pure, do you dare to consume it?" Tang San was the first to step forward, taking a pill without water, chewing and swallowing it with determination. He found it bitter and astringent, yet felt no immediate effects. "I have consumed it. May I proceed now?" The woman was taken aback, exclaiming, "This is poison. To save a life, one must even consume poison. If we could force our way in, would we not become thieves ourselves? Furthermore," Tang San did not voice, "they only steal from the dead." The others exchanged glances, resolutely taking the pills without a word. Only Shi Wenbo lingered hesitantly, a chill creeping down his neck. "Must I truly consume it?" "You may abstain and wait for us above," Bai Yi said. "We have compelling reasons to descend, but you do not." Yet Shi Wenbo shook his head, declaring, "I too possess an undeniable reason to go down." With a resigned sigh, he took the final pill and grimaced as he swallowed it. Observing the others consume the pills without hesitation, the woman felt a flicker of curiosity, though she stifled it. "Proceed then." Before they moved further, she placed her fingers to her lips and emitted a sharp whistle, causing the serpents clinging to the walls to slither away into the darkness. Tang San heard the unsettling sound of their bodies brushing against the walls, sending shivers down his spine, a downside of his acute hearing. Following the woman downwards, they entered a spacious and well-lit area. The little girl frequently turned to smile at Shi Wenbo. Had her complexion not been so pale, her smile would have been radiant. To their surprise, they discovered a series of rooms, with braziers ablaze upon the walls. Perhaps alerted by the presence of outsiders, the doors were tightly shut, and no one emerged to greet them. The arrangement suggested that at least 60 individuals resided here, indeed, a small community. "Damn it, do they truly consider us a threat? Are we merciless killers?" Lazy remarked, suspecting they harbored fears. Bai Yi replied, "Have you forgotten? Before us, at least another group had entered." As the woman guided Bai Yi and his companions further inside, she suddenly turned back, inquiring, "How do you know this?" "We observed their belongings and a campfire outside." Bai Yi explained, "It appears they truly have come down. That was 50 years ago. How do you know? The occurrences here are few, and those that are worthy of remembrance are even more scarce. Thus, it is hardly surprising that they have become mere fodder for conversation." A woman paused before a door and pushed it open, inviting, "Please, come in." The space beyond resembled a contemporary conference room, and the woman stood, instructing, "Have a seat." Observing her demeanor, it appeared she had readily accepted their intrusion. Bai Yi, unceremoniously, was the first to sit down, and the others gathered around the woman and the girl. Bai Yi spoke, "We seek several Lingxi fruits. You may set your terms, and once we obtain them, we shall depart immediately." "No," the woman replied succinctly. Tang San Cheng felt a chill run through him. The woman continued, "What do you seek the Lingxi fruits for? Moreover, how could you possibly know of them? It is likely that outside this place, no one else is aware of the existence of such a plant. I had the fortune to come across a shamanic manuscript that mentioned this plant," Bai Yi explained. "Is it the shamanic manuscript circulated in Shaanxi?" The woman appeared taken aback. "Do you have ties to the shaman clan?" Bai Yi's heart stirred. He promptly responded, "It was a shamaness who guided us here. To be precise, she is a Gu woman. I cannot guarantee we will find her, but to save our friend, we have no choice but to take the risk. This young lady," Should we procure the Lingxi fruits, we are willing to pay the price. Oh, the woman's expression suddenly brightened. That makes negotiations easier. Lei Zi, noticing the woman's demeanor soften, was filled with excitement. Speak, what are your terms? Unexpectedly, the woman responded with a question that sidestepped the issue. Did you not just inquire why I speak Chinese? I can now provide you with an answer. Our clan's survival necessitates that we find men from outside to reproduce. Having encountered Han people, we have taught our people the language. She stated with a calmness that belied the gravity of her words, as if discussing the mundane act of eating or drinking. Were it not for this, our clan would have long since faced extinction. By my generation, this duty has fallen upon me. I trust you grasp the implications of what I am saying? Bai Yi felt a shiver run down his spine. You wish for us to bear offspring with you? This is the price for obtaining the Lingxi fruits. Otherwise, you will never find them, nor will you be able to save your friend. The woman rose, declaring, I can grant you time to consider, but it will not be long. The poison you have ingested also has a time limit. Chapter 336. The Kingdom of Daughters. The woman made a motion to leave, prompting Bai Yi to call out, Wait, must you provide me with an answer now? The woman crossed her arms, adopting an expression of determination. That is not the case. Although we are men, we do not perceive this matter as one of advantage. Bai Yi replied, I merely wish to remind you that you have yet to inform us how long the poison's effect lasts. 3 days, the woman stated. You must agree to the terms within 3 days to leave with the Lingxi fruits. At that time, I will provide you with the antidote. You may ponder the terms of this arrangement, but do not take too long. The woman pushed open the door and departed, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. Lei Zi incredulously remarked, Is this not a stroke of good fortune? I must say, that woman was rather attractive. So, shall this task fall to you? Tang San Cheng said, filled with hope. Me? Lei Zi shuddered and shook his head. Though it may sound appealing, this place is rather eerie. Reminiscent of a land of women. Are you referring to the Western Liang Kingdom mentioned in Journey to the West? Shi Wenba shook his head. Not quite. The kingdom of women in Journey to the West consists solely of women, devoid of men. Furthermore, they conceive by drinking water from the lake, suggesting a lineage of close kin, necessitating the importation of outsiders for procreation. Tang San Cheng sighed. Such details are trivial. What truly matters is our current predicament. Encountering this is far more disconcerting than facing venomous snakes. Bai Yi interjected. Both Tang San Cheng and I are in relationships, making this situation untenable for us. That leaves only you two. By the way, Professor Shi is also married. This is inappropriate. Xiao Shan is too young and knows nothing of such matters. So we are left with Qi Xie and Lei Zi. Lei Zi and Qi Xie exchanged glances, both feeling uneasy. Lei Zi spat on the ground in frustration. Damn it. Can't we just force our way through? If we find the Lingxi fruit, we can break free. That seems implausible, Qi Xie replied. Setting aside the fact that we have no idea where the Lingxi fruit is, even if we did, breaking out, the survivors are adept at snake training. And our ammunition is running low. Engaging them barehanded would be futile. If bitten by a venomous snake, our fates would be sealed. Lei Zi, bemused, said, Then Qi Xie? You take the lead. We're good brothers, and I cannot hoard such a favorable opportunity for myself. By the way, Tang San Cheng has Xiaoning, which I am aware of. Bai Yi, when did you get a partner? You aren't fabricating this to evade the situation, are you? No, he speaks the truth. Qi Xie asserted. It appears that only the two of us remain. Damn it, how did we end up in this predicament? Lei Zi exclaimed, slamming his fist on the table. Qi Xie, what shall we do? Qi Xie seemed to be in a trance, utterly unresponsive. After a gentle nudge from Lei Zi, he sighed deeply, silently acknowledging his own uncertainty. Time passed, and Qi Xie finally suggested, Since it is only the two of us left, let us leave it to fate. We shall decide by drawing lots. Lei Zi was taken aback, but quickly agreed. Very well. They then prepared for the contest. Lei Zi insisted on a single round to determine the outcome, swallowing hard in anticipation, while Qi Xie closed his eyes and declared, Let us begin. With the stakes high, Lei Zi retracted his hand and patted Qi Xie on the shoulder. You've worked hard. Qi Xie had lost. Looking at his palm, he offered a bittersweet smile. It seems this is the only way forward. Bai Yi observed with clarity that Qi Xie had intentionally lost. His movements were deliberately sluggish, and it was evident what Lei Zi intended to do. Nonetheless, Qi Xie still succumbed to defeat. His actions were not merely for show. They were a testament to his loyalty towards Tang San Cheng. Qi Xie was not one to articulate his feelings, but expressed them through his deeds. Should he refuse the woman's demands, the prospect of acquiring the Lingxi fruit would vanish, leaving Xiao Ning bereft of hope as well. With the outcome now apparent, it was time to seek out the woman, retrieve the Lingxi fruit, and depart. Bai Yi was unwilling to linger in this eerie place, reminiscent of hell itself. As Lei Zi pushed open the door, he discovered the woman had not ventured far. She stood nearby, lost in thought. Lei Zi waved at her, beckoning, "Come here. Have you reached a conclusion?" The woman appeared taken aback. Qi Xie stepped forward, casting a glance at her, his rugged demeanor betraying a hint of embarrassment. Lei Zi pointed at him, "This is the one. So, can you now reveal to us the whereabouts of the Lingxi fruit?" "Not so fast," the woman replied. "Follow me." It was Qi Xie's first experience of being led by a woman, and he felt an awkwardness he could not shake, unsure where to place his hands and feet. The woman guided him to another room, and before long, Qi Xie returned alone. Lei Zi's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. "She can't possibly think so little of you. Can she?" "No. Their kinfolk said we must wait until tomorrow," Qi Xie admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. "Today is not auspicious," Bai Yi remarked. "A woman's fertility is indeed calculated by the lunar calendar. It seems our timing is fortuitous. However, what became of the foreign intruders who breached this place? Who has the leisure to ponder such matters?" Lei Zi retorted. "We currently have two pressing concerns, the Lingxi fruit and our antidote." Tang San Cheng had remained silent. And it was peculiar. Logically, he should be elated at the resolution of this matter, the acquisition of the Lingxi fruit being the most desirable outcome. Yet, he appeared to be holding his breath, discomfort radiating from him. Ever since Qi Xie entered, he could not bear to meet his gaze, persistently biting his lip as if in conflict with himself. Witnessing Tang San Cheng's state, Qi Xie felt a tightening in his chest and approached him. "San Cheng, I have no intention of establishing a family. Thus, it is of no consequence to me. I merely wish to save Xiao Ning." The color in Tang San Cheng's face deepened to a crimson hue. "Enough of this," Qi Xie insisted. "The situation is as it stands. We must obtain the Lingxi fruit. Do you understand?" Bai Yi sighed inwardly, steadfast in his loyalty to Fu Yu. He would never betray her. In both body and spirit, he simply wished to uphold his promise to her. He had harbored a slight selfish desire for Qi Xie to lose, primarily due to Lei Zi's impulsive nature. Should he disrespect the woman, it could jeopardize everything, with the outcome remaining uncertain. Qi Xie, on the other hand, was composed and taciturn, making him a more reliable choice. Observing Tang San Cheng's discomfort also pained Bai Yi's heart. "Qi Xie, I regret the burden you bear." Yet, Lei Zi interjected, "What burden?" That woman was strikingly beautiful and possessed an allure befitting a national treasure. Furthermore, when I mentioned Qi Xie, I noticed something in her eyes. "What lies within the eyes?" Little Shan inquired with curiosity. "Sparks," Lei Zi replied, playfully tapping Little Shan on the head. "You are still young. This is something beyond your comprehension." Chapter 337. The mute woman. That woman, devoid of any conscience, brought everyone here and then callously abandoned them, leaving them without food or shelter for an extended period. Tang San scratched his head and pondered, "If we venture out, will we encounter any issues?" "Indeed," Lei Zi affirmed with certainty. "If you were to be bitten by a snake, do not blame me for not warning you." The houses in this place resembled cubicles, closely aligned like a dormitory. Bai Yi remarked, "Why must they reside in this cave? Although many houses above have collapsed, they were once their homes. Reconstructing such dwellings underground is no simple task. Is there something more to this?" At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Little Shan eagerly pulled it open, revealing a little girl holding a tray. Her face lit up with joy as she glanced at Qi Xie, seemingly aware of the connection between him and his sister. Cheerfully, she entered and placed the food from the tray onto the table. She gestured, pointing to the food and then to her mouth, conveying her intent for everyone to eat freely. Though they resided underground, their sustenance was evidently self-sufficient, for they could not have endured this long otherwise. The food was simple, boiled potatoes seasoned lightly with salt, but it was a delightful change from dry rations, warm and freshly prepared. The little girl continuously beamed at Qi Xie, clearly fond of him. Lei Zi teased, "Qi Xie, it seems she already considers you her brother-in-law. Why not greet your little sister-in-law?" Ignoring Lei Zi's banter, Qi Xie focused on his meal when the girl unexpectedly placed something in the palm of his hand and departed with the now empty tray. To his surprise, he found it was the piece of candy Bai Yi had given her. A warmth filled his heart. The girl possessed a pure spirit. Unaware that the bond between men and women did not equate to affection. Yet, she bestowed her blessings in her own way. Xia clenched the candy and tucked it into his pocket. That night, they had no proper place to rest, so they made do in the conference room. The following morning, the woman returned, appearing somewhat different from before. She donned a vibrant red dress and a hat adorned with a red veil that cascaded down, accentuating her fair complexion. Her features were delicate, and her eyes glimmered, though lacking a certain femininity, exuding strength instead. She glanced at Xia and said, "The others do not wish to see outsiders. Come with me, while the rest stay here. Soon, my sister will bring you food. What is your name?" Xia inquired. "Me? Inuanur, which means moonlight," she replied coldly. "Follow me." As everyone watched Xia depart with Inuanur, a sense of helplessness enveloped the group. Lazy clasped his hands together, expressing his regret. "My apologies, brothers. I forgot to inquire about that little girl's name." Shi Wenbo was preoccupied with thoughts of the girl, pondering whether they could take her away from this place. The group languished in boredom, unaware of the passage of time. Bai Yi's watch had ceased to function, revealing the terrifying nature of losing track of time. Their lives were gradually being consumed without a trace. The duration of Xia's absence felt interminable. When the little girl arrived to deliver food, she bounded over like a rabbit, exuding joy over the past few days. Shi Wenbo eagerly awaited her arrival, and upon seeing her, he presented the prepared calligraphy and painting before her. The little girl delighted in this playful exchange, picking up a brush to draw. Xiao remarked, "They've begun their game again." Having grown weary of the monotonous potato meals, the presence of the little girl provided much-needed amusement. After a lengthy pause, Shi Wenbo spoke. "She cannot speak. She is mute, a natural mute." Mute? Given the girl's astute appearance, it was surprising to learn of her affliction. Shi Wenbo continued. "She also mentioned something quite significant. Do you wish to hear it? Professor, could you please share it all at once?" Lazy sighed, exasperated by Shi's penchant for suspense, which was particularly frustrating in their current predicament. She mentioned a forbidden area here, one that nobody should approach. Shi Wenbo said, "I asked her if the lingxi fruit is there, and she indicated it might be. Now do you understand? Where is it located?" Tang San Cheng inquired. The little girl sketched a simple map on paper, its clarity striking despite its brevity. The area was densely constructed, with one notably spacious location situated behind the conference room, accessible only by traversing all the cubicles. Bai Yi recognized that the matter the girl spoke of was a taboo in this place, urging Shi Wenbo to convey the importance of confidentiality, warning that revealing this secret to her sister would bring trouble upon herself. After the little girl departed, Bai Yi remarked, "We now possess a measure of assurance. If that woman fails to keep her promise, we shall have no choice but to act decisively. For now, we must wait and see." Upon Xia's return, he appeared almost unable to lift his head. Lazy suppressed a laugh. "Xia, did you take advantage of the situation while feigning distress?" "Lazy," Bai Yi admonished. Xia was no ordinary man. He was a descendant of Yu Zhao, embodying the demeanor of ancient times, with profoundly conservative views that would not tolerate such fleeting romance, as it contradicted his principles. This matter should never be mentioned again, as it might cause Xia inner turmoil. Nonetheless, his unwavering loyalty to Tang San Cheng was commendable. "Xia, did Inuanur mention when she would provide us with the lingxi fruit?" Tang San Cheng asked. "She wouldn't be untrustworthy, would she?" "It should not be the case. As the 7 evils spoke, they recounted, when I stepped out earlier. She mentioned that she would send us off tomorrow morning, along with the lingxi fruit and the antidote." A sense of relief washed over everyone, and Bai Yi let out a profound sigh. Resorting to force had never been the ideal approach. The prospect of leaving safely was far more preferable, and the mere thought of imminent freedom filled the group with exuberance. Tang San Cheng clapped 7 evils on the shoulder, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, 7 evils." With a wry smile, 7 evils replied, "Let us await tomorrow." Chapter 338. Conditions. What precisely did tomorrow entail? None could ascertain, nor did they understand how these individuals kept track of time in their subterranean existence. They merely calculated time by the number of meals consumed. After 2 more servings of potatoes, they surmised it was time to depart, having waited in the conference room for quite some time. The absence of Inu began to fray Tang San Cheng's composure. Why hasn't she arrived? Surely she hasn't changed her mind. Who knows? Lazy grumbled. We have no idea when the poison we ingested will take effect. You all seem remarkably afraid of death. Inu's voice rang out. Fear not. The antidote is here. Inu appeared, her pale face bearing an unusual flush. In her hand was a porcelain vial, which she shook gently, the liquid inside sloshing about. 1 sip per person is sufficient. Make haste, or we shall be too late. One by one, they took turns drinking from the vial, feeling a refreshing coolness wash over them. 7 evils recognized the presence of mint and licorice, but the other ingredients remained a mystery. Once they had finished, Bai Yi inquired, May we now receive the Lingxi fruit? Not yet. Inu's response caused a shift in the atmosphere. Bai Yi, unusually vexed, thought to himself, having languished here for 2 days without seeing daylight and subsisting solely on potatoes, it was intolerable to be toyed with like this. 7 Evil's expression darkened. You promised me. How can you retract your word? Indeed, I cannot, Inu replied. I cannot give it to you unconditionally. I must impose a new condition. I want him to stay. Her finger pointed at 7 Evils. As long as you agree to remain, I will immediately hand over the Lingxi fruit and ensure their safe passage. This is my sole condition. Never had they anticipated such a twist. Bai Yi was unafraid of traps or plots. Yet he now realized that the most terrifying aspect of the world was the unpredictability of human hearts, constantly shifting and impossible to fathom. Inu, within a single night, had altered her intentions. Tang San Cheng was unwilling to let 7 Evils remain here. Why? You stated it was merely to continue your lineage. You have achieved your goal. There is no need for an outsider like 7 Evils to stay. But things have changed, Inu asserted. I am now his woman. I have changed my mind. I want him to stay here with me. It is as simple as that. Her hand rose, clutching 3 Lingxi fruits. What you desire is right here. I ask you but one question. Will you stay, or will you not? 7 Evil's gaze flickered uncertainly, and Tang San Cheng, fearing a hasty agreement, emphatically replied, Absolutely not. Inu let out a cold laugh. You may be unaware of the peculiarities of the Lingxi fruit. It bears fruit every 7 hours, and it must be harvested at the moment of fruition, otherwise it withers instantly, never to regenerate. Previously, you suspected that a plague was at play here, did you not? I can assure you, you are indeed astute. It is the plague that has ravaged this place. Our tribe relies on the Lingxi fruit for survival. Here, I am the master of time. Should you refuse my terms, I shall destroy the Lingxi fruit in my possession, and when it bears fruit again, I will not harvest it, allowing it to vanish from this world forever. What a ruthless woman. Inu had already placed her hand on the stem of the Lingxi fruit. With a mere exertion of strength, she could tear it apart. Lazy whispered, We know the location of the Lingxi fruit. Should we take the risk? Inu seemed to possess an uncanny ability to eavesdrop. I anticipated that you would attempt to exploit my sister, so I deliberately misled her regarding the true location of the Lingxi fruit. Do you truly believe that I revealed its actual whereabouts to her? It appears that everything is under this woman's control. Tang San's eyes were bloodshot, filled with rage. Damn it, ever since arriving in this vast desert, everything has been reactive. Xia stepped forward. Miss, why are you so insistent? We seek the Lingxi fruit to save lives, and time is of the essence. Inu's eyes glistened with tears. I have but one condition. I only wish for you to remain here. I do not know if I am losing my mind, but I cannot bear the thought of you leaving. This is bad. It seems Inu has taken a liking to Xia, wanting to keep him here. Lazy exclaimed. We are now completely at her mercy. How infuriating. Xia closed his eyes. I agree to your terms. I will stay, but you must fulfill your promise. Did you truly agree? Inu's face brightened with joy. Wonderful. Did you know you are the first man who has willingly chosen to stay? Xia slowly approached Inu, placing his hand in hers. Just as their hands brushed together, he abruptly twisted her wrist, binding her hands behind her back, while his other hand gripped her neck. I'm sorry, but I can only do this. I cannot abandon them here. I have promises to keep. Inu, I truly apologize. You just called my name? Inu surprisingly laughed. How delightful. Yet, her expression quickly morphed into a menacing glare. You underestimate me far too much. What do you mean? Xia observed that Inu did not seem to be deceiving him. The antidote I provided earlier was, in fact, another vial of poison, Inu sneered. I never trust outsiders easily, so I kept a contingency plan. If you do not believe me, look at your right wrist. Do you not see a black line? Tang San rolled up his sleeve, and, indeed, a stark black line appeared on his arm, quite conspicuous. Inu stated, You forced my hand. I merely sought to obtain what I desired, just like you. I am skilled in the use of poison. Do not forget, we are snake trainers. and we know poison better than anyone. So, Xia, do you still wish to leave? Xia. Tang San uttered a powerless exclamation. Very well, I shall remain. But you must allow me to witness their safe departure. Xia understood that escape was no longer an option. This was the only way to ensure their safety. Bai Yi closed his eyes, pondering that perhaps he should have never entertained a sense of false hope, believing that his composure could secure the Lingxi fruit. A thief is a thief. Why must one adhere to honorable methods? One misstep leads to another, and now the price must be paid. Tang San gazed at Bai Yi. What shall we do? What shall we do? Tang San was thoroughly flustered, while Bai Yi looked at Xia with unwavering determination. He was resolute in his willingness to sacrifice himself. Were there any alternative solutions at this juncture? All right, your agreement is sufficient. I hope we can all uphold our promises. AI Newer placed the Lingxi fruit in Xia's hand. You have facilitated their escape. It is now your duty to deliver it to them. Xia placed the 3 Lingxi fruits into Tang San's hands, who had become incapacitated with shock, and Xia helped him close his hands. Go, protect yourself well. After rescuing Xiao Ning, I will find an opportunity to depart. Chapter 339. Messages. The last words spoken by Xia were exceedingly faint, yet Tang San heard them clearly. He lifted his head and met Xia's gaze, suddenly grasping the reality of their situation. Every soul that could escape must do so. Xia's skills were formidable, and the sentiment he harbored must be honored, otherwise it would all be in vain. Tang San nodded. Very well. To avert any future troubles, AI Newer remarked. Though we have reached an agreement, you are quite cunning. I will send someone to escort you out and provide you with the antidote. That is unacceptable, Xia replied. How can I be assured they have departed safely? If you were to renege and harm them, how would I know? AI Newer suggested, let my sister accompany them. If they encounter no issues, they can leave a message with her, and you will be fully informed. Reluctantly, Xia consented, agreed. Let us send them off now. The longer we delay, the more likely this woman may entertain other intentions. Indeed, it was the little girl who guided them out. Everyone prepared their belongings, and Tang San carefully stored the Lingxi fruits. Yet he refused to glance at Xia, fearing he might not be able to leave. Xiao Shan had already pouted in discontent. Xia watched as the little girl led Bai Yi and the others along the path they had come from, only exhaling a sigh when they vanished from sight. Turning around, he met AI Newer's eager gaze. Xia, you will not abandon me, will you? Xia's sigh grew deeper. The little girl escorted Tang San and the others to the cave entrance, and they all climbed up to return to the ancient city of Jingjue. Bai Yi inquired, little girl, shall we retrace our steps back? He gestured with his hands, indicating the way they had come. The girl shook her head, producing a vial of medicine, smiling as she encouraged them to drink. Lazy muttered, what if there are ghosts this time? If so, that would be our fate. One by one, they drank. And after several minutes of thorough self-examination to ensure no unusual occurrences had transpired, they finally felt a sense of relief. The little girl led them away from the path they had come, heading in the completely opposite direction, until they reached a collapsed section of the city wall. Suddenly, she instructed everyone to close their eyes, mimicking the action herself by pointing to her eyes. Obeying her command, the group complied. Tang San heard a thunderous sound, as if the earthen wall had completely crumbled. Unable to resist, he opened his eyes, only to find a hole appearing behind the city wall. Upon noticing Tang San's disobedience, the little girl stomped her foot in frustration, seemingly reproaching him for not following the rules. Tang San quickly apologized and closed his eyes once more. The little girl, with utmost seriousness, arranged the 5 of them in a line, holding onto the clothing of the person in front while she led the way, often glancing back to ensure they had obediently kept their eyes shut. Although Tang San's eyes were closed, he counted his steps in his mind and listened intently to the sounds around him. After an indeterminate amount of time, the little girl began to murmur something. When they opened their eyes, they were astonished to find the sun shining above them. Bai Yi could reach out and touch the sand overhead. Had this entrance always existed? The little girl looked at them with a hint of reluctance, pointed upwards, her eyes suddenly welling with tears. Sure, Wenba patted her head. Regardless of whether she could hear him, you are a good child. How wonderful it would be if I could take you with me. When you return, remember to be good. Here, this is for you. He swiftly drew a simple picture on a piece of paper, a sun, mountains, water, along with a boat and swallows. The little girl cherished the drawing, clearly delighted with it. Tang San also took a pen and paper, writing something down. Bai Yi had never seen Tang San's handwriting before and was astonished to discover it was remarkably neat, leaving him somewhat perplexed by the contents. Tang San handed the note to the little girl. "Deliver this to Qi Xia to report my safety. Do you understand?" After much gesturing, the little girl comprehended, nodded, and solemnly cradled the drawing and note in her arms, pointing outside to urge them to leave quickly. Finally, they ceased hesitating, leaping onto the sandy surface, the brightness outside filling their senses with the taste of freedom. The little girl waved goodbye, her body shrinking before she vanished in an instant. Sure, Wenbao lamented. It's a pity we never learned her name. Rejuvenated by their newfound freedom, they sprawled out in the desert. Lei Zi suddenly struck the sand in frustration. "What about Qi Xia? What are we to do?" Bai Yi inquired. "Tang San, what did you write on the paper?" "I broke the rules by opening my eyes. While we were exiting, I counted my steps, remembered the direction, how many steps I took, whether I turned left or right, or went upwards. I recalled it all clearly, so I just conveyed a story from our past to Qi Xia," Tang San replied. "Now, I can only hope he understands its meaning." "Did you amalgamate all the information?" Bai Yi never anticipated that Tang San Cheng harbored such thoughts. "Indeed. I was left with no alternatives," Tang San Cheng replied. "Well done," Bai Yi commended. "Now it solely rests upon Qi Xia. I believe that AI New Heir has developed feelings for Qi Xia, which is why she is desperately trying to keep him, but a fruit forcibly picked is never sweet. I hope she understands this principle and takes the initiative to let Qi Xia go." "I find that unlikely," Bai Yi remarked. "Over 40 years ago, an old foreign expedition team ventured in as well." "Enough," Bai Yi admonished. "Let us consider how we shall find our way out." The endless expanse of yellow sand, undulating like a surging ocean, stretched before them. The azure sky loomed above like a vast circular canopy, with grains of sand shimmering like gold. It appeared to be a breathtaking scene, yet to them, it resembled a ravenous beast. Without camels, traversing this desert on foot was an arduous task they must undertake. Bai Yi glanced at his wristwatch and compass, and to his astonishment, he found that they had regained their functionality. Although the time on the watch was no longer accurate, it resumed its ticking, and the compass pointed steadily in one direction, no longer swaying wildly as before. "Excellent. At least we can proceed in a singular direction. Surely, we will find our way out of this desert." This statement bore an additional implication. The direction indicated by the restored compass might not necessarily be south, as it had previously malfunctioned. Now, they had no choice but to commit to a single path and see if they could escape this predicament. Chapter 340. Roll on. Gritting their teeth, they pressed forward in the direction indicated by the compass. Tang San Cheng was consumed with concern for Qi Xia's safety, remaining mostly silent throughout the journey. As for Lei Zi, who usually spoke incessantly, he too chose to conserve his breath, keeping his mouth shut. The water in their canteens was dwindling, but fortunately, they stumbled upon a grove of poplar trees. The discovery of the poplar grove signified the presence of underground water 8 to 10 meters below. The group dug down over 8 meters, and indeed, water began to bubble forth. They filled 2 canteens, and as they watched them gradually fill, their confidence in escaping the desert grew significantly. After enduring a day and a night, the desert still showed no signs of yielding. Daytime was manageable, but as night fell, the temperature plummeted, chilling them to the bone. They huddled together for warmth, and after one frigid night, they had come to experience the terror of the desert's nocturnal chill. As the second night approached, the absence of an exit weighed heavily on their minds. Their 2 canteens of water would not last long, given the number of people and the scarcity of water. Since encountering the poplar grove, they had seen no other vegetation indicating the presence of water. The second night was a test of endurance, and by morning, Lei Zi eagerly opened his canteen and poured its contents into his mouth, only to freeze in shock. Disaster. There was no water left. His tongue flicked around the bottle's mouth, capturing the last 2 drops, before he weakly slumped down. "This is it. Just when we thought we had evaded death by poison. We may end up perishing in this desert. We must locate a water source. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable." Bai Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead. Not due to heat, but rather from a growing sense of anxiety. The underground water sources he had discovered earlier were limited, and as he understood, the subterranean water in the desert was not suitable for direct consumption. It required a rudimentary distillation process. Otherwise, it could only quench the thirst of camels. Yet, in the dire circumstances they faced, such considerations seemed trivial, and he drank it anyway. Now, Even that untreated underground water was no longer within reach. Sure, Wenbo remarked. Although this is my first venture into the desert, I possess some knowledge about locating underground water. For instance, if one encounters dense reeds, it indicates that water can be excavated from over a meter below the surface. If bulrushes are spotted, water can be found approximately 2 meters underground. The presence of red willow and camel thorn suggests that we should dig 6 to 8 meters down to reach the water table. If we come across a poplar grove, it signifies that water lies 8 to 10 meters below. Lazy spat into the sand, expressing his frustration. We can't see anything now. It's all in vain. Actually, there is another method, Bai Yi interjected. If we find damp sand or brackish water in the desert, we might have a chance to extract some water. Tang San Cheng pressed his lips together, which had already cracked. As he licked them, a metallic taste of blood spread across his tongue, filling his mouth with a peculiar sensation. He inhaled deeply and resolved, I must survive this. Let us seek out a water source. Remaining here would only lead to waiting for death. With weary bodies, they trudged onward, hoping to reach the end of the desert. After an indeterminate time, Tang San Cheng could no longer endure. He collapsed into the sand. Feeling as heavy as lead, Xiaoshan reached out to grab Tang San Cheng's hand, but instead of lifting him, he too tumbled into the sand. Bai Yi, his voice hoarse, urged, Get up. If you lie down now, you will remain here forever. Don't you want to survive and save Xiao Ning and wait for Qixia? Indeed. Tang San Cheng reminded himself to stand. Get up, Tang San Cheng. Xiao Ning is waiting for you, and so is Qixia. Yet, his body felt unbearably heavy. He kicked his legs in the sand, but they fell limply back down. His eyes were becoming increasingly heavy, nearly closed. Bai Yi and Lazy exchanged a glance and moved forward to lift Tang San Cheng and Xiaoshan. Just as they managed to support the two, Professor Shi's body softened and he collapsed into the sand. What is happening? Lazy, trembling, was unaware of his own fear as he struggled to hold on. With Shi Wenbao's head buried in the sand, Bai Yi, fearing for his safety, freed one hand from supporting Tang San Cheng to pull Shi Wenbao up. Professor, stay awake. Otherwise, we will all perish here. Suddenly, Lazy's voice faintly called out, I fear I cannot go on. As soon as he uttered those words, he tilted his head and collapsed into the sand, his entire body slumping down. The small hill he had been leaning against tumbled down with him. With one hand supporting himself, Lazy attempted to rise, but found himself utterly devoid of strength. Bai Yi, already struggling to support the two of them, felt his legs weaken, and all three fell to the ground. Tang San Cheng rolled the farthest, landing in the sand, only to find himself tumbling down a slope. Oh no, that is a steep incline. Bai Yi reached out toward Tang San Cheng, but grasped at empty air, helplessly watching as Tang San Cheng descended. In the vast desert, they appeared so insignificant. At that moment, the grains of sand seemed to mock their struggles. Bai Yi, fueled by an unexpected surge of courage, crawled toward Tang San Cheng, throwing himself down the slope and rolling after him. Lazy, taken aback by Bai Yi's loss of composure in such a dire situation, gasped, Damn it, if we are to die, let us perish together. He mimicked Bai Yi and rolled down the slope as well. Xiaoshan and Shi Wenbao exchanged glances. And Shi Wenbao said with a wry smile, After a lifetime devoted to scholarship, at this age, curiosity has led me to my doom. I suppose it is my own doing. They too began to roll down. Tang San Cheng was the first to tumble down. Feeling as if his body no longer belonged to him, sand sprayed around him, and his mind felt muddled as if filled with paste, rendering him oblivious to everything. Ultimately, he was saved by a stroke of fortune as he lay there, limbs sprawled in the air, finally coming to a halt. The coolness beneath him cleared his thoughts somewhat. He instinctively grasped the sand beside him and was taken aback to discover it was damp. Remembering Bai Yi's earlier words, an overwhelming joy surged within him. Just as he was about to shout in celebration, a heavy object suddenly collided with him, causing him to cry out in pain. Tang San Cheng, along with the heavy object, slid forward more than 2 meters before finally stopping. The force of the impact was quite noticeable. As his hand brushed against the object, he heard Bai Yi's hoarse voice, Do not touch recklessly. It was Bai Yi. Tang San Cheng was overjoyed. Bai Yi, just now I felt it too. The sand is moist. Bai Yi's tone was filled with elation. Tang San Cheng, you are truly a lucky star. We shall not perish now. Chapter 341, Water Acquisition. Indeed, that patch of sand was moist, and it was quite substantial. Once Lazy and the others rolled down, Bai Yi shared this news with them, and inexplicably, They all regained a semblance of strength. In the desert, mental fortitude can transform into the will to survive. Seeing that patch of damp sand, their desire to live intensified, and all eyes turned toward Bai Yi. Mustering his strength, Bai Yi retrieved a plastic bag containing provisions from his backpack. Lazy, dig a pit. The deeper, the better. He gazed up at the sky, where the sunlight was particularly intense. Lazy took out his tools and spent a full half-hour digging a sand pit. Bai Yi instructed everyone to retrieve their water bottles and place them into the pit, managing to fit 3 perfectly. He then covered the pit tightly with plastic sheeting. What is the rationale behind this? Lazy inquired. Can this truly extract water? I am uncertain, Bai Yi replied, exhausted and lying on the ground. Previously, I had only encountered this in books. Whether we can actually collect water depends on our fortune. Conventionally, this method allows the air and soil within the pit to heat up rapidly, generating steam. When the water vapor reaches saturation, it condenses into droplets on the plastic, which then drip into the water bottles below. However, this process is quite slow, and the yield depends solely on luck. Lei Zi and Xiao Shan leaned over the pit, their eyes fixed intently on the activity within. Soon, a fine mist began to rise, instilling a sense of hope among them. Suddenly, Tang San shivered. Water is falling. I can hear the sound of droplets. Everyone instinctively licked their lips. Bai Yi instructed, notify me when the sound ceases, and then we shall retrieve the water bottles. For now, we must wait. Tang San counted the sounds of the dripping water in his mind, growing increasingly exhilarated. The thrill of survival surged within him. As the sun began its descent, Bai Yi remarked, the temperature is dropping. It seems we are nearing the end. Indeed, the intervals between the water droplets grew longer until they ceased entirely. I can no longer hear it, Tang San announced. Lazy, unable to contain his excitement, lifted the plastic sheeting and retrieved the 3 water bottles, shaking them gently. Though the amount was modest, it was sufficient to sustain them for a while. They each took a few sips, cherishing the precious liquid, while Lazy didn't neglect even the droplets clinging to the rim, extending his tongue to savor them. What shall we do now? Our direction has shifted. Indeed, Shi Wenba replied. Should we return to our previous position and proceed forward? Otherwise, we may be endlessly wandering in this desert without realizing it. Must we go back? Bai Yi glanced upward, observing the steepness of the sand slope. Climbing back would certainly require considerable effort. This place is vastly different from where we were before. Perhaps we should return to our original path. Let us persevere a little longer. Who knows? We may soon escape this desert. That seems like a mere dream, Xiao Shan lamented. Xiao Shan, do not diminish your spirit. Speak words of good fortune, Lazy encouraged, patting Xiao Shan's face. Let us proceed. For safety's sake. They climbed back to their previous location and continued along the straight path. Remarkably, as night fell, they spotted camel thorn and managed to extract underground water once more. This time with far greater ease, filling 2 water bottles to the brim. This string of serendipity emboldened them, and upon seeing the dirt road ahead, they erupted into cheers, embracing one another in celebration. As they walked along the dusty road, the sight of the villa in the distance finally eased their hearts. Lazy remarked, this place is entirely different from where we started. Thank goodness we've made it out. The 4 of them managed to reach the village, but Shi Wenba immediately fainted, and the others were not far behind in their exhaustion. The villagers, all of Uyghur descent, although unable to comprehend Mandarin, were astonished to see these travelers emerging from the desert. They generously offered water and food. Bai Yi provided some compensation, which delighted the villagers. He gestured for them to indicate the route to the city. Fortunately, the next day, a vehicle delivering supplies passed through, allowing them to hitch a ride to the nearest county. As they sat in the vehicle, an unreal sensation washed over them, as if their bodies were still lingering in the desert. Tang San Cheng suddenly turned to gaze back at the vast desert, pondering whether Xie had truly escaped, or if luck had favored him. Bai Yi, perceiving Tang San Cheng's troubled thoughts, reassured him, Xie's survival skills surpass our expectations. Though he may be reticent, he possesses a keen intellect. Everything I can conceive, he has undoubtedly anticipated. I have faith in his ability to escape. Let us return and await his return. Bai Yi spoke as if Xie would certainly come back, as though he were merely stepping out for a brief errand, ready to return with a smile. Perhaps even climbing over the wall into the courtyard. Tang San Cheng, burdened by sorrow, bit his lip to stifle tears. Lazy, moved by Tang San Cheng's emotions, averted his gaze. saying, "Why cry? Xie is not dead. Let us consider this from another angle. That woman, I knew her, seems to hold a significant position among the remnants of the Jingjue kingdom. Xie will not suffer there. Perhaps she will eventually realize he is just an ordinary man and let him go." As he continued, even Lei Zi began to doubt, sighing, "Given the circumstances, we can only return and wait." Upon arriving in the county town, they rested for a night. Walking through the streets, their disheveled appearance drew the attention of many passers-by. They looked like beggars. Even when checking into the inn, the proprietress scrutinized their identities thoroughly. After much effort, they settled in, feeling as though they had died. And after a night's sleep, they struggled to rise in the morning, their bodies aching and arms weary. After changing into fresh attire, they finally appeared less conspicuous as they stepped outside. Bai Yi, anxious to return and check on Xiao Ning's condition, hurried to purchase train tickets. Upon returning to Beijing, he drove to temporarily bring Xiao Ning back, arranging for the older sister who cooked to come daily to care for him. During their absence, Xiao Ning remained in a deep coma, but the older sister tended to him well, and there was even a hint of color on his face. Tang San Cheng's thoughts wandered to the unlocated night pearl, and his heart grew increasingly tumultuous. Chapter 342. The enchanting gaze. A week had elapsed. Yet Xiao Ning remained in a state of unconsciousness, and there was still no news from the Seven Evils. Even the night pearl eluded any leads, leaving Bai Yi and Tang San equally ensnared in a web of anxiety. Recalling the summons mentioned by Lord Hong during their last encounter, Bai Yi hesitated repeatedly before ultimately deciding to pay Lord Hong a visit. Meanwhile, Tang San remained steadfastly by Xiao Ning's side, occasionally smoothing her hair or wiping her face and hands. Observing his infatuated demeanor, even the elder sister could not bear to watch. She was unaware of the true cause of Xiao Ning's coma, merely believing it to be a peculiar illness, and lamented the tragic fate of the two lovers. Bai Yi arrived near Lord Hong's residence, parked his vehicle, and walked to the door. He knocked, and as usual, the sound of Lord Hong's steady footsteps approached. The door opened, and for the first time, Lord Hong noticed that Bai Yi had come empty-handed. Upon seeing Bai Yi's bare hands, he stroked his chin and remarked, "What is this? No treasures to share this time? Quite a rarity." It is indeed a long story, and merely returning with one's life intact is a commendable feat. Bai Yi replied with a wry smile. Noticing Bai Yi's gone appearance, Lord Hong took a step back. "It seems you've suffered quite a setback. You've lost at least 4 or 5 pounds, haven't you?" "Indeed," Bai Yi admitted. "However, I did not come entirely empty-handed today." With that, he produced a small pouch of tea leaves from his pocket. "This is this year's fresh Longjing tea. Alas, I could not procure much of it. So I hope you do not mind, Lord Hong. This new tea was crafted from the earliest batches of fresh leaves harvested from the tea trees, with some tea farmers commencing their plucking before the Qingming festival. This tea is referred to as Mingqian tea. Those harvested before the rainwater solar term are known as Yuqian tea. However, it is worth noting that not all teas are better the fresher they are. For instance, pu'er and black tea improve with age, while green tea is prized for its freshness. Thus, indulging in the spring tea at this moment is quite timely." Delighted by the gift, Lord Hong invited Bai Yi to sit down and proceeded to brew the tea. After preparing the tea set, he placed it on the stone table in the courtyard. "What troubles you, my friend?" he inquired. "Lord Hong, you have extensive connections. Might you assist me in locating the night pearl?" Bai Yi suddenly thought. Given Lord Hong's long-standing dealings with various factions, if he could gain access to the night pearl, it would save Bai Yi considerable effort. Lord Hong filled Bai Yi's cup with tea, offering a rueful smile as he shook his head. "You and I both navigate this industry and know well the rarity of the night pearl. The only known burial night pearl belonging to Empress Cixi has fallen into the hands of Sung Meiling. Besides this burial pearl, Cixi possessed 9 others, slightly smaller, which she adorned on her phoenix crown during the Boxer Rebellion, in an attempt to appease foreign invaders. Empress Cixi removed 4 night pearls from her crown and commanded a palace maid, surnamed Wang, to present them to the foreigners. Remarkably, despite her youth, this maid possessed a patriotic heart. Unable to bear the thought of national treasures falling into the hands of invaders, she fled with the pearls, adopting a new identity and enduring a life of hardship. Before her demise, she entrusted a small pillow concealing the night pearl to a couple surnamed Wu, who had cared for her, though she did not have the chance to reveal its secret before she passed away. It was only during a household cleaning session when the Wu couple dismantled and washed their pillows that they discovered a luminous pearl hidden within. Without hesitation, they unconditionally offered this national treasure to the local government, while the whereabouts of the other 5 remained unknown. One had crossed to the opposite shore, for lay within a museum, and the fate of 5 others is still a mystery. Bai Yi chuckled wryly, realizing he could no longer harbor any hopes. Yet, an opportunity presented itself. Do you recall the summons I mentioned? Mr. Hong said. There may lie an unparalleled luminous pearl within the Qin tomb. Mr. Hong, I have my own difficulties. I fear I cannot attend this summons. It's not merely the uncertainty of the other party's intentions, given my current circumstances. Participation seems improbable. Regardless, you must keep a vigilant eye for me. Should a luminous pearl indeed surface, please inform me first. I am willing to offer any price. Bai Yi urged. Upon hearing this, Mr. Hong displayed a look of confusion. Bai Yi, after so many years of collaboration, this is the first time I've seen you so troubled. When lives are at stake, how can I remain untroubled? Bai Yi replied with a bitter smile. This matter is quite complex. I struggle to articulate it clearly. A luminous pearl, a human life. What does Mr. Hong deem more significant? That depends on the value of the person to me, Mr. Hong replied. Many things cannot be measured by mere currency. Indeed, this individual holds great value for us. Bai Yi acknowledged. Mr. Hong, I will not take up more of your time. Please remember my words. If anyone handles a luminous pearl, I must be informed first. I implore you. Mr. Hong escorted Bai Yi to the door. Rest assured, I shall remember. Suddenly, Mr. Hong's gaze shifted to the space behind Bai Yi, who noticed an additional shadow at his feet. Turning around, he beheld a woman adorned in strikingly extravagant attire, a rare sight in this era, particularly as she wore a fashionable foreign dress, reminiscent of a movie star's garb. The two were now quite close, her stunning face almost brushed against Bai Yi's, their noses nearly touching, leading to an awkward moment where Bai Yi instinctively shifted aside. Mr. Hong, we have a guest. I shall take my leave. Though Bai Yi departed, he remained perplexed. This circle was neither exceedingly large nor small, and he had not heard of such a female thief. Yet, if she were not of the same profession, Mr. Hong would certainly not permit her to visit. Who could she possibly be? As these thoughts crossed his mind, he turned back just in time to see the woman stepping forward. Unexpectedly, she looked up, and their eyes met directly. She smiled alluringly, her gaze captivating. Bai Yi nodded slightly and departed swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, the woman watched his retreating figure, tilting her head slightly to reveal a meaningful smile. Mr. Hong turned back, noticing the woman had yet to enter, and inquired, "Please, come in. What message does Master Jiu have? By the way, Mr. Hong, who was that just now?" Bai Yi did not obtain the desired information from Master Hong, yet he managed to establish a connection. He hoped for a sudden turn of events, wishing for the night pearl to be successfully acquired. Driving his car, he made a detour to visit an antique shop, as it was essential to keep an eye on his own business. As he arrived at the entrance of the antique shop, a glance inside altered his expression. The two individuals seated within were far from ordinary. Chapter 343. Tattoos. These two were not of Han descent. Curiously, despite all humans possessing 2 eyes and a nose, they are categorized into numerous distinctions based on nationality, skin color, and ethnicity. Some individuals stand out remarkably in a crowd, easily recognizable due to their distinctive features. The two before him were Mongolian. The fact that they were Mongolian did not particularly alarm Bai Yi, but what did cause a flutter in his heart was the tattoo on their wrists. As he stepped out of the car, he noticed the two examining a piece of blue and white porcelain. As one lifted his arm, a golden eagle tattoo, poised for flight, adorned his wrist. Bai Yi recalled the words spoken by Lei Zi, that the Golden Eagle Order remained effective to this day, with the descendants of the unloading mountain warriors still being hunted. These individuals were Mongolian, bearing the Golden Eagle tattoo. As Bai Yi hesitated, a young attendant from the shop spotted him and immediately approached. "Boss Bai, you have arrived." "Indeed," Bai Yi replied, placing his hands behind his back as he walked towards the inner room. "Come here for a moment." The attendant followed Bai Yi into the inner chamber, standing with utmost respect. "Boss Bai, what can I do for you?" The young man spoke with a tone reminiscent of the old-fashioned attendants, a style Bai Yi favored, especially since he was sharp-witted. Bai Yi took a seat and inquired, "Those two outside are Mongolian, correct?" "Yes," the attendant affirmed. "They seem unfamiliar with Beijing. I struck up a brief conversation, and it appears they have just arrived." Bai Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. If they had only just come to Beijing, they could not have encountered Lei Zi recently. as he had been struggling in the desert at that time. Just as he was about to dismiss the attendant, the young man added, "Those two certainly look like practitioners of martial arts. You know that much?" Bai Yi jested. "It is said that those who work in antique shops must have their eyes and ears attuned to everything. It seems you fit the bill quite well." The attendant blushed slightly. "I didn't specifically inquire. It just so happened that when they entered, a customer was leaving, nearly dropping a jade carving. One of the Mongolians kicked it back into the customer's hands with remarkable precision. If they weren't skilled, how could they have such accuracy? They may appear hefty, but they are surprisingly agile. Very well, you may step out now." After listening to the attendant, Bai Yi felt a tinge of gloom and waved for him to leave. Once the attendant had exited, Bai Yi approached the tightly closed door of the inner room, opening it slightly with a gentle motion. Yet, both individuals inside simultaneously turned their heads towards him. Seizing the moment, Bai Yi pushed the door open wider and remarked, "I shall take my leave. Boss Bai, take care." The young man responded loudly, declaring that among the few associates, this one was the most astute. Luo Tian, smiling, turned to leave. Having already been discovered, retreating to close the door would seem excessive. It was far better to exit confidently, thus avoiding arousing any suspicion from the other party. Once in his car, Bai Yi slowly drove away, hesitating on whether to inform Lei Zi about the matter. Upon returning home, Bai Yi summoned Lei Zi with a single phone call. Although Lei Zi had not spent time with them in the past few days, his thoughts were aligned with theirs, particularly concerning the whereabouts of Qi Xie and the Night Pearl. When he arrived, Bai Yi's hurried request led him to believe there had been some development regarding one of them. However, upon arrival and finding no sign of Qi Xie, he inquired in confusion, "Isn't Qi Xie back?" "No," Bai Yi replied seriously. "Are there any distinguishing characteristics of the assassins under the Golden Eagle Order? Why do you suddenly bring this up?" Lei Zi was taken aback. He typically refrained from discussing the matter, as if avoiding it would render it non-existent. Observing Bai Yi's grave demeanor, he ceased his usual playful banter. "Well, the Golden Eagle Order has always been a concern for our faction. However, we have never encountered their assassins. It is said that those who have seen them," he raised a hand and gestured across his neck, "have met their demise. Thus, we cannot ascertain their characteristics, except that they are Mongolian and exceptionally skilled, but beyond that, we know nothing, nor do I wish to." Bai Yi then recounted the day's events at the store. After hearing this, Lei Zi's expression turned somber. "It sounds quite similar. Mongolians, highly skilled, and bearing the Golden Eagle tattoo. This is bad. Could they be targeting me? Aside from encountering my senior brother Zhu San, I have not revealed my identity. Damn it. If Qi Xie were here, I would feel more secure, but he has yet to return. What should we do?" "Look at you. So frightened," Bai Yi remarked. "You are not alone anymore. Furthermore, since it is not certain, it might not be them at all. They simply seem somewhat suspicious. You should exercise caution during this period. However, sometimes the less you worry, the more natural you appear, which will lead to less suspicion directed at you." Lei Zi exhaled deeply. "I understand. Truthfully, I am no novice either. I just don't comprehend why they are rumored to be so formidable, almost like our nemesis, which has instilled a degree of trepidation in me. By the way, what about the Night Pearl? I've already asked Master Hong to keep an eye out. If it comes to it, we might have to take a chance." Bai Yi responded, "We have delayed too long. I am concerned that Xiao Ning's situation may change. I never expected that a distinguished individual like you, who has studied abroad, would believe in such sorcery," Lei Zi remarked, his demeanor returning to its usual carefree nature. "Xiao Ning can't continue like this. Perhaps I should look for information and see if I can find someone to consult? That might be a good idea. My mind has been quite chaotic recently," Bai Yi admitted, acknowledging the multitude of events that had transpired in a short span, each impacting various facets of their lives, leaving him somewhat disoriented. "So, you shall take on the burden of thought." As Lei Zi whistled his way out, he set off to find Lu Zhi, who had been engrossed in his studies for quite some time and had not visited in ages. Lei Zi recognized Lu Zhi as a bookworm. While his knowledge might not surpass Bai Yi's, it was certainly superior to his own. He aimed to observe him and glean insights, seeking a potential breakthrough. As Lei Zi departed, Bai Yi approached Tang San Cheng, who was resting with his eyes closed, his lashes fluttering slightly. He was not asleep, merely taking a brief respite. The moment Bai Yi's hand landed on his shoulder, Tang San Cheng opened his eyes. "What's the matter? Has Qi Xie returned?" The mention of Qi Xie elicited a wry smile from Bai Yi. "No, if you're tired, you should rest. Even if you remain by her side, Xiao Ning will not awaken." Seeing her brings me comfort, Tang San Cheng replied. Has there been any news from Lord Hong? Bai Yi shook his head. None. Do not worry. There are plenty of luminous pearls buried in the underground palace. Our luck has been favorable. We are bound to come across one. Bai Yi had never spoken in such a gentle tone before. In that moment, his voice was soft, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Even Tang San Cheng, despite his usual dullness, understood that Bai Yi was merely attempting to console him. Indeed, there were numerous luminous pearls within the underground palace. Yet the vastness of the Chinese land posed the question, how long would it take to find them? Chapter 344. Return. Another week of bewilderment passed, and Tang San Cheng could no longer contain himself. He felt akin to an ant on a hot stove, restless and caught between Xiao Ning and Qi Xie, wavering indecisively. Should he set out immediately to search for the luminous pearls, perhaps inadvertently missing Qi Xie? Or should he continue waiting? How long could Xiao Ning endure? It was as though his heart was being pulled apart, the burden needing to be balanced on both sides. Where to begin? On this particular day, Tang San Cheng sat by Xiao Ning's bedside, dozing as usual. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder. Assuming it was Bai Yi, he looked up only to be startled by Qi Xie's unkempt visage. He quickly shook his head, thinking it impossible, merely a figment of his imagination. Qi Xie, amused yet exasperated, said, San Cheng, it's me. The voice, hoarse yet unmistakably Qi Xie's, prompted Tang San Cheng to pinch his own face, ensuring he was not dreaming. The pain was real and visceral. His eyes began to well with tears, but before he could cry, Qi Xie pinched him gently, saying, Do not cry. Realizing he might be on the verge of tears himself, Tang San Cheng quickly composed himself. Where's Bai Yi? Is he here? Does he know you're back? And Lei Zi, I must call him. Bai Yi has gone to fetch Lei Zi. Do not panic, Qi Xie reassured him. Qi Xie's beard had grown unkempt, resembling a patch of wild grass, and his skin looked dry and wrinkled. Tang San Cheng glanced at Qi Xie's hands, which Qi Xie had hidden behind him, reminiscent of the time they first ventured underground. Despite injuries, he had deliberately concealed his hands. Qi Xie. Tang San Cheng's eyes reddened. Let me see your hands. Qi Xie's hands were marred with deep lacerations, each wound raw and bleeding. How had this come to be? Had that woman done this? A fire ignited within Tang San Cheng. San Cheng, do not rush. I will explain everything to you shortly. At that moment, Tang San heard a commotion outside, the sound of a car, which must have been Bai Yi bringing Lei Zi. The two descended, and Lei Zi strode in boldly, approaching Qi Xie, examining him from head to toe as if he were a stranger, circling around Qi Xie several times. My goodness, this is truly Qi Xie. It's good that you've returned, it's good. Tang San poured water, a remnant of his experiences in the desert, seeing someone. He felt compelled to offer water, as if fearing they might succumb to dehydration. Qi Xie, indeed parched, gulped down the water and sat down. Noticing Qi Xie was empty-handed, Tang San inquired, Qi Xie, where's your luggage? Fearing she might have second thoughts, she neglected to take it. Qi Xie appeared somewhat apprehensive. Fortunately, I brought money with me. No wonder. Qi Xie emanated a peculiar scent. Lei Zi chuckled. Qi Xie, were it not for our close ties, we might have found you distasteful. Embarrassed, Qi Xie replied, I was so focused on returning that I neglected everything else. Qi Xie, how could she possibly change her mind and let you go? Bai Yi asked, recalling the fierce determination of Ai Newer. Persuading such a stubborn woman to relent is no simple feat, you've likely noticed. Qi Xie said with a bitter smile, she has developed feelings for me, which I find astonishing. Emotions can indeed blossom so swiftly. After I stayed behind, I didn't immediately express my desire to leave. I merely feigned disinterest, revealing to her that my heart was elsewhere. She retained my presence, but merely as a lifeless shell. Being a clever woman, she surely discerned my true feelings. At first, she remained silent, but later her frustration turned to anger. She is a master of poison. Initially, she sought to control me with it. However, as time passed and the attempts wore on, she too grew weary. Several times, I sensed murderous intent emanating from her, yet she never acted on it. It seems she has genuinely fallen for you. Perhaps your stubbornness only endears you to her further. After all, you are a man of true character, and a woman like her would inevitably be captivated. Bai Yi remarked sagely, drawing upon his own experiences. What happened next? How did she agree to let you go? One day, she suddenly entered and asked if I truly intended to leave. Naturally, I affirmed. She tossed a knife to me. It was peculiar, resembling a claw at the front, yet sharp in the middle. She said that if I could draw 100 lines on my hand with it, she would set me free. As Seven Evils spoke, his voice noticeably deepened. That tool was likely used for punishment in ancient times. When it clamped down on the flesh of your hand, the blade would simultaneously slice through the skin, inflicting excruciating pain. He glanced at Tang San's expression and chose to bypass this part of the story. I made over 30 cuts, and she wept. Seven Evils sighed. I understood that with each cut, I was carving into her heart, each slash conveying my unwillingness to remain by her side. Over 30 cuts, I etched them upon her heart. In my long existence, I have never harmed anyone in such a manner. Thunderous gasps escaped from Bai Yi as he observed the scars on Seven Evils' hands, resembling a complex web spun by a spider. The flesh was beginning to heal. Yet one could only imagine how it had appeared when the bones were visible. What a dreadful tool. This woman is truly ruthless. It must have been passed down from the kingdom of the lost. You are right. It is indeed an instrument of torture. If she were truly merciless, I would likely not have emerged alive. Seven Evils seemed somewhat moved, caught in the throes of a woman's fervent obsession, where fear mingled with an inexplicable sense of poignancy. As she witnessed my self-infliction, her heart softened, granting me my freedom. As if captivated by a legendary tale, Bai Yi rose to fetch a medical kit to tend to Seven Evils' wounds. But Seven Evils shook his head. She provided me with a secret medicinal powder, remarkably effective. When the blood flowed uncontrollably, a mere application halted the bleeding. That woman's status is evidently quite extraordinary. Bai Yi inquired, having spent so long there. Did you glean any information? Indeed, I have some insights. Weren't you curious about the fate of the expedition team that ventured there in the 1930s? Seven Evils responded. Once they entered, their ferocity became evident, plundering the ruins without restraint. At that time, they resided in the remnants, not in the caverns. A brutal conflict ensued between the two factions, and they paid a heavy price to eliminate the so-called expedition team. Following that incident, in a bid for self-preservation against future occurrences, they dug deeper and established their own living quarters, which was a necessity. That Ainur seems to hold a prominent position. Have you encountered any of her kin since then? Bai Yi asked. Chapter 345. Invitation. The last ruler of the Kingdom of the Lost was a queen. Indicating a matriarchal system, Seven Evils remarked. Ainur holds a status akin to that of a queen within their ranks. I have met others of her tribe. They are few in words, and not all speak Mandarin. They have largely acclimated to their current way of life. Those who suffer often harbor their own resentments. Bai Yi observed. Initially, it was natural disasters and man-made calamities that befell them, yet their current aggressiveness, although driven by coercion, signifies a loss of the ability to coexist with ordinary people. They are left with no choice but to dwell within those subterranean caverns. By the way, they mentioned seeking external partners for reproduction. What became of those individuals? Some chose to stay, but the majority departed, Seven Evils replied. After all, living underground for an extended period is not something ordinary people can endure. Are they not fearful of revealing their whereabouts? Bai Yi pondered. No, they are not. After a moment of contemplation, Xia inquired. Do you recall the letter of safety that San Cheng once left for me? Tang San Cheng nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I subtly hinted at the path within that letter. Having lived with San Cheng for an extended period, I immediately grasped his intentions upon reading it. And I understood his explanations. Xia continued. Thus, I sought opportunities to venture out in search of an exit, yet to my astonishment, it bore no resemblance to what San Cheng had described. If there were merely a slight discrepancy, it would not be so peculiar. However, the direction was entirely wrong, and the distinctive walls were absent, as if the place had been entirely transformed. This situation was rather bizarre. Xia chuckled wryly. At that time, I was utterly perplexed. It was as if the interior was a labyrinth, seemingly shifting daily, rendering any exit utterly elusive. The true enigma could only be known to them. Could it be that they can artificially create exits? Bai Yi speculated. If that is the case, the exits would not be fixed, which would explain the inconsistency. However, while the exits may vary, the entrances remain constant. They must have brought individuals in blindfolded, preventing them from perceiving the path to the entrance. Much like the expedition team and ourselves, who stumbled in by accident, beyond their control, and thus considered an unforeseen circumstance. By the way, what about that little girl? Professor sure has been quite concerned about her, Bai Yi remarked. To be honest, she truly resembles a refreshing stream in the desert, yet regrettably. We still do not know her name. She has no name, Xie replied. Being born mute, her family did not bestow a name upon her. There's also that notion, Bai Yi added. This must be a peculiar custom of their clan. By the way, Xie, why don't you take a moment to rest? Upon your return, you'll find us bombarding you with questions. Xie shook his head. It's quite all right. You all are aware of my constitution. By the way, have there been any leads regarding the luminous pearl? Upon mentioning this matter, a wave of despondency swept over everyone. And Xie immediately realized, it appears there has been no progress. At that moment, Lei Zi made a new discovery. Xie, you've spoken quite a bit today. Don't mock me. Opportunities to converse with others are exceedingly rare in that place, Xie remarked. Although I typically speak little, the absence of dialogue can be profoundly terrifying. A silence enveloped the group. Xie had certainly endured considerable hardship. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. Lei Zi froze. Could it be Lu and she arriving? Bai Yi shook his head. The knock doesn't sound like theirs. Lei Zi rushed to open the door. And as soon as it swung open, he stumbled back, exclaiming in surprise. Bai Yi turned around, momentarily taken aback. Standing at the entrance was the woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to a movie star, whom they had encountered at Master Hong's door. Her appearance at their doorstep made Bai Yi feel quite uneasy. The woman offered a coy smile and effortlessly stepped inside, surveying her surroundings. This environment is rather pleasant. Unlike a typical bacheloress abode, her casual demeanor left everyone feeling somewhat unsettled. Bai Yi stood up. Miss, it seems we are unfamiliar with one another. Have you perhaps mistaken this for another residence? The frigid tone and gaze of Bai Yi elicited a degree of displeasure from the woman, as evidenced by the furrowing of her brow. She murmured, it is rather disappointing that someone praised so highly by Master Jiao would leave one feeling this way. The mention of Master Jiao startled Bai Yi. Her visit to Master Hong indicated her inextricable ties to this realm. Master Jiao, known to all, is a venerable figure in the industry, nearing his 90s and long retired from active duty, now taking a back seat to orchestrate connections among various factions. If Master Hong intermediates with inanimate objects, Master Jiao deals with living individuals. This gathering summons was issued by none other than Master Jiao. You came for the summons? Bai Yi inquired. The woman responded with a hint of surprise. What should one do when a man is so astute? We have merely crossed paths at Master Hong's. Yet you have already deduced my origins. Remarkable. It seems your reasoning is exceedingly meticulous, befitting one so highly esteemed by Master Jiao. Though Bai Yi had never met Master Jiao, the woman's words suggested he possessed considerable insight into him. However, upon reflection, it was plausible that Master Hong, with whom he had a long-standing partnership, had shared information about him. Please, take a seat, Bai Yi invited, captivated by the rare beauty before him, reminiscent of a cinematic figure, fashionably attired, her features exquisite, particularly her enchanting dragon and phoenix eyes. The mere flutter of her gaze radiated allure. Lei Zi promptly began to curry favor, saying, let us discuss matters after you've settled in. It's never too late. Tang San Cheng, why aren't you fetching tea? Tang San Cheng appeared momentarily stunned until Lei Zi nudged him, exclaiming, you're even more foolish than Lu Daizi. Fine, I shall get it myself. Mr. Bai, the woman addressed him with a rather trendy appellation. You have discerned my purpose without the need for lengthy explanations regarding the summons. I am here to extend a personal invitation. An invitation? Bai Yi grunted. What do you wish to invite us for? Master Jiao has issued a general call for heroes, yet those deemed worthy remain elusive. The woman remarked. Master Jiao has indeed underestimated their standards, and it has become quite vexing. After much contemplation, he realized that your group has yet to make an appearance. He believes you are highly likely to be considered, rendering this summons not in vain. Otherwise, it would be rather laughable if no one from our ranks was deemed worthy. This transcends personal disgrace. It is a matter of the industry's reputation. It appears that our adversaries are not figures from the domestic underworld. Given their discerning tastes, truly befitting a crew aiming to excavate the Qin mausoleum, Bai Yi found himself unexpectedly admiring her, taken aback by the realization. Chapter 346. On the battlefield, observing Bai Yi's handsome profile, the woman's lips curled into a subtle smile. Mr. Bai, I've been here for quite some time. Are you not the least bit curious about me? Not even my name? And what is your esteemed name? Lei Zi inquired quickly. The woman, seemingly disappointed, had merely wished to engage Bai Yi in conversation, yet out of courtesy, She replied to Lei Zi, I am Xie Fangfei, an assistant to Master Jiu. Understood. This woman is indeed the eyes and ears of the ninth master. It is said that he is the sage of the treasure-hunting world, yet one must ponder how. At nearly 90 years of age, he could gather information relying solely on his frail limbs after so many decades. The emergence of Xie Fangfei resolves this quandary. Bai Yi remarked, the ninth master has exerted considerable effort. It seems the opponent has a significant background. Mr. Bai, I have heard from Master Hong that you are in urgent need of a luminous pearl. We are all colleagues in this field and are well aware that there lies a Sui Ho pearl in the Qinling Mountains, which is indeed the king of luminous pearls. Xie Fangfei smiled. We both know Master Hong's capabilities. If he cannot procure it, finding one readily available will likely prove challenging. This moment presents an opportunity. There are those willing to invest, and you merely need to exert some effort. Besides, it is merely a meeting. Whether it will lead to success remains uncertain. This woman's cunning is evident. Her final words were clearly a provocation. Rallying troops is less effective than inciting them. Xie Fangfei was confident she would achieve her desires. As for men, they can be criticized for their height or stature, but never for their lack of ambition or capability. This is their Achilles heel. She gazed at Bai Yi and proposed, why not give it a try? Consider it a favor for the ninth master. Invoking the ninth master, a figure of paramount significance in the treasure-hunting realm, Bai Yi replied, this matter cannot be decided solely by me. I require time to contemplate. Let us convene at Master Hong's residence tomorrow at 9. I shall provide you with a definitive answer regarding our attendance. Xie Fangfei smiled broadly. Very well, Mr. Bai. We shall meet without fail tomorrow. Lei Zi eagerly escorted Xie Fangfei to the door, prompting Tang San Cheng to intervene with a scolding upon Lei Zi's return. Have you not learned your lesson? Have you forgotten about that incident with Ru Xian? That should not deter me from seeking a second chance at love, Lei Zi sighed. At least you have Xiao Ning. I am still a bachelor. Surely, I cannot remain single for life. This retort left Tang San Cheng at a loss for words. He observed Bai Yi's furrowed brow. Are you hesitating to meet with that group? In truth, we could pursue the Qinling treasure independently. However, it is well known that the tomb of Qin Shi Huang remains entirely undisturbed beneath its earthen mound, untouched for thousands of years. Though a comprehensive archaeological survey was conducted in 1962, no entrance was discovered, only the terracotta warriors unearthed. The true Qinling remains inaccessible. Bai Yi remarked, it is said that to locate the genuine tomb, one must find the legendary underground passage. Yet, countless efforts have been expended in vain. The Qinling lies before us. Yet the tomb eludes us. Do you believe we possess the capability to find it? Tang San Cheng and Qi Xia exchanged glances. Shaking their heads in resignation, it is quite difficult. Indeed, Bai Yi sighed. I am aware of the challenges. However, should we collaborate with others, particularly those who appear affluent and powerful, we may find ourselves constrained, lacking the freedom of independent action. Can you accept such a predicament? As Bai Yi spoke, his gaze was primarily fixed on Tang San Cheng. Suddenly, Tang San Cheng comprehended that Bai Yi was concerned for him, given his unique constitution, particularly that blood of his. If the others were genuinely formidable, it would be challenging to conceal such a secret. Lei Zi, feeling somewhat agitated, exclaimed, what about Xiao Ning? Should we simply remain at home, waiting for the night pearl to arrive at our doorstep? Bai Yi, what has come over you this time? Surely, you wouldn't abandon Xiao Ning in her time of need. This is a remarkable opportunity. Someone is financing the endeavor, and all we need to do is exert ourselves. Once inside, we can seize the night pearl. You've hit the nail on the head. They are providing the funds. And the Sui Ho pearl is the king of night pearls. What reason do they have to hand it over to us? If you were in their shoes, would you willingly relinquish it? Bai Yi posed to Lei Zi, at a loss for words. Lei Zi became increasingly frustrated, running his fingers through his hair. So, what should we do? If we venture in on our own, damn it, will we even be able to enter? Let us go. Tang San Cheng suddenly declared. Xiao Ning cannot wait, and neither can I. Instead of sifting through the sands at the bottom of the sea, we should choose a direction and strive forward. At least we know the Sui Ho clan is inside. That gives us a target. Bai Yi, you need not worry. This time, I will not hold everyone back. Lei Zi, not sensing the underlying implications in Tang San Cheng's words, replied, all right, it's 2 against 2 now. Qi Xia, no need to ask. You are following Tang San Cheng, right? Bai Yi, let us adhere to the principle of the majority. Let us join forces. Whether we can join forces is not for us to decide. Don't heed what that Xie Fong Fei said. Many have approached them, but what was the outcome? None of them were deemed suitable, Bai Yi remarked. In that case, I will call Lord Hong now, and there is no need to meet with Xie Fong Fei tomorrow. I will arrange a meeting time with them. If you want to go, I will. Lazy shouted, chasing after Bai Yi. She is a stunning beauty. What harm is there in seeing her just once? Bai Yi feigned ignorance, continuing on his path to find the phone. Lazy, feeling dejected, thought to himself, this guy is nearly a monk. How can he be so indifferent to such a beautiful girl? Lord Hong was not surprised by Bai Yi's change of heart. Excellent. I have immense confidence in you. If they overlook you, they must be blind. I will contact Jiu Yi immediately to arrange your meeting. However, Bai Yi, they will undoubtedly devise ways to make things difficult for you. Prepare yourselves. Thank you, Lord Hong, Bai Yi replied. It is up to us to make it happen. Lord Hong's favoritism was evident. Since they had resolved to align with the other party and utilize their resources, they must seize the opportunity. Bai Yi was not a man who welcomed failure. The response from the other party came swiftly, indicating that the meeting would still take place tomorrow morning. With the location surprisingly set in the mountains, not explicitly stated but requiring them to follow the clues left behind. This game of finding someone was clearly a test of their capabilities. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi let out a cold laugh. It was merely a matter of responding to their moves. Who was afraid of whom? Chapter 347. Unraveling the scheme early the next morning. The four of them drove into the mountains. The adversary had already made a move. They had suggested a meeting at 9 o'clock the following day. However, there was a nuance to this. Meeting at 9 meant they would need to search the mountains beforehand, necessitating careful time management. This was a game of words, and from this alone, one could discern the depths of the adversary's cunning. There was only one entrance to the mountain, which alleviated some of their troubles. However, once they ventured inside, they were surrounded by trees. What do trees look like? What distinctions could there possibly be? Lazy spat on the ground, exclaiming, damn it. It's just a meeting. Why all the theatrics? They think too highly of themselves. Enough chatter. Let us see if we can find any markers, said Xia. The four dispersed, searching for anything that seemed out of place. Xiao Shan was particularly eager, checking behind every tree for signs. It was already December, and the ground was carpeted with fallen leaves, crunching underfoot. Upon arriving, Tang San found his keen ears overwhelmed by the cacophony surrounding him. Countless sounds flooding in and leaving him disoriented. Taking a deep breath, he focused his vision, scanning the area intently. There seemed to be nothing particularly noteworthy. After circling the vicinity 3 or 4 times, aside from the trees, grasses, and unknown flora, he found no significant markers. However, if the markers were too evident, they could hardly be deemed a challenge. Ultimately, it was the sounds beneath his feet that captured Tang San's attention. The fallen leaves in the mountains were expected to blanket the ground unevenly, producing distinct sounds when stepped upon. Initially, he felt nothing unusual, but after several circuits, he suddenly realized the thickness of the leaves was markedly uneven, and the thick patches were contrary to expectation. Normally, leaves would fall in accordance with the prevailing wind direction, which had been from the southeast in recent days. Yet, these leaves contradicted that trend. Raising his head, enlightenment dawned upon him. Bai Yi, these leaves have been disturbed by someone. What do you mean? Bai Yi, glancing at his watch, noted that 20 minutes had passed with no progress. Tang San's observation stirred a flicker of excitement in Bai Yi. What have you discovered? Look at the leaves on the ground. The wind has been blowing from the southeast, yet the leaves are oriented in the opposite direction. This suggests they have been deliberately moved, Tang San explained. Bai Yi, don't you think these leaves indicate something? Ah, Tang San, Bai Yi chuckled, giving Tang San a hearty pat on the shoulder, causing him to sag slightly under the gesture. Was he too excited? What is up? I figured out where to go, Bai Yi said, approaching the noticeably thicker patch of leaves. These individuals are truly relentless in their attempts to test us. Let us proceed this way. Xie followed silently, while Lazy, still perplexed, hurried after them, asking, what is going on? How do these leaves relate to our destination? Why would they go out of their way to move the leaves from one side to the other? Bai Yi chuckled. This is the direction they wish to point us towards. Our destination lies to the southeast. Goodness, what a hassle this is. Let us proceed ahead. I surmise there are more tricks yet to be revealed. Before Lazy could finish his thought, Tang San silenced him. Your words are surely those of a harbinger of misfortune. You seem to attract the negative while ignoring the positive. Perhaps it would be wise to speak less. Ahead lay 2 mountain paths. Bai Yi glanced at them, One path led directly to a pavilion atop the main peak, while the other meandered toward a side peak, another dilemma to ponder. After surveying his surroundings, Bai Yi chose the path toward the side peak. Lazy, bewildered, queried, "What prompts this choice? Consider the route. I have traversed this area before. The way to the pavilion leads directly to the summit, with no alternative paths. If this is indeed a test, do you find such a challenge engaging?" Bai Yi responded, "However, the path we are now on leads to the side peak, where the terrain is treacherous and convoluted, requiring passage through a marsh. If they intend to assess our abilities, where do you think they would await us, at the main peak or the side peak?" Understanding dawned upon Lazy, yet he remained unconvinced. What if they are deliberately reversing the test? We may be overcomplicating matters, thus falling into their trap. Such a possibility exists, Bai Yi acknowledged. I have considered it as well, which renders my choice somewhat audacious. The outcome remains uncertain. We must forge ahead to discover it. Should we wish to retreat, we still have the opportunity. Shaking his head, Lazy inhaled deeply. All right then. After all, we are faced with a 50-50 chance. Indeed, the path toward the side peak proved as Bai Yi had predicted. After a short distance, a marsh appeared before them. Previously, the marsh lay in the center, with flanking paths allowing passage, but now it was impassable, as both sides had been excavated, rendering the marsh a solid barrier. Lazy removed his pack, exclaiming, "Fortunately, we are well equipped. Lu Jishi is truly our fortunate star. Let us demonstrate our prowess." Flanking the marsh were trees, and Lu Jishi's invention, a grappling hook with a rope, was perfectly suited for the task. Lazy first secured the rope around his waist, aiming for the sturdiest tree. Upon activating the mechanism, the rope shot forth, firmly anchoring itself to the trunk. After gauging the tension, he retreated a few meters, then propelled himself forward, soaring over the marsh and landing on the opposite bank. Turning back with a grin, he waved to his companions. "Now it's your turn." Lazy untied the rope around his waist, observing that Bai Yi was ready to catch it. He swung the rope back with precision, allowing it to land directly in Bai Yi's hands. Each person had their own rope, but Lazy's aim was remarkably accurate, thus sparing everyone the need to align their throws. Tang San Cheng secured the rope around himself, and with Bai Yi's assistance, he was propelled forward. Before he could exhale, his body soared through the air, landing squarely in front of Lazy. Lazy patted his chest, exclaiming, "Goodness, I'm fortunate to have dodged swiftly." Tang San Cheng, your strength is rather excessive. If I had been struck by you, I would have lost half my life. Tang San Cheng chuckled, "With your skills, how could you possibly collide with me?" Flattery is never a crime, and Lazy grinned with pride, indeed. Chapter 348. The main character having resolved Tang San Cheng's predicament, Xiao Shan gracefully traversed the swamp, while Bai Yi and Qi Xie had no issues either. As Bai Yi reached the end, he pressed a button on his waist, causing the sharp hook embedded in the tree trunk to retract automatically into his belt. Bai Yi sighed in relief. It seems our direction is correct. The transformation of the swamp was part of the trial, and Bai Yi smiled wryly. We still do not know what awaits us ahead, so everyone must remain vigilant. If anything seems amiss, speak up immediately. Understood. Lazy dropped his playful demeanor. Ahead lay a dense forest, revealing a desolate visage in the late autumn. As Tang San Cheng stepped inside, he chuckled. It appears the adversary possesses some knowledge of geomancy. Bai Yi, do you recall the Bagua formation we encountered in Shaanxi? Bai Yi certainly remembered. That formation was situated in the clearing before the cliff coffin. Had they not dismantled the Bagua formation, the three of them would never have gained entry to the coffin. The Bagua formation has 8 gates: Xiao, Sheng, Shang, Du, Jing, Si, Jing, and Kai. We entered through the Sheng gate in the east, charged out through the Xiao gate in the southwest, and re-entered through the north. This formation can indeed be broken, correct? Tang San Cheng nodded. Follow me. Everyone trailed behind Tang San Cheng into the Bagua formation. Just as they emerged from the dense woodland, before they could catch their breath, Tang San Cheng heard rustling sounds. He whispered, "Qi Xie," to the left front. "There are 2 people." Qi Xie darted out like an arrow. At that moment, Tang San Cheng swiftly declared, "Bai Yi," to the back left, behind the tree. Bai Yi drew a flying dagger from his waist, pivoted, and with a flick of his wrist, the dagger soared into the tree trunk. A dark head ducked down, clearly startled, as a small figure stumbled out, cursing, "Damn it, this is life-threatening." Tang San Cheng then called out to Xiao Shan, "Xiao Shan, behind you." Little Mountain was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. He executed a swift maneuver, only to find someone behind him attempting to shroud his head with a burlap sack. Enraged, he delivered a powerful kick to the assailant's shoulder. The assailant, towering and nearly matching the height of the seven evils, had underestimated Little Mountain, mistaking his youthful appearance for weakness. However, with remarkable agility, Little Mountain soared into the air, delivering a blow that caught the towering figure off guard. Not one to retreat easily, the assailant retaliated with a punch aimed at Little Mountain's jaw, but was interrupted by Thunder, who drew his gun and aimed it at the assailant's temple. "Don't move," Thunder commanded. The towering figure exhaled sharply, "Don't shoot. We are the ones who arranged to meet you. Is this how you arrange meetings?" Thunder retorted angrily, spitting on the ground. "You are plotting against us." "No. We merely came to assess the situation," the tall man replied. "You are indeed formidable. Only a select few could reach this place, and no one has discovered our presence until now. Brother, let us converse. Our boss has been awaiting you for some time." Bai Yi let out a cold laugh as Tang San Cheng approached, pushing two individuals forward, who tumbled to the ground. Upon seeing the tall man's gaze, they scrambled back to their feet. "Second brother, we need not say more. We are outmatched," the tall man conceded. "This one is not to be underestimated," Bai Yi remarked. "Now that we are here, might we inquire if your elder brother is willing to meet with us?" There was a hint of mockery in his tone. The tall man replied, "Our elder brother has been waiting long. Please follow us." He glanced at the gun still aimed at his temple. "Thunder," Bai Yi began, prompting Thunder to reluctantly lower his weapon, though he still felt a lingering frustration and spat on the ground. "Let us move swiftly. Our patience is limited." With a sharp whistle, the tall man signaled, and approximately 5 minutes later, a slender middle-aged man emerged. His frame was gaunt, resembling a tall bamboo stalk, and his complexion was pallid, lacking any trace of vitality. The others regarded him with profound respect. Bai Yi cast a glance at him, his expression shifting. "How could it be you? Do you know him?" Thunder inquired, somewhat bewildered. "He is one of the earliest merchants in our country and, by today's standards, the wealthiest. He is not one to be associated with tomb raiding. What interest could he have in the Qinling?" Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, the gaunt man stepped forward. Addressing Tang San Cheng, "I witnessed what transpired earlier. I must say, your reflexes are exceptional. I am genuinely curious as to how you discern my brother's movements. They had not even approached you before being detected. It is quite extraordinary." However, Bai Yi perceived something else entirely. "It seems you have been observing from afar, Boss Guan. You are indeed quite leisurely." The location Bai Yi referred to was a small dirt slope roughly 30 meters away, suggesting that he had used binoculars to see such a distance. At that moment, the tall man held a military-grade binoculars in his hand. Upon hearing Bai Yi utter his surname, the proprietor, Mr. Guan, remarked, "You are all quite remarkable. Indeed, you are the individuals I seek. However, my dear brother, might you enlighten me regarding the intricacies involved?" Tang San Cheng gestured towards his ears, stating, "There is nothing extraordinary about it. I merely possess the ability to discern their breathing and footsteps. Furthermore, your associates are quite formidable, having knowledge of the 8 trigrams formation." The diminutive figure, startled by the flying daggers, approached. "I only grasped the superficial aspects, and it was you who effortlessly unraveled it." It turned out that he was the one who set the formation. Mr. Guan gazed at Tang San Cheng with astonishment, while Bai Yi inquired, "Mr. Guan, we are acquainted. Your accomplishments in business are renowned throughout the country. Compared to you, others are mere trifles. I am perplexed as to why you harbor such interest in the Qin tomb." "My surname is Guan," Mr. Guan replied, evading the question, "What thoughts arise when you hear this surname?" Bai Yi furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for what to derive from it. Mr. Guan continued, "In your realm of tomb raiding, the surname Guan should be quite familiar. As it turned out, in the latter part of the last century, the eminent figure in the field of tomb raiding had entered a mobile tomb and nearly met his demise. After narrowly escaping, he was profoundly moved and subsequently withdrew from the world. He is none other than the illustrious Master Guan." Bai Yi exclaimed, "Could it be that you are?" "Indeed, the Master Guan you speak of is my grandfather. Not only did he enter a mobile tomb, but he also brushed against the edge of the Qin tomb." Chapter 349, The Tomb Raiding Tunnel. It is no surprise that the descendants of the Guan family have become affluent merchants in the last century. Master Guan traded numerous exquisite artifacts, including rare treasures, thereby amassing substantial capital for future generations. Moreover, Master Guan had many disciples, including Bai Yi's own mentor, He Baosheng, who referred to him as Grandmaster Guan. If this lineage were to be traced, Bai Yi would have to address Master Guan as great ancestor. However, considering Mr. Guan's age, he would likely refer to Master Guan as grandfather, suggesting that this family has had children later in life. Upon learning of Master Guan's past connection to the Qin tomb, Bai Yi's curiosity was undeniably piqued. Yet, whether Master Guan had ever ventured inside, Mr. Guan would surely know. The general location of the Qin tomb has long been established. Yet the entrance to the underground palace remains a conundrum that has perplexed numerous experts. The discourse surrounding the location of the Qin tomb's underground palace has always been rife with speculation. Some assert that the burial chamber is roughly the size of a football field, serving as the resting place for coffins and accompanying artifacts. Historical records indicate that archaeologists have conducted numerous investigations based on this legend, yet they have consistently failed to locate the mythical underground passage. Mr. Guan appeared to possess considerable confidence regarding this endeavor. Furthermore, given Mr. Guan's current wealth, it seems he lacks a compelling motive to plunder the Qin tomb. How might we trust you? Bai Yi recognized that Mr. Guan had already made his judgment about them, and his demeanor had subtly shifted. The initiative regarding collaboration now quietly lay in his hands. I am not driven by monetary gain. Boss Guan pondered for a considerable time before he finally spoke. My father may still be resting in the Qin tomb. I must locate his remains. This is the sole wish of my mother before she passed away. Had my grandfather not informed my father that he had once excavated a tunnel leading directly to the Qin tomb near Lishan, perhaps none of this would have transpired. My father, filled with curiosity as a child, was never permitted to accompany my grandfather on any of his ventures until after my grandfather's death, when he could no longer contain his curiosity and sought out that tunnel. That expedition, however, proved to be his last. Were it not for the substantial inheritance left by my grandfather, my mother and I would have likely endured a much harsher existence. Mr. Bai, you are the one who can assist me in locating my father's remains. I implore you to help me. As for the terms, they are negotiable. Was he speaking the truth or fabricating a tale? It remained uncertain. It sounded rather enticing. Yet Bai Yi had always believed that those who engaged in tomb raiding rarely did so out of pure motives, especially when dealing with a man as cunning as Guan. Bai Yi let out a cold laugh. As for the terms? Quite simple. Should we gain entry to the Qin tomb, we require the luminous pearl and half of the artifacts. If you agree, the subsequent matters can be easily arranged. And if I refuse? It was evident that Bai Yi's demands far exceeded what Boss Guan had anticipated, as his eyebrows arched slightly in disdain. Bai Yi realized he could not underestimate Boss Guan. He could trust only half of what he said. They would part ways, of course, but Boss Guan, given his current standing, must certainly worry about the repercussions should news of this venture to the Qin tomb leak. If he were in Guan's position, he would either silence them with a hefty sum or understand one undeniable truth. The only entities capable of keeping secrets are the deceased. Bai Yi remarked with a smirk. Am I not correct? You are indeed quite astute, Boss Guan replied. However, we have also observed your capabilities. It would not be easy to eliminate you. The most favorable outcome would be for us to find ourselves in the same boat, forming a mutually beneficial partnership. I accept your terms. Though words alone held no binding power, even a written agreement would lack any real enforceability. Tomb raiding is inherently perilous. Few venture alone. As one person cannot manage all the tasks involved, at least two individuals are required, one to excavate the tunnel, while the other stands guard. Once the task is complete, the one below will signal the person above to hoist him out by clapping or pulling a rope. Partnerships in this line of work serve to guard against betrayal by those stationed at the tunnel entrance, ensuring that once the treasures are passed up, the laborer below can safely ascend without fear of being robbed or harmed. If the person at the cave entrance becomes greedy, they may suddenly loosen the rope just as the individual below begins to ascend, causing them to plummet from a height of 4 to 5 meters, resulting in fractures and injuries that leave them incapacitated. The person at the entrance would then hastily bury the individual below with the excavated dirt, sealing their fate. This scenario exemplifies the self-destructive tendencies within alliances, as illustrated by the tragic fate of Xiao Ning's father, Xiao Ning Tian, and his accomplices. If such treachery can arise within one's own team, how much more likely is it to occur between rival factions? The inevitable rivalry is one of the reasons Bai Yi is reluctant to collaborate with others. However, they currently possess crucial information about the hidden tunnel, making retreat impossible. especially since Xiao Ning awaits the medicinal catalyst. Thus, they must proceed with their plans. The alliance between Boss Guan and Bai Yi was swiftly established. Boss Guan's forces extend beyond those present, as he noted that a trump card should not be revealed prematurely. Bai Yi could only smile wryly. He had thoroughly exposed the vulnerabilities of his own group. With the alliance sealed, they awaited the completion of preparations before heading to the Qinling. As for the existing hidden tunnel, Boss Guan remained vague, likely reserving details for the final stages. Bai Yi was indifferent, as long as the tunnel truly existed. Upon returning, the foremost concern remained how to care for Xiao Ning. The previous arrangement would suffice, with the eldest sister taking her home for care. The journey to Qinling would be lengthy, and Bai Yi compensated her generously, knowing she had previously formed a good rapport with him while cooking for the Bai family. Thus, she would undoubtedly care for Xiao Ning diligently, allowing Tang San Cheng to rest easy. After parting ways with Xiao Ning, Bai Yi felt it essential for everyone to become more acquainted with the circumstances surrounding Qinling. This particular excavation was complex. Despite the alliance, vigilance against potential betrayals was prudent. Qinling represents the lifelong ambition of tomb raiders. Alongside it lies the tomb of Genghis Khan. Returning to Qinling, the construction of the mausoleum accompanied the political life of Qin Shi Huang. The project commenced when he ascended to the throne at the tender age of 13. The practice of constructing mausoleums during a ruler's lifetime was not unique to Qin Shi Huang. It had already gained popularity during the Warring States period. For instance, the mausoleum of Zhao Suho began construction in the 15th year of his reign, as did the tomb of the king of Zhongshan in Pingshan. Qin Shi Huang merely advanced the timeline for royal mausoleums to the early days of his reign, marking a slight innovation on his part. The mausoleum's construction spanned 39 years and remained unfinished until just before Qin Shi Huang's death. His successor, Hu Hai, continued the work for over a year before it was essentially completed, a monumental endeavor. Chapter 350. The masked Qin Shi Huang was a figure of remarkable ambition and vision, uniquely innovative in the realm of tomb security. According to the records of the Grand Historian, the tomb was excavated down to the underground springs, with the base reinforced by bronze, upon which the coffin rested, surrounded by a plethora of rare treasures. The main passageways of the tomb were equipped with crossbows loaded with lethal arrows, ensuring that any intruder would meet a swift demise. The tomb was also filled with mercury, symbolizing rivers and seas. The ceiling was adorned with luminous pearls, representing the sun, moon, and stars, and fish oil lamps were used to maintain an eternal flame. Tang San Cheng was taken aback upon hearing this. The ceiling adorned with luminous pearls must surely refer to the Sui Ho pearl. How foolish. As the embodiment of Qin Shi Huang, it is certain that there are more than just a single Sui marquee pearl accompanying him in burial. The reason everyone speaks so fondly of the Sui marquee pearl is due to its status as the king of luminous pearls. In truth, the most widely circulated legends originate from the lips of Qin Shi Huang's offspring. Lazy chuckled heartily, cautioning, "Do not become overly excited merely upon hearing the term luminous pearl. Let us remain composed, for the outcome of this endeavor is still uncertain." Indeed, the depths of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum are extraordinary, a fact referenced in the Han old rituals. In the year 210 B.C., Prime Minister Li Si reported to Qin Shi Huang that he had brought forth 720,000 men to construct the tomb of Mount Li, which had already been excavated to considerable depths, seemingly reaching the underworld. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang decreed that they should dig an additional 300 zhang, further obscuring the location of the mausoleum. Folklore suggests that the mausoleum lies within Mount Li, with an underground passage connecting the two. During rainy days, it is said that ghostly soldiers traverse this passage, creating a lively commotion. Bai Yi remarked, "The information regarding this mausoleum is truly scant. A zhang measures over 3 meters, thus 300 zhang equates to nearly 1,000 meters. This signifies that the mausoleum's position deviates by almost a kilometer from what was anticipated. I wonder what circumstances surrounded the excavation of the tunnel by Guan Yi. A tunnel leading directly to the Qin mausoleum is simply astounding. I dare say, this tunnel must be the longest of its kind. The crux of the matter remains. Did this tunnel indeed lead to the Qin mausoleum?" Qi Xie furrowed his brow, stating, "Even if it does, there is another issue to consider. If the tunnel was excavated by Guan Yi, it must have been at least 60 years ago. After such a lengthy period, it is entirely plausible that the tunnel has been blocked, for it lies within the mountains. Just a single heavy rain could wash down rocks and mud, sealing the tunnel completely, not to mention other natural phenomena that could have occurred. Qixie's reasoning was sound, and Bai Yi sighed. Indeed, our first task upon arrival is to locate this tunnel. Let us hope they possess reliable information. Otherwise, are we to spend a year carving a tunnel through the mountains? We may have the luxury of time, but Xiao Ning does not. Bai Yi, lazy, interjected. Your only flaw lies in overcomplicating matters. Sometimes it is simpler to approach problems, and one finds oneself more at ease. Lazy scratched his nose, which itched considerably. Our sole objective now is to find the tunnel, enter the Qin mausoleum, and retrieve the luminous pearl. Tang San Cheng added, you see, locating the tunnel, entering the mausoleum, and acquiring the luminous pearl. All three tasks must be accomplished, and we must also find a way to exit. This brings our total to at least 4. Get lost. Lazy rolled his eyes. I've never seen you so articulate. What else with the sudden eloquence today? Tang San Cheng stuck out his tongue, reveling in what had become his most spirited day in recent memory, perhaps due to the prospect of the luminous pearl. Bai Yi recalled the mercury pool within the tomb of the Yellow Turban Army. Its scale had been modest, yet the current gas masks seemed inadequate for complete filtration. At that time, everyone had experienced adverse reactions. It was said that the mercury within the Qin mausoleum is of riverine magnitude, and the modern gas masks are increasingly perilous. The issue was swiftly resolved the next day when Boss Guan sent over 4 brand new gas masks, while Bai Yi and his companions had previously used filtering masks. These 4 were of the isolation type, which are far more suitable for use in environments with high concentrations of toxic air or in oxygen-deficient altitudes, underwater, or in confined spaces. Bai Yi held one of the pristine gas masks in his hands, noting the serial number. It was a military-grade mask, showcasing Boss Guan's considerable influence. Lazy had already donned one, testing it out and exclaiming with satisfaction, with this, swimming in mercury would pose no problem. You might as well give it a try. Bai Yi replied nonchalantly. Lazy fell silent for a moment, only managing a chuckle. By the way, when are we actually departing? How will we proceed? Boss Guan would be heading to Xi'an under the pretext of procuring medicinal herbs, scheduled for 2 days hence, Bai Yi informed them. There will be quite a few people this time. Once we meet up, let us keep the chatter to a minimum, especially you, Lazy. Lazy feigned indignation. Why is it always me? Because you talk the most, Tang San Cheng interjected, and much of it is superfluous. Speak less, listen more, and observe diligently. We are not familiar with each other's backgrounds, so caution is paramount, Bai Yi advised. He harbored a lingering doubt about Boss Guan. Although he shared the surname Guan, could he truly be the grandson of the esteemed Guan Yi? A sudden thought struck Bai Yi. His master had some connections with the Guan family. Perhaps he might know something pertinent. His master, now a spirit, had taught him how to reach out to him. Noticing Bai Yi's distraction, Qixie suggested, let us each prepare accordingly. Bai Yi stood up. Indeed, I shall check the firearms, and you all should ready your mountain attire. Tomorrow, we will procure some provisions. Let us all act independently. Under the pretext of inspecting the firearms, Bai Yi retreated to his room, closing the door. He recalled He Baoxing's words. Fortunately, I cast a spell on you. If you ever need to find me, just think of my name, and I will come to you wherever you are. At the time, Bai Yi had merely listened without pondering too deeply, even jesting if it was akin to the legendary telepathic connection. Now, he felt compelled to test it, curious if his master could indeed find him through his thoughts. However, this notion left him perplexed as he had no clear method to follow. After a moment of contemplation, he sat at his desk, closed his eyes, and silently called out his master's name. Throughout the process, he felt no unusual sensations. After a quarter of an hour, he opened his eyes, suddenly amused by his own actions, and promptly stood up to gather his belongings. The following day, the 4 of them drove out to procure ample provisions, aiming to select items that were both light and filling. Dried meat was indispensable. It had been a long time since they had casually strolled through shops, and Lei Zi and Tang San Cheng soon disappeared amidst their playful banter. Bai Yi frowned, and Qixie, noticing his displeasure, said, I will go look for them. They mentioned wanting to see Lu Zhishi yesterday. They might have already gone. That works, Bai Yi replied. When it comes to Lu Zhishi, it has been nearly a month since we last met. Bai Yi nodded, instructing them to refrain from playing too late and to return early. Chapter 351, Giving Birth. Qixie followed the direction they left, gradually disappearing into the crowd. Bai Yi, carrying the items he had purchased, walked toward his car. Just as he reached the vehicle and opened the trunk, a hand landed on his shoulder. Bai Yi initially thought it was Lei Zi playing tricks on him and replied impatiently, "Cheese, yeah, just want to find you." A glance at that hand made Bai Yi's heart tremble, and upon turning around, he exclaimed, "Master." Standing before him was not He Baosheng, who was smiling warmly at Bai Yi. "Quite perceptive. Just by looking at my hands, you discerned it was your master. What brings you here?" Bai Yi's heart raced. His master's words were indeed true, and the supernatural was truly astonishing. He could only feel a deep respect. "Master, let us get in the car. We can discuss matters in detail once we are home. This is not a suitable place for conversation." It happened to be Sunday, and the streets were bustling with people. Many children laughing and playing, creating quite a commotion. He Baosheng nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us go." Upon returning to Bai Yi's courtyard, he brewed a cup of fine tea for He Baosheng. "Master, this is your favorite Maojian, made from the tenderest tips. You remember my fondness for this." He Baosheng replied appreciatively after taking a sip. "But is there something urgent you wish to discuss?" "Master, the matter pertains to Qin Ling," Bai Yi stated. "But first, I would like to know if Lord Guan has a son, and if so, was he born in his later years?" "Lord Guan." He Baosheng was taken aback. "Indeed. He fathered a son at the age of 60, after retiring. At that time, my master, who was also Lord Guan's eldest disciple, returned to present a grand gift." Everyone laughed, saying Lord Guan had toiled in the underground for a lifetime, and his constitution was extraordinary. Fathering a son at 60 surpasses even Confucius's father. Confucius's father, Xiao Tian Yi, was 70 when he had Confucius, having previously fathered 9 daughters and 1 lame son with 3 different wives. Thus, Lord Guan's situation is remarkably similar to Xiao Tian Yi's. Throughout his life, Lord Guan took 3 wives. Besides his first, the other 2 were subsequent marriages, yet neither of the first 2 bore him any children. This was a source of great concern for Lord Guan. There was a prevailing belief that his heavy yin energy prevented him from having offspring, and it was said that he had caused the deaths of 2 wives. Of course, such talk was whispered behind his back, yet curiously, after Lord Guan retired, he miraculously had a son. He Baosheng remarked, "This is rather fortuitous." Many say it was the absence of his yin energy that allowed for a continuation of his lineage. Bai Yi pondered for a moment. "So, does this mean Lord Guan's son has not followed in his footsteps?" "Of course not," He Baosheng replied. "After all, Lord Guan had already retired. The wealth he amassed throughout his life is immeasurable. His descendants have no need to pursue that path." He added, "In fact, among all the sects involved in treasure hunting, only the Mo Jin sect favored having family and friends join the venture, while Lord Guan had always opposed allowing his relatives to participate." Bai Yi then revealed his intention to accompany Lord Guan's grandson to the Qinling. He Baosheng listened with great attentiveness, and upon completion, remarked, "As for Lord Guan's grandson, my knowledge is rather limited, given the lengthy time span. However, it appears that Lord Guan had visited the Qinling before encountering the underwater mobile tomb, yet he must have returned empty-handed. Otherwise, why would he mention not a word of it, only divulging to his son in his twilight years?" His withdrawal from the tomb-raiding realm sparked much speculation. Could it be that a mere mobile tomb left him disheartened? It seems evident that he must have faced a significant setback at the Qinling, only to subsequently encounter the mobile tomb, which ultimately led to his retreat from the world. This explanation is entirely plausible. Human willpower is not unyielding, but rather contingent upon the nature of the challenges one faces. A man of Lord Guan's illustrious reputation could easily be demoralized by consecutive failures. This thought troubled Bai Yi. The existence of the theft tunnel might indeed be authentic, yet given Lord Guan's subsequent actions, it is certain that his endeavors there were fraught with difficulties. This time, Bai Yi, success is contingent upon human effort. Just because others have faltered does not imply you shall as well, He Baosheng encouraged. Furthermore, you now possess several capable companions. How many possibilities, once deemed improbable, have you encountered since? Bai Yi could only concede that his master truly was wise. Yet, this time, I feel uncertain. It is rare for me to feel this way. Lately, I seem unable to find my footing, and even Lord Guan's words leave me with a sense of trepidation. There seems to be an enigmatic aura surrounding him, obscuring his true motives for raiding the Qinling, which I find suspect. I share your sentiments, He Baosheng acknowledged. Regrettably, I cannot accompany you this time. It is indeed a rare opportunity. Does Master have other matters to attend to? Bai Yi inquired, suddenly hopeful that if his master were to join him, his confidence would be bolstered. It's a long story, He Baosheng replied, somewhat troubled. I have other pressing matters, as you are aware. My current status differs significantly from before, and I find myself entangled in peculiar affairs that cannot be succinctly explained. Even I am somewhat bewildered. Once I gain clarity, I shall find an opportunity to disclose it to you. Very well, master. Can you stay a while longer today? Bai Yi asked. Although he originally intended to inquire how his master had managed to find him so swiftly. However, after listening to He Baosheng, he surmised that his master, too, was only partially enlightened, employing methods he could not fully articulate. He Baosheng sighed. I cannot. I must take my leave. With a sense of helplessness, Bai Yi bid farewell to He Baosheng, who did not disclose his destination. Bai Yi could only watch him vanish at the alley's entrance, turning away, uncertain when they would meet again. With a sigh, Bai Yi stepped inside, and within moments, Qi Xie returned, escorting Tang San Cheng and Lei Zi, the latter still appearing quite irate. What happened? Bai Yi sensed an ominous premonition. Have you two landed in trouble again? Lu Zhixi's father, Rizi, spoke with indignation. We merely intended to visit Lu Zhixi, yet they regard us as if we were attempting to abduct his cherished son. While we conversed, he sat there, staring at us as though we were criminals. After exchanging only a few words, he insisted that Lu Zhixi needed to focus on his studies and requested that we return another time. It seems Lu Zhixi is on the verge of despair. Every parent harbors a desire for their child to achieve greatness, and unbeknownst to his father, he remains unaware of our connection. Bai Yi suggested. Perhaps we should refrain from visiting again. Frequent appearances may unveil our true intentions. Rizi exhaled heavily. Return? I still have my pride. I shan't go back again. Chapter 352. The windmill. Rizi had lived a nomadic life since childhood, considering Lu Zhixi a friend. However, within his friend's household, he felt belittled by the family, which stirred unrest within him. His stubbornness flared, and he declared his intention to sever ties with Lu Zhixi. Bai Yi chose to ignore him, allowing him to vent his frustrations. After all, with Rizi's temperament, once he had exhausted his anger, it would be over without any lingering effects. Rizi and Xiaoshan were indeed of the same ilk, carefree and untroubled. Bai Yi instructed Tang San Cheng to fetch Xiaoshan, who had been behaving like a wild monkey, frolicking about without a care. Fortunately, he still remembered the way home. However, as night fell, he had yet to return, which caused Bai Yi some concern. Tang San Cheng and Qi Xie set out to search for him, while Bai Yi resumed tidying up, leaving the still pouting Rizi alone in the courtyard. Why is everyone ignoring me? Rizi lamented, hands clasped behind his back. Fine, I shall return home. Xiaoshan was brought back by Qi Xie, carried face down, tightly restrained as he protested vocally. No, I still wish to fight him. Let me down, let me down. Qi Xie responded with a firm smack on Xiaoshan's backside. Behave yourself. Tang San Cheng added. Xiaoshan, it's merely a candy figure. I'll buy you one tomorrow. Fighting in the streets could lead to arrest. Those two oddballs. Xiaoshan cried out like a wronged child. In many respects, he was indeed still a child, at least mentally. Just as Rizi planned to leave, he stumbled upon this scene. Bewildered. What on earth is happening here? Don't even mention it. We encountered two Mongolians who snatched the candy figure Xiaoshan wanted. He insisted on confronting them. Tang San Cheng succinctly explained. Fortunately, Qi Xie restrained him. The mention of Mongolians startled Rizi. Mongolians? How can you tell they were Mongolians? Isn't it obvious? They bore Mongolian knives, much like Bai Yi and Bait. Moreover, their appearance clearly indicated they were not Han Chinese. Strangely, they even had tattoos of golden eagles on their hands, too conspicuous to ignore. I found them quite peculiar, Tang San Cheng replied. Rizi, feeling somewhat flustered, said I have to leave now. I shall arrive punctually on the day of our departure. He departed in a hurry, leaving Tang San Cheng puzzled. What has gotten into him? Is he still upset? Qi Xie shook his head. Perhaps he is simply overthinking. Tang San was initially perplexed by the meaning of the seven evils words. And before he could fully grasp the situation, the seven evils had already linked the two Mongolians to the Golden Eagle Order. This was one of the reasons he had previously prevented Xiaoshan from pursuing them. The other reason lay in the calluses on the hands of those two men and their adept footwork. Their martial prowess surpassed that of Bai Yi and Bate. Although Xiaoshan was agile and nimble, his offensive capabilities were somewhat lacking. If a confrontation arose, he might find himself at a disadvantage. With their departure imminent, the seven evils preferred to avoid any potential troubles that Xiaoshan might stir up, opting instead for a peaceful resolution. Xiao Shan, having been unceremoniously left in the courtyard, plopped down onto the ground, kicking his legs in frustration. They are unreasonable. I must confront them. Who are you looking for? Bai Yi emerged, looking helplessly at Xiao Shan. Tang San recounted the earlier events, inevitably mentioning the two Mongolians again. Bai Yi exchanged a knowing glance with the seven evils, discreetly giving a thumbs-up gesture. They both understood that Xiao Shan and his companions had once again crossed paths with the Mongolians. The coincidences of the world seemed too frequent, fostering a sense of unease. The day of departure was fast approaching, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, Boss Guan had decided to drive. Though it was somewhat troublesome, it afforded them the convenience of transporting various tools and equipment. To maintain discretion, they utilized food packaging boxes for concealment, ensuring everything was securely packed. Bai Yi drove his own vehicle, which was just large enough for the five of them. As they approached Boss Guan, the seven evils peered out the window, their expression shifting slightly. Bai Yi also noticed that the two Mongolians were standing behind Boss Guan, with Lei Zi seated in the back. His gaze not yet directed their way. Lei Zi, take care of yourself, Bai Yi advised. Lei Zi, momentarily stunned, followed the seven evils' gesture. Is it them? The ones with the golden eagle tattoos on their wrists? No one replied, but Lei Zi muttered to himself, it seems to be them. Having been trained from a young age to guard against the golden eagle assassins, he kept his master's teachings at the forefront of his mind. The best disguise was to forget his identity as a formidable warrior. Lei Zi let out a soft whistle, pondering whether he could locate the hidden tunnel. As the five disembarked, Xiao Shan rushed towards the two Mongolians, exclaiming, "Return my candy person." No sooner had he dashed forward than one of the Mongolians grasped Xiao Shan's wrist, lifting and swinging him with surprising ease. Xiao Shan began to spin, resembling a windmill, his rotation quickening and generating a cool breeze in the air. Tang San, hearing the whirring sound, felt a jolt of concern. Xiao Shan's laughter rang out, and the Mongolian's face displayed a look of astonishment as he halted. Xiao Shan, contracting his body, dropped to the ground, standing up with a beaming smile as he looked at the Mongolian and said, "That was fun. Can we do it again?" Tang San silently praised Xiao Shan for his spirited response. The Mongolian, believing himself to be imposing, had underestimated Xiao Shan, who proved to be quite the spirited individual. This counterattack was indeed a source of great satisfaction. Ordinary individuals, when subjected to such torment, would undoubtedly collapse upon landing. However, Xiao Shan remained remarkably composed, perceiving this as merely an entertaining game. The harsh truth can be most piercing. Xiao Shan's candid remarks rendered the Mongolian man's face a tapestry of crimson and pallor. At this opportune moment, Boss Guan cleared his throat, declaring, "All right, let us cease this exchange. This manner of greeting is indeed amusing, Mr. Bai. It is time to familiarize ourselves with one another." Bai Yi proceeded to introduce his companions. As for Boss Guan's entourage, the individual previously referred to as the second brother was Guan's sworn brother, thus the others addressed him as second boss. This diminutive figure, even shorter than Xiao Shan, was responsible for orchestrating formations. Due to his stature, he was affectionately dubbed Shorty. Among the two individuals apprehended by Qi Xia, one was known as Madman and the other as Ghost, both subordinates of the second boss. The slender one who had been subdued by Xiao Shan was nicknamed Monkey. The two towering Mongolians, on the other hand, were named Weiyun and Amor. Boss Guan did not elaborate on the rationale for inviting these two Mongolians. Chapter 353. The chicken is placed on the rack aside from the two imposing Mongolians. The rest of the group appeared rather respectable. If Bai Yi were Navi, he might think so. Suddenly, the two Mongolians recognized Bai Yi. Weiyun remarked, "We have encountered you before, in an antique shop." "What a coincidence. I was just about to mention that, though it seems you have forgotten me. I do not mind formally introducing myself," Bai Yi replied. He was aware of their commendable skills and had heard of a noble family among the Mongols known as the Golden Family, whose members were said to possess the purest Mongolian lineage. "Are you two perhaps descendants of the Golden Family?" "Humph, the Golden Family is merely their self-delusion," Amor retorted. "True bloodlines of nobility among Mongolians do not take pride in their heritage. If Bait and Baoyin were present, a brawl would likely ensue." Lei Zi muttered under his breath, "These two are quite unpleasant." Bai Yi cast a mild smile in Lei Zi's direction, choosing not to dwell on the Mongolians any longer, and turned to Boss Guan. "Boss Guan, is it time for us to depart?" "Very well, let us proceed," Boss Guan commanded, and all his men boarded the vehicle. The sole truck was laden with their equipment, while Bai Yi and his companions had also packed themselves in. As the five returned to the vehicle, Lazy felt an urge to spit but refrained, swallowing instead. Even Tang San could hear the sound of him gulping. Frustrated, Lazy exclaimed, "Those two Mongolians are insufferably arrogant." They toyed with Xiaoshan and looked down upon the Golden family. "I am curious about their capabilities." "Are you serious?" Bai Yi focused intently on driving, responding tersely. This immediately silenced Lazy. "It is best I avoid provoking them." "Indeed," Bai Yi sighed. "It is no easy task to embark on this journey. There will be much to endure along the way. Lazy, you should begin to rest now. They will not be driving, and it will be just you and me taking turns." The journey ahead indeed stretches long. Perhaps the two groups are still engaging in tentative exploration, remaining distant from one another. During the intermission, they separate distinctly. However, the demeanor of the second boss is notably amiable. Bai Yi converses with him the most. It turns out he operates a martial arts school, which sustains a mediocre business, relying heavily on the support from Boss Guan just to get by. His martial skills are commendable, specializing in Wing Chun. He remarked that he came this time to safeguard his sworn brother. As for the treasures within the Qinling, he appears indifferent, and Bai Yi refrains from expressing his stance. Perhaps he is unaware of what lies within those tombs. If he were to witness it firsthand, would he not desire a share? Time alone will reveal the truth. Contingent upon their ability to enter the Qinling, Lazy conceals himself better than anticipated, maintaining his usual playful demeanor, which puts Bai Yi at ease. Little Sean gradually sets aside thoughts of the sugar figurine. Although he had his eyes on it, he has yet to make a payment, and the seller retains the right to sell it to another. Tang San Cheng gently reassures him, allowing the matter to pass. Xia's injuries have healed significantly. During moments of leisure, he stretches his hands, eager for them to return to their former state. Ironically, the journey proves to be the most leisurely and tranquil segment, a tranquility that remains unbroken until their vehicle reaches the foot of Lishan. Lishan appears to be inexorably linked to the Qinling. Over 3,000 years ago, it served as a playground for emperors, the site of the feudal lord's fiery games, and where Nuwa once retrieved stones to mend the sky. As they approached Lishan, its silhouette resembled that of a gallant steed, the origin of its name. Boss Guan, however, revealed nothing about the tunnel that Guan Yi had excavated. Now that they have arrived at the location, silence on the matter would be unwarranted. As Bai Yi approached him, Boss Guan stated, "The tunnel extends westward, where a small mountain stream meanders. The stream takes a particular shape, and beside it lies a massive stone bearing the mark left by my grandfather. The tunnel is located there. We merely need to find that uniquely shaped stream." After traveling westward for a while, the vehicle could advance no further. The terrain here was peculiar. Upon disembarking, Tang San Cheng remarked, "This mountain does not resemble the Lishan mountain range. It appears as though it has unexpectedly emerged, somewhat superfluous." The sentiment resonated with everyone. Lishan is renowned for its majestic peaks, yet this mountain seems twisted and foreboding. Bai Yi inquired of Tang San Cheng, "Do you hear anything?" Tang San Cheng shook his head. "Perhaps it is still too far. I do not hear the sound of water yet." The other group remained unaware of Tang San Cheng's acute hearing abilities, and the two Mongolians displayed expressions of disdain. Tang San Cheng paid them no mind, merely asking Bai Yi if he wished to unload their supplies from the vehicle, as they would soon rely entirely on manpower for the burdens ahead. Tang San Cheng and his companions were experienced, securing any tools they could to their bodies, with backpacks slung behind them, exuding a sense of preparedness. Boss Guan observed them, a smile gracing his lips, just as the second boss happened to glance over. "What is the matter, Guan Kai?" "I was merely pondering that we seem to have found the right people," Boss Guan replied. "Let us not fall behind. Let us gather our belongings and proceed." As the group trudged westward, burdened with their luggage and tools, the boss mentioned the direction of due west, where indeed a narrow path meandered into the distance. Bai Yi raised his head and remarked, "That is the chicken rack." "What does chicken rack refer to?" Tang San Cheng inquired. They had ascended westward from the Stone Basin water pool to the chicken rack. This was a perilous stretch connecting the East Xiu Ridge to the West Xiu Ridge. Travelers here employed both hands and feet, spiraling upward as if they were chickens perched upon a rack, thus earning the name. Gazing straight ahead, one could clearly see the treacherous path, though the sight was somewhat deceptive. While visible, traversing it would undoubtedly be fraught with complications, twisting and turning. Here, one should not trust the illusions presented by the eyes, for they may be mere tricks to mislead. Bai Yi declared, "Let us proceed. We must locate that stream, or the subsequent endeavors would be futile." Tang San Cheng nodded, walking while attuning his ears to the surrounding sounds. The volume of the stream's flow depended on the terrain. The more rugged the landscape, the more pronounced the sound, while a flatter terrain yielded a softer murmur. Tang San Cheng was oblivious to the particulars within, yet he remained vigilant, not overlooking even the faintest sounds. Behind him, the short fellow had been curiously observing Tang San Cheng. After witnessing his effortless unraveling of the feng shui formation previously, he assumed Tang San Cheng was a master of the arcane arts. Now, however, he appeared merely to possess exceptional hearing, which piqued the short one's curiosity about his true nature. The monkey behind nudged the short one, saying, "Hey, little one, pick up the pace. Don't you see the sky is darkening?" "Oh," the short one replied, suddenly recalling a person his master had mentioned, whose description bore some resemblance to Tang San Cheng. He resolved to inquire about him later, pondering whether they might indeed share some connection. Chapter 354. The stream. Upon hearing the sound of water, the group had been journeying west for nearly 40 minutes without a single pause. As they drew closer to Mount Li, their spirits soared. Although they were still some distance from the tomb, there was a comforting sense of security, devoid of the tension typically associated with theft. The thought of a concealed tunnel leading directly to the Qin tomb, a crypt that had eluded experts for decades, felt tantalizingly within reach. "Wait," Tang San Cheng called out, prompting the group to halt. He focused intently, discerning that the sound of water emanated nearby. Kneeling down, he pressed his ear to the ground. Rising, he pointed eastward, declaring, "The water flows from that direction." "There?" Boss Guan replied with a bitter smile, "My young friend, you must be jesting. There is no path leading downwards. How do you propose we proceed? You mentioned seeking a stream." "I merely indicated the direction from which the sound originates," Tang San Cheng replied earnestly. "As for how to navigate it, that is for the esteemed leader to decide. Besides, if the Qin tomb were so easily found, it would hardly do justice to Boss Guan's esteemed status. I suspect it took him considerable effort to carve out the tunnel." Tang San, usually not so eloquent, found himself in his element today, speaking with unwavering confidence, leaving the boss without a retort. Qi Xie stood at the edge of a narrow path, peering down before glancing back at Bai Yi, seemingly seeking his approval. Upon receiving a nod from Bai Yi, he grasped the nearby shrubs and cautiously descended. The height was merely over 2 meters, an effortless task for him. After nimbly climbing down, he marked his spot and proceeded eastward, scattering white lime on the ground to prevent losing his way. Qi Xie was exceedingly cautious, leaving a generous distance between each sprinkle, and gradually, he vanished from sight. 15 minutes later, Qi Xie reappeared, waving to the group, clearly affirming Tang San's judgment. Bai Yi smiled with satisfaction. Thus far, the only individuals he felt wary of among Guan Laoi's subordinates were the 2 Mongolians. None others had captured his attention. Suddenly, Bai Yi questioned whether he had been overly sensitive lately, his demeanor betraying him before Guan Laoi's keen gaze, his lips quivering slightly, but otherwise, he revealed no further emotion. One by one, the others descended in the same direction as Qi Xie. Tang San, bolstered by the small mountain, leaped down successfully, though he stumbled upon landing. Fortunately, the short man assisted him. "Thank you," Tang San said with a smile. The short man opened his mouth to respond, but before he could speak, the second boss called out, "Hurry up, it's getting dark." Once again, darkness loomed. The nights in the mountains were quite chilly, especially in the deep autumn season. Qi Xie waited patiently for the others to catch up, with Bai Yi being the first to approach. "Is it really there?" he inquired, spotting a small stream and a large stone, which matched perfectly, merely awaiting verification from Guan Laoi. Qi Xie remarked, "What strikes me as odd is that despite our prolonged journey, we can still see the chicken on the rack you mentioned earlier." Bai Yi looked up, and indeed, the chicken on the rack remained in view as before. The terrain here seemed peculiar. Moments ago, they had been heading west. Now they were moving in a completely opposite direction, yet the chicken still appeared before them. What could this mean? There must be some mystery at play. Otherwise, why would Guan Yi choose to dig a tunnel here? There was no time for further contemplation. Locating the stream and establishing a base was paramount. Under Qi Xie's guidance, they trekked for another 10 minutes, the sound of the stream growing clearer, smiles emerging on their faces. The short man exclaimed in surprise, "I never thought human ears could hear sounds from such a distance." Tang San interpreted this as a compliment directed at him. Thank you, he replied. For what? Retorted Lei Zi, mercilessly undermining Tang San. People like you are a rarity outside. I also came from outside. Tang San seemed to have been considerably affected by the strikes from Lei Zi, but he had now learned to rebound, speaking with such startling audacity that he could effectively silence Lei Zi. The diminutive figure remarked, No, no, no. I am merely astonished, harboring no other intentions. When the stream finally manifested before them, everyone instinctively halted in their tracks. The stream took on a singular shape, with a steep gradient, and its source was rather peculiar. At the forefront stood a colossal rock, through which a hole had been pierced, allowing water to flow forth in a continuous torrent. The force was substantial, generating splashes as the water cascaded, accompanied by small whirlpools, a phenomenon that could only occur at such an elevation. Bai Yi shook his head, stating, Yet, with the naked eye, it remains imperceptible. Only the water can genuinely reflect the true terrain. Boss Guan, is this the massive stone you referred to? The stone towered over 4 meters high and was more than 3 meters wide, presenting an irregular quadrilateral shape. Its right side was starkly barren, while the left side protruded unevenly, one side elevated and the other lowered, and its base was remarkably even. Judging by its size, it was undoubtedly a true giant. Lei Zi whistled. It truly is a colossal stone. Bai Yi was in the midst of questioning Boss Guan when he was interrupted by a jolt from Lei Zi, who received a sharp glare in return. Lei Zi, aware of his own verbosity, recalled Bai Yi's earlier admonition to speak less and observe more, yet, surprisingly, he had forgotten this counsel entirely within just a few days. He stepped back, standing beside the small hill, refraining from further speech. Bai Yi redirected his inquiry to Boss Guan. Boss Guan, while this stream has indeed formed, it seems that the massive stone lacks any conspicuous markings. Is this the large rock you mentioned? Boss Guan replied, I cannot be certain. I still need to verify. The group followed him to the giant stone, and upon a cursory glance, it appeared remarkably flat, devoid of any distinguishing features aside from the inherent patterns of the stone itself. Boss Guan's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly regained his composure. The entire process lasted but a few seconds. Bai Yi, noticing the shift in Boss Guan's demeanor, could discern it merely from his gaze. Reflecting on Boss Guan's remarkable self-control, yet a sense of unease began to brew within him. Those who are deeply inscrutable are the hardest to fathom. Suddenly, Boss Guan removed his shoes and socks, disregarding the icy water, rolled up his trousers, and leaped in, startling the others, particularly the monkey, who exclaimed, Boss, what are you doing? We are here. Boss Guan shot a sharp glance back at the monkey, his eyes piercing, prompting the monkey to immediately silence himself. In that fleeting moment, there was a hint of menace in Boss Guan's gaze. Bai Yi noted this, further solidifying his suspicions. Chapter 355, Senior Brother. Boss Guan made his way towards the giant stone with determination, water gushing forth from it with considerable force. Unfazed, he approached, placing a hand upon the stone to brace against the onslaught of water, leaning his head against the surrounding opening, scrutinizing it intently. His fingers probed within the hole, while his other hand explored the area around it, repeating this action. Tang San quietly inquired, What is he searching for? In the pursuit of the marks left by Lord Guan, it is essential to conceal them effectively. The optimal location for such markings would be near the aperture from which water emerges, allowing the flowing water to serve as a natural disguise. The method of leaving these marks must be enduringly effective, and thus, carving remains the most reliable technique. Given the passage of time, the continuous flow of water from this opening has undoubtedly eroded it further. As the saying goes, dripping water penetrates stone. You are aware of this, especially considering the force of the current. After all this time, it is likely that portions of the engraved content have faded away, and Lord Guan is diligently striving to confirm this, Bai Yi remarked. The second boss gazed at Bai Yi with a sense of admiration. Mr. Bai, your analytical prowess is truly remarkable. Bai Yi replied, This is merely my interpretation. The actual situation remains to be seen once Lord Guan ascends. Presently, he is the one most aware of the circumstances. By the way, has Lord Guan mentioned this matter to you? I am not privy to the details. The second boss responded, I have received his kindness, and I must repay it in due time. What better opportunity than now to express my gratitude? It would not be in vain for us to bond as sworn brothers. Bai Yi fell silent, for Lord Guan had released his hold and was approaching, his clothes drenched, hair soaked, which accentuated his slender frame. He smiled at Bai Yi. "We have indeed found the right place. However, I now require a fire." Xie and Xiao Shan were quick to act, soon gathering a substantial amount of dry wood to form a pile and igniting it. Lord Guan had prepared a tent, the four-cornered type, spacious enough to accommodate several individuals for rest. The short man expressed great interest in Tang San, suggesting they share a tent to foster more interaction, claiming that they were all practitioners of the Tao. As there were 2 tents available, the group would be divided. Tang San, noticing the short man's somewhat ethereal demeanor, welcomed the chance for dialogue and readily agreed. Surrounded by the warmth of the fire, the group roasted their provisions. Lord Guan changed out of his wet attire, while the madman took the garments to dry by the flames. Lord Guan then seized some jerky to nibble on. The second boss, a connoisseur of fine liquor, produced a white iron flask, shaking it to reveal its contents with a delightful clinking sound. Upon opening the lid, the aroma of the wine wafted through the air. Bai Yi's nose twitched. "It seems to be Dukong wine." "It is indeed Dukong. What alleviates sorrow? Only Dukong. How about a taste?" The second boss, exuding the spirit of a martial artist, appealed to Bai Yi, who had once been a bandit. "As long as you don't mind my saliva, I shall not be courteous." The white iron flask was tossed into Bai Yi's embrace, who took a hearty swig. Excellent wine. He indulged in the wine and meat, feeling as if he had returned to the days of ruling over the mountains. Suddenly, Xie inquired, "I wonder what mark Lord Guan left above?" "A single character, Guan." Lord Guan replied. "It was carved near the cave entrance, but has been somewhat smoothed over time." As anticipated by Bai Yi, the second boss nodded in admiration, while Boss Guan appeared somewhat troubled. "This theft hole is said to be within a 5-meter radius, yet looking around, there are no signs of it at all. Even if it were possible that the entrance is blocked, it should still exhibit some distinguishing features, yet I haven't noticed anything peculiar thus far." The sky had completely darkened by this time. Bai Yi contemplated that, given Boss Guan's capabilities, the location of the theft hole must indeed be unexpected. With the night enveloping them, there was no choice but to wait until the morrow. After a satisfying meal and drink, everyone eagerly rushed into their tents. The little man lay beside Tang San Cheng and, as he settled down, inquired, "Where did you study the Tao before?" I have traveled to many places," Tang San Cheng replied thoughtfully, "and I can't recall at the moment. What about you?" The little man was initially taken aback, suspecting Tang San Cheng was evading the question. However, sensing his serious tone, he realized it was no jest. "I once studied under Master Hong Tian, but I do not have a Dharma name. I can only be considered a lay disciple." "Master Hong Tian?" Tang San Cheng exclaimed in surprise. "Is he the one with slightly white eyebrows?" "You must indeed be the senior brother he mentioned." The little man expressed his excitement. "I never imagined that. I thought my senior brother would be middle-aged by now. Yet you were so young." A sense of foreboding washed over Bai Yi. How unfortunate it was that they had stumbled into the scenario of recognizing each other as fellow disciples. He wondered how Master Hong Tian spoke of him to this little man, and hoped that Tang San Cheng would not inadvertently reveal too much. "What did Master Hong Tian say about me?" Tang San Cheng asked cautiously. "My master spoke of a senior brother with extraordinary talent, claiming that all I have learned in my life pales in comparison to your innate understanding. You are a prodigious talent." The little man relayed this with deep reverence. "At that time, I asked my master why he did not take my senior brother under his wing, and he replied that your destiny was one of wandering, and no sect could retain you. I have always been curious about this senior brother my master mentioned, and I never expected to encounter you here. I wonder how Master Hong Tian feels about our purpose in seeking the tomb of Qin Ling." Tang San Cheng sighed. "By the way, junior brother, how did you come to follow Boss Guan in this venture?" "This is a long story," the little man replied. "I studied under Master Hong Tian for 6 years until his passing. As a lay disciple, though he guided me in the Tao, there was no formal initiation, and I lacked legitimacy while residing in the temple. After his death, I had no choice but to descend the mountain. After 6 years away, I returned to the secular world only to find it vastly changed. I now make a living by reading palms, assessing the feng shui of homes, and setting up wealth-attracting arrangements. Boss Guan is quite a firm believer in feng shui, and I am not sure how my reputation reached him. But he sent someone to find me, and that is how we became acquainted. This time, I am simply accepting payment to assist him." Chapter 356. Contest of Strength. The dwarf continued. "However, the boss is no ordinary person. He did not immediately employ my skills. At that time, he instructed me to set up a wealth-attracting arrangement in his home, using a toad for financial gain. This particular toad is renowned for its ability to summon fortune. But there exists a belief that its mouth must be oriented outward, as it draws in wealth from all directions. Moreover, this wealth-attracting toad differs from ordinary toads. It must possess 3 legs. After I completed the arrangement, half a month passed before he sought me out. Later, I discovered that he had approached several others for similar arrangements, yet most were mere charlatans. It was unexpected for him to turn to me for assistance with the tomb of Qin. But, junior brother, why did you agree to his request? Tang San Cheng inquired. This likely explains why my master has been hesitant to officially accept me as his disciple. Perhaps he believes I am too entangled in worldly desires. Indeed, I have a propensity for greed, yet what can I do? Upon descending the mountain, I realized how swiftly the world had transformed. The dwarf lamented, "My ascent to the mountain for cultivation has already caused my mother much heartache, and now that I have returned, I find no alternative means to provide her with a comfortable life. The compensation from the boss is substantial, sufficient for my mother and me to live comfortably for the remainder of our days. This is a matter of life and death." Suddenly, Xie interjected, "What will happen to your mother if something were to happen to you? If I were to perish, the boss has promised to double the payments to my mother, ensuring she need not worry about her future. If my life is to be lost, let it be of value," the dwarf replied. Tang San Cheng felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing the dwarf's choked voice. "Rest assured, your magical studies are commendable, and the boss's subordinates seem quite capable. There is little cause for concern." This much was true. The boss was meticulous in his selection of associates, and everyone felt indebted to him, resolute in their commitment to serve. The dwarf remarked, "Those 2 Mongolians are reputed to be formidable. Beyond their physical prowess, they seem to possess other remarkable qualities. The boss has said little about them, suggesting some reservations. Could they be the boss's trump card?" Indeed, the 2 Mongolians were robust. Yet robbing the tomb of Qin required not just brawn, but also intellect. Mere physical strength would not suffice. Bai Yi listened to the exchange between the dwarf and Tang San Cheng, gradually succumbing to slumber. He awoke to the peculiar calls of Xiao Tian, who had risen early and was outside making a ruckus. Bai Yi crawled to the front of the tent and peeked out, discovering that the 2 Mongolians were fishing. One of them wielded an arrow, the kind used with a bow, standing in the creek. Aiming carefully, he thrust it down, and upon retrieving it, he had speared a fish. The other, a Moor, demonstrated even greater skill, managing to catch 3 fish on a single shot, skewered together like candied hawthorn. The fish were still very much alive, thrashing vigorously. Witnessing this, Xiao Tian grew increasingly excited, jumping and shouting, while Lei Zi also awoke. Observing the Mongolians' triumphant demeanor, he muttered, "What is so impressive about that? It's December now, the fish can barely swim in the water. I could do the same if I tried. Let's talk. Let us rise. We have significant matters to attend to today," Bai Yi stated. "Have you forgotten the purpose of our visit?" Although Bai Yi's voice was soft, it was laced with a sense of gritted teeth. Lei Zi dared not speak out of turn again. He merely nodded and went to rouse the still slumbering Tang San Cheng. As for Xie, he had mysteriously vanished. Tang San Cheng had conversed with the dwarf for half the night and had fallen into a deep sleep during the latter hours. When forcibly awakened by Lei Zi, he struggled to open his eyes. "Is it already dawn?" he mumbled. "Of course. Haven't you heard the commotion outside?" Lei Zi retorted. "Today, your ancestors are reclaiming their dignity. We need your assistance in locating the theft tunnel so they can witness our true strength. Get up quickly, there's fish for breakfast." Upon hearing the mention of fish, Tang San Cheng sprang up in a hurry, his mouth watering at the sight of the fish caught by the 2 Mongolians. However, the 2 Mongolians were rather insufferable, taunting, "Aren't you all quite impressive? Why don't you catch a few yourselves?" Tang San Cheng felt momentarily dazed and turned to look at Lei Zi and the others. Lei Zi shrugged, while Bai Yi was reluctant to confront the Mongolians directly. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian was eager and ready to engage. Just then, Xie returned, brandishing a wild rabbit, its dark fur twitching in his grasp. The 2 Mongolians, who had been so smug just moments before, suddenly fell silent. Lei Zi laughed heartily. "Tang San Cheng, now you needn't covet their fish. We have rabbit meat. How fortuitous, we seem to have brought some salt. A sprinkle on this and a bit of roasting, and we shall indulge in the authentic flavors of the mountains." Unbeknownst to Xie, who had risen early to wander nearby, he had fortuitously encountered a wild rabbit foraging for food. His remarkable speed made it effortless for him to capture the unfortunate creature. Lei Zi snatched the rabbit from Xie's hands, proclaiming, "O rabbit, your misfortune is to have crossed our path, yet at least your life will not be in vain." He retreated to a corner, skillfully gutting and skinning the rabbit with practiced ease, before placing it on the fire to roast. With no oil, just a sprinkle of salt. The aroma soon wafted through the air, tantalizingly inviting. Tang San Cheng and Xiao Tian squatted nearby, occasionally licking their lips, their true gluttonous nature fully revealed. Wu Yun and Amu Air, feeling overshadowed by Qi Xia, wore expressions of displeasure. This inexplicable rivalry had divided the group early in the morning. With Tang San Cheng and his companions on one side, and the group led by Boss Guan on the other, with no interaction between them. Bai Yi understood that while Mongolians were generally strong-willed, individuals like these two were the exception rather than the rule. After all, Hanti they previously met Bat and Bao Yin, who were warm-hearted and honorable. Indeed, one cannot simply differentiate people by their ethnicity. It is the distinction between good and evil that truly matters. After finishing breakfast, the official work commenced. Bai Yi inquired with Boss Guan about the specifics of the suspected theft tunnel. Aside from being within 5 meters of the massive stone, were there any other distinguishing features? To Bai Yi's relief, Boss Guan candidly shared all he knew, though it turned out to be rather limited. The information regarding the tunnel was merely relayed to him by his father, shrouded in ambiguity, only providing a vague sense of its location. Bai Yi found himself in a quandary. Surveying the area revealed nothing but stones and clods of earth. Despite the rugged terrain, there were no signs of excavation. Qi Xia's analysis was indeed sound. Given the passage of time, it was plausible that the site had long since been filled in, with no further discussion proving fruitful. The group dispersed to search the vicinity, digging in any area that appeared suspicious, determined to uncover the truth. After all, it was merely a matter of a 5-meter radius. They could turn the place upside down if necessary, convinced that they could not fail to find it. Boss Guan's gaze betrayed his thoughts. However, the reality far exceeded their expectations. By the end of the day, they had dug over 20 exploratory holes, leaving the area resembling a prairie dog-esque burrow. Yet the anticipated results remained elusive. In Chapter 357, titled See Wintergreen, the group settled down, exhausted and breathless. What was the core issue? Bai Yi fell into contemplation. He had heard numerous tales of Boss Guan's exploits from his master, He Baoshen. Boss Guan was known for his ingenuity, resisting simplistic assessments. If he were in Boss Guan's position, having unearthed a potential tunnel leading to the Qin mausoleum, he would surely wish to keep it hidden from others. If the location was indeed here, where could one effectively conceal the tunnel? Bai Yi meticulously organized all the information at hand, leaving no stone unturned. Yet, it felt as if his mind were filled with cotton, delicate and thin, yet when pulled, it unraveled into countless threads, impossible to untangle. Tang San Cheng's mind was equally chaotic. He was tall, but lacked strength, seated on a large rock by the stream, his head bowed and eyes closed. At that moment, a peculiar sound arose. As the water flowed down the creek, it produced an odd echo in the middle section. Tang San Cheng found it challenging to describe the sound. It was so subtle that he hadn't noticed it earlier amidst their frantic search for the tunnel. Now, with everyone silent, he caught a faint hint of it. Noticing Tang San Cheng's fist moving through the air, Boss Guan felt a twinge of curiosity. What was he doing? Bai Yi shook his head and gestured for silence. The others watched curiously as Tang San Cheng tilted his ear, closed his eyes, and immersed himself in the moment. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and moved downstream along the creek, approximately 3 meters, where he crouched down, ear directed toward the flow, and closed his eyes once more. The whirlpool here exhibited some changes. Even the sound of the stream altered slightly. Tang San Cheng appeared uncertain, glancing at Bai Yi with a troubled expression. What is it? Bai Yi, observing Tang San's puppy-like gaze, approached him. Tang San sighed, expressing his uncertainty. I cannot say for certain. It is merely that when the water flows to this point, the sound alters. I understand that the flow rate of water can vary due to the gradient, yet the change in sound transcends this notion. It is an indescribable transformation, leaving me unable to ascertain its correlation with the hidden tunnel we seek. His ambiguous words enveloped everyone in a fog of confusion. Bai Yi's thoughts stirred. Could it be that the tunnel lies submerged beneath the water? The rapid flow of water raises questions. If the tunnel is underwater, wouldn't it be at risk of flooding? Doubt began to creep into Bai Yi's mind, leading him to question Tang San's perceptive abilities. The sound of the water was so subtle that a mere fraction of inaccuracy could lead to complications. At that moment, Bosquan approached, asserting, "If there is indeed a void below, the sound of the water would exhibit slight variations. This development simplifies our task. We need not commence our excavation from beneath the water. Instead, let us begin from the sides of this location, as it is possible that we have merely overlooked the very spot we seek. Furthermore, the depth here appears insufficient, so let us focus our efforts here and proceed." Indeed, the area they had previously excavated was concentrated in the center, whereas this was closer to the periphery. Bosquan's resolute demeanor rekindled the group's spirit, and under Tang San's guidance, they commenced digging on either side. Bosquan commanded them to dig deeper, encouraging them to pursue greater depths. As Bai Yi observed Bosquan's excitement, an unsettling chill coursed through him. They were expending immense effort to locate the tunnel into the Qin tomb. Yet how had Bosquan's father managed to enter alone? How could Bosquan be certain that his father was within the Qin tomb? This seemed contradictory. While Bosquan's motive for seeking the tomb appeared justifiable, it now seemed riddled with inconsistencies. Why had he not considered this earlier? Bai Yi approached Bosquan, intending to inquire further, when a cheer erupted from the opposing group. The individual known as Gizi shouted, "We found it! Come quickly and see." Bosquan abruptly pushed Bai Yi aside, startling him. Despite Bosquan's slender appearance, his strength rivaled that of the formidable Seven Evils. What other secrets did Bosquan conceal? Bai Yi began to doubt the correctness of his initial decision, feeling increasingly disoriented. The prospect of discovering the hidden tunnel did not excite him, which was uncharacteristic. Lazy cast a puzzled glance at Bai Yi, asking, "What is wrong with you?" "It's nothing, just a bit fatigued." Bai Yi internally grappled with a multitude of questions. What should he do now? Was it too late to withdraw? What about Xiaoning? What would become of the Night Pearl? If this tunnel truly led to the Qin tomb, what then? Countless inquiries flooded Bai Yi's mind, yet he found no answers. He approached Tang San, who was attempting to squeeze into the group surrounding Gizi to get a closer look at the fabled tunnel. Bai Yi pulled him aside, asking, "Do you truly wish to go in? If it does lead to the Qin tomb, then there is hope for Xiaoning." Tang San replied, "In any case, it is a gamble. Why not take a chance on something that holds a glimmer of certainty?" With a resolute bite of his teeth, Bai Yi nodded. In the aftermath, he pondered what choice he would have made had he the opportunity to choose again. The answer was singular and clear. Perhaps Tang San had long since become his subtle leverage, unbeknownst to him. Perhaps it was not just Tang San. All his companions now served as his covert leverage. The tunnel they had excavated was remarkably smooth, wide enough to accommodate two individuals side by side. Though standing upright was impossible, they could easily crawl through. Even with a few essential belongings and tools, there was ample room. The two Mongolians leaped down, exchanging a glance. Suddenly, Wu Yin placed his hand to his mouth, whistling sharply, and an eagle soared onto his shoulder. The sight of the fierce eagle startled the monkey, prompting a retreat, which earned him a reprimand from the madman. "Coward, are you frightened by a mere eagle?" Bai Yi shook his head. "This is no ordinary eagle. This is a Heidonking, the god of all eagles. Legend has it that it takes 100,000 divine eagles to produce a single Heidonking. The Heidonking was originally the highest totem of the Sushen tribe, symbolizing bravery, wisdom, resilience, integrity, strength, exploration, ambition, and an unwavering spirit that never surrenders. The Heidonking hails from the land of Sushen, known as ancient northeast China, exhibiting various colors, with pure white, sky blue, and pure black being the most prized. Emperor Kangxi praised the Heidonking, noting its elegant feathers and unmatched grace. The Sushen refers to the Manchus, and the Heidonking is their totem. Falconry experts predominantly originate from this ethnic group. These two Mongolians were truly remarkable. One must understand that training an eagle is no simple task. Could this be their secret weapon? Chapter 358. Falconry training an eagle entails bringing it to an open area at feeding time, unfastening its talons, and allowing it to soar freely. The trainer then raises an arm, typically used for feeding, and calls out a command, encouraging the eagle to return for nourishment. The initial training occurs in secluded spaces, gradually advancing to crowded areas until the eagle recognizes the command anywhere and returns to the trainer's arm. This marks merely the preliminary phase of training. As wild creatures, eagles must be made to harmonize with humans, a process known as taming. This phase requires 8 to 15 days where the eagle and trainer remain in close proximity. During rest, a dog is tethered nearby to provide companionship. Once the eagle can comfortably eat and even sleep on the trainer's shoulder or arm, the taming is deemed successful. However, Further adjustments to the eagle's physical condition are necessary, known as conditioning. Conditioning involves managing the eagle's diet, ensuring it consumes approximately 3 taels of high-quality fresh beef daily to maintain fullness and optimal health. In subsequent days, the eagle's intake is restricted to 8 or 9/10 of its capacity, preserving its ideal condition. Once the eagle is adequately trained, the time comes to release it. The trainer observes from a height, while others beat the bushes with sticks to flush out prey, a process known as driving. Upon spotting fleeing quarry, the eagle will screech and dive to capture it. The trainer must swiftly retrieve the prey, allowing the eagle only a portion of the innards, ensuring it is not completely satiated. Come early spring of the following year, the eagle is well fed, ready to return to nature to breed and raise its young. Though the training of eagles has been documented since ancient times, it is truly astonishing that, in this modern era, there are individuals capable of training a sea eagle to such an extraordinary level. As Bai Yi marveled at this feat, an incredible scene unfolded before him. A series of intermittent sounds emanated from the mouth of the eagle perched on his shoulder, fluctuating in intensity. Suddenly, the eagle dove down, plunging into the thief's tunnel that had just appeared. Impossible. Lazy's face turned pale. He had only heard of eagles ambushing prey from the sky and had never imagined that they could burrow into the ground and move about freely within a tunnel. It was utterly inconceivable. Upon hearing Lazy's words, Wu Yun turned his head and smiled, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. Having successfully trained the sea eagle to this remarkable extent, he had every right to feel proud. Lazy could not help but concede. There is indeed some skill involved. The sea eagle, endowed with remarkable intelligence, obeyed Wu Yun's command and ventured into the tunnel, taking over 10 minutes to return. When it emerged from the tunnel, it appeared as agile as ever, regaining its place on Wu Yun's shoulder and pecking affectionately at his shoulder. Wu Yun gently patted its head, saying, "This tunnel is indeed quite extensive. It must be what Boss Guan is seeking." It turned out that Wu Yun had sent the sea eagle to investigate. A rare occurrence even for Bai Yi, who had never witnessed such a thing. Wu Yun remarked, "If you think our abilities are limited to this, you underestimate us." This statement seemed directed at Lei Zi, who grunted in response, having nothing further to say. The Jurchens, or Manchus, were known for their prowess in eagle training. Yet here were 2 Mongolians who had trained a sea eagle to an astonishing degree. Lei Zi scratched his nose and said, "The tunnel has been located. But it certainly did not begin here." Boss Guan had already leaned over to take a look, affirming, as this young brother has surmised, the tunnel indeed starts from the creek, where a stone slab blocks it completely. However, what method was employed to prevent water from seeping in? These details were no longer of importance. Bai Yi stated, "Now that the tunnel has been found, we should get to the crux of the matter." Boss Guan and his associate huddled together in discussion for a moment before finally saying, "In that case, let us not waste any more time. I must preface this. We are all somewhat familiar with the Qin tomb. It is fraught with traps, and the catacombs resemble a labyrinth. Once we descend, our lives could be at stake. If anyone has reservations, now is the time to voice them. I, Guan, can only say this. Once we go down, it is a matter of life and death together." "What a declaration of shared fate," Wu Yun replied. "Boss Guan is forthright, and we shall be equally so. Since we have come this far, I am curious to see what the first emperor of Qin truly looks like." Bai Yi remained silent. They had but one choice. He had already taken Lei Zi and the others to gather their belongings in preparation for their descent. Upon witnessing Bai Yi's actions, Lord Guan also led his subordinates to organize their gear. Logically, 1 or 2 individuals should remain above to keep watch, yet none were willing to stay behind. Amu Air, Wu Yun, and the shorty were certainly determined to descend, and the second boss was no exception. The only candidates left to keep watch were the madman, the ghost, and the monkey. The monkey resolutely insisted on going down, suggesting they draw lots to select 2 individuals to remain above. Consequently, the outcome was swiftly revealed. The monkey was fortunate enough to be among those descending, leaving the madman and the ghost to keep watch above. The ghost was fine with it, but the madman felt a twinge of frustration and began to suspect the monkey of foul play. However, with so many people present and the results already established, he had no choice but to acquiesce. At that moment, aside from the madman and the ghost, the others tidied up and prepared to descend. For convenience, everyone donned mining lamps and gas masks early on, just to be safe. Amu Air and Wu Yun forged ahead, though it was more accurate to say that the sea wintergreen was leading the way. Following them were Lord Guan and the shorty, with Bai Yi and his group trailing behind. while the second boss and the monkey brought up the rear, effectively sandwiching Bai Yi's party in the middle. Lazy felt somewhat discontented by the vigilance of the opposing party, though Bai Yi remained unfazed. After all, they had previously employed similar tactics against Shenpingxing. Moreover, with the 7 evils ahead of the second boss, they had little to fear from any potential treachery from the two trailing behind. The two groups remained on high alert as they ventured deeper into the cool, damp tunnel. The thought of traversing the very same tunnel left by Lord Guan filled Bai Yi with a sense of wonder. Nearly a century had passed, and yet they were treading the same path. The question lingered, whose fortune would prove more favorable? Suddenly, the monkey, who had been at the very back, felt a chilling sensation at the nape of his neck. He shivered and turned around, but saw nothing. The second boss noticed his pause and inquired, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Nothing. Perhaps I just imagined it," the monkey replied, swallowing hard. "Why is it so cold here?" "It's normal for it to be cold and damp underground," the second boss stated. "Don't stop. Keep up with the pace." The sea wintergreen continued to glide just above the ground, maintaining a distance of 3 meters ahead of the group. Aside from the monkey's earlier scare, the journey had been uneventful. Everyone felt somewhat awkward in their gas masks. Yet there was no alternative. According to legend, the most dangerous aspect of the Qinling was the mercury pool. If they waited until they were closer to don their masks, it might be too late. If the mercury had vaporized, the consequences would be dire, potentially incapacitating a large number of them immediately. Chapter 359. Iron Nails. Suddenly, the sea wintergreen emitted a sound akin to a mouse's squeak, causing Wu Yun's expression to change. "Stop," he commanded. The sea wintergreen retreated, calling out incessantly before Wu Yun, its voice dark and foreboding. The cry of an eagle is often described as a shrill, clear note, but at that moment, the sea wintergreen's call sounded timid. It was afraid. Xiao tugged at Tang San Cheng's arm. "Brother, this old eagle is frightened." Xiao is a being that has matured over millennia within the embrace of the earth and sky. He possesses a remarkable sensitivity to the creatures of nature, attuned to the eagle's instincts. Without shrouding his words, Xiao remarked on the ominous presence of the dark clouds surrounding the sea wintergreen. Upon hearing his statement, the expression of the entity darkened, yet he was compelled to concede. "Boss Guan, there may indeed be trouble ahead. My sea wintergreen is the deity of 1,000 eagles. Its aura is exceptional. It must have sensed some lurking danger to react thus." Boss Guan furrowed his brow, suddenly picking up a nearby stone and hurling it with force. The stone struck the ground and rolled forward for a while due to inertia, finally coming to a halt upon colliding with an unseen barrier. Tang San's ears perked up at the sound. The stone did not stop of its own accord, but rather encountered an obstruction. Something lay ahead, blocking their path. Tang San's extraordinary abilities had already been demonstrated during their search for the hidden tunnel, earning Boss Guan's utmost trust in his words. "Wu Yun, Amuer, I must rely on you." The two Mongolians nodded in acknowledgement and ventured forward. The sea wintergreen leaped onto Wu Yun's back, moving in unison with its master, embodying the essence of a man and eagle entwined. Illuminated by the light, their shadows stretched long as they advanced, gradually fading from sight. Boss Guan appeared somewhat anxious, resting his hand against the earthen wall, his heart racing. Only Tang San wore a smile, able to hear the heartbeats of everyone around him, including his own. Boss Guan's heartbeat was the most rapid, thumping vigorously. With a puzzled tilt of his head, he observed Boss Guan's silhouette. Behind him, Lazy inquired, "What is it?" "What do you see?" "Nothing. I'm just waiting for that eagle to return," Tang San replied. Wu Yun and Amuer should have already discovered what lies ahead. As soon as Tang San's words fell, a piercing cry echoed from the front, high and shrill. It was Amuer. The second boss exclaimed, "This is bad." "Are they?" Just as everyone hesitated on whether to rush forward, Tang San heard the commotion of the sea wintergreen. The eagle was returning. Indeed, the sea wintergreen flapped its wings and flew back. In the confined space, the bird, startled, collided with the ceiling multiple times, dislodging dirt that cascaded down upon it. As it soared, the earth fell in a cloud of dust, creating chaos within the tunnel. Wu Yun followed closely behind the sea wintergreen, his expression grave upon witnessing his beloved eagle's erratic behavior. Amuer trailed behind, and Lazy caught a whiff of blood emanating from Amuer. At last, the trio, 2 men and an eagle, returned. Boss Guan inquired, "What transpired?" Before them lay a corpse, pierced through the chest by iron nails. Amuer, while inspecting it, had sustained injuries. Wu Yun, shaken, remarked, "No wonder my sea wintergreen is so terrified. It is particularly sensitive to the aura of death." This corpse appears to have been here for some time. Its body now decomposed and reeking of death. Amor's face emerged, pallid and ghostly. The iron nail had been concealed within the ribcage of the corpse. Driven by avarice upon spotting a gold medal, he reached out to seize it, only to be impaled by the rusty nail, which pierced through his palm. Earlier, they had applied a herbal powder of their Mongolian tradition to the wound, but now it bore a bloodied hole, with the surrounding blood congealing into darkness. The rapid coagulation was due to the remarkable properties of that powder, reminiscent of the medicine given to him by Ainur, of which he had brought a remnant. Amor's complexion was ashen. He was uncertain whether the corpse's fluids had infiltrated his wound. While the powder could staunch bleeding, it offered no remedy against the venom of the deceased. Wuyun, concerned for his own reputation, claimed to be examining the corpse. Yet he alone understood the reason behind the injury. As anxiety gnawed at him, Lazy remarked, "If the corpse is decomposing, then surely there are bodily fluids present. Did your injured hand come into contact with them?" "I do not know," Amor replied. "It was exceedingly painful at the time, and I paid little attention. It should be mere bodily fluids. I doubt it poses any threat." "That is uncertain," Bai Yi interjected. "Once a person dies, they transform into a substantial breeding ground for bacteria, with various pathogens proliferating. Individuals who come into contact with decomposing bodies are at a heightened risk of infection. Many viral diseases can survive within a corpse long after death, and these bacteria can be referred to as corpse venom, not exclusively pertaining to toxins ingested by the deceased prior to demise." Amor's face blanched further as he anxiously scrutinized his hand, which revealed nothing amiss. "What could happen?" he asked. "The bacteria resulting from decaying flesh, combined with surface mold infections, possess formidable infectious potential. When the skin is thin and the body's defenses are weakened, infection can occur swiftly, as the abundance of bacteria readily invades upon contact. Consequently, the infection can rapidly disseminate throughout the body, making it difficult to develop resistance." "Antibiotics," Bai Yi asserted. "Indeed, but where are we to procure antibiotics underground?" Amor replied with a resigned smile. "It should be fine. If there is an issue, we can address it once we are outside." Lazy remarked nonchalantly, "That's a matter for another time." Boss Guan was taken aback by Bai Yi's unexpected expertise in medicine. "I never anticipated that Mr. Bai possessed such knowledge in this field. I attended medical courses abroad," Bai Yi explained, "though I did not obtain a degree. I did glean considerable knowledge. I happen to have brought some antibiotics," he added, producing a few capsules from his backpack. "Take these, and do so promptly." Wuyun urged, "Hurry. Do not waste time." While Amor consumed the medication, Boss Guan inquired, "What distinctive characteristics does the corpse exhibit?" "The body is severely decomposed, obscuring its features. However, it appears there is an object resembling a token within its ribcage," Wuyun replied. "A token?" Boss Guan pondered. "Let us go inspect it." Chapter 360. The token. Bai Yi mulled over a revelation. The corpse discovered by Wuyun and the others lay upon the ground, pierced by iron nails, suggesting death by excessive blood loss. This indicated one crucial detail. The mechanism originated from underground, confirming that there were traps concealed within this tunnel. "No, I fear a different expression is warranted. The location of this hidden tunnel may indeed correspond to that of the Qin mausoleum, which explains the early appearance of the mechanisms. The notion that this tunnel leads directly to the Qin mausoleum has garnered some validation. The truth, however, can only be uncovered by advancing further." After traversing approximately 5 or 6 meters, Lazy detected a foul odor of decay. He spat to the side, his heightened sense of smell sometimes proving to be a torment. Kneeling on the ground, he covered his nose with one hand. Upon completing this action, he glanced at the ominous clouds and Amur ahead, hastily releasing his grip. If these two were indeed assassins of the Golden Eagle Order, such a gesture could very well invite peril upon himself. According to his master, the assassins possess a keen ability to identify those who disturb graves, akin to an animal instinct, resulting in the demise of many grave robbers at their hands. Lazy, desiring to evade death, sought to conceal himself as much as possible. The corpse's state was not particularly horrific. A swift death spared the individual from suffering, rendering him somewhat fortunate. His clothing, now mingled with decaying flesh, reeked of putrefaction, with portions of skin thoroughly decomposed, exposing the underlying bones. Nestled within his ribcage lay a token. Learning from Amur's prior experiences, Boss Guan donned a pair of leather gloves and cautiously reached into the ribcage, grasping one end of the token and deftly extracting it. Observing this action, Bai Yi's suspicions deepened. The leather gloves, particularly those with fingers separated, were typically prepared by those who frequently delve into graves to guard against toxic remains. Boss Guan's gestures displayed remarkable skill, suggesting he was no novice to tomb raiding. The token now rested in Boss Guan's palm. He produced a handkerchief to wipe away the grime, turning it over to scrutinize the inscriptions. After discerning the characters, he confidently declared, "This man was my grandfather's disciple. This token can only be worn by members of the Guan clan, and only the top 10 disciples may possess it." This was the first time Bai Yi had heard such information. His master's master was indeed the foremost disciple of Guan Yi, implying that he too must possess a token of this nature. "Why is it that only the top 10 disciples have such tokens?" asked Xiao innocently. "My grandfather accepted disciples regardless of age or prior experience, prioritizing potential above all. He only admitted 10 inner disciples, as the number of pupils was vast. These 10 then disseminated knowledge to the others beneath them. The token serves as a symbol of their status as masters to the subsequent disciples. The 10 inner disciples are distinguished, yet their ages are not arranged from oldest to youngest, which is a peculiar phenomenon," Boss Guan explained. "I am familiar with this token. My father has mentioned it on several occasions. It bears the rules of the Guan clan: respect for teachers and the path, filial piety, and the prohibition of harming fellow disciples. Disobedience and ingratitude are met with consequences." Bai Yi had heard of Guan Yi's standards for accepting disciples from Yibaosheng. Now, hearing it from Boss Guan, the grandson of Guan Yi, lent it further credibility. "Nevertheless," Bai Yi remarked, "yet the body of Guan Yi's disciple lies here," suggesting he did not come alone. "The back of the tunnel has been filled in. Indeed, accompanying him must have been my father. However, my father has not returned home and is most likely among the casualties here." Boss Guan clutched the token tightly, conceding, "You are correct. There may indeed be a third person." One of Master Guan's most valued disciples had met an untimely demise upon entering the cave, a thought that seemed improbable. A flicker of insight crossed Bai Yi's mind, prompting him to propose another theory, based solely on this token. "We can only ascertain that one of Master Guan's disciples once entered here. However, we cannot definitively conclude that this is the corpse of the token's owner." This assertion was startling, yet Bai Yi had his reasoning. "As you mentioned earlier, Boss Guan, Master Guan selects disciples not based on age or experience, but on potential. To be among the top 10, one must be exceptional. It seems unlikely that such an individual would perish so soon after entering the cave." "That is a valid point," the second boss interjected. "But with the body in such a state of decay, how can we ascertain its identity?" Boss Guan abruptly turned the corpse over, an impulsive act that prompted Bai Yi to intervene. "Be careful." The body, pinned by iron nails, released a spray of bodily fluids upon being moved. Fortunately, Bai Yi reacted swiftly, preventing the fluid from splattering onto them. Boss Guan, feeling a wave of relief, remarked, "That was close. Thank you. You were too reckless." "Did something occur to you?" Bai Yi inquired. "I was pondering whether it might be my father," Boss Guan replied. "My father has a deep scar on his back, a result of a fall while climbing. His spine was severely deformed during that incident. If we examine that area, we can confirm whether it is indeed my father." Understanding dawned upon Bai Yi. The corpse had been partially turned, having been pulled partway from the iron nails. With careful exertion, Boss Guan managed to fully flip the body onto its back, peeling back the clothing that clung to the skeleton to inspect the spine. Although referred to as the lower back, it was actually the juncture between the tailbone and lumbar vertebrae. Uncertain of the identification, Boss Guan requested Bai Yi's assessment. Adorning gloves, Bai Yi pressed on the lumbar region and then further up, affirming, "Indeed, it is deformed. However, Boss Guan, this individual died from severe injuries. The lumbar spine is a delicate area, and it is plausible for one to sustain injuries before death. For certainty, do you recall any other distinguishing features of your father?" "Let me think." Boss Guan closed his eyes, clenching his fists tightly. After 5 seconds, he opened his eyes. "Ah, there is one more detail. My father has a bunion on his foot, you know? A protrusion next to the big toe that easily wears down shoes." "Is that a bone protrusion?" "Which foot?" Bai Yi inquired. "The right foot," Boss Guan replied, as he observed Bai Yi shift to the corpse's feet, feeling around the area beside the right big toe. After thorough confirmation, Bai Yi sighed. "I fear it is indeed your esteemed father." Boss Guan closed his eyes again, a tear escaping from the corner of his right eye. He needed a moment to process this reality. Bai Yi found himself increasingly perplexed by Guan Kai. What manner of person was he truly? Observing his current state of distress, He undeniably resembles a devoted son. Yet, the chilling aura of murderous intent that occasionally escapes him sends shivers down one's spine. Chapter 361. The Copper Arrow Kaizi. Is this truly the remains of my uncle? What shall we do now? The second boss crawled over and inquired. Isn't your purpose for entering here to find my uncle's body? Now that you have achieved your goal, do you wish to proceed further? The first boss cast a cold, piercing glance at the second boss. Do you not find it strange that the token was found on my father? Who accompanied my father, and where is he now? Did he murder my father? I must uncover the truth behind these matters. The monkey interjected, we have gone to great lengths to arrive here. Why should we leave now? I've heard that the funerary chariots in the Qin tomb are endless, and since we are here, we should. Silence. The second boss snapped at the monkey. The monkey, sensing the intensity in the second boss's gaze, obediently fell silent, merely observing the expression of the first boss. This group was assembled under his direction, and they were bound to heed his words. Bai Yi, on the other hand, remained indifferent, regardless of the circumstances. They had compelling reasons to advance and no inclination to retreat. Let us continue, the first boss urged. However, based on the state of my father's demise, it seems he fell victim to a trap. Everyone, proceed with caution. Amor, keep the sea buckthorn ahead to scout the path. Onward. Yet, the second boss hesitated. What about my uncle's remains? The first boss removed his coat and draped it over the corpse, saying, we shall only bring him out when we exit. With the decision made, they moved forward cautiously, navigating past the corpse and the iron spike board beneath. Bai Yi noticed a critical flaw. While the sea buckthorn was adept at scouting above ground, it could not detect any traps beneath, as it flew close to the ground without direct contact. He warned everyone to be vigilant. After crawling approximately 10 meters, Tang San Cheng detected a disturbance in the frequency of the sea buckthorn's wings ahead. This is bad. There's trouble up ahead. A whistling sound approached as Tang San Cheng shouted, get down. Everyone pressed their heads to the ground, shielding themselves with their arms. About a dozen arrows shot forth from the front, and the sheer intensity of the sound indicated their ferocity. Tang San Cheng's warning came just in time. The arrows soared over their heads and shot straight behind them, vanishing in an instant. A chilling sensation enveloped the top of their heads, as if their scalps had been snatched away. The monkey, trembling in shock, touched his own head in disbelief. What a formidable crossbow, Bai Yi remarked. In ancient times, arrows were crafted from bronze. The copper arrowheads of the Shang dynasty were particularly lethal, featuring sharp ridges and triangular wings. Once the arrowhead penetrated the body, the barbed wings would securely latch onto the wound, making extraction nearly impossible, while the blood groove drained the enemy's lifeblood akin to a vampire. As the Warring States period unfolded, the emergence of the three-edged arrowhead rendered wounds increasingly difficult to heal, with the corresponding blood grooves increasing to 6. The arrowheads of the Qin dynasty contained a higher lead content, which heightened the potential for poisoning. Furthermore, akin to certain Qin swords, the application of chromium oxidation technology ensured that some arrowheads retained their sharpness over time, remaining remarkably keen despite the passage of years. However, due to the scarcity of copper, the Qin dynasty began experimenting with iron for the arrow shafts, though copper remained predominant. In simpler terms, if struck by such an arrow, one would prefer to leave it embedded within their flesh rather than remove it, as the act would cause the flesh to tear, resulting in excruciating pain. Archery was one of the 6 arts during the Zhou dynasty and was regarded as one of the most formidable offensive techniques of antiquity. In earlier times, when a noble family welcomed a male child, they would shoot 6 arrows towards the heavens and the 4 cardinal directions, symbolizing the world that the boy was destined to conquer, underscoring the significance of archery in their culture. The proliferation of composite bow technology during the Eastern Zhou period greatly enhanced the potential energy stored within the bow, allowing individuals to convert more strength into the bowstring within the limits of their physiological structure, thereby launching arrows that flew faster and farther. The extraordinary physical prowess of ancient archers was astonishing. Elite marksmen could draw a bow weighing 70 kilograms, with an effective range estimated between 50 and 70 meters, while the maximum range could be several times greater. Given that a human could achieve such distances, the clever design of mechanisms would allow for even greater ranges, making it quite natural for arrows to vanish in an instant. As the monkey glanced back, its courage waned, and regret filled its heart. Had it known, it would not have descended. Once lost, a life cannot be reclaimed. Weiyun, anxious about his rare sea wintergreen, continued to climb without pausing for breath, muttering in Mongolian. As Wu Yun pressed down with one hand, Tang San Cheng's ears twitched, and he heard a crack. "Wu Yun, you've triggered a mechanism. Get back." Upon hearing Tang San Cheng's warning, Wu Yun swiftly retreated, but it was too late. A board of iron spikes surged upwards through the earth, aiming directly for Wu Yun. He leapt upward, but alas, there was no point of support above. With a startled cry, Wu Yun's fingers plunged deeply into the earth, temporarily evading the iron spikes. The sharp points sent a jolt of fear through him as he glanced back, urging Qijie to retreat. The path behind had already been proven safe, but what lay ahead was uncertain, potentially fraught with further mechanisms. The soil above could no longer support Wu Yun's weight. Taking a deep breath, he rolled backward, his feet striking the top and displacing a cloud of dirt, fortuitously landing at the edge of the iron spike board, untouched. Amor, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, "Wu Yun." "I'm fine," Wu Yun replied, looking down at his hands, which were caked with mud. He chuckled wryly. "It's my fault for being careless." After facing 2 harrowing trials, it seemed that Emperor Qin Shi Huang was indeed being courteous. Lazy remarked, "This must be merely a minor obstacle. The real challenges likely await us inside. Wu Yun, if you continue to act so impulsively, you might soon find yourself in a dire predicament." The dark clouds emitted a low murmur, as Bai Yi suggested. "Let Tang San and me lead the way." His acute hearing allows him to foresee dangers as soon as the mechanisms are activated. "Very well," Boss Guan replied. "Wu Yun, Emperor, you shall follow closely behind, providing support." The 2 Mongolians, initially brimming with pride, temporarily subdued their arrogance and nodded in agreement, cautiously trailing behind Bai Yi and Tang San. They crossed a plank of iron nails and proceeded several dozen meters further when the sound emitted by the sea eagle became increasingly distinct. Tang San remarked, "The sea eagle should be unharmed. Though its voice carries a note of panic, it still possesses ample strength." "Wu Yun, you need not worry." Wu Yun responded, "I hope you're right. This sea eagle is hard-earned and even more challenging to train. It is akin to my own offspring." Chapter 362. Sky Burial. Indeed, the sea eagle was unscathed, merely trapped above a thief's tunnel, unable to move. Ironically, it was its own formidable strength that led to its predicament. When the arrow was shot, the sea eagle instinctively dodged, opting to fly upwards with excessive force, inadvertently embedding itself into the earth and becoming immobilized. Wu Yun carefully removed the surrounding soil, liberating the sea eagle. Tang San was utterly astonished. The sea eagle not only reacted swiftly to the attack, but also displayed immense power, truly worthy of its title as the god among eagles. Once freed, the sea eagle perched excitedly on Wu Yun's arm, seemingly acclimated to the surrounding perils. It was then that Tang San inquired about the sea eagle's exceptional qualities. Having softened his demeanor towards Bai Yi and the group after the recent events, Wu Yun explained, "This sea eagle originally belonged to the divine realm of the skies. However, during my training, I employed a grounded approach, confining this proud creature within a deep pit. Although it sounds cruel, the sea eagle endured a week without food or water, nearly resorting to self-destruction. I then retrieved it, fed it a few pieces of fresh beef, and released it again. Compared to the training of other eagles, this one suffered greatly. Yet, due to its grounded experience, I discovered that the sea eagle is remarkably sensitive to the scent of corpses and can move freely in narrow underground spaces as if soaring through the skies." One aspect that puzzled Tang San was the sea eagle's heightened sensitivity to the scent of corpses. Wu Yun elucidated, "I discovered this sea eagle in Tibet, where a unique practice known as sky burial exists. In sky burial, the deceased body is offered to eagles. After consuming the remains, the eagles ascend into the heavens. As the Tibetan people believe, this signifies the soul's successful passage to the afterlife. This ritual takes place at designated sky burial sites across various regions. After a person passes away, the body is kept for several days, allowing a lama to chant prayers and select an auspicious day for the burial. The ceremony typically occurs early in the morning, with designated individuals transporting the body to the sky burial master, who first offers incense to the deities. Eagles gather around the burial site in response to the smoke. The sky burial master then removes the deceased's clothing and meticulously dismembers the body, separating flesh from bone. The bones are crushed with stones and mixed with tsampa, while the meat is cut into small pieces and set aside. Finally, the master whistles to summon the eagles, feeding them in the order of bones to flesh until nothing remains. Sky burial is an ancient and unique custom in Tibet, widely practiced by the majority of its people as a means of honoring the dead. The hawk, known as the sea wintergreen, has grown accustomed to the taste of human flesh over the years, becoming remarkably sensitive to the presence of the deceased. This extraordinary ability enables it to detect corpses long before others can, a skill unmatched by hawks from other regions, intricately linked to the Tibetan custom of sky burial. While the concept of sky burial may seem macabre, feeding the flesh of the dead to hawks, Tang San Cheng could not fathom its implications and simply shook his head, choosing to move past the unsettling thought. Returning to the sea wintergreen, it likely triggered the mechanism by colliding with the wall ahead, setting off a trap. The arrow shot forth directly, aimed straight ahead. The hawk's rapid flight resulted in the unexpected collision that activated the crossbow. Given the proximity of the sea wintergreen to the mechanism, one cannot help but admire the hawk's astonishing reflexes. At such close range, it should have been shot through. Yet it managed to evade the projectile in the nick of time, truly embodying its reputation as the divine among birds. While the sea wintergreen and the ominous clouds shared an intimate connection, the mood among the others was considerably less cheerful. The wall before them concealed a mechanism, blocking their path securely. Hesitant to recklessly engage with the wall given the hidden traps, the dwarf exchanged glances with Tang San Cheng and spoke, "Senior brother, our master has praised you for long. May I witness your prowess?" Tang San Cheng chuckled, "Junior brother, let us dispense with pleasantries. You have already discerned the truth, have you not?" Bai Yi interjected, "Do not keep us in suspense. Even I have surmised that we are once again facing an illusion, are we not?" The dwarf's expression shifted. "You understand the art of deception as well?" "Certainly not," Bai Yi replied, "but we encountered a similar ruse not long ago, where the illusory was made to appear tangible, ensnaring our senses. What we perceived as present was, in fact, an absence. This trick of the eye is merely that." Tang San Cheng, "Since your junior wishes to observe, do not demur." Tang San Cheng nodded, pricked his pinky, and drew an 8-trigram symbol in the air, blood splattering in various directions. Bai Yi observed with intrigue, noting that previously, Tang San Cheng had inscribed the blood trigram on a dirt wall. Now, it was in the air. Unknown to Bai Yi, Tang San Cheng had already discerned the location of the void last time. However, this situation differed. As the arrow had originated from this very spot, it was indeed tangible. After a fruitless search for the void, Tang San Cheng resorted to inscribing the 8 trigrams in the air to break the illusion. Heaven and earth, the mysterious origin of all energies. Through countless eons, I seek to demonstrate my divine powers. Within and beyond the 3 realms, the way reigns supreme. My body radiates golden light, enveloping my being. Invisible to sight, inaudible to hearing, it encompasses the universe and nurtures all life. Reciting it a myriad times, I embody brilliance. The guardians of the 3 realms and the 5 emperors pay homage. All deities bow in reverence, commanding thunder. Spirits and demons tremble, and strange beasts lose their form. Within me lies thunder. The thunder god remains unnamed. Wisdom and insight converge. The 5 energies surge. Golden light manifests swiftly, shielding the true sage. Hasten, as the law commands. As Tang San Cheng completed his incantation, the others felt a sudden veil descend, plunging them into darkness. Upon reopening their eyes, they beheld twin sepulchral passages flanking the central wall, which remained intact. Boss Guan sighed, "Truly astonishing. The so-called reality and illusion can coexist." The diminutive figure held profound reverence for Tang San, acknowledging that the skill required to dismantle the illusionary barrier was of an exceptional caliber. Otherwise, not only would it be impossible to penetrate the ethereal realm, but one could also suffer grave harm to their own vital energy, mildly resulting in bloodshed, or severely leading to death. The individual who cast this deceptive veil was no ordinary person, and neither was his senior brother. The monkey, unable to restrain himself, interjected, "If it were up to you, do you possess the confidence to succeed?" This inquiry left the monkey in a quandary, prompting him to ponder for a moment before responding. "While I believe it is possible to break through, my own vital energy would undoubtedly be compromised. Ultimately, my cultivation pales in comparison to that of my senior brother." Unaware of the connection between the two, the second boss expressed his astonishment. "Is it customary for practitioners of the Tao to address one another as brothers upon meeting?" The diminutive one refrained from providing a definitive answer, merely stating, "It is somewhat akin to that. We are all fellow travelers on the same path." Setting that aside, the illusionary barrier had been breached, revealing 2 burial passages extending forward, one to the left and the other to the right. Each passage stood approximately 8 meters high. Bai Yi recalled their earlier excavation of over 20 meters, and, considering this passage's height of about 8 meters, he discerned a certain resemblance to the Qin mausoleum. A smile unconsciously gracing his face. "What is it, Bai Yi? Have you come to a realization?" inquired Xia. Chapter 363. The earthen mound. The height here corresponds somewhat with the earthen mounds of the Qin mausoleum. We have excavated nearly 20 meters down, and this area stands about 8 meters high. With a slight margin for error, it is reasonable to assert that we are approaching 30 meters, Bai Yi articulated. When the Qin mausoleum was originally sealed, it was capped at 30 meters. Indeed, Boss Guan concurred. Prior to our arrival, I also perused relevant materials. To thwart grave robbers, Qin Shi Huang devised numerous strategies, one of which involved utilizing mountains as tombs, sealing them with earth to a height of 30 meters. The so-called earthen mound is commonly referred to as a grave marker. Before the Eastern Zhou period, tombs lacked such mounds. However, as ancient peoples became enraptured by the belief in souls, they began to pray to their ancestors. Directly praying at a tomb was deemed more effective than offerings made in temples. To facilitate the identification of their ancestors' burial sites, they would pile earth or plant trees above the graves as markers. Over time, these practices evolved into symbols denoting the status and identity of the deceased. In the context of imperial tombs, the earthen mound assumes even greater significance. While it may appear as a simple heap of earth atop a burial site, there exists considerable nuance, particularly with royal tombs, which typically employ 3 distinct methods of earthen mound construction. The first method involves constructing a mound of earth, known as fangshang, which was a technique employed in early imperial burials. This entails compacting layers of earth above the royal tomb to create a square pyramid shape, resembling an inverted vessel. Due to its flat, square apex devoid of a pointed summit, it is termed fangshang, or covered vessel. The second method involves utilizing a mountain as a burial mound, where the hill's peak serves as the tomb's marker. From the outset, Tang Dynasty imperial tombs adopted this approach. The mausoleum of Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin, known as Zhaoling, was constructed on the summit of Mount Jiuzhong, which rises over 1,000 meters in elevation. Situated to the northwest of Chang'an, it is said that this burial method was proposed by Empress Changsan, although it was, in reality, Li Shimin's own idea, presented under her name. In the inscription he penned for Empress Changsan, he stated, "A ruler regards the realm as their home. Why must material possessions reside within the tomb?" Hence, the mound of Mount Jiuzhong serves as the tomb, with no gold, jade, horses, or vessels entombed. Only earthen and wooden representations remain, thereby alleviating the burden of theft. It is said that, in reality, Li Shimin was not buried modestly, but rather with great opulence. Utilizing mountains as tombs was a means to harness the majestic grandeur of natural elevations, thereby reflecting the emperor's formidable presence, while also serving the purpose of deterring grave robbers. The third method involved the construction of a treasure-laden peak. Since the Qin and Han dynasties, the rectangular mounds of royal tombs had been prevalent, a tradition that continued until the Song dynasty. However, following the Tang dynasty's practice of using mountains as tombs, emperors began to rethink the shapes of their burial mounds. The sharp edges of rectangular earth mounds were prone to erosion from rain and wind, leading to a rounded form, which was often difficult to maintain as a square. Consequently, during the late Tang and 5 dynasties period, many royal tombs featured rounded mounds, commonly referred to as mantu-shaped due to their resemblance to steamed buns. The discovery made by Bai Yi left everyone exhilarated, yet the 2 tomb passages, one to the left and one to the right, caused some confusion regarding the direction to take. Wu Yun released the Sea Eagle to investigate. The left passage surprisingly revealed no traps and appeared relatively safe. Upon the Eagle's return, the group decided to proceed leftward. No longer needing to stoop, they felt invigorated, especially Xiao Shan, who, having grown amidst the vastness of nature, despised the oppressive length of the thief's tunnel. He straightened up, eager to dash forward, but was restrained by Tang San Cheng, who cautioned, "Where is this place? Do not run about recklessly." Xiao Shan pouted but still heeded Luo Tian's words, obediently trailing behind Xia. Bai Yi remained close to Tang San Cheng. While Lazy felt a pang of loneliness, observing that both Tang San Cheng and Xiao Shan had companions, leaving him feeling abandoned. He glanced ahead and furrowed his brow at the repugnant odor wafting toward him. A stench so vile it was hard to fathom how many corpses must be piled together to emanate such a putrid scent. Realizing there were no traps, it seemed they had stumbled into an insignificant burial chamber. Boss Guan remarked, "It appears we have indeed come to the wrong place." As they approached, the smell became unbearable, a pungent aroma that invaded everyone's nostrils. Xiao Tian squatted down and exclaimed, "How foul!" This was not merely a bad smell, but a stench of decay. Lazy touched the black donkey hoof in his bag and muttered, "Heavens, could there be zongzi? This scent is exceedingly unusual." After walking about 5 or 6 paces further, they encountered a series of narrow rectangular vertical pits, densely arranged, with only half a meter to a meter between each row. A rough count revealed over 100 of them. Xiao Tian grasped Tang San Cheng's arm tightly, asking, "What are these?" Tang San Cheng was uncertain, but Bai Yi spoke solemnly, "Graves." The number of pits corresponds to the number of graves. This indicated that there were indeed over 100 tombs. Upon closer inspection, they found that each pit contained a simple coffin, devoid of burial goods, with 1 or 2 blue bricks placed atop each coffin, inscribed with the deceased's name, criminal record, county, prison name, and date of death. The dense arrangement of these pits was chilling, resembling a beehive, where bees buzzed together, while these corpses, tightly nestled in the depths of the earth, emitted a pervasive and dreadful stench. In a moment of inspiration, Bai Yi exchanged a glance with Lazy, and without uttering a word, they lifted the lid of one of the thin coffins. Lazy initially furrowed his brow before turning his head aside, exclaiming, "Damn. The stench is overwhelming." Inside lay a skeletal remains, devoid of any flesh, with only the bones remaining. The skeleton bore the marks of injuries inflicted by instruments of torture, primarily concentrated around the vertebrae. Clearly, the owner of this remains had endured severe suffering in life and had been subjected to arduous labor. Bai Yi and Lazy opened several more coffin lids, discovering similar conditions among the remains. The most notable commonality was the damage to the vertebrae. Injuries in other areas varied somewhat. The coffins were devoid of any accompanying burial artifacts, a revelation that left everyone feeling somewhat disheartened, especially the monkey, who had harbored hopes of uncovering the treasures rumored to be within the Qin mausoleum. Now, all he found were empty coffins, prompting him to voice his frustration. "What is this? Aren't there supposed to be gold, silver, and jade down here?" The second boss shot him a glare, to which he quickly replied, "I'm merely expressing concern for Boss Guan." This fellow was clearly a fence-sitter, swaying with the winds of favor. And though he was nominally aligned with the second boss, he was constantly currying favor with Guan Kai. However, Boss Guan did not appreciate the sentiment. "What am I worried about?" His flattery had backfired, and the monkey dared not speak out of turn again. At that moment, Lazy cast a glance at Bai Yi. "It seems there is no mystery left." Indeed, this was a tomb for convicts. These individuals were all criminals. Chapter 364, Convicts. During the Qin and Han dynasties, were those sentenced to a deprivation of freedom for a specified period. Originally, the term referred to commoners required to perform corvée labor, as long-term prisoners were also subjected to such service, hence the term convict or criminal slave was used. In the Qin and Han eras, penal servitude was considered a lesser punishment compared to the death penalty. According to the laws of Qin, convicts were categorized based on the severity of their crimes, including various classifications such as tattooed, mutilated, and laborers. During the Qin dynasty, convicts sentenced to forced labor were dispatched to work sites, with Qin Shi Huang having sent 3,000 convicts to fell trees in Xiangshan for the construction of the Apang Palace, and over 70,000 convicts to build tombs at Lishan. Among those who reached the core of the Qin mausoleum were undoubtedly those with no hope of survival. The mere existence of over 100 convict remains here is relatively few, yet one cannot guarantee that there are none elsewhere. These individuals endured brutal treatment in life and were then brought here to construct the Qin mausoleum. The most tragic fate befell those who perished here. According to the laws of the Qin dynasty, they had a chance of exemption, but alas, they may have encroached upon the core of the mausoleum and were doomed to die. After all, only the dead can keep secrets, rendering it the most effective means of safeguarding information. Bai Yi replaced the open coffin lid. It seems that Lord Guan's efforts have not been in vain. The existence of the convict tomb corroborates certain matters. Now it is up to us to locate the fabled underground passage, which will lead us to the true location of the tomb. Where we stand now is likely just an annex to the mausoleum. The emperor's burial site cannot possibly be adjacent to the convict tomb. Bai Yi spoke with conviction, and Boss Guan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seems we must retrace our steps and opt for the right passageway once more. This place resembles a labyrinth. We ought to leave some markers to avoid losing our way. Bai Yi had anticipated this necessity. he produced a fluorescent pen, a novelty he had procured from abroad specifically for this expedition to the Qin tombs. In the pitch darkness of the tomb, these markings would be visible even without light, as the pen operated on principles akin to phosphorescent stones, illuminating itself in the night, a perfect choice for our signposting. Bai Yi drew a turtle on the wall. Lazy, puzzled, asked, "What is so special about a glowing turtle?" "You may not know," replied the dwarf. "The turtle symbolizes longevity, a good omen. It suggests we too can endure." Entering and exiting safely, he added, "You certainly have a knack for living well," Lazy remarked, conceding, "That does make some sense." The markers were placed in the most conspicuous locations, and the group proceeded toward the right passageway. The structure of this tomb remained elusive, akin to underground rodents scurrying about, uncertain of their destination. Before they could return to the entrance of the theft tunnel, Tang San Cheng heard a rustling sound reminiscent of an experience from 50 years prior. In the cursed Western Han tomb, amidst a quicksand trap, "There's sand," Tang San Cheng announced. "Listen closely. In which direction? Where is it coming from?" Bai Yi demanded sharply. Tang San Cheng concentrated, his head lifted toward the ceiling. "It's coming from above. The rustling is intensifying. This is bad. We must run." Tang San Cheng was the first to dash forward. They were still 10 meters away from the theft tunnel. Yet he had never run with such urgency as he did today. His feet flew beneath him, for the sound of sand had escalated from a mere rustle to a thunderous roar, reminiscent of the Yellow River's ferocity, threatening to entomb them alive. Seeing Tang San Cheng sprint ahead, the others instinctively followed, driven by the primal urge to survive. As Lazy ran, he spat at the wall, muttering about Tang San Cheng's perennial rush, always in such a hurry. Fine for time management, but now it's a matter of life and death. After a few strides, even Lazy's ordinary ears caught the sound, now a thunderous clap. "Damn it, I never knew you all could run like this. Why are you leaping about like rabbits now?" No one heeded Lazy's words. The sound had transformed into a cataclysmic thunderclap. When Tang San Cheng dove back into the theft tunnel, he stumbled and fell, landing in a cloud of dust, a small hill of sand cascading onto his back. Although the weight was light, the momentum was significant, and he nearly gasped for breath. He caught his wind and asked, "Has everyone made it out?" The sound was barely audible, and no one seemed to hear it. Instead, everyone instinctively distanced themselves from the tomb passage, nearly retreating to the theft tunnel. In this crowd, Tang San Cheng, who was the first to emerge, bore the brunt of the collective weight, with a thunderous noise echoing behind him. A cloud of dust erupted, and with a resounding crash, it felt as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. Everyone instinctively lowered their heads and shut their eyes, as if the very earth were shaking beneath them, each individual trembling in fear. Once the tumult subsided, Tang San Cheng called out, "Get up, someone has been crushed." Only then did the others release him, a situation that was unavoidable given the inadequate height of the theft tunnel, which prevented them from standing. When Tang San Cheng fell, there was no alternative but for everyone to pile upon him. Upon returning to the center of the tomb passage, they found the path leading to the convict's tomb completely buried under sand, leaving no gap whatsoever. Bai Yi found it hard to believe, moments ago, they had merely stood there without any extraordinary events occurring, yet somehow, a mechanism had been triggered, causing the quicksand to cascade down. It was a close call. The second boss felt a wave of dread wash over him. Had they hesitated for even a moment longer, they might have been buried alive. Now, they faced two choices: retreat through the theft tunnel or delve deeper into the rightward passage. They exchanged glances, and in unison, opted to turn right. This time, it was Hai Dongqing who led the way, with Bai Yi and Tang San Cheng following closely behind, forming a vanguard. Had the monkey not touched the wall, perhaps they could have continued their journey as before. However, when the monkey's agonizing cries echoed, a vivid image flashed through Tang San Cheng's mind: ancient criminals enduring torture, producing such inhuman sounds only in the depths of their suffering. The chilling noise sent shivers through everyone, and turning back, they saw the monkey crouched on the ground, his body curled tightly. Under the beam of the headlamp, it was clear that the 5 fingers of the monkey's right hand were gruesomely bloodied, the nails entirely missing, replaced by 5 ghastly, unknown creatures. The monkey collapsed, wailing, "Help me, please." Qijie, feeling a surge of indignation, removed his outer coat and wrapped his hands within it. He lunged to swat away the creatures gnawing on the monkey's fingers. No matter how he struck, those 5 insects clung to the fingers as if glued, tenaciously holding their ground. Blood seeped from the monkey's fingers, gradually pooling on the ground, while the monkey's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Qijie, now infuriated, exclaimed, "What are these cursed things?" Chapter 365. Corpse beetles. Tang San Cheng heard the gnawing sound. The insects were biting into the monkey's fingers, each crunch resonating powerfully, as if hitting the bones within. Bai Yi declared, "They are corpse beetles. They fear the light." This revelation alerted everyone, prompting them to produce their flashlights and direct their beams onto the monkey's hand. The concentrated brightness caused the corpse beetles to retreat, and when the light illuminated the wall, it revealed a terrifying mass of beetles, raising the hairs on everyone's necks in horror. They appeared to be in a state of dormancy. Otherwise, everyone would not be as safe as they are now. It seems that the monkey inadvertently disturbed them, awakening the few corpse beetles that crawled onto his hand. The monkey continued to groan softly, while the holly on the shoulder of the dark clouds remained unusually silent. Qijie helped the monkey to his feet. The flesh at the tips of his 5 fingers was entirely gone, revealing a deep wound with white bone exposed. Supporting the monkey, Qijie and the others gradually retreated, cautiously watching the corpse beetles, fearful that they might attack en masse. Fortunately, they merely lay against the wall, showing no signs of movement. The ones that had just attacked the monkey returned to the wall, huddling together. Seizing the moment, they fled, the monkey paralyzed with fear and utterly devoid of strength, with Qijie dragging him forward. Once they had reached a safer distance, Bai Yi explained, "Fortunately, this is not the breeding season for corpse beetles. Their activity is not particularly vigorous. They are averse to light and tend to attack the softest part of a human body, the abdomen. Once they penetrate, they can cause severe bleeding and death. Monkey, consider yourself fortunate to have escaped with your life. However, I fear that corpse beetles are not found here alone. In any place with water or dampness, refrain from touching anything." Tang San Cheng had observed the corpse beetles clearly. Their appearance was hardly appealing, resembling lice with a large tail, and they were quite sizable. Their forelegs appeared particularly sharp and powerful, undoubtedly equipped with tiny barbed spines. Otherwise, how could they cling to human flesh so tenaciously? What Tang San Cheng did not know was that these large insects moved with remarkable speed and were amphibious, feasting on decaying flesh and small creatures that had inadvertently entered the water, often gathering around floating corpses, preying on one another. The softer the body part, the easier it was for them to attack, as they struggled to breach thick shells. Despite their aversion to light and fire, corpse beetles possess remarkable vitality. They can survive for over a century without water or food. However, in this tomb, they have an abundance of their preferred nourishment, decaying flesh. When is the breeding season for corpse beetles? Bosquan remained calm. "I do not know. Perhaps when we notice their swift movements, like serpents coiling around us." Bai Yi replied, "This is merely the beginning. I fear the real drama is yet to unfold. They thrive in damp environments, so let us hope for the best." Tang San Cheng then heard a sound of water, as if an object had slipped into it. It was the holly, its wings having dipped into the water, the sound of flapping wings echoing back. Tang San Cheng remarked, "It seems the holly has fallen into the water." Before he could finish his sentence, the holly flapped back, its wings still wet, though fortunately, its feathers were not overly drenched. It stood somewhat dejectedly on the shoulder of the dark clouds, as if apologizing for its small misstep. At times, Tang San Cheng felt that this holly possessed a sense of understanding, which was rather unsettling. Animals could be friends, but could also turn into deadly foes. "Is there water ahead?" They all thought simultaneously. Bai Yi and Qijie exchanged a glance, and Qijie nodded, lifting the monkey onto his back. The monkey, uncertain of the severity of his injuries, pondered whether his legs and feet were unharmed. Yet, he stubbornly refused to walk, leaving the 7 evils at a loss. Who could only acquiesce? This monkey was indeed a master of pretense. Moments ago, he had a clever idea and took advantage of the situation, but met the honest nature of 7 evils. When 7 evils hoisted him onto his back, the monkey felt a fleeting pang of guilt, though it vanished almost instantaneously. Ahead lay a mercury pool, and ever since they entered this place, everyone had been wearing gas masks to guard against the pool's dangers. Tang San thought of the hawthorn. This eagle had no protective measures. What would it do if it encountered the mercury pool? Dark Cloud looked at Tang San with some surprise. "It's all right. My eagle can hold its breath. Besides, there are no gas masks made for eagles, are there?" Tang San sheepishly scratched his head, realizing he had overthought the matter. Nevertheless, this hawthorn was exceptionally intelligent and remarkably loyal to its master. He could not bear the thought of any mishap befalling it. What he had said earlier was genuine. Since entering this place, they had not encountered any crossbows, aside from the earlier corpse turtle, which had only caused minor injuries. Suddenly, Bai Yi trembled, and beside him, Lei Zi became highly alert. What's wrong? The earlier situation had been too sudden for Bai Yi to react, and now he recalled that among the 7 objects, there was indeed a sample of corpse turtle blood. The corpse turtle was the key. How could he have forgotten it? But how could he obtain the corpse turtle blood? As Bai Yi pondered, Lei Zi exclaimed, "Damn it! Building such a large pool is simply asking for trouble." Saying this, Lei Zi threw a stone into the pool, which emitted not a sound. The group exchanged glances, unease creeping into their hearts. The water in the pool was a murky green, and where the light did not reach, it was pitch black and foreboding. Gazing across, the pool appeared to be a full 6 meters wide, and after Lei Zi's test, its depth was unfathomable, heightening the eerie atmosphere. The second boss remarked, "So deep. It seems we will need tools." Curious about what tools they had brought to cross the pool, Bai Yi observed that they were quite similar to Lu Zhishi's inventions. If judged by quality, Lu Zhishi's would likely surpass theirs. Suddenly, Bai Yi thought of the gas masks. The manager had generously provided enough for their group, but they had not prepared tools for them. What was the manager thinking? The second boss noticed the discrepancy in the number of tools. "Kai Zi, this doesn't add up. What will Bai Yi and the others do?" "There's no need to worry. This one can support 2 people. Did you think I hadn't considered them?" The manager's words made the second boss feel a bit sheepish. "I knew you would have thought of everything." Bai Yi chuckled. "There's no need for that. We have our own preparations. However, this monkey is a hassle to carry. Our tools are self-developed, and they may not be as reliable as your advanced equipment." The second boss nodded. "Let me take him." Chapter 366. Descent. When one presumes that circumstances will proceed smoothly, fate often introduces a significant twist. This turn may stem from external influences, or sometimes arise from a misjudgment or an unnecessary action. Bai Yi was the first to advance, followed closely by Tang San Cheng and Xiao Tian. The 2 Mongolians, unwilling to lag behind, swiftly made their way to the opposite side. Upon landing, the sea wintergreen soared towards them. Upon sighting the sea wintergreen, Bai Yi's heart trembled. This was not the outside thief's den, and the height was insufficient. Thus, the creature's sudden plunge into the water seemed rather peculiar. Logically, one would expect that a larger space would allow for greater freedom of movement. Regrettably, the sea wintergreen could not articulate what had transpired. Its wings had merely skimmed the surface. Bai Yi's gaze remained fixed on the creature, his expression grave. Wu Yun, sensing his unease, inquired, "Is there a problem?" "I am merely pondering," Bai Yi replied, "why a flying sea wintergreen, a well-trained one at that, would suddenly descend into the water." He observed the creature's still damp wings. It appears that only one wing has touched the water, suggesting it landed sideways. As its owner, what do you surmise is the reason for this occurrence? Wu Yun hesitated. It is possible that something below was tugging at it, and in its struggle, it was pulled into the water, though it managed to break free almost immediately. Indeed, Bai Yi pointed to the sea wintergreen's wings. The force that pulled it must have been substantial, evidenced by the many feathers that were lost. This indicates that there is something in the water. Bai Yi's deduction caused Amor to take a step back. This imposing Mongolian man had been startled by the recent encounter with the corpse turtle. What could possibly be in that water? Unknown, Bai Yi replied, eyeing the individuals across the way. Among them were Boss Guan, the second boss, the dwarf, and the monkey, along with Lei Zi and Qi Xie. He pondered the order in which they would cross. First to approach were Boss Guan and the dwarf, followed by Qi Xie and Lei Zi. The second boss chose to bring the monkey along, remaining last. Bai Yi cast his gaze upward, noting that the apparatus operated on a principle of force, allowing the sharp hooks to penetrate the highest point, which was constructed from layers of white stone blocks. The nature of these white stones remained uncertain. However, if they belonged to the Qinling range, as inferred from the grand undertakings of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, they must be exceedingly hard. Assuming no other variables intervened, a safe passage should pose no challenge. Observing Bai Yi's frequent glances upward, Boss Guan remarked, "This device is custom-made. While it may appear similar to yours, it has undergone load testing. Given the weights of the 2 of them, there should be no issues." Boss Guan exuded confidence. As a renowned figure in the business realm, he had ascended to prominence at a young age, thriving in the current environment. Although he may have benefited from ancestral legacies, his ability to enhance and expand upon them attested to his remarkable character. However, such individuals often suffer from an excess of self-assurance. Confidence is a virtue, yet when taken to extremes, it can devolve into arrogance. Bai Yi himself had once traversed such a phase. The most effective remedy for overcoming this negative state is to learn from adversity, gaining wisdom through hardship, thereby tempering one's disposition. As the two were engaged in a verbal spar, the second boss was already approaching with the monkey. For a fleeting moment, the monkey wavered, contemplating whether to move on its own. However, recalling how it had overplayed its role earlier, it feared that suddenly reverting to its true self would render it ridiculous. Thus, it clung tightly to the second boss's neck, and in a brief span of 4 or 5 seconds, the second boss was prepared. He propelled himself off the edge of the pool, soaring into the air with the monkey in tow. At that moment, Tang San Cheng heard a distinct crack and instinctively glanced upward, noticing debris falling. An ominous premonition washed over him. Indeed, the rope above the second boss suddenly slackened, catching him off guard, and his forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. "This is bad," Lazy remarked. "It seems everyone aimed for roughly the same spot. Now it can't hold." He cursed, realizing the absurdity of the situation. In truth, such occurrences are not unexpected from a physical standpoint. They stem from a common human fallacy of believing that misfortune will never befall oneself, that one is somehow more fortunate than others. Yet, when fate deems it necessary, evasion is futile. The second boss, suspended above the dark water, began to sweat profusely. Still clutching the monkey, he reassured it, "Hang in there, I'll think of something." The monkey's heart was a tumult of emotions, recognizing it had taken a wrong turn from the onset. Life is replete with choices, and it had evidently made an erroneous one. Now, there was no remedy for regret. The monkey clung to the second boss as its last glimmer of hope. "Brother Tian, you mustn't let go. What do you take me for? Would I abandon you and escape alone?" The second boss, slightly irked, replied, "I knew Brother Tian wouldn't." The monkey chuckled foolishly. "I've been in martial arts since I was 16. This isn't the time for reminiscing." The second boss observed from the corner of his eye that the others had begun to act. Xie and Amu had secured the ropes in different locations, testing their strength, seemingly intending to devise a plan to rescue. For safety's sake, they dared not anchor the rope too close, lest it hasten the descent. However, if they positioned themselves too far, their efforts might prove futile. Thus, the balance must be meticulously managed. Amu exhibited a competitive spirit against Xie, launching himself nearly simultaneously. Their landing spots were aligned, igniting a sense of camaraderie between heroes. Both tugged on the ropes to ensure their stability. "I'll ascend to assist. You stay here and be prepared," Xie instructed. "No, I'm going," Amu insisted, showcasing his tenacity. Unable to argue against him, Xie conceded, allowing Amu to proceed first to assist the monkey while he remained behind as a contingency. Amu took a few steps back before leaping forward, skillfully landing beside the second boss and the monkey. He extended a hand. "Monkey, come over here." The monkey, filled with exuberant joy, promptly released the grip on the second boss's neck. As he moved away, he even pushed the second boss with a forceful shove, inadvertently placing him in jeopardy. This act elicited a curse from Lazy. "This wretched creature only cares for its own survival. With that push, the second boss is in trouble." Indeed, the monkey's shove caused the second boss to lurch forward, further loosening the rope, which now dangled precariously, almost on the verge of detaching from the rocky ledge. Realizing the rope was gradually slackening, the second boss closed his eyes, holding his breath in a desperate attempt to maintain composure. Chapter 367, 7 Orifices. The monkey, having propelled the second boss, successfully climbed onto Amu's back. The second boss began to descend slowly. Observing the precarious situation, Amu first brought the monkey down. While at almost the same moment, Xie leaped forth. The second boss, displaying commendable agility, reacted swiftly. As Xie approached, he extended a hand, which Xie seized just in time. Almost simultaneously, the tool secured to the second boss's waist fell away, plunging directly into the water. The tool, though light, carried considerable weight from its height, and its sudden drop nearly caused the second boss to plummet as well. Lazy shouted urgently, "Get rid of the tool." The second boss fumbled with the specially designed belt to relieve himself of the burden. Once the belt was loosened, the valuable tool sank into the depths, a regrettable loss. But surely, A life holds more value than possessions. Qi Xie felt the weight lessen in his grasp. You've got a hold of it. I'll get you across now. Qi Xie inhaled deeply, ready to shake the rope, when Tang San Cheng's body twitched. Something was stirring in the water, and the movement was significant. Hurry, Qi Xie, there's commotion beneath. Bai Yi and Lazy simultaneously drew their firearms, having spotted dark shapes swimming below the surface, numerous and ominous. Boss Guan also brandished his weapon, aiming at the water's surface. He glanced at Qi Xie and the second boss, who, prompted by Tang San Cheng's warning, swiftly rocked their bodies to create momentum in the rope, allowing them to land safely on solid ground. As soon as they touched down, Bai Yi fired at the ground near the second boss's feet, causing him to leap in fright. Upon looking down, he saw a massive corpse turtle sprawled beside him. Isn't that a corpse turtle? We must flee, Tang San Cheng urged. There are more beneath. They seem agitated and are crawling to the surface. Oh no, Bai Yi. What should we do? Lazy exclaimed. What else can we do? Run. He was already in motion, and the others quickly followed suit. The monkey had entirely forgotten its previous pretense, its legs moving with astonishing agility. The second boss and Qi Xie felt a twinge of discomfort watching the monkey scurry off so nimbly. With this brief interlude, they could not take action against it. When Lazy turned back, he saw the corpse turtles crawling relentlessly up the bank, their bodies scraping against one another, producing a sound reminiscent of a battlefield's metallic clash. Their sturdy limbs propelled them swiftly towards the group, and these turtles were now a staggering tenfold larger than those that had previously clung to the wall. Lazy continued to fire, bullets striking true among the horde of turtles, yet only managing to hit one or two, rendering his efforts futile. Boss Guan remarked, "Do not waste any more bullets. It appears this horde of zombies is in their breeding season, exhibiting heightened activity. Let us retreat to a safer location and light a fire. They fear the flames." Among the group, Xiaoshan and Qixia moved with the greatest swiftness. Bai Yi instructed, "Qixia, you and Xiaoshan rush ahead to ignite the fire while we provide cover. Be swift." As soon as he finished speaking, Qixia and Xiaoshan darted forth like arrows released from a bow, vanishing in an instant. Lazy spat on the ground, muttering, "Damn it, they are fortunate. At least they can flee swiftly when trouble arises." The slowest among them was the monkey. Although his legs were unharmed, the strain of running exacerbated the pain in his hands. Fearful for his life, he initially did not look back. However, when he did, the sight of a relentless wave of zombies pursuing him caused his legs to tremble uncontrollably, slowing his pace. His mouth gaped wide in terror. And just as he turned his head, he stumbled over a stone and fell, landing directly in the path of the advancing zombies. Lazy looked back to see the monkey seated on the ground and shouted, "If you wish to survive, get up and run." The monkey wanted to comply, but he felt utterly drained of strength and his lower garments grew damp with fear. With a muffled cry, he realized two zombies had leapt onto his abdomen, prompting him to scream, "Help me." Bai Yi and Boss Guan pulled their triggers simultaneously, shooting at the two zombies. One bullet found its mark, and Bai Yi was taken aback by Boss Guan's remarkable accuracy, rivaling his own. Yet, the monkey's taut nerves remained unyielding despite the gruesome fate of the two zombies. As an even greater horde surged from behind, their frenzy heightened by the scent of their fallen brethren. The trio, armed with guns, faced the onslaught head-on while the others forged ahead to lead the way. To conserve ammunition, they targeted the foremost zombies, striving to buy time for Qixia and Xiaoshan. Finally, the monkey regained his senses and scrambled towards Lazy and the others, shouting, "Don't shoot at me! Don't shoot at me!" The moment he took a step, several zombies clambered onto his heels, swiftly crawling over his body. In a panic, he swatted at his neck, only to find a zombie biting down hard, the sound of its gnashing teeth echoing in his ears. Frantically, he wrestled with the creature. After a strenuous effort, he managed to dislodge it, but it slithered into his sleeve, while others burrowed into his pant legs. Lazy, witnessing this unfolding chaos, spat on the ground, exclaiming, "It's over." The monkey was oblivious to Lazy's words, entrapped in a frenzy of desperate jumps. Bai Yi bellowed, "Do not stop, keep running." Yet, in his frantic bid to shake off the zombies, the monkey remained stationary, bouncing in place, unaware that more zombies were surging towards him from behind. Only upon hearing Bai Yi's shout did he turn around, freezing in shock. Lazy, observing the monkey's erratic movements, murmured, "Could this fellow have been paralyzed by fear?" The monkey suddenly turned around, grinning at them, blood gushing from its mouth like an uncontrollable fountain. With each spurt of blood, a corpse beetle emerged from its maw. Simultaneously, two streams of blood poured from the monkey's ears, and blood sprayed from its nose, accompanied by a peculiar, rasping sound from its throat. It seemed to be laughing. Yet as it chuckled, fine rivulets of blood trickled from the corners of its eyes. Boss Guan spoke solemnly. With blood flowing from all 7 orifices, he is beyond saving. The eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth comprise the 7 orifices. When all bleed simultaneously, it signifies an incurable condition. The monkey stood there, still laughing, though issuing grotesque cries. Then, its legs buckled, and it knelt down. Lazy shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Though not usually soft-hearted, he found the monkey's demise utterly tragic. Yet this was not the most horrifying aspect. Behind it, countless corpse beetles had begun to crawl over its body, traversing through its blood and wounds, gnawing at its flesh. Driven wild by the scent of blood. Chapter 368. The torch Tang San Cheng even witnessed numerous corpse beetles burrowing into the monkey's belly, treating its carcass as a playground. His stomach churned violently as he watched a life extinguish before his eyes, his nose beginning to sting. Bai Yi tugged at Tang San Cheng, urging, "Do not look any longer. We must run while we can." The corpse beetles, captivated by the monkey's blood and flesh, lingered momentarily, allowing the group to sprint frantically forward. They ran without knowing how long, until 3 tomb passages loomed ahead. Lazy, frustrated, exclaimed, "Damn it, where have Qi Xie and the others gone?" Just then, a flicker of firelight appeared in the middle passage. Boss Guan waved his gun and declared, "There, we shall take the central passage." The fire was ignited by Qi Xie and Xiao Shan. As they rushed toward this spot, they had acted almost instinctively, choosing the route that seemed the shortest and most direct. The fire was modest, and Xiao Shan was still searching for combustible materials, which were scarce. Bai Yi glanced around and remarked, "How strange. This place is remarkably clean." Indeed, compared to the earlier location, it was significantly tidier, with far less dust on the ground. Xiao Shan's excited voice rang out, "Look, there are so many torches here." Wu Yun, closest to Xiao Shan, rushed over and discovered a storage room filled with an abundance of torches. Together, they retrieved the torches, and Wu Yun exclaimed, "Now we need not fear those corpse beetles. We have fire." Boss Guan and Bai Yi exchanged glances, both sensing something unusual. Bai Yi inquired of Xiao Shan, "Did you notice any footprints on the ground when you entered?" "I didn't pay attention," Xiao Shan replied. "I was too thrilled to see the torches to notice anything else." Alas, this small hill, these torches appear remarkably new, and judging by the relatively pristine environment, it seems as though it has recently been tidied up. Furthermore, the presence of these torches is rather peculiar, particularly the oil applied to their tips, which emits a strong scent. Without this oil, the torches would be unable to ignite. If they were remnants from a previous occasion, the moisture in the oil would have evaporated over time, rendering the torches difficult to light. However, these are different. The oil is fresh, suggesting that someone has quietly prepared them for use. There are more pressing matters at hand, for the delay from the monkey's corpse is uncertain. One person took a torch and lit it, and as the flame flickered to life, Tang San's ears perked up. Noticing Tang San's unusual expression, Bai Yi inquired, "What's wrong?" Tang San pointed outside, swallowing hard. "They have arrived so swiftly." No sooner had he spoken than Hai Dongqing, perched upon the shoulders of Wu Yun, let out a cry, its claws curling menacingly. Wu Yun glanced at Hai Dongqing. It tended to exhibit a fierce demeanor when encountering extraordinary situations. Now, like its master, Hai Dongqing stood vigilant against the approaching corpses. The corpses appeared in the tomb passage within 10 seconds, blocking the entrance with a dark mass. They suddenly halted. Resembling 2 opposing armies poised for battle, a clash was inevitable. Escape? The movements of the corpses were alarmingly swift and unfamiliar with the environment. They faced numerous traps. One wrong step could lead to an untimely demise. Lazy spat on the ground. "Either way, we are doomed. Let us fight them." His words resonated with Amu, well said. No sooner had Mu spoken than Hai Dongqing soared through the air, seizing 2 larger corpses in its claws, and with a firm grip, crushed them to pieces. The shells of the corpses were tough, and the sound of their destruction echoed in Tang San's ears like the cracking of walnuts. What a magnificent display from Hai Dongqing, now finally demonstrating its prowess. Boss Guan, exhilarated, brandished his torch and dashed forward. Inspired by his fervor, the others rallied, brandishing their torches as they surged towards the corpses. As the flames met the shells, they crackled and popped, reminiscent of firecrackers. This sound ignited excitement in Xiao Shan. Firecrackers! Firecrackers! Lei Zi, bemused by Xiao Shan's exuberance, thought, "What time is it? Does he think it's New Year's?" Hai Dongqing's power increased, flying through the air, rendering the corpses powerless against it. The creature's lethality was formidable. It frequently seized and crushed several corpses, scattering their remains onto the others below. The corpses below appeared increasingly panicked, as scavengers of decaying flesh. They were acutely sensitive to the scent of death. Coupled with the torches held by the group, they swiftly transitioned from an offensive to a defensive stance. With the aid of torches and holly, they forced the undead creatures to retreat step by step. As they observed the creatures fall back further and further, a collective sigh of relief washed over everyone. At that moment, however, a commotion erupted amongst the undead. It occurred with astonishing rapidity. Tang San Cheng heard a cacophony of crisp sounds, and, trembling with disbelief, pointed at the undead, stammering, They are devouring each other. They are engaging in cannibalism." Indeed, the undead suddenly turned upon their kind, lunging at one another with ferocity, tearing into their fellow corpses. Chaos ensued as they aimlessly sought out bodies to consume. And Bai Yi took a step back, exclaiming, "This is dire. These undead have gone mad. We must flee. No more entanglements." Mr. Guan, holding his torch, began to retreat. Their reactions puzzled him more. They are already killing each other. What do we have to fear? Mr. Guan, as he turned to leave, remarked, "My grandfather once said that when undead consume each other, the last one standing becomes the undead king, capable of sprouting wings, and is the most formidable foe. Before this undead king evolves, we must employ a strategic retreat. Otherwise, you have all witnessed the fate of the monkey." The mention of the monkey's gruesome demise sent shivers down their spines. Bai Yi returned to the fire, feeling an unsettling sensation, as if their every move was being monitored. However, now was not the time to ponder that. They needed to avoid the imminent emergence of the undead king and escape swiftly. Aside from the cluttered storage room where they had stacked the torches, there remained 2 tomb chambers. One housed the horse-drawn carts used in the construction of the tomb, while the other was empty. Further along the passage led to a dead end. Chapter 369. The undead king Lei Zi struck the wall with his fist. Wincing from the pain, yet he paid it no mind. "Damn it, it's a dead end. We will have to traverse past that group of undead to break free." "I fear it may be too late," Bai Yi remarked. "The speed of these undead is astonishing. The undead king may emerge at any moment. Turning back now would be like lambs entering the lion's den. So what if it's an undead king? Even if it ascends to kingship, it's still just an undead creature. It must fear fire, right? Why are you all so terrified? There are so many of us, and so many torches. Surely we can make it back. We still have Holly." Amor, buoyed by their recent small victory, bristled with confidence. Mr. Guan shook his head. "You are unaware of the undead king's true power. Even Holly, I must say, may be rendered useless once the undead king sprouts wings. The Holly would be torn to shreds. The undead king, born from the cannibalism of its kind, is nearly indestructible." Tang San Cheng's expression grew grave upon hearing this. Noticing his demeanor, Mr. Guan inquired, "Have you heard something?" "Indeed," Tang San Cheng replied. "I fear you may be right. The undead king has likely evolved. We now must prepare for a one-on-one confrontation. Junior brother, I believe we must join forces." "What do you mean?" Wu Yan asked. In this moment devoid of explanation, Tang San Cheng stood alongside the diminutive figure, who seemed to share a tacit understanding with him. Faced with such urgency, they resolved to give it a try. Perhaps their combined efforts could yield hope. "What on earth are you all concocting? The corpse tortoise king is nearly upon us, and yet you remain ensconced in your mysteries." Lei Zi, silenced, realized that his words fell on deaf ears. Tang San Cheng and the little man instructed everyone to position themselves at the center, then procured a sturdy stone to inscribe the bagua upon the ground. Thus, all stood upon the mystical diagram. The little man exchanged a glance with Tang San Cheng before biting his finger, allowing blood to drip around the bagua. Tang San Cheng followed suit, stepping into the diagram and letting his blood fall upon the gaps. Noticing their unusual actions, even the sea wintergreen remained unusually still, perched upon the shoulder of the dark clouds. Swiftly, they completed their task. As Tang San Cheng heard the sound of the corpse tortoise king's wings flapping, He immediately brought his fingertips together. The little man mirrored his movements almost in synchrony, both murmuring incantations, cloud seal, vast void, at the dawn of calamity. Near and far, either sinking or floating. The 5 directions linger, just beyond a yard. Celestial Sovereign, inscribed the text. To enact the cave's chapter, inscribed the spiritual talisman. Primordial beginnings descend. True texts emerge. Manifestly existent, invisibly absent. Chronic ailments can heal themselves. Earthly burdens may be alleviated. The underworld shall depend upon this. Hence, ascend to immortality. Tang San Cheng felt an unexpected strain, yet in that moment, he sensed the previously incomplete formation suddenly coalescing. This was not merely the result of his and the little man's efforts. From the outset, they had known that crafting this energy barrier would be arduous. And with their limited cultivation, success was uncertain. It was a gamble, and failure could deplete their vital energy. Both had felt their energy wavering, nearly exhausted. Yet, unexpectedly, Tang San Cheng discovered a surge of power flowing in, perfecting the formation. As they withdrew their energies, the little man looked at Tang San Cheng, seemingly oblivious to the recent changes, attributing the success to himself. Brother, you truly are remarkable. Tang San Cheng gave a bitter smile, about to explain when he heard a soft exclamation from behind. Xiao Shan, somewhat agitated, nearly stepped outside the bagua. Fortunately, Qi Xia was quick to pull him back, warning, "Do not step out." Boss Guan and his companions felt a sense of unease, particularly the dark clouds and Amu air, who, as members of the Mongolian ethnicity, had never comprehended the mysteries of Taoist arts. Since earlier, they had harbored doubts. Could a mere bagua, a few drops of blood, and those bizarre incantations truly equip them to confront the corpse tortoise king? However, an answer shall soon be revealed. Just moments ago, an exclamation arose from the crowd. For the corpse tortoise king had materialized before them. It was of a size reminiscent of a fetus born after a full term, its tail elongated. And as it soared through the air, its tail lashed about like a whip. Its wings, awkwardly positioned on either side of its hard shell, rendered it a grotesque spectacle. Its speed of flight was astonishing, and as the corpse tortoise king drew nearer, the onlookers clenched their fists, a chill creeping down their spines. The monstrous creature was about to collide with them. Even Tang San Cheng, who stood at the forefront, alongside the dwarf, instinctively shut his eyes at the moment the corpse tortoise king lunged forward. Then came a loud crash as the creature was violently repelled, sent flying a good 10 feet away. Unbelievable, Wu Yun murmured in astonishment. There is clearly nothing here, yet it cannot approach. How extraordinary. Not only were these 2 Mongolians taken aback, but even the 7 evils, who had long accompanied Tang San Cheng, were witnessing the potency of this formation for the first time. He understood that breaking a formation was no simple task, yet establishing one was even more arduous, as it was intertwined with the energy and spirit of the caster. Success would drain one's vitality, and failure would do the same. Thus, even the most adept practitioners would hesitate to set a formation. Tang San Cheng, convinced of his insufficient cultivation and that his study of the arts was more serendipitous than deliberate, had never attempted to establish a formation. This was not only due to a lack of necessity, but also to safeguard his own vitality. He had never even dared to try, having suffered a setback. The corpse tortoise king appeared equally perplexed. It flapped its wings and charged at the crowd once more, this time with renewed vigor. Tang San Cheng heard its wings slicing through the air at an alarming speed, producing a shrill sound. Yet, just a mere finger's width from Tang San Cheng's eyes, it was once again repelled by an unseen force. This time, propelled by the reaction of that force, the corpse tortoise king plummeted to the ground, rolling in apparent agony. Those standing within the bagua formation felt an icy dread creeping along their spines, and before they realized it, their hands had instinctively clasped together. Haidongqing, sensing the murderous intent emanating from the corpse tortoise king, buried his head, unwilling to meet anyone's gaze. Witnessing Haidongqing's reaction, Wu Yun recalled the words of Boss Guan from earlier and could not help but feel a surge of trepidation. The corpse turtle king exhibited remarkable resilience. Despite enduring 2 failures, it continued to charge forward time and again, only to be repelled repeatedly. With each attempt, it exerted more force, resulting in increasingly severe impacts that left visible creases upon its wings. At last, it ceased its relentless assault, pausing in place to gaze perplexedly at the figure before it. Tang San and the dwarf exchanged a relieved glance. The corpse turtle king remained motionless, as did the individuals within the Bagua formation. In this suspended space, even the act of breathing felt like a luxury. Ultimately, the injured creature flapped its wings and departed, vanishing into the long and lofty tomb passage. Once its form was no longer visible, the dwarf's body gave way, collapsing to the ground with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 370. The Xiao Tang San supported the dwarf, who had closed his eyes and lost consciousness, placing his hand beneath the dwarf's nose to check for breath. He sighed in relief. Thankfully, the dwarf had merely suffered a slight depletion of vital energy and would recover after a brief respite. What transpired, brother? Xiao Shan inquired curiously. Why was the corpse turtle king unable to approach us? There was nothing before us. The essence of Taoist cultivation lies in the mastery of qi, Tang San explained. To manipulate the qi in the air, one must draw upon the vital energy within the practitioner's body, creating a natural barrier for protection. However, since this involves connecting with one's own vital energy, it can only be employed in the most critical moments. He recalled the earlier incident with a sense of trepidation. In truth, our combined strength barely sufficed. With this thought, Tang San surveyed his surroundings in bewilderment. Could there be a practitioner among their companions with profound Taoist skills? Noticing the confusion in Tang San's eyes, Bai Yi asked what he was searching for. Tang San, shaking his head in puzzlement, replied, "During the formation process with my junior brother, there were limitations to our power, yet someone compensated for our deficiency. Otherwise, we would have undoubtedly faced a fierce battle. But how strange, could there be others here besides us?" Everyone comprehended Tang San's words. Aside from them, there might indeed be another presence. This individual had not only provided them with torches, but had also intervened at a critical moment. Bai Yi, having been particularly attentive to the torches, along with Tang San's insights, solidified his suspicion. It seems someone entered before us. The current signs suggest this person is covertly assisting us. But who could they be, and how many are there? The crux of the matter lies in why they possess such intimate knowledge of this place, Boss Guan articulated succinctly. However, we should temporarily set this matter aside. Is this the subterranean palace we seek? I find myself somewhat bewildered. Indeed, another interjected. According to certain records, one must surpass the mercury pool to reach the underground palace. And there exists a mysterious passage that leads directly to the Qin tomb. Yet upon our arrival, not only is the layout here chaotic, but there is also no trace of that passage, nor have we discovered the anticipated mercury pool. Thunder remarked, "What on earth is this place?" As everyone stood on high alert from the very beginning, upon crossing the pool, they hung their gas masks around their necks. Just moments ago, Xiao Shan was even ready to remove his mask entirely, but was halted by Lei Zi. Qi Xia crouched down and began to apply pressure to the pressure points on the diminutive man's body, and after a while, the little man gradually opened his eyes. At that moment, the trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth had already dried. Upon regaining consciousness, he glanced at Tang San Cheng, and seeing him unharmed, he sighed, "My cultivation is still inferior to yours, I concede." It turned out that he had been consciously competing with Tang San Cheng just moments prior. Tang San Cheng shook his head, saying, "Let us not speak of that now. How do you feel? Are you able to move?" The little man nodded. "I should be fine. Let us proceed." Before them lay 3 tomb passages, and they had entered one of them. Now, were they to retrace their steps? Wu Yin remarked, "Have you noticed that since we entered, we have been consistently retracing our steps, entering new passages only to turn back? Each choice seems to have been incorrect. We are merely circling within." Indeed, that was the reality, but they had reached an impasse. Was turning back the only option? Lazy rolled his eyes. "What else do you suggest?" Observing Lazy's irritation, Bai Yi interjected, "Let us move on." Lazy, feeling restless, fidgeted with the mask around his neck. Initially reluctant to encounter the mercury pool, he now longed for that legendary river forged from mercury to appear before him. He would gladly don the gas mask and dive in for a swim. He spat on the ground, grumbling, "What in the world is going on?" We found nothing and lost one of our own. Thinking of the monkey, a somber mood enveloped the group. They extinguished their torches, holding them in hand, and continued forward with only the headlamps lighting the way. Silently, they followed behind Bai Yi until they reached the place where the corpse crabs devoured one another. The ground was littered with fragments of hard shells, stained with dark red blood. Upon seeing the blood, Bai Yi recalled the blood of the corpse crabs. With the crabs now engaged in mutual consumption, The only way to obtain their blood was to capture that of the corpse crab king. However, putting aside the question of where the corpse crab king had gone, how could they possibly extract its blood? This indeed posed a formidable challenge. Bai Yi suddenly leaned closer to Tang San Cheng's ear. Did you bring the tiger beetle shell this time? Yes, it's been in my pocket all along. Tang San Cheng replied. What about it? Do you think the tiger beetle shell can restrain the corpse crab king? After speaking, Bai Yi remembered that the deadly silver needle at the end of the tiger beetle's tail had long been removed, meaning it lacked any means of attack, leaving him feeling despondent as he slapped his forehead in frustration. Tang San Cheng remarked, however, the roar of the tiger beetle is extraordinary. It previously subdued a scorpion. I wonder if it can also restrain the corpse crab king. We shall have to wait until we encounter it again, Bai Yi said. Glancing back at the fragments of the corpse crabs, the hard shells were remarkably tough, exhibiting a metallic sheen. An idea sparked within him, and he retraced his steps to collect a relatively large piece of shell, holding it in his palm. The weight of the shell was substantial, and its edges were exceedingly sharp. He could not quite articulate why he felt such an attachment to this shell, but he casually placed it into his pocket. Returning to the entrance of the 3 tomb passages, aside from the central one, there lie 2 on either side. Previously, we ventured left first, and then right. This time, however, an unspoken consensus guided us to traverse the right passage. As per our usual custom, Hai Dongqing led the way, with Tang San Cheng and Bai Yi following closely behind, while the others trailed at the rear. The absence of the monkey was palpable, and the second boss brought up the rear. Despite the monkey's often dubious methods, it had been a companion for several years, and witnessing its tragic demise weighed heavily on the second boss's heart. Xie remarked, descending into the tomb is fraught with uncertainty. Regardless of how sorrowful you may feel, it is imperative to maintain your mental acuity, lest you become the next victim. Xie's caution sent a shiver through the second boss, who clenched his fists and replied, I understand. Thank you, Xie. Suddenly, a long howl erupted from Hai Dongqing, causing Wu Yun to shudder with excitement. It seems something has piqued its interest. Let us hasten. The echo of Hai Dongqing's call reverberated through the passage, and Tang San Cheng noted the creature's vigorous dives, its wings beating powerfully. What could possibly excite it so? He quickened his pace, but Bai Yi caught his arm, silently urging him to slow down, for there was nothing pursuing them at the moment. Tang San Cheng sheepishly scratched his head, acknowledging how curiosity can sometimes lead one into peril. As they approached Hai Dongqing, Wu Yun commented, no wonder it is so jubilant. It is likely hungry and has finally discovered a meal. Chapter 371. Gold Hai Dongqing was eagerly toying with a rather plump mouse, roughly the size of a kitten. After a brief struggle with Hai Dongqing, the mouse, still brimming with energy, skillfully clambered up the wall, seemingly poised to retaliate. Perhaps it was this defiance that fueled Hai Dongqing's excitement, prompting it to emit more howls. The mouse, however, remained oblivious to the cacophony, its sly eyes fixated on Hai Dongqing's feet, attempting to gauge its movements to decide on an escape route. This mouse exhibited remarkable instincts. Upon sensing footsteps approaching, it squeaked and swiftly ascended towards the ceiling, nearly vanishing into a crevice. With a tantalizing prey before it, Hai Dongqing was unwilling to let it flee. It unfurled its wings and almost spiraled upwards, extending its feet just as it soared past the wall. Seizing the mouse by its tail and yanking it back, despite the creature having nearly wedged itself into the wall. Such swiftness drew gasps of admiration from the onlookers, who marveled at Hai Dongqing's valor. Wu Yun, pleased with the reaction of the crowd, whistled. Hai Dongqing then dropped the mouse to the ground, pouncing atop it with its beady eyes locked onto its prey, exuding an aura of predatory intensity. Under the looming threat of Hai Dongqing, the mouse remained utterly silent. The mouse was on the brink of becoming Hai Dongqing's meal when Xiao Shan pointed at its feet, exclaiming, Look, what is that dangling from the mouse's foot? Upon the foot of the mouse rested a small, glimmering object, swaying gently. Hai Dongqing, ever obedient to the commands of the dark cloud, stepped forward and swiftly yanked the item from the mouse's foot. His eyes widened in astonishment as he wiped the little object on his clothing, then bit into it, exclaiming with excitement, It is gold. Genuine gold. Boss Guan rushed over, and as if driven by instinct, the dark cloud placed the object into his hands. Upon closer inspection under the headlamp, it was indeed gold. Though merely the size of a pinky finger, it was tethered to the mouse's foot by a slender golden thread. The mouse, plump and rotund, had pressed the gold down so firmly that had it not been for Xiao Shan's keen eyes, Heidongking might have swallowed both the mouse and its golden burden. The quality of the gold was exceptional, and Bosquan's expression turned complex as he pondered. Did metallurgy reach such heights during the Qin dynasty? Indeed, Bai Yi replied, metallurgical techniques in the Qin era had already attained remarkable sophistication. However, this does not appear to be pure gold. It resembles an alloy. Unconvinced, the dark cloud questioned, surely not. Its appearance is unmistakably that of gold. During the Qin dynasty, copper coins predominated, supplemented by gold and silver. Although the techniques for smelting copper and iron were advanced, extracting pure gold was prohibitively expensive. While many speak of the Qin's metallurgical prowess, it was primarily copper they refined. After Bai Yi concluded, he gestured towards the gold nugget in Bosquan's hand. There exists a method to ascertain whether this nugget is indeed an alloy. What method? Bosquan inquired eagerly. 7 green, 8 yellow, 9 5 red. Yellow and white mixed with gray yield half gold, Bai Yi explained. The higher the purity, the deeper the hue. I notice you wear a gold chain around your neck. Why not retrieve it for comparison? Taken aback, Bosquan realized he did possess a gold chain, though he had concealed it tightly to avoid drawing attention. How had Bai Yi noticed it? Nevertheless, with the conversation laid bare, there was no need for pretense. He removed the chain and compared it with the nugget, only to find that the nugget's color was considerably lighter. Bai Yi continued, that chain of yours must be genuine gold, correct? Of course, Bosquan affirmed. Even if this is an alloy, the hardness rivals that of true gold. The first emperor truly was remarkable. However, how did this object come to be on the foot of this mouse? This mouse, having thrived underground for years, was exceedingly well-nourished and impressively stout. Its bulk was one thing, but its cleverness was another. It could not have tied the gold to its foot by itself. Was it not akin to becoming a spirit? Bai Yi recalled the earlier mention of someone covertly handing over the torch and aiding Tang San in setting up the formation. Glancing at Tang San's expression, it was clear he had arrived at the same conclusion. This individual was aware of the circumstances here, possessed knowledge of the arcane, and had the ability to train mice. Bosquan swiftly tucked the piece of gold into his pocket, executing the motion with remarkable fluidity. Although Bai Yi observed the act, he chose to remain silent. For their objective was solely the luminous pearl. Any additional burial items could be addressed later. The incident involving the mouse had already consumed considerable time. In an instant, the mouse found its way into the belly of the sea holly, replenishing its energy and becoming increasingly vigorous. With wings unfurled, it surged forward, navigating the tomb passage with remarkable ease, as if soaring through the sky. Amidst this exuberant flight, a sudden whooshing sound pierced the air. Tang San Cheng's ears perked up. It's a mechanism. The sea holly, agile in its movements, deftly evaded the copper pillar that shot toward it like an arrow. With a commanding shout from Tang San Cheng, everyone dropped to the ground as the copper pillar soared overhead, narrowly missing them. A resounding crash echoed as the pillar collided with something solid. Turning back, Tang San Cheng's eyes widened in shock. It was the corpse tortoise king. The force of the copper pillar was tremendous, striking the corpse tortoise king with great impact. Its shell, nearly as hard as metal, was no match for the strength of the projectile, sending the creature hurtling away. The copper pillar thudded to the ground, producing a dull sound. Bai Yi was the first to react. Run. Tang San Cheng and the dwarf had just set up their formation, but the dwarf had already exhausted much of his energy. Attempting to re-establish their formation would prove exceedingly difficult. They could only rely on their torches, uncertain of how long they would last. Seizing the moment while the corpse tortoise king had yet to pursue, they decided that retreat was the wisest strategy. As they hurried away, Bai Yi suddenly pondered how the corpse tortoise king had managed to track them so swiftly. A thought struck him about the piece of shell in his pocket. Could it be? He quickly retrieved the hard shell and flung it behind him with all his strength. Bosquan inquired, "What did you throw?" "A piece of the corpse tortoise's shell," Bai Yi replied. Bosquan abruptly halted, gripping Bai Yi's collar tightly. "You fool, you nearly endangered us all." Lazy, displeased, attempted to pull Bosquan away, while 2 Mongolian men positioned themselves in front of him, ready for confrontation. Bai Yi interjected, "Lazy, let it be. This is my fault." Chapter 372. The sound. Tang San Cheng remained perplexed. What exactly is happening? Bai Yi, what have you done? Bosquan continued to hold Bai Yi's collar firmly. That corpse tortoise king tracked us here because of the scent of the shell on you. Am I right? Corpses are highly sensitive to the scent of their own kind. especially the corpse tortoise king. If you hadn't had the reckless thought to put the shell in your pocket, it would never have found us so quickly. Bai Yi pushed Boss Guan's hand away. Boss Guan, I've made a mistake, and I accept that. What do you intend to do now? Execute me, or dissect me? Bai Yi's visage was imbued with an air of defiance, emanating a fierce and indomitable spirit. Boss Guan was momentarily taken aback, releasing his grip. Bai Yi adjusted his collar and spoke with an air of nonchalance. Boss Guan, while it is true that we share a cooperative relationship, let us not forget that our collaboration is conditional. We are not obliged to submit unconditionally, nor can you command us at will. I, Bai, have endeavored tirelessly to safeguard everyone's interests along the way. If you wish to cling to this point, I am left with no choice but to part ways. Shall we sever our ties, or choose to bury the hatchet and continue our collaboration? Bai Yi was acutely aware that Boss Guan currently relied on them. Although he had initially erred in judgment, making an inappropriate move, Guan's irritable demeanor had provoked him into confrontation. Boss Guan, a man of discernment, recognized that relying solely on his own resources was untenable. His accomplishments in the business realm were not merely superficial. One must possess the ability to yield and adapt. He responded to Bai Yi, I apologize. My earlier outburst was impulsive. After all, this concerns matters of life and death, and I could not afford to be indifferent. Let us proceed. Bai Yi simply retorted, otherwise, the corpse beetle king shall pursue us. Impulsive? The murderous intent in Boss Guan's gaze had been palpable. Bai Yi clenched his fists, marching forward in silence, while the stout Xiaoshan frequently glanced back, wary of the corpse beetle king's approach. Fortunately, the timely arrival of the copper pillar had momentarily liberated them from its pursuit. Xiaoshan remarked to Tang San, brother, that copper pillar truly saved our lives. We are indeed fortunate. It is not mere luck. Someone is aiding us, Tang San replied. Xiaoshan, do you not find it remarkable that the copper pillar emerged precisely when needed? Tang San felt a twinge of frustration for not having paid attention to the sounds behind them. Had the pillar not intervened, they might have only heard the impending danger when it was too late. Who was this enigmatic figure who had been safeguarding them throughout their journey? What motives lay behind their actions? What connection did this person have to the tomb? The ability to traverse freely and possess knowledge of the traps was perplexing. As Tang San pondered these questions, a loud thud echoed ahead. It is essential to note that the earlier conflict between Boss Guan and Bai Yi had disrupted their formation. At the forefront were Wu Yun and Amuer, and the thud was soon accompanied by their anguished cries. Lazy cursed under his breath and rushed forward, only to discover that a large square hole had suddenly opened beneath them, causing Wu Yun and Amuer to plummet. The ground quickly restored itself. Lazy knocked on the surface, hearing an eerie hollow sound below, and turned to Tang San. Tang San, how could you not have heard that commotion? I was lost in thought, Tang San admitted, stunned. His face flushed with embarrassment. Damn it, Wu Yun has fallen in. What shall we do about this sea wintergreen? Lazy pointed at the just-returned sea holly, which appeared exceedingly anxious upon realizing it had lost its master, pacing restlessly at the spot where the dark clouds descended. Xiaoshan let out a soft exclamation, crouched down, and began to explore the area with his hands. To his surprise, he discovered a small gap. He extended his hand, took a deep breath, and his right hand shrank to a third of its original size, with his fingers wedged into the crevice. With a sudden exertion, Xiaoshan exclaimed and pried the stone slab loose. However, the slab remained connected below, while it could indeed be pried open with force. It possessed a certain suction that threatened to pull it back, causing Xiaoshan to stumble. In that fleeting moment, the sea holly dove downward. Bai Yi, with remarkable speed, seized a stone from the side and wedged it at the edge. Seeing this, Xiaoshan quickly released his grip, and the slab rebounded, perfectly lodging itself atop the stone. Lazy breathed a sigh of relief and called down to the second boss. Wu Yun, Amuer, can you hear us? Wu Yun's voice echoed back from below. There is another layer of tuned chamber beneath, filled with countless gold ingots. Upon hearing the mention of gold, Boss Guan approached, inquiring about the height of the two layers. Wu Yun responded that it was approximately 2 meters high, a height not daunting for agile individuals, yet somewhat challenging for Tang San Cheng and the short one. Lazy declared that in order to descend, they must first demolish the slab. He instructed Wu Yun and Amuer to step back, then retrieved some explosives from his backpack, placing a small packet on the slab and igniting it. With a resounding bang, the slab exploded into fragments, creating an opening sufficiently large for passage. Lazy triumphantly proclaimed, At last, I have a chance to showcase my skills. Lazy was the first to leap down, while Tang San Cheng and the short one were lowered by ropes. Xiao followed suit with a gentle jump. As they descended one by one, they found that Wu Yun and Amuer had completely vanished. Moreover, the gold ingots they had mentioned were nowhere to be seen. Lazy was momentarily taken aback. Where are the gold ingots? Where have those two Mongolians gone? Tang San Cheng shared his confusion. Just moments ago, Wu Yun's voice was right beneath this slab. Yet here we stand in the same position, unable to see any gold ingots. What is going on? As the remaining three descended, they were equally astonished by the scene before them. This indeed was a tomb chamber, and in comparison to the upper passage, the space here felt significantly more confined. Lazy raised his voice, calling out, Wu Yun, Amuer, where are you? All that met his call was the echo of silence. There was not a trace of their presence. Not even the sound of the sea holly in flight could be discerned. Logically, since the sea holly had flown down not long ago, even if it had departed, Tang San Cheng's keen ears should have caught its movement. Yet now, apart from the sound of their own heartbeats, there was nothing but an eerie stillness. A haunting sensation that threatened to envelop Tang San Cheng. He swallowed hard. Then, who was it that just spoke of discovering gold ingots down here? Chapter 373, Traces. It certainly could not have been Wu Yun and Amuer. Wait, this must be ventriloquism. Boss Guan remarked. Since ancient times, there have been practitioners of this vocal art, adept at mimicking the calls of various creatures. Some possessed the remarkable ability to imitate the voices of different individuals. Just now, we heard someone deliberately coaxing us down with the sound of a dark cloud. Bai Yi observed the footprints on the ground, where a thick layer of dust lay, now disturbed and chaotic. He crouched down, scrutinizing the prints for quite some time. There are not merely two sets of footprints here. Look, Wu Yun and Amuer are wearing their Mongolian boots. The soles are identical, leaving behind the same imprints in the dust. Both individuals are remarkably tall, and the impressions they left are notably deep. However, there is also a lighter set of footprints here, as you can see. Bai Yi's observations were meticulous, contrasting sharply with the two sets of heavier prints. The lighter footprints are shallow and distant from those of Wu Yun and Amuer. Judging by the position of the footprints, the sudden arrival of this individual faced Wu Yun and Amuer directly. Bai Yi then leaned against the side, proceeding cautiously to avoid disturbing the evidence. The faint footprints overlapped, appearing as a singular mark. Quite cunningly, they traversed back and forth along the same line. Nevertheless, it is evident that Wu Yun and Amuer were taken away by him. Suddenly, their imprints ceased, and if you look closely, this one is somewhat deeper than the previous ones, indicating that this person bore a burden. You don't study psychology or audit medicine. How do you understand footprints and such? Lazy scratched his head. What is it that you do not comprehend? Well, I do not know where they went, for the prints simply vanish here. Bai Yi pointed ahead. The dust shows no sign of disturbance. It truly appears as if they have vanished into thin air. Bai Yi looked up and then down again. Could he traverse the heavens and the earth? Otherwise, how could the footprints have disappeared? Lazy, begin searching for mechanisms, and be cautious. Lazy and Qi Xia, along with the second boss, stepped forward to start their search for the mechanisms. Boss Guan inquired of Bai Yi. It seems you have a profound understanding of trace studies. Does Boss Guan also possess knowledge of trace studies? Bai Yi responded. Oh, I have merely heard of it, Boss Guan replied, his nose twitching slightly. Bai Yi chuckled inwardly. He was lying. Just moments ago, he had followed closely behind Bai Yi. Logically, if he was unaware of what he was evading, why did he not walk straight through? If it were Lazy trailing behind, he would certainly have walked straight through without hesitation. When Bai Yi had previously questioned him about trace studies, his nose twitched, and his gaze averted, indicating his discomfort and denial. He was indeed lying. Boss Guan possessed considerable knowledge of ancient Chinese techniques. What manner of person is he? Lazy meticulously searched the stone walls and the ground, yet found no sign of discovery. All mechanisms must have a means of activation. If they exist, they must be discoverable. Finally, Lazy's gaze turned upward. Bai Yi, do you think it could be above? It is possible, Bai Yi replied. Xiao, I must trouble you. As soon as Bai Yi's words fell, Xiao had already stepped onto Lazy's shoulder, catching him off guard. With a forceful push, Xiao caused Lazy's shoulder to twist painfully. Damn it, Xiao, you've got some nerve, stepping down so hard. Xiao paid no heed to Lazy, resembling a wild monkey. The stone wall was remarkably smooth, and as he climbed, it was as if his hands were equipped with suction cups, firmly gripping the surface. He began to search, recalling Bai Yi's instructions to look for noteworthy objects, items that could be moved, turned, or felt to contain hollows. Upon discovering something, he was to announce it. Despite his wild nature, Xiao Shan possessed an impressive capacity for learning and quickly grasped Bai Yi's intent. Indeed, he found a cylindrical stone pillar that could be pressed down. Just as he was about to act, Bai Yi noticed and called out, "Wait a moment, Xiao Shan." Bai Yi instructed everyone to stand at the point where the footprints vanished before allowing Xiao Shan to press down. With a firm push, there was a resounding crash, and the stones at the spot where the footprints disappeared shifted aside to reveal a set of stairs descending into darkness. Xiao Shan leaped down effortlessly, landing gracefully, a hint of pride in his demeanor as if showcasing his recent achievement. Bai Yi, recognizing Xiao Shan's childlike mentality, patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Well done, Xiao Shan." Laoban and Qi Xie moved ahead, and upon glancing down, they were astonished to see numerous large stone boxes below. Laoban exclaimed, "Look, there are so many boxes down there. They must be burial goods." Bai Yi, who followed behind, inquired, "Do you see any coffins?" "No," Qi Xie replied. "Besides these boxes, there is nothing else." Bai Yi fell into contemplation, pondering the possibility that Wu Yun and Amu Air might be below. He realized they had no choice but to descend and investigate. Without finding a coffin, the luminous pearl would remain out of reach. If these boxes were indeed burial goods, the coffin should be nearby. However, this area likely wasn't the true Qin mausoleum, but merely a facade concealing the actual tomb. It was clear that the entrance to the underground palace was connected to the subterranean pathways, a notion supported by countless validations. Furthermore, the genuine tomb of the first emperor could not be situated so close to a convict's grave. The burial offerings could not be so scant. Compared to other ancient tombs, it might seem relatively decent, but for the first emperor, it was woefully inadequate. The primary reason for Guan Ye's disillusionment after laboriously digging his way in was likely the realization that this was not the coveted Qin mausoleum he had long sought. Qi Xie and Laoban had already descended, and Lei Zi was unwilling to lag behind, promptly following suit. Xiao Shan and Tang San Cheng trailed as well, leaving only Bai Yi and Guan Laoban at the rear. With a sigh, Bai Yi prepared to descend when suddenly, his vision blurred. When he opened his eyes again, he was taken aback. Where were Tang San Cheng and Xiao Shan? Qi Xie turned around, gasping in shock. Tang San Cheng and Xiao Shan had vanished into thin air. Guan Laoban remarked, "Did you notice? Just now, our eyes suddenly blurred. How long did that process take?" "I don't know." Bai Yi glanced at his watch. It had stalled once more. Although Qi Xie remained silent, beads of perspiration had begun to form on his forehead. He swallowed hard. Calling out for Tang San Cheng within the crypt, which measured approximately 15 to 16 meters in length and 10 meters in width. Both Tang San Cheng and Xiao Shan had vanished mysteriously, akin to dark clouds dissipating into the ether. Chapter 374. The enigmatic mist in the blink of an eye. One had perished and 4 had vanished. No, including Hai Dongqing, that made 5. Lei Zi felt a chill creeping down his spine and spat on the ground, exclaiming, "Damn it, this place is truly eerie. I want to see what's inside these boxes." He approached a stone chest and attempted to lift the lid. Upon opening it, the contents caused him to recoil. "Come quickly, it's Wu Yun." Bai Yi and the others hurried over, and indeed, within the stone chest lay Wu Yun, curled up with eyes tightly shut. The second boss reached in to check his breath, which was steady, and he let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Qi Xie began to open other stone chests, discovering Hai Dongqing within, also with closed eyes but alive. A collective sigh of relief washed over them. Qi Xie, anxious to locate Tang San Cheng, opened a nearby stone chest, only to find it utterly empty. Oddly, neither Amor, nor San Cheng, nor Xiao Shan was inside. These chests were void of contents. Qi Xie turned back to shake Wu Yun gently. "Wu Yun, wake up, please wake up." Qi Xie pressed on Wu Yun's acupoints, but there was no response. Growing increasingly frantic, Qi Xie felt at Wu Yun's wrist for his pulse. His pulse is steady, he is not gravely harmed. It seems he has been drugged, and the effects have yet to wear off. I was too hasty earlier. What shall we do now? Tang San Cheng and Xiao Shan are also missing, Lei Zi stated, his hands resting on his hips. It's quite peculiar. Wu Yun and Amor vanished together. Yet Wu Yun is unharmed while Amor is nowhere to be found. Tang San Cheng and Xiao Shan disappeared right under our noses. but they are not in these large stone chests. I'm utterly perplexed. However, one thing is clear. This is not the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, is it? No one contradicted Lei Zi's conclusion. Boss Guan pondered for a moment before speaking. This is indeed not the tomb of Qin Shi Huang. Therefore, let us not waste our efforts. We shall wait for Wu Yun to awaken and inquire about the situation. For now, we shall remain here and see if Tang San Cheng and Xiao Shan reappear. Wait. Lei Zi expressed his discontent. Are we truly just going to wait? Bai Yi restrained Lei Zi, saying, Lei Zi, Boss Guan speaks wisely. Currently, we are like headless flies, flailing about aimlessly and being led by the nose. We were lured here for a reason, but we cannot comprehend the purpose of it all, rather than wandering blindly and becoming pawns in someone else's game. Would you prefer that? It is prudent for us to maintain a stance of stillness in the face of uncertainty. I understand, Qixie replied. I have faith in San Cheng. With Xiao Shan present, I believe he can protect himself. Boss Guan suddenly leaned on the box, exclaiming, I feel dizzy. Lei Zi's nose twitched. This is bad. It's the sleeping gas. Qixie was the last to succumb, his body growing limp. But he noticed a smoke bomb on the ground, sensing something amiss. He reached out to touch Bai Yi, but his hand fell weakly midway. Suddenly, Boss Guan stood up, a handkerchief in hand, moving it away from his nose. He walked to the right, extracting a map from his pocket, murmuring, This is the place. Bai Yi and Qixie stood up simultaneously. Bai Yi clapped his hands. Fortunately, I anticipated your actions, Boss Guan. You seem quite familiar with this area. Boss Guan chuckled. I knew you were not ordinary, but to predict that I would use sleeping gas is beyond my expectations. Though he had been quiet since entering, his expression was lively. While we worried about our companions, he remained detached, surveying the surroundings. Bai Yi remarked, After you put your hand in your pocket, it never came out again. I suspected you might have a plan. While we were anxious for our companions, you stood aside, calculating. Even second boss was concerned for his comrades, yet you remained indifferent, seemingly more focused on the environment than on them. Comrades, Boss Guan scoffed, they are merely my employees. Some I hired with money, others with favors. Besides, as per our prior agreement, once we locate the artifact, everyone benefits. To be frank, they are merely motivated by profit. That has nothing to do with us. Qixie coldly retorted. Upon sensing the gas, Qixie held his breath, but when he saw Bai Yi, who had already collapsed, blink at him, he feigned a fall, pretending to struggle, thus confusing Boss Guan. As for Lei Zi, he was less fortunate, being rather simple-minded. He and second boss fell victim and now lay unconscious. All right, I confess, I have indeed concealed part of the truth. My grandfather left behind another map, and I have memorized every detail it contains, Boss Guan stated. This is the place, and as for what lies within, we can explore together. Do you think we would still trust you? Bai Yi questioned. Were you not the one who lured us in here? Me? Boss Guan replied. I admit I intended to use you to reach this point and then abandon you. However, up until now, I have not resorted to underhanded tactics. Stumbling upon this place was beyond my expectations. It is entirely due to that mysterious individual. I do not know his intentions, but I am grateful to him. Truly, no business is without deceit, Bai Yi thought. This man, once he had used everyone, sought to abandon them and enjoy the spoils alone. Bai Yi had anticipated this, yet he was curious about what Boss Guan had left behind that compelled both father and son to risk entering. Boss Guan, where do you intend to go now? I am truly curious about what lies hidden here, compelling 3 generations of your family to care so deeply that they would risk their lives. This is not the Qin Mausoleum, Mr. Guan. You must have known from the outset that this tunnel does not lead directly to it. Otherwise, your current manpower and resources seem rather disproportionate. Did you harbor doubts from the beginning? Mr. Guan tapped his forehead. Perhaps I have overestimated myself, believing I could wield control like my grandfather. However, we of the Guan family do not easily concede. Do you know what this is called? It is called lineage. Our bloodline dictates that I will not easily submit to you. Suddenly, Bai Yi lunged at Mr. Guan, for he held a smoke bomb in his hand. Mr. Guan declared, you have been abroad. You should know there is no time left. Chapter 375, Childhood Friends. Indeed, there is no time left. This smoke bomb is employed by the American military. It can detonate in 3 seconds, engulfing the area in obscurity. Bai Yi was exceedingly vexed. Smoke bombs? How could this man be a mere merchant? He is clearly an arms dealer. What else is he concealing? In the thick smoke, both Qixie and Bai Yi began to cough violently, their hands flailing to disperse the fog, perhaps due to the smoke. The unconscious second boss and Lei Zi began to awaken. Even Wu Yun, who lay in the stone coffin, coughed, but did not immediately rouse. Instead, he succumbed to sleep once more. Lei Zi struggled to rise from the ground, colliding with Bai Yi, and they both recoiled, unaware of each other's identity. Lei Zi demanded sharply, "Who is it?" "It's me, Lei Zi," Bai Yi replied. "Mr. Guan has fled. This smoke is harmful to the eyes. Quickly, shut your eyes." The voice of the second boss rang out. "Why did Kai Zi run? What are you all talking about?" No one responded to him. The three of them crouched against the wall, awaiting the dispersal of the smoke. At long last, clarity returned, revealing the second boss standing there, looking foolish. He observed Bai Yi and the others, muttering, "Did Kai Zi really leave alone?" "Yes, and he has had a purpose from the very beginning. He possesses a map of this place left by his grandfather, though it seems his grandfather was unaware of the specific layout, thus only sketching a basic map. We stumbled upon this place inadvertently, perfectly aligning with his desires. He now intends to seek the place his grandfather has long yearned for." Upon finishing his explanation, Bai Yi noticed the second boss's face turn pale. "Impossible. Kai Zi could not have deceived me. We grew up together, although we were apart for several years. The moment he appeared, he helped me." Before he could finish, the second boss suddenly squatted down, desperately tugging at his hair, clenching his fists and striking his own head. "It was I who caused the monkey's demise. It was I who caused the monkey's demise. This matter is not your concern. Your childhood friend must have planned this long ago," Bai Yi asserted. With the map in hand, he should now be heading to his desired location. "From this moment on, we are irrevocably at odds. Damn it, even Tang San Cheng and Xiao Shan have vanished." Lei Zi spat. "Bai Yi, what shall we do now?" As the clouds awaken, it is evident that the one who accompanied him and Tang San is indeed the same person. The only way to uncover the truth lies in the words of the clouds. Furthermore, Tang San and Xiao Shan have vanished from this place. We are left with no choice but to wait here. Bai Yi turned to the second boss and inquired, "Could you share with us your connection with Guan Kai?" The second boss replied, "Our families were neighbors in our youth. We spent our childhood together, growing up until the age of 12. After which we parted ways due to our relocation. Our lives diverged profoundly. He emerged as one of the first generation of entrepreneurs following the Cultural Revolution, while I found myself in a martial arts school at the tender age of 12, ultimately working in the security department of a factory." He continued, "We both bear the character Kai in our names. I am Wen Kai, and he is Guan Kai. This commonality drew us close in our youth, and we truly shared a bond akin to brotherhood, with our families frequently visiting one another." "Have you ever met his father?" Bai Yi asked. "Yes, I have. He is typically very reserved and speaks little. To be honest, I sensed that the relationship between them was not particularly strong. Guan Kai's father often seemed preoccupied, showing little interest in the family. However, Guan Kai's mother was quite amiable and warm-hearted, fostering a strong bond with her son." "How did he find you again and assist you in establishing the martial arts school?" Bai Yi's curiosity piqued. "Also, why did he bring Wu Yun and a Mu heir along?" "I am uncertain. Despite the many years apart, it seems he recognized me immediately. He even knew of my martial arts background and expressed a desire to spar with me." The second boss inhaled deeply and added, reflecting on it now, "It appears he possesses an intimate understanding of my life, while he spoke little about his own." "Wait, you mentioned he wanted to spar with you. Is Boss Guan also a practitioner?" Bai Yi expressed surprise. "Indeed, and one might even say he surpasses me in skill. I was once a national martial arts champion. Yet Guan Kai showed no interest in martial arts during our childhood." The second boss remarked, "It is rather astonishing how swiftly he has advanced." It seemed the second boss was filled with joy at this unexpected reunion, entirely overlooking the myriad of peculiar uncertainties that lingered. Boss Guan, well aware of the second boss's disposition, had likely endeavored to win him over, exerting effort to locate him, funding the establishment of the martial arts school, and nurturing 3 capable disciples through acts of kindness. "And what of Wu Yun and a Mu heir?" Lei Zi interjected. "How did these two emerge?" "I had heard Guan Kai mention them. A year ago, he confided in me about a significant matter requiring assistance, which he could not manage alone. Without hesitation, I agreed to help him. However, he indicated that my efforts alone would not suffice. Subsequently, he introduced these 2 Mongolians, claiming to have encountered them during business dealings in the north. That likely isn't the whole truth," Lei Zi mused as he checked whether Wu Yun had awakened. "Damn, Has she been asleep for so long that she might not wake at all? Suddenly, the sea wintergreen in the adjacent box sprang to life, flapping its wings gently against the edge of the stone box, emitting a continuous call that seemed to provoke the dark clouds above. The clouds blinked momentarily, and with a spark of inspiration, Bai Yi placed the sea wintergreen beside the dark cloud. The creature pecked gently at the cloud's arm, producing a sound akin to a lament. Sometimes, humans are worse than beasts. Lazy spat on the ground, exclaiming, I would trust an eagle over a man. This world is truly infuriating. Upon hearing Lazy's remark, the second boss sighed helplessly. What shall we do now? Wait, something is amiss. We are one person short. The dwarf is missing. Damn it. I just remembered he disappeared when we came down. Lazy began to pace anxiously. He didn't come down the stairs with us. He never descended at all. What is going on here? Bai Yi recalled the events carefully. Indeed, when they discovered the staircase, everyone was overflowing with excitement, rushing down, while the dwarf hesitated and lingered at the back. Once they descended, Tang San Cheng and Xiao Tian had suddenly vanished amidst the chaos, leaving no attention on the dwarf. With Guan Kai's antics adding to the confusion, the question arose, did the dwarf go missing while trailing behind, or did he leave independently? The distinction was fundamentally significant. At that moment, the sea wintergreen's call grew more animated as the dark cloud began to emit indistinct sounds, indicating it was on the verge of awakening. Chapter 376. The square stone. The dark cloud murmured incoherently, flailing its arms aimlessly as Lazy helped it to sit up. What on earth happened just now? Speak up. Dark cloud, what were you doing down there? Suddenly, Lazy sensed something was amiss, for the dark cloud kept pointing at its throat, gesticulating wildly. Chijia, noticing this, exclaimed in surprise, could it be that he cannot speak? Chijia gestured for the dark cloud to open its mouth and leaned in to sniff. He has been force-fed with Penelia, but the dosage is not substantial enough to pose a life-threatening risk. However, it seems he will be unable to speak for a while. Bai Yi was familiar with Penelia, having once used it to threaten Wu Tong alongside Chijia. The entire plant is toxic. It can serve as both medicine and poison. When consumed raw, it can induce poisoning that renders a person voiceless, or even lead to permanent loss of voice, with the effective dosage ranging from 0.1 grams to 1.8 grams, only suitable for those well-versed in pharmacology. Chijia slapped his hand against the stone box, expressing frustration. Tang San Cheng and Xiao Tian have vanished. Amor is missing. And even Boss Guan has fled. Setting aside Guan, the others were devoid of any leads. Bai Yi cradled his head, slowly calming himself to think. He reflected that Tang San Cheng and Xiao Tian had disappeared while descending the staircase. Could there be some mechanism associated with it? The moment of visual disappearance felt as if some sorcery had been employed. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from above. Bai Yi looked up, tracing the sound. The frequency of the knocks suggested urgency, compelling him to pick up a stone and strike against the wall, hoping to elicit a response. As if in reply, the knocking from above intensified. Lazy remarked, "This is a call for help." Could it be Tang San Cheng and Xiao Tian? The two exchanged glances, a flicker of joy illuminating their expressions. Lazy turned to glance at Wu Yun, who, despite still being voiceless, exhibited no difficulties in movement. He could hear their conversation and pointed upwards, indicating a desire to investigate further. The second boss had no objections, and thus the five of them ascended. Upon their return to that location, Bai Yi discovered a trail of footprints leading to the left wall of the cave. Notably, there had been no footprints prior. As everyone had descended from this spot, it was evident that these prints belonged to the short man. Following the footprints, they approached the wall, but as they drew near, Bai Yi suddenly halted, prompting the others to cease their steps as well. He observed a square imprint on the ground, which appeared quite fresh, likely left moments before. Bai Yi glanced upwards, then instructed everyone to step back a few paces. He lifted a sizable stone and hurled it towards the center of the imprint. As the stone struck the ground, a large square stone fell from above, landing precisely atop it and shattering it into countless pieces. The square stone then returned to its original position, as though a metallic rod controlled its movement. "Damn, that nearly scared me to death," Lazy exclaimed, placing a hand over his heart. Fortunately, a misfortunate soul must have triggered this mechanism earlier. They circumvented the square imprint and approached the wall. Bai Yi picked up another stone and began to tap against the wall gently, yet resolutely. After approximately 5 seconds, a response echoed from within, a sign of life. Bai Yi inquired, "Is it Tang San Cheng?" "No, it is I," came the urgent voice of the short man. "I am trapped inside and cannot escape." "How did you end up in there?" Lazy questioned, and then added, "Wait, a voice just imitated Wu Yun to lure us down here. How do I know you are truly the short man?" Silence ensued from within, and Lazy smugly declared, "See, I've caught him off guard. He must be up to no good. I am Tang San Cheng's senior brother, for we once studied under the same master. Moreover, I recently collaborated with him to set up a formation which drained my vitality," came the reply from within. Bai Yi nodded, confirming it was indeed the short man. He inquired how the short man had entered, to which the latter explained, "There is a crescent-shaped stone at the upper right of that square imprint. Turning it to the right will unlock the secret door." Following the short man's description, Bai Yi successfully identified the crescent stone, hidden in the shadows and unobtrusive. He turned it to the right, and a small concealed door creaked open. The short man's head poked out, his face etched with desperation. "It is truly me." Suddenly, the crescent stone began to rotate back to its original position. The short man hastily crawled out, and as he did, the secret door slammed shut behind him. Leaning against the wall, he exhaled deeply. It can only be entered, never exited. As the crowd questioned how the diminutive figure had found his way here, he recounted. When the staircase leading downward appeared, everyone was swept away in excitement, leaving me behind. In that moment, I noticed a line of inscriptions on the wall, resembling a series of incantations, and I felt an irresistible urge to approach. Unbeknownst to me, I triggered a mechanism, and a massive stone block came crashing down from above, embodying the very essence of impending doom. It was my inherent short stature that ultimately saved my life, allowing me to dodge just in time before the stone descended upon me. At this juncture, the little man seemed somewhat embarrassed. Just how short was he? The small hill was not particularly high, yet he was a head shorter than it, and his appearance was rather unremarkable, the kind that one could easily overlook in a crowd. With a life hanging by a thread, he turned to find that everyone else had already descended the stairs. He was captivated, tracing the inscriptions on the wall with great fascination. As a practitioner of the mystical arts, encountering these long-lost symbols stirred a profound emotional response within him. By a twist of fate, he inadvertently touched a crescent-shaped stone. Initially, a wave of trepidation washed over him, but he considered the inscriptions on the wall and speculated that there might be more ancient symbols within. Driven by curiosity, he ventured inside, and as he did, the hidden door sealed shut behind him. Initially dismissive, he searched the walls for additional inscriptions, only to be met with disappointment. There was nothing at all. "What lies within?" Lazy inquired. The little man's face flushed as he awkwardly touched his nose, finally responding, "Do you remember the mouse devoured by the sea wintergreen? There are many mice inside, each bound with golden threads to gold pieces, as if they were numbered. It appears to be a sanctuary for aging rodents, and the hidden door cannot be opened from within." The mere thought of being trapped alongside those enormous rats sent a chill down his spine, causing his shoulders to tremble slightly. Chapter 377. The incantations. The little man focused intently on the wall, and upon realizing its emptiness, he suddenly regained awareness of his isolation from the group. He inwardly chastised himself, just as he was about to explore for the mechanism, when a rustling sound caught his attention. As he shone his flashlight in that direction, his blood ran cold. In the corner of the room, a dozen plump rats were crouched, their eyes glinting with predatory intent. These rodents were similar in size to the one consumed by the sea wintergreen, their eyes gleaming ominously in the shadows. The little man dared not breathe, slowly retreating while drawing the small knife he carried. His heart sank at the thought of being overwhelmed by so many rats, destined to become their meal. Resolute in his decision to escape, he steadied his breathing, moving as gently as possible. As long as he refrained from aggressive actions, the rats, driven more by curiosity than malice, would likely not attack him unprovoked. Upon hearing this, everyone marveled at the fact that although the diminutive figure was unassuming in appearance, he possessed a rare composure. His strategy was indeed astute. The little man slowly retreated, turning to feel for a mechanism that would lead him out, but to no avail. Panic began to set in as he found himself unable to locate an exit. The swarm of mice around him felt like a ticking time bomb, poised to launch an attack at any moment. What to do? The little man pondered anxiously. He realized that the chamber was rather confined. Aside from the dark entrance he had come through, there was a small hole high up on the right wall. Moistening his lips, he boldly conjectured that this hole served as a passage for the mice. What did mice fear? The thought raced through his mind, Mice are afraid of cats. When this realization struck him, he couldn't help but chuckle. Yet the question loomed. Where could he possibly find a cat in this cursed place? With Haedonking absent, he swallowed hard, maintaining a safe distance from the rodents while he began to circulate his internal energy. Like Tang San, he practiced inner strength, and having depleted some of his vitality while setting up the formation earlier, he understood that his only means of protection against the mice would be his internal power. He pressed himself against the wall, sitting down as he mentally recited a calming mantra to steady his mind and gradually restore his vitality. While the concept seemed complex, it would take merely a minute or two to accomplish. Once his emotions settled, a sudden thought struck him. Everyone else had descended to the lower level. Could he not attract their attention to rescue him? At that moment, he remained blissfully unaware that chaos reigned below, and no one had noticed that he had long since strayed from the group. The little man began to strike the ground with a stone, initially hesitant to hit too hard for fear of startling the mice. However, he soon realized that such gentle taps yielded no results. Resolutely, he struck with greater force, and indeed, this action caused the mice to become agitated, slowly inching closer to him, their long tails raised high. Their corpulent bodies and thick tails kicked up dust as they approached. The little man reached behind him, scooping up a handful of dust, while simultaneously channeling his energy. During this process, he felt a twinge in his stomach, a reminder that his vitality had yet to fully recover. When the mice were merely a meter away, they abruptly halted, creating a tense standoff. The silence was palpable, and no one knew when the moment to strike would arrive. The little man's gaze was fixed intently on the rodents. The instant they moved, he would act. Time dragged on, each second stretching unbearably. Suddenly, one mouse raised its tail, prompting a twitch in the little man's hand. In an instant, the mice leaped toward him in a frenzied attack. He knew this was his moment to fight back. He scattered the sand in his hands, infused with his internal energy. No longer ordinary grains. Each particle that struck a mouse sent them reeling backward. By heavens! Was this not the essence of a martial arts master? Lazy interrupted the dwarf's words, asserting that Tang San was far inferior to him, claiming he had never encountered anyone as formidable. The dwarf managed a bitter smile and replied, "I'm risking everything here. Do you have any idea how long it will take for me to recover from such an exertion given my cultivation? If I had known, would I even need to ask you? Stop keeping me in suspense." Lazy, growing impatient, remarked, "I saved you, but your senior brother is still missing. I require a year to recuperate, and that is under optimal conditions." Upon finishing, the dwarf continued, explaining how he had utilized his vital energy to transform sand into a weapon, successfully repelling the rodents. The rodents, seemingly pained, abruptly retreated through a small hole, and only when the last tail vanished did the dwarf's heart finally settle. At that moment, the situation below had dramatically changed. He then struck the stone to signal for help, which was finally heard. Bai Yi, having listened to the dwarf, gazed at the wall, where indeed some curvaceous characters were inscribed. "Is this what you refer to as a talisman?" he inquired. "Indeed, and these are ancient talismans that have been lost to time. For practitioners like us, encountering such legendary symbols is simply exhilarating," the dwarf affirmed. "And you can recognize such grotesquely drawn symbols?" Lazy questioned, tapping the wall and retracting his hand hastily, wary of triggering a mechanism. "This talisman is a vital component of our Taoist practices during the era of the Yellow Emperor. There existed a dedicated office known as Zhuyu. The incantations within these talismans originated from ancient shamanistic invocations to the deities, initially meant to articulate a request for divine retribution against wrongdoers. One must not haphazardly draw talismans. Without proper knowledge, one merely invites derision from the spirits. However, if one possesses the knowledge, it can indeed astonish the spirits," the dwarf elucidated, pointing to the inscriptions on the wall. "These talismans originated in the era of the Yellow Emperor and were already lost by the time of the Qin dynasty. I can comprehend them, yet I cannot wield their power. It appears we were indeed ensnared by a spell while we were below," Qi Xie pondered aloud. "When we suddenly regained consciousness, Tang San and Xiao Shan had vanished." The dwarf nodded in agreement, stating, "To achieve such a feat, only a talisman could suffice. The individual capable of employing such a talisman possesses skills far superior to mine and my senior brother's. To speak frankly, my senior brother stands no chance against him." Chapter 378. The wall. What do you suppose is the intention of a person adept in ancient talismans in abducting Tang San? Bai Yi suddenly inquired. This individual must be the same as the one who provided us with the torches. Initially, he bore no malice. Why then would he suddenly take Tang San and Xiao Shan? This perplexes me. The dwarf speculated. Perhaps it is due to my senior brother's exceptional physique that piqued his interest. I recall my master mentioning my senior brother on several occasions, remarking that his kind of physique is unparalleled, a rarity both in heaven and earth. I wonder if this individual has taken an interest in my senior brother, which is why he chose to abduct him. The rationale presented appears somewhat plausible. The diminutive figure remarked, if the other party is a master of the arcane arts, then my senior brother would undoubtedly not remain idle. I believe he must have left a clue, leading me to the place of his disappearance. There are certain things that you cannot perceive, but I am different. Indeed, 7 Evils replied. Your shared cultivation of the path may allow you to discern some insights. The diminutive figure was led by 7 Evils down the steps, and Bai Yi recalled their positions at that time, pointing to one of the steps and stating, it was precisely here that Tang San Cheng and Xiao Shan vanished. I appreciate your assistance. Upon standing on that step, the diminutive figure's countenance shifted. Suddenly, he crouched down and scooped up a handful of dust from the step, sighing, no wonder my senior brother was unable to withstand it. This individual's mastery of the arcane is indeed profound. However, my senior brother is no novice. Do you see any differences in this dust? What's so different about it? Lei Zi replied dismissively, but Wu Yun shook his head, unable to articulate his thoughts. He pointed at the dust in the diminutive figure's hand, and then at the dust on the ground, gesturing for silence. The diminutive figure exclaimed in delight, indeed. The dust in my hand differs from that on the ground, for mine contains vermilion. Vermilion is well known, Lei Zi remarked, but what use does it serve? Can it assist us in locating Tang San Cheng? This is a mark left by my senior brother, the diminutive figure asserted confidently. Typically, talismans are drawn using a brush or by mixing vermilion water or ink upon wood, stone, brick, or paper. This is the most common and rudimentary method. However, there exist more sophisticated techniques, such as inscribing talismans with the tip of the tongue. The tongue represents the heart, and in the 5 elements, the heart corresponds to fire, which is akin to vermilion. Thus, there is a connection between the two. Another method involves drawing with one's fingers in the air, akin to the formation my senior brother and I just set up. We utilized our own vital energy to establish the formation, hence the use of blood. This particular formation is suited for urgent situations. The individual who abducted my senior brother did not employ vermilion for their talismans, as the higher-level talismans use the latter 2 methods. Based on your descriptions, it seems the other party did not require vermilion at all. Therefore, I suspect this vermilion is a remnant left by my senior brother. Search further to see if there is any sand mixed with vermilion. No, not just sand. Any place where vermilion can be found must be investigated. Following the trail of vermilion, we may yet uncover the whereabouts of my senior brother. The crux of the diminutive figure's words lay in the final 2 sentences. 7 Evils felt a surge of energy, and everyone began to peer down at the sand beneath their feet, diligently searching for vermilion. At Bai Yi's prompting, they marked the spots where they discovered vermilion with stones as identifiers. After a considerable effort, they indeed found vermilion in various locations. The stones used for marking formed connections, prompting 7 Evils to clench his fists. Tang San Cheng had become increasingly astute, leaving clues for them even in dire circumstances. Yet, he also felt a twinge of apprehension. Without the diminutive figure, they might have never considered the use of vermilion as a mark. Once these stones were linked, they led everyone to the back of a stone box, where the last remnants of vermilion lay scattered in the corner of the wall, appearing desolate and forlorn. Was this a reflection of Tang San Cheng's emotional state at that moment? Suddenly, the wintergreen emitted a startled cry, its wings flapping incessantly against the wall, as if something within had sparked its excitement. At that moment, the dark cloud gasped, indicating discomfort by pointing at its throat. Thunder, placing his water bottle to its lips, offered it a sip. With a forceful expulsion, the cloud coughed up phlegm laced with dark red streaks. 7 Evils remarked, it seems the poison from the half-summer has subsided. The cloud continued to drink several more sips, finding some relief in its throat, and attempted to speak. More. He plotted against me. This revelation was quite unexpected, prompting the second boss to inquire, what on earth happened? The cloud awkwardly recounted a lengthy tale, its voice hoarse. After much effort, the others finally grasped the situation. It turned out that shortly after descending, Amor had suddenly knocked the cloud unconscious. However, The cloud had no recollection of how it ended up in that stone box. It did remember that once it had collapsed, Amor had walked away, indicating that Amor could not be responsible for bringing it here. As for why Amor had struck it down, the cloud could only shake its head in confusion. Panic ensued among the group. A series of chaotic events had unfolded since their arrival. The second boss sighed. It is only upon reaching this place that I realized the true terror of the world lies not in poisoned arrows, but in the unpredictable nature of humanity. Everything has changed here. Let us set aside these matters for now. Finding Tang San Cheng is of utmost importance. 7 evils, preoccupied with thoughts of Tang San Cheng, had little inclination to dwell on the treachery of human hearts at that moment. Zhu had vanished into a corner of the wall. Could it be that Tang San Cheng was concealed behind this very wall? Thunder slapped his palm against the surface, exclaiming, "Damn it, this wall is hollow. Watch me blow it up. Don't be reckless. What if Tang San Cheng and Xiao Shan are inside?" Bai Yi shot him a glare. Since Zhu disappeared here, Tang San Cheng must have been taken within. Whoever managed to enter without damaging the wall must have employed a mechanism. Why are we still standing here? We must search. Bai Yi was visibly agitated, a rare sight. Thunder spat on the ground, silenced by the gravity of the situation. The group began to probe the wall, feeling and examining. Yet they found nothing at all. 7 evils felt that Tang San Cheng was so close, yet just out of reach, anxiety coloring his face. The wintergreen pressed closely against the wall, eager to break through. The cloud furrowed its brow, perplexed by the wintergreen's unusual behavior. What within could possibly captivate its attention so intensely? What should we do? That fellow isn't somehow phasing through the wall, is he? Thunder mused. I believe I've heard of such occurrences. What you refer to is invisibility. However, from what I understand, it is impossible, the dwarf replied. Even with profound sorcery, one cannot render the physical body ethereal. In my view, the key lies within the mechanism. We must have overlooked something. Chapter 379, Annihilation. The dwarf's words brought everyone back to square one. Just then, the wintergreen suddenly leaped onto the cloud's shoulder, its wings folding neatly against its body, appearing quite tame. The cloud was taken aback. The wintergreen's emotions had shifted abruptly from exuberance to despondency. What on earth had transpired within? The dark cloud gently patted the head of the sea holly, only to find the creature burying its head deeply, falling silent. What had befallen the sea holly? Lazy cast a perplexed glance at it, bewildered by the sudden change from its previous exuberance to its current despondency. The dark cloud was equally mystified. And the second boss shook his head, stepping aside only to inadvertently collide with a heavy stone box. The impact caused him to recoil slightly, while Qi Xie suddenly called out, "Don't move." Second boss, remain still. The second boss, taken aback, leaned against the stone box, his back bent and hands extended. And upon hearing Qi Xie's grave tone, he dared not shift an inch, merely inquiring, "What is it?" Qi Xie stood to the left of the second boss, casting a glance at the stone box, a hint of relief spreading across his face. He crouched down, and under the illumination of the headlamp, a shadowy line became faintly visible, extending from the stone box into the ground, closely adhering to it, forming nearly a straight line, its color closely resembling that of the stone box. Had it not been for the second boss's collision, which caused the line to sway, Qi Xie might not have noticed it given the current lighting conditions. He gestured for the others to step back from the wall before reaching out to pull. With a gentle tug, a hidden door in the wall finally swung open, revealing a staircase leading upward. The line, made of an unknown but remarkably sturdy material, felt akin to fishing line in his grasp, embedded in the ground and linked to the stone box, activating the underground mechanism. Its concealment was so masterful that it was no wonder they had all exerted considerable effort in vain. As the passageway opened wide, the sea holly suddenly flapped its wings and flew in with an urgent demeanor. The dark cloud, fearing for the creature's safety, hurriedly followed. With Tang San Cheng's ears no longer present, their defensive capabilities against the mechanism had diminished significantly. Noticing the dark cloud's anxiety, Bai Yi cautioned against acting too hastily, warning of dire consequences. Weighing the situation, the dark cloud helplessly watched as the sea holly ascended the staircase. Lazy couldn't help but grumble about the convoluted path, likening it to a maze that was making him dizzy. On this upward staircase, Bai Yi was pleased to find traces of vermilion, confirming that Tang San Cheng had undoubtedly been brought here. Following the trail of the vermilion, they ascended, yet the sea holly had long since vanished from sight. The dark cloud's voice, now restored, whispered, "Could it be that it has encountered its own kind? Though this sea wintergreen belongs to the eagle family, it seldom interacts with ordinary eagles, embodying a certain sense of solitude. Only in the presence of its kind does it experience an inexplicable excitement. Perhaps due to its profound loneliness, when it finally encounters a true counterpart, the longing becomes all the more intense." Previously, this sea wintergreen had once met another of its kind, and its reaction was strikingly similar to the present moment. The dark clouds voiced its speculation, causing Lei Zi to pause abruptly and return, picking up a feather from the edge of the steps. "Initially, I thought it belonged to the sea wintergreen. Could it possibly be another sea wintergreen's feather?" Upon receiving the feather and examining it, Wu Yun shook his head. "This is certainly not from my sea wintergreen. The color difference is quite pronounced." Thus, Wu Yun's conjecture proved correct. He shook his head again. "Moreover, this one is even larger than mine. And judging by the feather's deep hue, it generally indicates an older bird." The color disparity indeed suggests an age difference between the two sea wintergreens. Now it was clear that the other was a single sea wintergreen. The steps were lengthy and turned at several angles, reminiscent of the spiral staircase leading to the cliff coffin, albeit with a more pronounced curvature, leaving Bai Yi perplexed. Based on the staircase's direction, they should have emerged above ground, as the height had far surpassed the depth of the underground tunnel. Yet the steps seemed endless, continuously unfolding before them. However, the group, composed of capable individuals, did not falter in their pace. Lei Zi frequently glanced back, and due to the elongated space, each step echoed, resonating in their hearts amidst the silence. The last Lei Zi felt as if the echoes came from behind, compelling him to turn and glance back, inadvertently widening the distance between himself and the others. A sense of urgency gripped him, prompting him to hasten his pace. The space expanded further, and the intervals of vermilion appeared increasingly sparse. Bai Yi sensed an ominous sign. Either Tang San Cheng had been discovered, or the vermilion was running low. Fortunately, after a short ascent, a stone door materialized before them, with the sea wintergreen perched there, awaiting its master. Qi Xia was immensely excited, feeling an instinctive certainty that Tang San Cheng was within. The stone door left the dwarf momentarily stunned. This door cannot be controlled by ordinary mechanisms. It has been sealed with a spell, and I am powerless to proceed. What shall we do now? Lei Zi seethed in frustration. Having come so far only to face a spell, the dwarf displayed an apologetic expression, lamenting that he longed to reunite with his senior brother Tang San Cheng as well. However, he had already depleted his vitality and had taken a risk against the giant rat. Compounded by the fact that this stone door was sealed with an ancient spell long thought lost to legend, there was no way for him to overcome it. Lei Zi declared, "What kind of spell is this?" "I refuse to be daunted." Bai Yi nodded. "We have no choice but to resort to this method." The second boss began to comprehend the situation. They intended to use explosives. Qi Jia retreated first, clenching his fists tightly. Lei Zi assessed the size of the stone door before commencing the preparation. His movements were swift, and once completed, he sighed, as if his actions betrayed a hint of insecurity. With a self-encouraging slap to his face, he reassured himself, "It's nothing. This isn't my first time." Lei Zi retrieved a lighter. Casting a glance back at Bai Yi, who had become an unseen pillar of support for him, he ignited the lighter to light the fuse. Yet, a gust of wind unexpectedly extinguished the flame with a whoosh. Startled, Lei Zi repeated the action, only to be thwarted again by the same wind, snuffing out the fire instantly. Sweaty palms began to form, and feigning calmness, he shielded himself from the wind. Upon lighting the lighter once more, the wind shifted direction, and with a sudden gust, the flame was extinguished again. The same incident transpired thrice, creating an eerie atmosphere. The dwarf shook his head slightly. "It seems that external forces cannot open this door. It would be futile to continue." Lei Zi spat in defiance. "I refuse to believe in such malevolence." He then frantically repeated the action of igniting the lighter until his forehead was drenched in sweat. Yet the flame continued to die out. His lips tightened in determination, still yearning to attempt once more. "That's enough. Cease your efforts," Qi Jia interjected, his voice tinged with irritation. Bai Yi understood that Qi Jia was frustrated with himself for failing to protect Tang San Cheng and Xiao Shan. Hearing the unusual tone in Qi Jia's voice, Lei Zi, reluctant but resigned, stood up, his legs tingling. He approached the dwarf, asking, "Is there truly no other way?" "Unless Shi Xiang can break free from within," the dwarf replied. Xixiang possesses extraordinary talent. The master has stated that he is entirely unrestrained and has his own understanding of Taoist principles. If he could achieve self-enlightenment, perhaps. The dwarf lightly shook his head, a gesture that in psychological terms indicated a subconscious rejection of his own words. His statement was merely a reflection of his own hopes. Yet he was acutely aware of the grim reality, hence the gesture. Though others may not perceive it, Bai Yi recognized the truth behind the dwarf's actions. He continued along the same vein. Indeed, Tang San Cheng has always been the type to survive great calamities. Furthermore, he would never willingly perish without obtaining the night bright pearl. What can we do then? Merely wait here. Lazy, still reluctant, kicked aside the prepared explosives and struck the wall with his fist. The sting in his hand elicited a sharp intake of breath. At that moment, he faintly heard a subtle sound emanating from within. Grasping his head, he pressed his ear against the wall, realizing there were indeed voices inside. He leaned against the wall, reminiscent of Jesus on the cross. Observing his peculiar posture, Chijia inquired about his actions. Lazy placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and pointed towards the interior. After a considerable time, Lazy, with a look of delight, remarked, "My ears must be catching up with Tang San Cheng's. I can hear him speaking inside, but it seems as though he is entranced." Conversing with himself, Chi Xie was taken aback and rushed over to the stone wall, listening intently for quite a while, his expression one of bewilderment. Indeed, there was a voice belonging to Tang San Cheng, and he seemed to be mechanically repeating something, yet any attempt to hear more clearly proved futile. Chi Xie picked up a stone and struck the wall, calling out Tang San Cheng's name loudly, but alas, after a long while, there was no response from within. Damn it, is he deaf? Lazy, exasperated, kicked the wall and stumbled back a step, nearly falling, but was fortunately steadied by the second boss behind him. The short one inquired, "What do you think our senior brother is saying?" repeating word for word. "Can you not understand? Indeed, it doesn't sound like human speech at all." Lazy replied, hands on his hips, "I made such a loud noise. By your previous experience, he should have heard us, yet there is not a single reaction." The short one gesticulated excitedly. "I knew he could do it. He must be trying to break this talisman. He is reciting an ancient incantation, which is why you cannot comprehend it. He cannot hear the commotion outside at all. This is a good sign, a good sign. Let us wait here. Perhaps he will emerge shortly. Are you being a bit too optimistic?" Lazy countered, though he too found the short one's perspective somewhat idealistic. He could also have been poisoned. No, the short one asserted confidently, unless he has gone deaf. Lazy fell silent. If that were the case, he would prefer to believe the short one's myth. With explosives not an option and a direct assault out of the question, they had no choice but to wait. After a fruitless half-day of running around, Bai Yi decided to sit on the steps, taking out provisions and water to eat and drink. Chi Xie glanced at Bai Yi, and suddenly found himself calming down, sitting alongside Bai Yi to partake in the meal. Lazy, somewhat confused, was about to complain about these two heartless beings when the second boss pulled him down to sit. "We need to conserve our energy, on one hand. We wait to see if the short one's assertions hold true, and on the other, we must be mentally prepared to face whatever may arise." Understanding this, Lazy sighed, somewhat sulkily stuffing a biscuit into his mouth and chewing vigorously, followed by large gulps of water. Halfway through his meal, the short one suddenly coughed. Turning to glance at the stone door, his eyes widening in astonishment. He sensed a current of energy swirling near the stone door, not so much seeing it as feeling it. When the airflow altered the trajectory of the air, it indeed left traces, visible only to those adept in the way of cultivation. The short one, stirred with excitement, stood up, silently cheering for Tang San Cheng inside. The energy flow intensified, shaking the stone door, and as the short one was engrossed in observing, Wu Yan rose. "What are you looking at?" To Wu Yan's eyes, the stone door had not changed at all. The short one licked his lips. "The door is about to open." Upon hearing his words, the others rose to their feet, and Chi Xie fixed his gaze upon the stone door, which began to tremble. Initially, it quivered with faint movements, but soon, dust cascaded from the crevices of the door. The vibrations grew increasingly intense, mirroring the tumult within Chi Xie's heart. Lazy cast a glance at the diminutive figure beside him, who appeared almost divine. Could it be that his words held truth? Suddenly, the stone door ceased its trembling and began to open slowly, revealing a figure emerging from within, none other than Tang San. Tang San appeared weary, his legs bent awkwardly. His hands braced against the door as if struggling to maintain his balance. Without the support of the stone door, he might have collapsed. San Cheng, Qixia exclaimed, striding forward. Upon seeing the faint light outside in Qixia's face, Tang San's expression morphed into one of despair, tinged with a hint of tears in his voice. You finally arrived. Where is Xiao Shan? Lazy inquired. Tang San gestured inside. He should be fine, but it depends on whether that eagle is willing to release him. The dark cloud of the sea holly had already flown inside. Upon entry, the sea holly stood obediently, head lowered in a display of submission. The little one hesitated to enter, addressing Tang San. Brother, I never imagined you could break the ancient curse. You are truly remarkable. Tang San managed a bitter smile, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 381. The giant eagle. Tang San wiped the blood from his lips and pointed inward, cautioning everyone about Xiao Shan's precarious state. As the dark cloud ventured further inside, it was startled by the sight of the sea holly's submissive demeanor. Looking up, it beheld Xiao Shan suspended helplessly, ensnared by an eagle thrice the size of the sea holly, grasping his clothing. The eagle perched upon a platform resembling an altar at the ceiling of the tomb, while Xiao Shan dangled helplessly in midair. Lazy, taken aback, questioned the nature of this creature. Was it truly an eagle? It was colossal, its plumage a deeper hue than that of the sea holly. Most alarming were its piercing eyes, which struck fear into Lazy's heart. At the moment their gazes locked, he felt an undeniable chill. This eagle seemed almost sentient. Typically, an eagle would flinch from the light, yet this one remained unfazed, exuding an air of disdain as the flashlight illuminated Xiao Shan's face. It then became evident why he was motionless. His eyes were tightly shut, utterly unconscious. Lazy exhaled in relief, realizing that with Xiao Shan's agility and skill, he would never succumb without a struggle. The question, however, was how to free him. Tang San pointed at the eagle above, stating, when I regained consciousness, Xiao Shan was already in this state, with the eagle holding him in place. An eagle clutching a person without movement for such an extended period. Was it not a manifestation of some arcane being? Qixia surveyed the surroundings. There was no doubt this was a tomb, as a coffin lay in the center, and armor rested in one corner. Now was not the time to study the armor. The priority was to rescue Xiao Shan. The second boss approached Qixia, declaring, I will accompany you. He has discerned the intentions of the seven evils. They are in search of a foothold to ascend and seize the small mountain from the eagle's grasp. The seven evils, filled with gratitude, expressed thanks. After a brief discussion, it was decided that Weiyun and Bai Yi would remain below to assist in case the small mountain fell, while the diminutive figure would tend to Tang San. The seven evils and the second boss ascended from opposite sides, as both walls were lined with shallow, narrow stone steps, providing just enough leverage. These steps led directly to the platform above, allowing them to encircle the eagle. Meanwhile, the sea holly, faced with the eagle, had lost its earlier boldness, even choosing not to follow its master, which stirred a sense of reflection within Weiyun. The skills of the second boss remained an enigma. As he deftly scaled the stone wall, Bai Yi finally understood the lengths the boss had gone to recruit him. No wonder he was a national martial arts champion. The second boss reminded Bai Yi of the teapot lid, the brother-in-law of Professor Shi. Both were martial arts champions, yet the second boss exuded a more refined demeanor. In terms of martial prowess, they were evenly matched. The second boss's ascent was nearly synchronized with the seven evils. His movements light and agile as they swiftly closed in on the eagle. The eagle remained still, seemingly indifferent. When the seven evils and the second boss exchanged glances and leapt towards the platform, almost simultaneously, the eagle flapped its wings and took flight, releasing the unconscious small mountain, which began to plummet. Weiyun, anticipating the small mountain's descent, spread his legs and grounded himself in a horse stance, extending his arms. Bai Yi mirrored this stance, positioning himself to catch the small mountain, whose weight was manageable. They successfully received it, both remaining steadfast and exchanging smiles. As the eagle's wings unfurled, they resembled a large aircraft model, akin to the lifelike replicas Bai Yi had seen abroad. Its wings were remarkably sturdy, creating gusts of wind that swept across the faces of the second boss and the seven evils, who braced for the worst, being the closest to the giant eagle. However, to their surprise, the eagle did not regard them at all. Instead, it flew directly in front of the sea holly. Once a majestic figure among eagles, the sea holly now appeared diminutive before the giant. It gazed up at the enormous eagle with a look of reverence. The eagle, in turn, extended a foot and gently tapped the sea holly's head, akin to a father affectionately patting his child, before soaring into the air and exiting through the stone gate. Tang San pushed past the diminutive figure and gave chase, but the giant eagle had vanished without a trace. Looking back at the small mountain, though its eyes were closed, it breathed normally. Bai Yi exhaled in relief as the second boss and the 7 evils descended. The 7 evils remarked, "That eagle bore no ill intent. It is quite strange that it chose to carry the small mountain." Tang San approached and mused, "I can't shake the feeling that the eagle understands human speech." At this moment, Xiao Tian turned over and continued to sleep, resembling a dark cloud resting within a stone coffin. Xie remarked, "Dark cloud. You were rendered unconscious by Amur. Yet, who was it that placed you in this stone coffin and administered Banksia to you? Is it conceivable that the one who took away Tang San Cheng and Xiao Tian is the same individual? Cheng, do you know who brought you here?" Tang San Cheng's face flushed as he rubbed his nose. He was quite tall, but I did not catch a glimpse of his face. He uttered not a single word, simply tossed me here and departed. Such an odd character, devising elaborate plans to transport someone, yet saying nothing and doing nothing before vanishing. This also indicated that Tang San Cheng was still conscious when he was brought here, while Xiao Tian was not so fortunate. "How did you find your way here? Did you notice the vermilion powder I scattered?" Tang San Cheng inquired. Xie glanced at the dwarf. Fortunately, the dwarf was here. He was the one who discovered the vermilion powder. Tang San Cheng turned to the dwarf. "So, you realized that we were taken by the same individual?" "Indeed." The dwarf confirmed. "The walls here are inscribed with ancient talismans, truly remarkable. Furthermore, this stone door is also enchanted. That person is far more skilled than our master. No, he is vastly superior. Master, I apologize, but this is the truth." Tang San Cheng was deeply moved. Indeed, by the time I sensed someone setting up a maze, it was too late to resist. Strangely, the maze seemed to have no effect on Xiao Tian. It was only then that the person brought Xiao Tian along. As for that eagle, it was already here, closely connected to that individual and the giant eagle we encountered earlier. It turns out that the phenomenon which disorients one's senses and induces unconsciousness is known as a maze. Yet, my senior brother is quite impressive. Even under the influence of the maze, he could still move his hands. Upon hearing this, Tang San Cheng wore a bitter smile. "It is not my prowess, rather." He was lenient, fully aware that I was using vermilion powder as a marker. Chapter 382. Talent. As Tang San Cheng approached the staircase, he sensed something was amiss. Just as he halted, Xiao Tian pointed at the others and exclaimed, "Brother, what has happened to them? Why are they completely motionless?" At this moment, Tang San Cheng was equally astonished. Xiao Tian appeared entirely unaffected by the spell, which surprised him. However, he had no time to ponder this. It was only when he had been alone in this tomb that he realized the maze primarily confuses the heart and mind, causing one to lose judgment in an instant. While the outward manifestation is the loss of sight, in reality, it blinds the minds of the masses. Xiao Tian, being a fleshly incarnation formed from the earth, possessed an exceptionally pure mind. A being devoid of worldly worries would naturally be immune to the maze's effects. This was likely a surprise to that person as well. For when he approached and beheld Xiao Tian, his body trembled slightly. Tang San Cheng himself had not fallen prey to the trap because he sensed the presence of someone employing a Taoist formation and had activated his own vital energy in resistance. Otherwise, the outcome could have been quite different. When the figure emerged, cloaked in dark attire with their face obscured, their piercing eyes exuded a potent allure, almost malevolent. The depth of those eyes caused a tremor in Tang San's heart. "Who are you?" The figure remained silent, merely gesturing with a hand from which a wisp of smoke billowed forth, enveloping both Tang San and Xiao Tian, rendering them immobile. The figure audibly sighed, hoisting the two onto their shoulders. Xiao Tian had already succumbed to unconsciousness, while Tang San's mind remained lucid. He noticed the complex expressions etched on Bai Yi and the others' faces, a profound numbness overtaking them. In that fleeting moment before departure, Tang San recalled the vermilion powder on his person. An idea sparked within him as he flexed his fingers. He could still move. This realization led him to believe that his captor was perhaps showing leniency. Given the immense power of his abductor, how could he have afforded him any semblance of freedom? Regardless, Tang San managed to leave a mark with the vermilion powder, hoping that Bai Yi and the others would notice it once they regained their senses. Little did he anticipate the subsequent treachery orchestrated by Boss Guan, leading Bai Yi and the others to overlook the vermilion markings on the ground. Fortunately, the presence of the dwarf revealed that a formation had been laid out, eventually leading them to the markings, which they pursued fervently. Why did that person take you away? Qi Xia pondered aloud. If their intentions were malicious, they could have easily taken all our lives in that instant. Yet they only abducted you and Xiao Shan. I don't know. He tossed me here, and that enormous eagle obeyed his command. Xiao Shan was ordered to be perched on top, Tang San replied. His brow furrowed in confusion. What could be their motive? To threaten you? But they didn't exchange a single word with you. Lazy interjected. This individual is indeed peculiar. How did you manage to open that stone door? Look at the wall, Tang San gestured. It is inscribed with ancient talismans, which have been lost since the end of the Qin dynasty. You should be aware of this, junior brother. The stone door is enchanted. Only the one who cast the spell can unlock it. For others, the only way to open it is to break the enchantment. To do so is akin to using poison to counteract poison. One must shatter the curse with another curse. With so many talismans etched here, I am certain there must be at least one that can be utilized. Understanding dawned upon the group. However, the dwarf felt a mixture of emotions. His senior brother could wield ancient talismans with such ease, a gift that he could never hope to attain even in a lifetime. Tang San patted the dwarf's shoulder. Expressing gratitude, thanks to you. The dwarf offered a wry smile. This is all I can do. Bai Yi and Qi Xia exchanged glances, both harboring doubts about the masked figure who had taken Tang San. This individual seemed particularly invested in Tang San's fate, leading him here for reasons unknown. Tang San approached the wall, gently caressing the talismans inscribed upon it. His touch was delicate, as if he sensed the presence of an individual who had brought him here solely to witness and comprehend these mystical symbols. Despite the silence, the unspoken connection warmed his heart. Even when he was lowered to the ground, the seemingly rough handling was surprisingly considerate, ensuring he landed safely rather than crashing to the floor. This small gesture evoked an inexplicable feeling within him. What are you pondering? Lazy nudged Tang San. At that moment, Xiao Shan suddenly yawned, awakening to the sight of everyone gathered, and, in a dazed manner, inquired, "Where are we?" The group quickly asked if Xiao Shan was all right. He shook his head, affirming that he felt quite comfortable. Comfortable? Lazy exclaimed, astonished. This Xiao Shan truly is a peculiar flower, suspended in midair, and yet claims to feel comfortable. Regardless, the group felt relieved that they were all unharmed. Bai Yi's gaze shifted toward the central coffin and the suit of armor in the corner. Lazy spat towards the ceiling, exclaiming, at last, we have made some small gains. I am eager to discover what lies within that coffin. As Lazy reached out, Bai Yi smacked his hand away. Have you lost your senses in your excitement? Lazy recoiled slightly, responding helplessly, I was merely overwhelmed with joy. You go ahead. Bai Yi circled the coffin, lost in thought. The term coffin refers to the outer shell of a coffin, and thus, it is often spoken of in conjunction with the coffin itself. The existence of a coffin serves to prolong the protection of the deceased, necessitating not only the coffin but layers of encasement as well. The outer shell is known as a jia, while the inner smaller coffin is referred to as a zhu, and the personal coffin is called a chun. The design of such coffins has persisted since the Shang dynasty, with the materials signifying the identity and status of the coffin's occupant in life. The coffin before them was not crafted from wood, but rather from stone, specifically raw gray agate, a substance of extraordinary beauty formed by the forces of nature. The layers and bands of color resemble the rings of a tree trunk, while others evoke the artistry of ink-wash landscapes or exquisite floral and avian compositions. To have one's coffin fashioned from gray agate speaks volumes of the individual's stature. Bai Yi struck the surface of the coffin several times with a stone, and to his astonishment, it suddenly opened, revealing an interior that left everyone astounded. There was no coffin inside. What on earth is this? No coffin within the coffin? Lazy spat on the ground in disbelief. This isn't the mausoleum of the first emperor. Surely there should be some burial items. Yet here we are, with nothing at all. The second boss remarked, well, it's not completely empty. Look over there. Isn't there a suit of armor? Chapter 383. The armor. Everyone approached the armor in the corner, and upon closer inspection, Bai Yi immediately recognized it as the fish-scale armor of the Qin dynasty. His swift conclusion stemmed from the fact that such armor had only been documented in historical texts, with no one having ever seen a physical specimen. This marked the first occasion that the fish-scale armor graced the eyes of the world. In terms of materials, the armor of the Qin dynasty comprised leather, stone, and metal variants, with bronze and iron armors predominating among the metal types. The fish-scale armor is categorized by its distinctive appearance. It can be further classified into fish-scale armor, lamellar armor, and large-sized armor. This particular piece was a metallic fish-scale armor made of bronze, characterized by its smooth, undulating lines that resembled fish scales. From the individual plates to the entire suit, the plates were small and intricately crafted, featuring numerous tightly spaced holes, both functional lacing holes and decorative ones, all square in shape. The plates were flat, devoid of any convex or concave curves, and the number of pieces comprising this armor was substantial. Bai Yi estimated there to be over 800 plates. This suit of armor was remarkably intact, complete with a neck guard, body armor, chest plate, and back plate. Most astonishingly, the bronze fish-scale armor appeared almost new, with the exception of a significant dent on the chest plate. Xie remarked, "It seems the owner of this armor sustained injuries while on the battlefield." At that moment, Lazy reached out to touch the armor, only for it to suddenly tremble. He was reminded of a scene from years past, causing his face to turn pale as he stepped back. From the neck guard, a small head emerged, a mouse, cautiously peeking out to survey the crowd. Upon spotting the mouse, Hai Dongqing swooped in, landing directly in front of the armor, startling the giant rodent back into its hiding place. Hai Dongqing's gaze was sharply fixed on the armor, and as dark clouds gathered, Wu Yun patted his head, seemingly instructing him to disregard the mouse. Reflecting on the situation, everyone found it peculiar that they had harbored no desire to take the armor with them, not even a fleeting thought. Logically speaking, it was nearly inconceivable for grave robbers to remain indifferent upon encountering such an exquisite artifact. Yet, the atmosphere at that moment had dissuaded them from wanting to engage with any object within the tomb, be it the empty coffin, the ancient talismans on the walls, the altar suspended in midair, the giant eagle, the mysterious figure, or the suddenly vanished boss Guan and Amor. The multitude of uncertainties had left their minds in a tangled mess. Tang San Cheng, on the other hand, was preoccupied with the thought that the luminous pearl had slipped away, leaving him devoid of hope. The mere thought of Xiao Ning intensified his anxiety. Leaning on Xie, he felt a wave of pain wash over him, his body wavering unsteadily. Xie supported him, asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Just need a moment to rest," Tang San Cheng replied, aware that he had exhausted too much energy. The profundity of Taoism was indeed beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Just moments ago, he had allowed his frustration to overwhelm him. "What shall we do now? Should we linger here or depart? Let us observe a little longer," Bai Yi remarked. Although this place is not the true mausoleum of the Qin dynasty, it undoubtedly bears a connection to it. The convict graves we encountered upon entry, along with the Qin armor found here, indicate an inseparable link to the Qin. Indeed, the second boss responded, "Forgive my selfishness, but I have been preoccupied with a matter concerning Kai Zi. I wish to confront him and ascertain precisely what he seeks and why he has resorted to deceit. He has consistently claimed that his sole purpose in entering was to locate his father's remains. Yet, this detail intrigues Bai Yi as well. The map left by Lord Guan indicates the location of the stone box we just passed. Thus, what could be so significant about a place that Lord Guan cared enough to mark? Let us descend," Bai Yi urged, leading the group down the staircase. Tang San Cheng noted, "We must be on a mountain." "How so?" Xie inquired. "I was carried up by that man, and as I listened, the sounds from outside grew increasingly distant and hollow, accompanied by the howling wind. The higher we ascend, the louder the wind becomes. I believe we are indeed within the mountain. Otherwise, the altitude would be inexplicable," Tang San Cheng reasoned, a sentiment Bai Yi readily endorsed. Given their current elevation, they had undoubtedly surpassed the ground level, suggesting they were enveloped within the mountain. This implied that the recently descended tomb was connected to the mountain structure. Such a significant undertaking, what purpose could it serve here? As they traversed the lengthy staircase, Tang San Cheng's ears perked up at the sound of a haunting scream emanating from beyond the stone wall. Pressing his ear against the wall, he discerned a series of agonizing cries, each more harrowing than the last. It was evident that such sounds could only arise from a horrific event. The familiarity of the voice struck him, and after considerable thought, he slapped his forehead. "That's Amu Air's voice." Tang San Cheng clearly recognized the sound, while the others remained oblivious to the situation. Upon sharing his revelation, Wu Yun's countenance shifted dramatically. "Where is he?" he demanded, concerned for his kin. Tang San Cheng tapped on the wall. "Just across." The voice is unmistakable. They were now close to the point from which they had ascended. Bai Yi recalled that it was from there that Lord Guan had vanished, and a vague idea began to form in his mind. He suggested they continue downward and devise a plan thereafter, while urging Tang San Cheng to remain vigilant for any signs of MU air. The wails gradually diminished, fading into silence, and a disquieting image of AMU air's demise surfaced in Tang San Cheng's mind. He felt an ominous premonition rising within him, compelling him to refrain from sharing this news with Wu Yun. Although Wu Yun had been ambushed by AMU air, it was evident that he still held deep concern for him. Tang San Cheng's role became increasingly pivotal. He could locate the source of the sound and guide the group, a feat beyond the capabilities of the others. Upon their return to that location, Bai Yi recounted the incident involving Lord Guan releasing the smoke bomb. Tang San Cheng then questioned Bai Yi about the footsteps he had heard, asking which direction Lord Guan had taken. Bai Yi, taken aback, realized that the smoke had been suffocating, and his sole focus had been on covering his mouth and nose, leaving no room to consider the direction from which Lord Guan had departed. Tang San Cheng employed the most rudimentary method, gently tapping the surrounding stone walls and listening intently to the sounds emanating from within. These sounds were a curious phenomenon, varying with the shifts in space and environment, and resonating in his ears as a genuine reflection of the circumstances beyond. Eventually, Tang San Cheng halted at the center of the opposing stone wall. Chapter 384. Gun wounds. He tapped the stone wall, discovering that it concealed a hollow space, distinct from solid matter. The sound that reverberated was unlike the previous one. Compared to the section with steps, it was notably crisper, suggesting that the interior space was indeed more expansive. With a nod, he signaled to Bai Yi and Lei Zi, who approached the stone wall, where they observed a peculiar symbol etched upon its surface. "Is this also a talisman?" Bai Yi inquired. "Indeed," replied Tang San Cheng, yet in stark contrast to the talismans within the earlier stone chamber. "This one is markedly different, not only larger but also protruding rather than recessed, an intriguing distinction." As Lei Zi's hand grazed the symbol, pressing upon it, he discovered that the central star-like shape yielded to his touch. Upon pressing it down, a small door materialized in the middle of the wall, prompting Lei Zi to turn back, giving Tang San Cheng a thumbs up. Even the second boss was impressed, having navigated society for so long. Encountering a prodigy like Tang San Cheng is a first for me. His hearing is akin to that of a wind catcher. Wu Yun, eager to explore, rushed inside only to find a tomb passage extending to the left, aligned horizontally with the previous steps. No wonder Tang San Cheng had heard Amur's voice echoing from the steps. The two were ultimately connected, separated merely by a wall. However, this tomb passage lacked steps and instead featured a flat structure. Wu Yun urged Tang San Cheng to listen for Amur's voice, but upon careful listening, he detected the footsteps of another individual. Could it be Boss Guan? With renewed energy, Tang San Cheng shared his discovery. Bai Yi, already harboring a pent-up frustration, was eager to confront Boss Guan. Exchanging a glance with Qi Xia, they quickened their pace. On the dusty ground, they indeed found a trail of footprints. If Boss Guan had entered here, then what of Amur? How had he arrived at this location? The dwarf also noted this detail and expressed his confusion. It seems this tomb is interconnected, with passages linking seamlessly. Wu Yun, has Amur been here before? Absolutely not. This is our first venture beyond the northern regions. Amur could not possibly be familiar with this tomb. This is our maiden visit, Wu Yun replied, his complexion darkening. I have grown up alongside Amur, knowing him intimately, yet I cannot fathom why he has changed so. Perhaps we must pose this question to Boss Guan. Bai Yi stated solemnly. The tomb path finally veered left, leading to a dead end ahead, with a burial chamber on either side. The sound of footsteps emanated from one of the chambers. Bai Yi and Lei Zi drew their guns, chambering rounds, while Boss Guan resembled a treasure trove, or rather, an arsenal. Upon entering, Wu Yun caught sight of Mu leaning against the wall, a gaping wound in his leg, blood gushing forth. He had lost consciousness due to a gunshot wound. It's a gunshot wound, Lei Zi remarked. Boss Guan, sensing movement behind him, turned, gun still in hand. Wu Yun's teeth clenched audibly. It was painfully clear how Amu had sustained his injury. Upon seeing the blood on Amu's leg, Hai Dongqing also grew agitated. His eyes fixated on Boss Guan as he emitted a low growl. Swift arrival indeed. Behind Boss Guan lay a corpse, its flesh decayed, reduced to mere bones. Moments ago, he had been staring blankly at this skeletal remains, pondering whether it was their misfortune or his. Bai Yi quickly surveyed the surroundings, his expression faltering as he noticed numerous turquoise stones embedded in the walls, understated yet plentiful, covering the entire surface. Suddenly, the short one gasped, pointing at the ground beneath their feet. Is this jade? Bai Yi looked down, realizing it was indeed a massive piece of jade. They were all standing atop it, Hetian white jade. Bai Yi furrowed his brow, wondering if this was what Boss Guan had discovered. The jade was embedded in the ground, while the turquoise adorned the walls. Lei Zi, gun aimed at Boss Guan, hopped a few times, but the jade remained steadfast beneath them. Boss Guan even took a moment to pick his nose. Wu Yun began to move towards AMU, and Lei Zi followed suit to provide cover. Upon reaching AMU's side, they noticed he was clutching a piece of turquoise. As Lei Zi's perspective shifted, he could see the scene on both sides of Bai Yi, his mouth agape. Is that sapphire? At Lei Zi's words, Bai Yi was equally astonished. Wu Yun shook AMU's body. AMU, wake up. How did you end up like this? Lei Zi urged. We need to bind his wound. At this rate, he won't survive. Wu Yun hastily tore a strip from his clothing and wrapped it around MU's leg. Blood pooled on the ground, its metallic scent swirling beneath Lei Zi's nose. He glanced at the volume of blood lost and sighed inwardly. AMU's life hung by a thread. It seemed hopeless. That bullet had struck an artery in his leg, and considerable time had elapsed since Tang San Cheng had heard MU's anguished cries. The human body has a limited volume of blood. How much more could it endure? Guan Kai, this is your doing. Wu Yun's eyes reddened as he glared at Boss Guan. Boss Guan coldly scoffed. I provided him with a path to wealth, yet greed consumed him. He dared to compete with me. This place was discovered by my ancestors, and everything here belongs to the Guan family. No one else shall lay claim to it. Such utter nonsense, Lei Zi retorted. Are there ancestral tablets of your family here? It appears that your family has purchased this, hasn't it? How foolish can you be? Boss Guan gazed at the ominous clouds, a mocking smile gracing his face. Are you still feeling sympathy for him? For the sake of money. He could turn against his dearest brother. In my opinion, he deserves his fate. Bai Yi suddenly comprehended. It was him. The abrupt betrayal by Amur was orchestrated by Boss Guan. Did you bribe Amur? You intend to eliminate us one by one, while you alone enjoy the treasures here. Don't you? Quite clever indeed. I suspected that surrounding myself with intelligent companions would lead to trouble. Boss Guan toyed with the gun in his hand, unfazed. It was this very demeanor that worried Bai Yi the most. Boss Guan, cornered here, appeared remarkably composed. Why did he possess such confidence? Chapter 385. Death. Boss Guan aimed his gun at Amur's leg. I granted him an opportunity, yet he failed to cherish it. This cannot be blamed on me. With a single shot, I need not strike the heart or the third eye to end his life. Bai Yi, your marksmanship is commendable. But I am genuinely curious. If we were to fire simultaneously, who would emerge alive? Is this to be a duel? Bai Yi inwardly scoffed. Such a man. A duel was not his style. How could I trust you? Bai Yi grunted softly. It seems Boss Guan had a clear objective from the start. After successfully luring us in, he aimed to dispose of us one by one. Amur's entrance here indicates that you shared the map with him, revealing the allure of this place, compelling him to act and incapacitate Wu Yun. Indeed, Boss Guan remarked. I believed him to be a man of unwavering integrity, yet before wealth, he proved to be insignificant. I merely informed him of a chamber filled with riches, and he was swayed, agreeing to cooperate without hesitation. However, his failure to deliver a lethal blow to Wu Yun, merely rendering him unconscious, was profoundly disappointing. Wu Yun clenched his fists tightly, his eyes reddening as he gazed at the dazed Amur. In the end, Amur could not bring himself to harm his own interests. Amur's face had turned as pale as a sheet. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his vision clouded by Wu Yun's blurred visage, and promptly shut them again, unwilling to confront Wu Yun. Wu Yun cradled Amur's upper body. Amur, hold on. You promised we would return to the grasslands together. I fear it may be too late. Amur whispered into Wu Yun's ear. I am sorry, truly guard against him, he is. Although it was a whisper, Tang San Cheng heard it clearly. Amur anxiously continued. He is what? Amur's upper body suddenly straightened, his chest heaving, breaths growing rapid. He clutched his heart with one hand, while pointing at Boss Guan with the other. He is. Amur, who is he? Wu Yun tightened his embrace around Amur. Brother, you must hold on. You must. Lazy tilted his head to one side, unable to bear the sight any longer. Amu's upper body, which had been propped up, suddenly slumped down, his hand that had pointed towards Boss Guan softly falling onto his own abdomen. His eyes widened, portraying a look of unrelenting despair. Wu Yun trembled as he closed Mu's eyes and turned his gaze back to Boss Guan, his eyes brimming with animosity. Lazy noticed Wu Yun's fists clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hands standing out prominently. Heidonking, perhaps sensing the unusual aura emanating from his master, stood solemnly beside Wu Yun, his head held high, staring into Boss Guan's eyes. Tang San Cheng's eyes reddened. Yet another life was lost. Wu Yun carefully arranged Mu's lifeless body and was about to rise and charge at Boss Guan when Lazy urgently pulled him back, exclaiming, "Are you seeking death?" "He has a gun." Boss Guan spat upwards. "Your timing is rather impeccable." Bai Yi and Qi Xia exchanged glances, both struck by the same thought. The secrets concealed within Boss Guan were of paramount importance, and acquiring them would be most advantageous. At that moment, Boss Guan suddenly stomped on the bones behind him with great force, shattering them instantly. Not satisfied, he lifted a large stone and smashed it down onto the already fragmented bones, reducing them to mere dust. His frenzied action sent a chill down everyone's spines. The second boss suddenly realized, could this person be the one who entered with the patriarch of the Guan family? It remained a mystery which of the 10 disciples of the Guan family he was. Bai Yi remarked, from his demeanor, "It seems he has taken this person as his father's murderer." Bai Yi pondered his next move. Should he seize the moment to overpower him or engage him in conversation to extract more information? In that fleeting instant, Bai Yi and Qi Xia exchanged a knowing glance and sprang into action. Bai Yi swiftly drew a throwing knife, launching it directly at Boss Guan's wrist. His intent was not to take a life, for many uncertainties lingered that only Boss Guan could clarify. He merely aimed to render him temporarily incapacitated. As the knife hurtled towards him, Boss Guan surprisingly smiled, leaping into the air with agility that defied expectations, gracefully evading the blade, which instead struck the turquoise wall behind him. How is that possible? The second boss gasped in disbelief. In his recollection, Guan Kai had always been a frail child, tall yet slender, often provoking concern that he might be swept away by a strong wind. The ease with which he maneuvered now was entirely beyond his expectations. Even after their reunion, he had never realized that Kai had such remarkable agility. The feeling of being deceived cast a shadow over the second boss's heart. The short man remarked, "Indeed, a true master does not reveal their prowess until necessary." Having evaded the throwing knife, Boss Guan wore a mocking smile. "You would do well to strike my heart with a single bullet, ensuring that our family's secrets are forever buried with me." This wretch had accurately assessed his own vulnerabilities. Bai Yi had to concede that he was indeed intrigued by the map the man possessed. This could very well be the final opportunity, the last hope of discovering a luminous pearl in the night. Boss Guan brandished the gun in his hand and declared, "Listen closely from this moment onward. Do not provoke me, or I shall incinerate the map and take you all down with me." He opened his coat to reveal a belt of explosives wrapped around his torso. Lazy spat on the ground, exclaiming, "Damn it, if you want to die, go ahead. But don't drag us into your grave." He continued, "Come on, shoot me if you dare. We shall accompany my father in death." Boss Guan chuckled with pride. "Come on." Lazy seethed with anger, while the second boss closed his eyes momentarily, saying, "Kaizi, what are you doing? Is our childhood friendship so worthless?" "Friendship?" Boss Guan laughed heartily. "What is it worth? I know that to obtain what one desires, one must resort to any means necessary. Sentimentality is merely an obstacle." "Kaizi, when did you learn such skills?" The second boss asked with a bitter smile. "How much more do I not know about you? What else have you concealed?" "A great deal," Boss Guan replied without flinching, indifferent to the second boss's accusations and sorrow. "Now, it is my turn to speak." Chapter 386. Control. Tang San Cheng looked helplessly at Bai Yi, pondering what to do. Bai Yi shook his head and suddenly let out a cold laugh, eager to see what other tricks Guan Kai could conjure. After all, the map in his possession was certain to become his. Bai Yi's gaze drifted toward Lazy, who instinctively moved closer. "Are you confident?" Bai Yi inquired, recognizing that explosives were Lazy's forte. If they could remove the explosives from Guan Kai, the situation would shift dramatically. "Create an opportunity for me." Lazy swallowed hard. "I don't want to accompany his father in death." Boss Guan interrupted their conversation. No tricks. Tear down what's on the wall for me. You better behave. If I become agitated, I might lose my reason, and we could all perish together. After uttering these words, he even chuckled, perhaps believing himself to be humorous. The more he acted this way, the more displeased Bai Yi became. It was astonishing that one could still laugh in such dire circumstances, indicating a robust psychological fortitude. Such an opponent was indeed daunting, yet surrendering would render the game uninteresting. Bai Yi nodded slightly. Very well. I happen to be quite intrigued by everything here. I look forward to discovering the true allure of this stone chamber. Boss Guan, stepping over the already shattered bones, surprisingly produced a bottle of liquor from his backpack, which astonished the second boss even further. In his memory, Kaizi had never partaken in alcohol. This series of unexpected revelations struck the second boss profoundly. He was merely a simple martial arts instructor or perhaps a business owner. Oblivious to why his once dear childhood friend could instantaneously transform into a stranger, he numbly followed the others, and upon seeing the conditions of the stone chamber's walls, he began to comprehend why Kaizi had succumbed to madness. On the four walls, the one directly opposite the entrance is adorned with a mosaic of turquoise, while the walls flanking the door are entirely embedded with sapphires. The walls on either side are vast expanses of ancient glass, which differ significantly from contemporary glass. In antiquity, glass was regarded as one of the 5 esteemed treasures: gold, silver, jade, glass, ceramics, and bronze, and it is also one of the 7 treasures in Buddhism. The craftsmanship of ancient glass had already been lost by the Ming dynasty, and the glass of that era was notably less translucent than today's. The 2 stone walls, indeed, they should be referred to as glass walls, exude an amber hue, unscathed and reflecting the indistinct shadows of individuals, creating an atmosphere as enigmatic as the present moment. Lazy was the first to reach for the sapphires, which under the dim light resembled pairs of cold blue eyes, quietly observing everyone, seemingly bidding farewell to their temporary abode. Bai Yi followed suit, positioning himself such that both were turned away from Boss Guan. As Qijia approached, Boss Guan remarked, "You should go to the other side. Do not gather here to concoct any tricks." Left with no choice, Qijia found himself staring vacantly at the glass wall. This wall was a singular, seamless expanse. To act recklessly would only lead to the destruction of this rare ancient glass. Tang San Cheng glanced back at Boss Guan, then took Xiaoshan and Aki to the wall adorned with turquoise, extracting a hand shovel from his backpack to pry at the turquoise. Meanwhile, Air Boss moved closer to Wu Yun, who was still mourning silently over Amur's corpse. "Wu Yun, take care of yourself," Air Boss gently advised. Wu Yun remained silent, lifting his gaze to Air Boss, his eyes betraying an unmistakable air of menace, startling Air Boss, who instinctively stepped back to stand beside Qijia. Noticing the tension between the two, Qijia marched over to Wu Yun, urging him to rise. Whispering a single sentence in his ear transformed Wu Yun's demeanor. His expression softened. Qijia had touched upon Wu Yun's innermost thoughts. "Do you not wish to bring Amur back to the grasslands?" This struck a chord with Wu Yun, who had embarked on this journey together and now desired to return together. The hostility in Wu Yun's demeanor receded, and although his fists remained clenched, the fierce aura dissipated. Bai Yi glanced at the sea buckthorn and was suddenly reminded of its scene of crushing a corpse beetle. Inspired, he exerted pressure with his hand, successfully extracting a sapphire. Bai Yi had little experience with gemstones, as the antique shop predominantly dealt with antique jade. However, having previously handled rubies, he recognized some similarities, granting him a basic understanding. The sapphires on the wall were not cut, but raw stones, unpolished and lacking in luster. Yet, the quality of the raw stone directly determines the quality of the gemstone. Judging by this raw material, the polished sapphires would undoubtedly be of exceptional quality. Gazing at the sapphire rough in his hand, Bai Yi was struck by a sudden inspiration. He approached Qijia, feigning an intent to showcase the sapphire's raw beauty, while discreetly whispering a few words to Wu Yun. Fortunately, Wu Yun was turned away from Boss Guan. Upon hearing the whispered words, his expression shifted ever so slightly. In contrast, Bai Yi maintained an air of indifference, as if he were merely discussing the sapphire rough in his grasp. Wu Yun, regaining his composure, now comprehended Bai Yi's intentions. "What are you doing?" Boss Guan approached them, his hand resting on the explosives at his waist, a lighter in one hand. He juggled both items with remarkable ease. Bai Yi stifled a chuckle, placing the rough stone into Boss Guan's palm. I merely wished for them to observe the quality of this raw stone. If polished, it would undoubtedly yield a gem of exquisite clarity. Truly remarkable, Boss Guan, to have discovered such a treasure trove. However, I am curious as to why you initially ventured out empty-handed. Look at me. While it required some effort, retrieving the raw stones from the wall was hardly a daunting task, save for these two glassy surfaces. Indeed, following Bai Yi's assertion, everyone found it peculiar. Upon entering, the wall had shown no signs of depletion. Two individuals had previously entered. One was Boss Guan, who exited empty-handed, and the second was the skeleton. Presumably one of Boss Guan's top 10 disciples, who had accompanied his father into the tomb. Yet, he had taken nothing and perished here. Why had neither of them claimed the gems within? Boss Guan was momentarily taken aback. It was at that precise moment that a low voice emanated from Wu Yun. Heidongking leaped into action, claws aimed at Boss Guan's hands. The attack was utterly unexpected, and coupled with the confusion wrought by Bai Yi's inquiry, Boss Guan was caught off guard. Heidongking seized Boss Guan's hands, causing both the gun and lighter to tumble to the ground. At the same time, Lei Zi and Qi Xie rushed forward, simultaneously yanking the explosives from Boss Guan's waist. Chapter 387. The skeleton. The collaboration between the two and the eagle was remarkably smooth. Lei Zi had long harbored resentment towards Boss Guan, and the latter's earlier arrogance only served to fuel his ire. Seizing the moment, he raised his knee and struck fiercely at Boss Guan's most vulnerable spot, the abdomen. The blow rendered Boss Guan weak, tears streaming down his face from the pain, yet he continued to laugh. Lei Zi was taken aback. What the hell are you laughing at? You must think you've won, feeling quite proud of yourselves, right? Boss Guan suddenly plopped down onto the ground, clutching his belly and laughing heartily. You must believe that, don't you? Bai Yi disregarded him, and with the assistance of Qi Xie, lifted his body, thoroughly searching him, even inspecting his shoes. It was within the soles of his shoes that Bai Yi discovered a sharp blade cleverly concealed. This little ruse was one Bai Yi had employed during his days as a bandit. The blade was hidden within the shoe's base, with the mechanism cleverly concealed at the heel. A firm step on the heel would cause the blade to spring forth, launching an attack on the adversary. Qi Xie forcefully extracted the two blades, casting them onto the ground, where they clinked sharply. Bai Yi remarked, "You must not be a good person. For when I was not a good person, I too employed this trick. Of course, I can hardly claim to be a good person now either. Now, Boss Guan, where have you hidden the map?" His person bore no map, yet Bai Yi did not believe he would willingly burn or discard it. This man possessed a deep familial attachment, characterized by avarice and ruthlessness. Precisely because of these traits, he would not easily part with the map. Bai Yi sighed. Why must you be so obstinate? When we entered, we made it clear that what we valued most was the luminous pearl, with the artifacts to be split equally. How could you act in such a manner? Lei Zi struggled to suppress a laugh. Bai Yi's tone resembled that of a parent coaxing a sulky child. Xiao Shan had already tightened his lips, nearly bursting into laughter. Boss Guan replied, I am not foolish enough to keep it on my person. Anticipating that I might not eliminate you, I foresaw this situation. You are quite formidable, so go ahead and search for it, haha. Bai Yi tossed the raw sapphire onto the ground and drew his gun. I have stated before, I am not a good person. As his words fell, the gun discharged, striking the ground a mere centimeter from Boss Guan's foot. Guan's expression remained unchanged, unflinching, displaying a commendable bravery. Smoke still curled from Bai Yi's gun, his gaze fierce as he glared at Boss Guan. At that moment, Heidongking stood poised above Boss Guan, ready to strike. In this tense atmosphere, Guan continued to smile, while Qi Xie retrieved a rope, binding him securely, resembling a twisted pastry. With a shove, Boss Guan toppled to the side. Search for the map, Bai Yi commanded. As they dispersed throughout the stone chamber, Bai Yi observed Boss Guan. His eyes had briefly flickered when instructed to search for the map. Bai Yi smiled, for the nuances of movement seldom deceive. He had indeed not destroyed it, merely hidden it away in some corner, awaiting discovery. Leaning down, Bai Yi whispered in Boss Guan's ear, be more mindful in the future. Learn to control yourself. Thank you for the information you've provided. Boss Guan glared at Bai Yi. You are a monster. Flattery does not suit me. I am hardly deserving of such a title. If we are to speak of monsters, Tang San Cheng fits the description more aptly. If blame is to be placed, it should rest on his overly keen ears. Or perhaps on yourself for your impatience in wanting to eliminate Amur. Had you exhibited a modicum of patience, perhaps we would not have arrived so swiftly. Bai Yi concluded. Perhaps this is simply fate. Boss Guan closed his eyes, while Amor, clutching the map he had been given, descended into madness upon his arrival. He yearned to claim everything for himself, and his disdain for such characters was profound. This discovery belonged solely to the Guan family, and thus, the ownership was indisputable. In a frenzied dialogue with Boss Guan, Amor demanded at least half, promising to eliminate others in return. Yet, the proposition lacked allure, eliciting a faint, cold smile from Boss Guan. Upon witnessing that chilling smile, Bai Yi felt a jolt of anxiety. Even in such dire circumstances, Boss Guan retained his composure. Did he possess an undisclosed strategy? Little Mountain, desperate to uncover the map, even climbed the wall, scrutinizing every crevice where something might be concealed. The dwarf, with a bitter smile, lamented his short stature, relegated to pacing around the periphery. Standing before the remains of a skeleton, he sighed. Although aware it was a map, he remained ignorant of the method and materials used for its recording. Just as he prepared to turn away and search elsewhere, his foot inadvertently pressed against a fragment of the skeleton, which had been reduced to shards. Being a practitioner of the Tao, he felt a twinge of superstition as he stepped on the bones of the deceased. The dwarf lifted his foot, intent on moving away, murmuring a mantra, when his eyes caught a glimpse of something protruding from beneath the bones. Bai Yi had been attentively observing Boss Guan's expressions as the dwarf fixated on the skeleton. His demeanor shifted noticeably, betraying tension. He swallowed instinctively, prompting a smile from Bai Yi. Approaching the pile of bones, he noted that Boss Guan's gaze had also drifted momentarily, maintaining an appearance of calm while his heart surely raced, perhaps even to the fervent rhythm of a wild serpent dance. "What troubles you, dwarf?" Bai Yi inquired. "I believe I see something distinct from these bones," the dwarf replied, merely stating his observation without daring to disturb the skeletal remains, caught in a psychological struggle. Bai Yi, unfazed, crouched down to sift through the bones, which had been trampled into fragments by Boss Guan. His urgency intensified as he reached out, only to feel a sharp sting in his palm. Looking down, he noticed blood welling up from his hand, accompanied by a surge of black mist emanating from the wound. A realization struck him. The protective talisman bestowed by Fu Yu was now in effect. Was it possible that these bones held something sinister? "Bai Yi, you are bleeding," the dwarf exclaimed, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as they were now all in the same predicament. "Allow me to take over." "Absolutely not. This task falls to me alone," Bai Yi asserted firmly. The dwarf appeared flustered, prompting Bai Yi to declare, "These bones are extraordinary. I may be the only one capable of handling this." "Dwarf, step behind me." The activation of Fu Yu's protective talisman could only suggest one thing. These bones were tainted with the poison of the goo, and the individual had fallen victim to such dark sorcery. Bai Yi cautioned others to keep their distance from the pile of white bones. He hastily bandaged his wounds, donned gloves, and began rummaging through the remains. When he uncovered a crumpled piece of paper among the bones, he couldn't help but curse under his breath, emulating lazy. This manager Guan had feigned rage moments ago, shattering the pile of bones, ostensibly avenging his father, while his true intention was to conceal a map within. Who would ever suspect it to be hidden in such a place? He extracted the map, causing Manager Guan's complexion to turn a sickly green. Bai Yi deliberately slowed his movements, gradually unfurling the paper. The paper had been torn from a diary, evident from the distinct ragged edges, and it depicted a map. This was already anticipated. However, it bore 3 words inscribed in blood, written in a hasty, fervent hand. Unattainable. Unattainable. Does this imply that the treasures here are beyond reach? The dried blood suggested that it was written by Old Master Guan himself. Bai Yi set the ominous words aside for the moment and focused on the map. With this map in hand, he gleaned how Amu Air had managed to rendezvous with Manager Guan. The area seemed labyrinthine, appearing disconnected, yet all pathways were interconnected. From their position, Bai Yi and his companions had discovered a route through the stone coffin, while Amu Air must have accessed this place directly from where he had incapacitated Wu Yun. The map clearly illustrated a stone staircase leading to the back of this chamber, followed by a concealed door leading directly here. Bai Yi positioned himself to the left rear of the white bones, deducing that Wu Yun had entered from this very spot. Moreover, temporally speaking, he arrived before Manager Guan. The latter had descended to the chamber housing the stone coffins with them and had engaged in a scuffle before making his way through this passage. Originally, he could have accessed this place directly like Wu Yun, but alas, a troublesome entourage had compelled him to alter his plans. It was remarkable, indeed, how well old Master Guan had deciphered the mechanisms and passages here. His emphasis on this particular location was undoubtedly due to the distinct nature of the walls. Upon witnessing Bai Yi discover the map, Manager Guan closed his eyes. Bai Yi let out a grunt. Old Master Guan, you are indeed an esteemed figure. Do you not see the 3 words inscribed? Unattainable? I see them, Guan replied through clenched teeth. This is precisely why I am perplexed. Why is it unattainable? It is so close at hand. Why must it be unattainable? My grandfather was obstinate. Must I follow in his footsteps? Manager Guan's father had always prohibited him from engaging in tomb raiding, yet their family belonged to a lineage of tomb raiders. Do you understand? He continued. Your father did not adhere to old Master Guan's admonitions. He secretly pursued tomb raiding. Bai Yi recalled what the second boss had mentioned. Guan Kai's father seemed reluctant to interact with outsiders, burdened with unspoken worries. It was likely that, during Guan's childhood, his father had already embarked on his tomb raiding career, ultimately meeting his demise here. I can assure you, what old Master Guan referred to as unattainable is not without merit. Bai Yi spoke in a low voice, pointing at the pile of white bones on the ground. Do you know how the owner of these bones met his demise? It was through goo poison. Tang San's mouth fell slightly agape in astonishment. He was aware that Bai Yi was protected by goo charm, which provided defense against specific toxins, particularly goo poison, and could even counteract it with another goo. If Bai Yi asserted this, it was surely grounded in truth. Bai Yi had indeed perished from goo poison, without a doubt. Bai Yi continued. Master Guan must be aware of the mysteries surrounding this place, which is why he warned against pursuing it. However, the memories here are so indelible that he left behind a map, along with a caution, urging his descendants not to delve into the tomb. Regrettably, neither of the 2 generations adhered to his wishes. Why should I believe you? Master Guan appeared momentarily taken aback, glancing instinctively at his hand. A small wound marred his index finger, a result of the bone fragments that had splintered when he stepped on the white bones. Though the blood flowed minimally, it was an injury nonetheless. While he had limited understanding of goo, he had heard enough about it to feel uneasy. His spirits sank considerably. Bai Yi noticed the change in his expression. I can prove it to you. Relying on the protection of his goo, Bai Yi, undeterred, plunged his finger onto a sharp bone spur. This time, everyone observed clearly as a wisp of black gas emanated from his hand, dissipating into the air. I may not be able to elucidate why this phenomenon occurs, but I can assert with certainty that this skeleton harbors goo poison, which has already latched onto the bones. Through this wound, it can infect others. Admittedly, he was uncertain about the last assertion. It was merely a tactic to instill fear. However, the possibility was indeed real. For otherwise, the protective goo would not have activated at the moment the bone pierced his palm. Master Guan, visibly unsettled by the sight of the black gas, felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Bai Yi instructed the others not to disturb anything in this vicinity, especially to ensure no one incurred injuries. The warnings of Master Guan regarding the dangers here could not be dismissed, as they served as a poignant reminder from the past. Bai Yi resumed his examination of the map. It represented merely the tip of the iceberg, yet it illustrated the complexity of the tomb's structure. The map indicated a 3rd passage, located on the right-hand side of the glazed wall. Unfortunately, the destination of this passage remained a mystery. Could this passage lead to the Qinling mausoleum? Bai Yi pondered, clenching his fist, the sting of his wound still palpable. His troubled expression caught the attention of Qi Xie. What do you think? There's a 3rd passage. I wonder if it is connected to the Qinling mausoleum. Should we explore it? Bai Yi stated, we came together. So the decision to try or not lies with you. He did not wish to take the lead. This time, he felt as if he were in a fog, uncertain of the right path forward. All he could do was stand united with them. Xiao Shan looked at his brother, Tang San, who nodded gravely. If this is the last glimmer of hope, I am willing to try. But what about the others? The second boss exchanged glances with the dwarf, and Wu Yun remarked, if we leave, I have no idea how to exit. I still need to take Amur back to the grasslands. I will accompany you. The dwarf and the second boss also agreed, stating that it is best to advance and retreat together. Only the grounded Guan boss let out a muffled sound. Upon hearing this, Tang San Cheng inquired, what about him? An eye for an eye, Wu Yun replied resolutely. I shall take his life to avenge my brother. No, the dwarf shook his head. You have said it yourself, an eye for an eye. By taking his life, your hands will be stained with blood. Do you truly find it worth it? Bai Yi, I have a thought. Let us take him out with us. If he survives outside, Will the poison not take effect? It will depend on his own fate. I believe heaven is just. This sentiment resonated with the second boss, yet the challenge remained to persuade Bai Yi and Wu Yun. Bai Yi was more amenable, but Wu Yun had witnessed Mu perish before his eyes. His animosity towards Guan boss ran deep. Bai Yi understood the second boss's intentions. He was a compassionate and loyal man, a rare good soul. Bai Yi was willing to grant him this favor, but Wu Yun, under the collective gaze of the others, Wu Yun took a step back, casting a glance at Mu's lifeless body. He sighed heavily. His current fate is of his own choosing. I will heed your words, but if heaven has eyes, it must ensure that this scoundrel suffers from the poison and meets a wretched end. Chapter 389. A narrow path. The second boss let out a sigh of relief. Since everyone had reached an agreement, it was time to locate that passage and investigate further. However, Bai Yi still harbored a concern. Before his death, Mu had pointed at Guan boss, repeatedly insisting he was not what he seemed. What precisely was he? Was he not a good person? Bai Yi pondered this in silence. The glass-like wall appeared entirely seamless, and a distinctive mark was inscribed at the center of the map, resembling something that clung to the amber structure. The second boss, being the most observant, was the first to notice the symbol on the glass wall. Xiao, look. Isn't this the Bagua diagram? The dwarf also spotted it and immediately called Tang San Cheng over. The Bagua was not merely etched on the surface of the glass, but rather floated within, concealed within the wall. If this was indeed a testament to the exquisite craftsmanship of ancient glass, it was nothing short of astonishing. Tang San Cheng and the dwarf exchanged glances and simultaneously reached out towards the Bagua hidden within the ancient glass. As their fingers brushed the surface of the glass wall, they felt the Bagua quiver slightly. It was alive. This sensation prompted them to invoke their Taoist techniques. They exchanged a knowing look and instinctively intensified their use of vital energy. The Bagua, suspended within the ancient glass, began to swirl violently. Tang San Cheng heard a sound, and the glass wall split in two, revealing a narrow passage before them. Peering inside, he turned back to the group and said, "Inside, it's also a glass passage. How did you activate the mechanism?" Bai Yi inquired, for he believed the two had merely pointed at the Bagua. It was unclear what material it was made from. At first glance, it was difficult to detect, but upon closer inspection, one could indeed see it moving up and down within. How should I put it? The profundity of Taoist techniques, perhaps. Tang San Cheng remarked. This mechanism is not of an ordinary mechanical nature. Fortunately, it is not an ancient incantation, or else we would find ourselves in an insurmountable predicament. Upon hearing his words, the stout man managed a wry smile, deeply realizing the profound intricacies of the Taoist arts. The individual who employs such enigmatic techniques must indeed be extraordinary. Bai Yi, lost in thought, interjected, "If that is the case, Lord Guan surely cannot enter. I have never heard of him having studied Taoism." All he knew of Lord Guan came from He Baosheng, who only spoke of the man's remarkable skills but never mentioned his studies in Taoism. It would be prudent to seek confirmation from a master in the future. The passage had already been opened, and there was an undeniable urge to venture inside. Xia hoisted the bound boss Guan, while Wu Yun carried the corpse of Mu on his back. Hai Dongqing continued to soar ahead, scouting the path. Although the glazed corridor was narrow, its height exceeded 10 meters, evoking the essence of a skyline. This skyline is a natural phenomenon often found in the wilderness, simply described as a view of the azure sky visible through a crevice in the mountains, hence the name. The only distinction between this glazed corridor and a true skyline lies in the ability to gaze upward and behold the heavens. However, this narrow and profound passage possesses an enigmatic quality. Its constricted width allows passage for but a single individual. Bai Yi, leading the way, scrutinized the stone tiles beneath his feet. The corridor, made of ancient glass on either side, was paved with stone bricks, and the effort involved in crafting such exquisite glass walls was immense. The peculiarity of this place stirred boundless imaginations. Following closely behind Bai Yi, Tang San Cheng was flooded with countless thoughts. Perhaps this glazed tomb passage leads directly to the Qinling mausoleum, or perhaps it connects to the formal burial chambers. Suddenly, the sound beneath their feet shifted, prompting Tang San Cheng to halt immediately. The small mountain behind him collided with his back, and the others instinctively mirrored his action. Lazy cursed. "Damn it, Tang San Cheng, what are you doing?" Tang San Cheng had grasped Bai Yi's garment, urging him to stop. "The ground beneath us is no longer stone slabs. I fear it cannot support our weight. The sound of their feet upon the stone slabs was distinctly different from that on the glass. Upon looking down, Bai Yi's expression darkened. Beneath him lay glass, fragile and susceptible to shattering. It was no wonder Tang San Cheng was concerned. Taking a resolute breath, Bai Yi leaped several times on the glass surface. Xie suddenly remarked, "Glass is fragile. One misstep could lead to disaster." Lei Zi, wearing an exasperated expression, retorted, "For heaven's sake, at a time like this, you still have the presence of mind to recite poetry? If this glass shatters, we are doomed." After several jumps, Bai Yi confirmed, "It seems remarkably sturdy. Even if it were to break, I am unafraid," Lei Zi replied, "as long as you lead the charge. If danger arises, those of us behind can retreat in time." Bai Yi found himself at a loss for words. This Lei Zi, had it not been for Tang San Cheng's reminder, would have remained oblivious to the changes occurring beneath his feet. The adage "out of sight, out of mind" seemed to hold true. Ignorance was bliss until the revelation of the ground's instability instilled a sense of trepidation within him. His movements slowed as the Bosquan, being held aloft by Xie, suddenly declared, "My grandfather has never set foot in this place. Bosquan, if you have something to say, please do so swiftly. Do not torment us further." Lei Zi urged, "If you wish to escape, you will survive, but should anything befall us within these confines, your fate would be no better. We are all in the same boat here, wouldn't you agree?" Bosquan, bound tightly by ropes that chafed his skin, exhaled sharply through his nostrils. Reflecting on his predicament, he exhibited a measure of restraint. "What I know, you are already aware of, are you not?" The second boss sighed heavily. "Kai Zi, our survival remains uncertain. It would be wise not to cling to your stubbornness." Perhaps due to the second boss's constant consideration for him, Bosquan felt a flicker of gratitude. Causing his tone to soften, "I speak earnestly. I truly had no knowledge of this passage. Even the map merely marks it. Yet my grandfather's notes have never alluded to such a thing. While we have a moment, why not share some tales of your family?" The second boss continued. "Kai Zi, your insights may yield new clues. Your family hails from a lineage of tomb raiders. Did you not mention that your grandfather once stumbled upon this very place? If you could glean something from it." "Enough already," Bosquan interjected, shutting his eyes. "I have nothing to divulge." He adopted an air of impenetrability, provoking Lei Zi's ire. "Damn it, who asked for your words?" At that moment, Tang San Cheng heard a distinct crack beneath his feet, causing his complexion to pale. He glanced down to find a fissure forming in the glassy surface below him.